Elvin, the sole heir of a notorious organized crime family, unexpectedly finds himself in a precarious situation. Utilizing the knowledge gleaned from novels and television shows in his past life, he strives to salvage the Cavendish family, which is on the brink of collapse. Just as he begins to envision a future filled with happiness, the appearance of a venerable old man alters the course of his destiny. To his astonishment, he discovers that he has been transported to the magical realm of Harry Potter. Concurrently, he receives a fateful golden finger that allows him to draw cards for prestige. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the spell. Levitation charm. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the spell. Shatter. Congratulations, host. You have received a special golden reward. Affinity for magical creatures. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a purple spell special reward. Unforgivable Curse Set. Elvin's presence swiftly transforms the Wizarding World. The pureblood families? The Wizarding realm requires but one noble lineage, the esteemed Cavendish family. Hermione, to become a vassal of the Cavendish family is the pride of my life. Luna, honorable Mr. Elvin, it is your arrival that seems to have rekindled the light in the Wizarding world. After years of plotting, when Voldemort finally returns, he is bewildered. Can someone explain why my Death Eaters have now become vassals of the Cavendish family? Chapter 1. The Young Godfather and Dumbledore. In the autumn of 1991, the Cavendish family, a prominent name in the underworld, finds itself in dire straits. A decade ago, the head of the Cavendish family met an inexplicable demise in a mysterious car accident, an incident devoid of witnesses, with not a shred of wreckage to be found as if every trace had been deliberately erased. Tragically, his wife perished alongside him, as one of the few families with a singular lineage. Only the young Elvin Cavendish remained. With the assistance of loyal elders devoted to the Cavendish legacy, Elvin officially took over many family affairs at the tender age of 6. Initially, the journey was fraught with challenges. Yet, Elvin quelled these adversities with a ruthlessness beyond his years. Despite being underestimated and facing external threats, he steadfastly preserved the Cavendish family's foundations through sheer determination. Now, in the shadowy underworld of London, the Cavendish family stands as the last remaining bastion. Elvin's accomplishments are not solely attributable to his youth. He is, in fact, a transgressor from another world, endowed with the memories of an adult. Although he had not experienced these tribulations in his previous life, he had certainly absorbed a wealth of cinematic and televised narratives. Indeed, his journey to this point has been significantly influenced by fortune, intertwined with the sporadic manifestation of his unique abilities. Let us refer to it as a supernatural ability. Whenever Elvin senses danger, an immense force surges forth. This power shields Elvin, and no one anticipates that someone of his tender age possesses such ruthless capabilities. Thus, he stabilizes his family and consolidates all business revenues into his grasp. Within the ancient Cavendish residence, Elvin reclines on a sofa, perusing the newspaper in his hand. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his physique appears notably upright. His silver hair is styled with meticulous precision. As he flips through the pages, he takes a sip from the coffee cup beside him. He presents the very image of an archetypal British aristocrat. Who would have guessed that this 11-year-old noble youth has already been stained by the blood of many? Setting down his coffee cup, Elvin inquires, "Tom, have there been any leads regarding my parents' situation?" The elderly butler replies, "I regret to inform you, Master Elvin, though it pains me to say so, there are indeed no leads." Elvin furrows his brow. "No leads? It has been 5 years since I assumed control of the family. I have been investigating, and now you tell me there's nothing to show for it? Not even a single clue? Is it as if the heavens have intervened and taken my parents?" The butler remains silent at that moment. A figure rushes into the hall. "Master Elvin! Master Elvin!" Elvin's expression darkens instantly. "Rivers, I distinctly recall warning you. If you continue to shout in this house, I shall have your tongue." Rivers trembles at his words. "Please, Master Elvin, I truly have urgent news." Elvin exhales deeply. "Then tell me, if your news is not of utmost importance, today you shall bid farewell to your tongue." Rivers hastily explains, "It's this way. Master Elvin, there's an elderly man outside. He wishes to see you." Elvin retorts coldly, "To see me? And you deem this urgent? Must I meet everyone who desires an audience? Is he of royal descent?" Rivers shakes his head. "No. However, the old man is quite peculiar. I cannot articulate it, but perhaps you should see for yourself. None of us could move him, despite our efforts." Upon hearing this, Elvin's interest is piqued. Having been raised in such an environment, he places great value on personal safety. In the old residence, only a select few remain. If we were to assess their physical prowess, one could easily take on 10 adversaries without issue. Yet, what is Rivers saying now? Astonishingly, none of them can even move an elderly gentleman. This prompts Elvin to ponder whether it is possible that some reclusive masters from Tales have come knocking at his door, perhaps seeking to take him as a disciple due to his extraordinary potential. The mere thought of this fills him with a sense of excitement. Elvin states, "Please bring him in directly." Rivers nods in agreement. "Oh, I shall go at once." Elvin adds, "Let everyone in. Ensure to be armed and cautious." Rivers acknowledges, "Of course, young master." He then hastily departs. Elvin returns to his seat beside the sofa, retrieving a handgun from his waist. After inspecting it and confirming the ammunition is loaded and the safety is disengaged, he feels a sense of relief. Regardless of the other party's intentions, it is always wise to be prudent. This principle has guided Elvin throughout his life. Without such caution, he might not have survived to this day. Before long, Rivers enters with an elderly man. "Dear Mr. Erwin Cavendish, greetings. It has proven quite difficult to meet you." Elvin casually glances in the newcomer's direction, but his pupils quickly constrict in recognition. However, he swiftly conceals his surprise that he has identified the visitor. Albus Dumbledore, lauded as the greatest and most formidable white wizard of this century, with a remarkable record of defeating 2 Dark Lords. Elvin feels a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that he has crossed into the world of Hogwarts? After all these years, he has only now come to realize this truth. Dumbledore seeks him out? Surely, he does not intend a mere chat. Does this imply that he possesses magical talent? Perhaps he no longer needs to live as a muggle? This thought brings a flicker of joy to Elvin's heart. Yet, a pressing question arises. Where is his acceptance letter to Hogwarts? Upon seeing Elvin, Dumbledore's eyes glint with interest as he inquires, "You appear to recognize me?" Elvin's heart tightens. He was acutely aware that his earlier reaction had aroused Dumbledore's suspicions. Dumbledore was exceedingly astute. Even the slightest hint would elicit a response from him. Moreover, Elvin held a profound apprehension towards Dumbledore. After all, this was a man who had mastered the art of legilimency to a passive degree. Given his cunning nature, one could never tell if he might employ legilimency to peer into his thoughts. Elvin feared little else, but the exposure of his identity as a traveler from another world haunted him. In any realm, the label of a traveler was invariably that of an outsider. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, and his interest seemed to deepen. Elvin observed what appeared to be a flicker of blue light in Dumbledore's eyes. A sense of foreboding gripped Elvin's heart. The next moment, an electronic synthesized voice resonated within Elvin's mind. Chapter 2. The Notification of Hygiene and the Owl That Becomes Soup. Beep. Detecting the host's initial contact with the magical realm. System activation. Beep. Detecting that someone is probing into the host's memories. The system's protective mode has automatically activated. The memories of the host, a traveler, will be directly concealed, and only the memories acquired after arriving in this world will be presented. This protective mode is applicable only during the novice period. Please extricate yourself from troubles promptly. Duration of protection, 3 days. Beep. Protective mode has been initiated. Elvin could not afford to indulge in the ecstasy swelling within him. Instead, he remained on high alert, gazing warily at Dumbledore before him. Indeed, this old silver coin had employed the legilimency upon him. Elvin found himself quite impressed. This ancient fellow seemed to treat legilimency as a mere passive ability, never ceasing its function. A mere blink of the eye would activate it. How utterly absurd. After employing legilimency, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. He had not anticipated that Elvin's life was so remarkably vibrant. The term vibrant seemed the most fitting description. However, following the use of legilimency, Dumbledore discovered nothing unusual, concluding that Elvin's astonishment must stem from seeing him. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary whiteness of his beard? Elvin had never encountered such a shade before. Aside from this, he could surmise no other explanation. Dumbledore spoke. "My child, you must have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts, correct? I am here to escort you to school." Feigning confusion, Elvin responded, "Hogwarts? What is that? What letter?" Upon hearing Elvin's words, Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback. "You haven't received the letter? It is simply an envelope, a pale yellow one. The address is inscribed in green ink. There are no stamps, only your name and address. On the back, there is a crest formed by a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle. You truly have not received it?" Elvin shook his head, genuinely unaware of any such letter. Otherwise, he would have been overjoyed long ago. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "That shouldn't be the case. The owl should have delivered the letter directly to you." At that moment, Rivers raised his hand. This was a lesson Elvin had imparted to him, that one should raise their hand before interrupting others. Of course, Rivers regarded this with disdain, yet he still maintained his usual demeanor. However, in Elvin's presence, he adhered to the rules, for Elvin would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Noticing Rivers' intent to speak, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within Elvin. He gestured for him to proceed. "Speak." Rivers cleared his throat. My lord, I might know where the letter the old man mentioned is." Elvin urged. "Then hurry and bring it forth." Rivers scratched his head. My lord. I can't produce it now. Elvin furrowed his brow, inquiring, what does this mean? Rivers stammered, attempting to explain. Well, the owl arrived this morning, incessantly hooting. And I feared it would disturb your slumber, sir. So I caught it. Elvin retorted, what about the letter? Rivers subtly stepped back, continuing. You mentioned that all letters and invitations from unknown sources harbor ill intentions, and you instructed us to dispose of them. Truly, those who genuinely wish to invite you would come in person. I cannot read. As you know, sir, I had no idea what it was. And since I was feeling unwell, I didn't bother to find paper, so, Rivers hesitated, sensing the darkening expression on his master's face. Elvin coldly commanded, Rivers, come here, I have a treasure to show you. Rivers' countenance turned sour. Must I really look, sir? Not looking is not an option. Just as Elvin prepared to deal with his inept subordinate, Dumbledore intervened. It's quite all right, Mr. Elvin. It's merely a notification, not a significant issue. However, the owl is property of Hogwarts. You must release it. Elvin's icy tone replied. Did you not hear the headmaster's words? Why are you still standing there? Rivers, with a pained expression, implored, sir. The owl cannot be neglected. And what about your lunch? Do you remember? Elvin was momentarily taken aback. He had remarked on the exceptional flavor of the chicken soup that day. Unlike any he had tasted before, the meat particularly succulent. He had even contemplated requesting another meal from the kitchen for the evening. Little did he know, it was, in fact, the owl he had consumed. Clearing his throat, Elvin proposed, well, esteemed headmaster, you heard that. How about I compensate you for it? Dumbledore, somewhat at a loss, reflected on his many years at Hogwarts, first as a student, then a professor, and now as headmaster. He had never encountered such a situation. A freshman, and a muggle at that, had caught and eaten an owl. Dumbledore sighed, pondering what could be done. The deed was done. He couldn't very well ask Elvin to regurgitate it. Moreover, even if he did, that owl would no longer be the same. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. The event has transpired. Elvin sighed with relief. Thankfully, despite his family's considerable wealth, he had always adhered to a principle of frugality. Saving money was indeed a boon. Thank you, headmaster. However, these owls ought to be replaced. To be so easily captured, they lack any semblance of privacy. Dumbledore's lips quirked in a restrained smile, realizing that Elvin seemed to blame the owls for being rather dim-witted. Was this truly polite? Dumbledore was suddenly struck by a thought. It seemed that admitting Elvin was a rather erroneous decision for Hogwarts. Fortunately, Dumbledore was not one to be swayed by mere feelings. Otherwise, Elvin might have become the first wizard ever to be persuaded to withdraw from Hogwarts before even beginning his studies. Dumbledore remarked, I shall consider your suggestion, Mr. Elvin. As you have not received your acceptance letter, there are certain matters you are unaware of. New students at Hogwarts need to procure some items, akin to the stationery in the Muggle world. And by the way, Muggles refer to those ordinary individuals who lack magical abilities. If you have some time now, you may accompany me to make these purchases. Elvin nodded, sure. I happen to be free at the moment. Tom has gone to fetch some money. We can go shopping. Dumbledore added, oh, I nearly forgot to remind you. The currency in the magical realm does not correspond with that of the Muggle world. Pounds can only be exchanged for a limited amount of galleons. Elvin was certainly aware of such knowledge, yet he felt it prudent to allow Dumbledore to express it himself. Thus, he subtly guided the conversation. What currency is used in the wizarding world? With a flick of his wrist, Dumbledore produced a gold coin. This, my dear boy, is a galleon. Elvin nodded, I see. So it's gold then. Tom, please prepare. Chapter 3. Elvin's Ambitions, A Visit to the Leaky Cauldron. Old Tom nodded in acknowledgement. Dumbledore continued, while I am aware of your considerable wealth, Gringotts does impose limitations on the exchange of gold into galleons. Elvin replied, it's better to be prepared. Money may not solve all problems, but a lack of it can certainly hinder one's progress. Dumbledore marveled, what an interesting perspective. Such simple words, yet they hold profound truth. Elvin smiled, whether in the wizarding world or our mundane existence. Oh, you refer to the ordinary folks as Muggles. The fundamental rules remain unchanged. The only distinction lies in the enchantment of the wizarding realm. Dumbledore observed, it appears that experience indeed cultivates wisdom. Mr. Elvin, you are remarkable. I believe you shall become an exceptional wizard. Elvin inclined his head slightly. Thank you for your kind words, headmaster. Before long, old Tom approached, carrying 2 black boxes. Master, everything is ready. Elvin nodded. Then, Professor, shall we set off? Would it be advisable for me to bring someone along? Considering I am uncertain of the quantity of items we may need to purchase? Being young, I would appreciate assistance in carrying things. Dumbledore replied, I have no objection. Let us depart. Nearby, Rivers looked on with a hint of longing in his eyes, curious about the world of wizards. He wished to partake in the experience. However, Elvin appeared oblivious to the desire reflected in Rivers' gaze. Rivers, keep an eye on the house. I hope you can rouse that rusting brain of yours and refrain from engaging in foolishness, all right? Rivers let out a gasp, rendered speechless. Dumbledore, accompanied by Elvin, stepped out of the old residence, with Tom closely trailing behind, carrying 2 boxes. At the entrance of the old house, Tom inquired, "Shall I arrange for a car, sir?" Dumbledore shook his head. "There's no need for such trouble. I will take you there directly. Grasp my wrist." Without hesitation, Elvin placed his hand upon Dumbledore's wrist, effortlessly taking one of the boxes from old Tom's hands, allowing him to free up his other hand. Remarkably, Dumbledore made no incantation, nor did he exhibit any visible signs of magic. Suddenly, Elvin felt as though he were being forcibly thrust into a swirling vortex. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, one that was truly disconcerting. Meanwhile, Rivers stood in stunned silence, having witnessed the emergence of a whirlpool that consumed the figures of the 3, making them vanish into thin air. He turned to a nearby patrolman and asked, "Did you see that?" The man, taken aback, replied, "See what?" Rivers shook his head, realizing he was alone in his observation. Was this the manner of wizards? How terrifying. Elvin and the others reappeared at the entrance of a dilapidated bar. However, only Elvin and Dumbledore could perceive it. To old Tom, it was merely a street corner, and passers-by seemed utterly oblivious to the bizarre appearance of 3 individuals moments ago. Old Tom's complexion turned pale. Given his advanced age, the experience had left him feeling nauseated. Elvin, too, bore a less than favorable expression. Though perhaps due to his youth or innate talent, he did not react as dramatically as old Tom. Dumbledore expressed surprise. What remarkable adaptability. Many young wizards experience significant discomfort during their first attempt at apparition. It seems that when you reach 7th year and study apparition, you will master it exceptionally well. Elvin took a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure and replied, "I hope to live up to your words." At this point, old Tom had also recovered somewhat. Dumbledore declared, "All right, let us enter, Mr. Elvin. Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. Welcome to the world of wizards." With that, Dumbledore swung the door wide open. Old Tom finally gazed upon the full splendor of the bar, utterly bewildered by its sudden appearance. A sense of trepidation regarding the existence of wizards began to take root in his mind. However, he took solace in the fact that his young master from the Cavendish family, the most outstanding and youthful head of the family, was about to join this extraordinary realm. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Elvin's eyes, a thrill that he could scarcely contain. From today onward, he shall no longer be a muggle. Ultimately, he has stepped into the extraordinary realm. Dumbledore entered the tavern, and the chatter of the wizards drinking and socializing came to an abrupt halt. They greeted Dumbledore, who responded with a smile. The tavern owner, old Tom, approached him. "Professor Dumbledore, it has been quite some time. Who is this gentleman?" Dumbledore replied, "This is Mr. Elvin, a new student from Hogwarts, a remarkably talented young man." Old Tom responded, "I see. Greetings, Mr. Elvin. I am the owner of the tavern. They all call me Old Tom." Although this old Tom shared the same name as his family butler, Elvin found no peculiarities in it. The prevalence of the name among wizards is indeed quite high. Elvin slightly nodded. "Hello, sir. It is a pleasure to meet you." He was gracious and polite. Old Tom marveled. "From your appearance, you must hail from a pureblood family, Mr. Elvin." Dumbledore perceived that Elvin might not grasp the definition of pureblood, so he took the initiative to explain. "Mr. Elvin is not from a pureblood family, yet he remains a noble." "Very well. I must take Mr. Elvin shopping now. Time is of the essence, and we shall converse further at another opportunity." Old Tom nodded. "Of course. Please, proceed, Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Elvin, the Leaky Cauldron welcomes you." Elvin smiled in gratitude. Subsequently, Dumbledore led Elvin into the alley. After the 3 departed, Elvin could still hear the discussions within the tavern. Is he a noble from the Muggle world? Polite, with silver long hair, somewhat reminiscent of the Malfoy family. Impossible. The Malfoy family has platinum hair. That gentleman had pure silver hair. Could he be from another country's pureblood family? Who knows? Has Hogwarts started admitting students from abroad? Forget about that. I heard Harry Potter will be enrolling at Hogwarts this year. Have you all heard this news? The corners of Elvin's mouth curled into a smile. Pureblood families? He held no interest. However, the nobility of the wizarding world intrigued him somewhat. In the Muggle world, the Cavendish family was already quite renowned. In the wizarding realm, it would begin with him. The name Cavendish would ultimately become the new emblem of nobility in the wizarding community. Chapter 4. Gringotts, the initial experience of the system. Upon reaching the alley, Dumbledore produced his wand. Observing the wand, which resembled a collection of knuckles, Elvin couldn't help but take a closer look. It was the Elder Wand. Dumbledore stated, "Mr. Elvin, pay close attention to my actions. Next time you come, you must enter on your own. First, locate the 3rd brick above the garbage bin. Then count the 2nd brick horizontally." As he spoke, the Elder Wand tapped on the 2 bricks. In the next moment, the wall seemed to activate a mechanism, folding in layers to reveal the street beyond. Witnessing a scene reminiscent of the cinematic tales he had read was exhilarating and intriguing for Elvin. In truth, he found himself curious about the underlying principle. Could this marvel be transported home? Elvin envisioned numerous possibilities, for instance, placing a wall in his bedroom. One tap could lead to the dining room, another to the bathroom, and yet another to the garden. Elvin's mind brimmed with ingenious applications. This was far more convenient than an elevator. Dumbledore, retracting his wand, inquired, "Well, have you remembered it?" Elvin nodded affirmatively. "I have. But what if the trash bin is no longer here?" Dumbledore chuckled. "An intriguing notion. Prior to you, two of your seniors entertained similar thoughts. They even acted upon them and removed the trash bin. However, regrettably, that bin was enchanted with a restoration charm. Once it is displaced from its position, it automatically returns. Thus, your concerns are unfounded." Elvin remarked, "What a remarkable magic." Dumbledore smiled. "Very well. Soon you will uncover even more astonishing spells. This is an entirely new world. I believe that with your intellect, you shall shine brightly in this fresh realm. Now, let us proceed to Gringotts to exchange some currency. Otherwise, you shall find yourself unable to spend in Diagon Alley today." Elvin nodded and then followed Dumbledore deeper into Diagon Alley. The alley was not extensive. It was merely a single street, with Gringotts located at the very end. The entrance to Gringotts was comprised of two grand bronze doors, flanked by two goblins clad in ill-fitting formal attire, performing their duties as greeters. The second door was a pair of silver gates adorned with golden embellishments, engraved with a cautionary message: "Enter, stranger, but beware, greed can lead to dire consequences. To take without earning will incur the harshest penalties. Therefore, if you seek to withdraw from our underground vaults of fortune that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Elvin scoffed internally. In the original tale, the so-called safest Gringotts had been attacked more than once. Most perplexing to Elvin was why these wizards placed such trust in the goblins to guard their entire fortunes. Goblins, driven by greed, had instigated wars in the past. Moreover, these goblins were outsiders. Did the wizards not understand that those not of their kind may harbor different intentions? Or were they simply overconfident in their ability to control the goblins? As they passed through the second door, they entered a spacious hall adorned with marble. Elvin surveyed the room, noting the presence of approximately 100 fairies busily recording transactions in a large ledger behind the long counter. Some were weighing coins on scales, while others examined gemstones through magnifying glasses. The entire marble hall exuded an opulence that was nothing short of resplendent, with gems and gold coins shimmering in the light. Dumbledore led Elvin directly to the front desk, where a bespectacled fairy adjusted his glasses. Upon recognizing the visitors, he promptly leapt down from a stool that towered over him. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Welcome to Gringotts. How may I assist you today?" Dumbledore nodded. "This is Mr. Elvin, who wishes to exchange some galleons. As for myself, I need to retrieve some items." The fairy acknowledged with a nod. "Understood. Shall I escort you now?" Dumbledore glanced at Elvin. "Can you manage on your own?" Elvin nodded affirmatively. "Of course. You attend to your matters, Professor. I can handle it." Dumbledore leaned closer to Elvin, lowering his voice. "The fairies are quite avaricious. If you find the prices unsatisfactory, feel free to invoke my name. Though I am quite aged, I still hold some influence." Elvin nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore smiled and departed with the fairy, leaving Elvin to contemplate the direction in which they had gone, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. He sensed that Dumbledore's kindness towards him was perhaps a bit excessive. However, he dismissed the thought, and soon another fairy approached to assist him. With Dumbledore's name carrying weight, the process of exchanging galleons proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Elvin exchanged 2 chests of gold bars for 5,000 galleons. Weighing the coins in his hand, he deemed the exchange reasonable. With Dumbledore yet to return, Elvin decided to delve into his system. He had previously neglected to explore his newfound abilities, but he understood the significance of doing so, as it would lay the foundation for his standing in the magical community. He silently called out, "System, are you there?" Beep. "The Supreme Reputation Card Drawing System is at your service. Greetings, host." Upon hearing this voice, Elvin felt a stir within him. The name evoked a peculiar sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of certain frustrating games from a past life. "System, please elucidate your functions." Beep. "This system allows the host to draw cards based on reputation, with rewards including, but not limited to spells, talents, and more. The currency utilized by this system is the magical realm's reputation points. To facilitate the host's experience, the system has digitized all existing information of the host. Would you like to view it?" Without hesitation, Elvin silently commanded to view it. In the next moment, a virtual screen unfurled before him. He glanced around, noticing that neither Old Tom nor the fairies exhibited any signs of unusual behavior. Clearly, this luminous screen is visible only to Elvin. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age, 11 years. Identity, current head of the Cavendish family, newly enrolled student at Hogwarts. Talents, Transfiguration talent, 310. General spellcasting talent, 410. Dark magic talent, 910. Potions talent, 610. Ancient magic talent, 10. Locked, requires special means for unlocking. Pets, none. Special skill cards, none. Spell mastery cards, none. Items, none. Current reputation value, 50. Chapter 5. The Luck of a Novice, a double yellow egg. Gazing at his panel, Elvin increasingly felt as though he were immersed in a game. However, who could elucidate why his dark magic talent stood at 9? It was nearly maxed out. He had always considered himself a good person. Yet, one cannot truly claim to be virtuous when, at the tender age of 7, one personally executed a rival gang leader intent on seizing territory. Of course, his arm bore the brunt of the recoil. Nonetheless, this did not overshadow the kindness he harbored within. Elvin inexplicably felt that this system bore some unreliability. Moreover, what on earth was this ancient magic? Upon inquiring with the system, he was merely encouraged to explore on his own. Elvin scoffed inwardly. Such a lack of guidance was most frustrating. After dismissing the system panel, he reconnected to the system to access the lottery interface. In an instant, brilliant rays of light materialized. Subsequently, an array of colorful cards soared into the air, coalescing into 3 distinct piles before him. The visual effects were nothing short of dazzling. Yet, inexplicably, for words danced within his mind. Simius deity, activate. Elvin promptly shook his head. This was too reminiscent of something else, throwing him off balance. He swiftly turned his attention to the 3 card piles. Basic lottery. Cost, 100 reputation points per draw, 10 draws at a discount. 10 draws guarantee a blue reward. 100 draws guarantee a purple reward. Advanced lottery. Cost, 1,000 reputation points per draw, 10 draws at a discount. 10 draws guarantee a purple reward. 100 draws guarantee a golden reward. Special lottery. Requires special unlocking conditions. As Elvin examined this prize pool, a plan began to form in his mind. The basic lottery appeared tailored for someone like him. A mere novice, perhaps a new player's benefit. As for the special lottery, it piqued his interest. System. What does this special lottery entail? Provide an explanation. Ding. A special lottery requires a unique approach to initiate. Exceptional value at a reasonable cost. The special lottery is currently available, along with the novice card pool lottery. Shall we commence the special lottery? Elvin's eyes lit up. Ah, there are special rewards as well. Activate it. I want it activated immediately. Ding. The special lottery has been replaced with the novice lottery. The limit for the lottery is 10 consecutive draws. The cost of the lottery is free. Elvin was instantly exhilarated. He understood this ploy all too well. This was undoubtedly a grand gift package for beginners. Such is the narrative structure. It is pivotal for the protagonist's rise. As the system's voice faded, a multitude of special lottery cards began to shift in hue, gently floating before Elvin. He raised his hand and tapped the back of a card. Subsequently, the sound of shuffling cards echoed. Then, several cards took flight, intertwining in a spectrum of colors: white, green, and blue. 7 cards soared into the air, followed by a sudden flash of purple light. Elvin's eyes widened in astonishment. Purple, the coveted color, had arrived. The cards began to tremble slightly. With 2 swift sounds of slicing through the air, a dazzling golden light illuminated the space. Elvin nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. A golden legend, and a double jackpot. Indeed, he was the lucky one, a true embodiment of fortune. The tale of drawing the dragons was being reenacted in the realm of magic. He was undoubtedly the chosen one. Ding. Lottery completed. Rewards obtained. White reward, 3 pieces of large knife meat. Green reward, a childhood toy doll belonging to the original Dark Lord Grindelwald. 2 potions of magic enhancement, substandard version. Blue reward, 2 talent points. Elvin's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth? Large knife meat? Spicy strips? Is this reasonable? Shouldn't such items belong to the arsenal of a transmigrator? Moreover, the green reward, a toy doll of Grindelwald? What sorcery is this? You dare present me with such a trinket? The critical point is that this item is ranked equally with the magic enhancement potion. Elvin had an abundance of grievances to voice, yet found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the magic enhancement potion was still somewhat acceptable. Legend has it, this concoction is formidable. The ancient wizard strength stemmed from its consumption. However, upon closer inspection, Elvin's face darkened further. Substandard version? Is this even safe to consume? Would it not be lethal? What peculiar and bizarre item is this? Is this reward pool for real? Taking a couple of deep breaths, at least there are still 2 talent points, right? And this is merely classified as blue? According to the typical mechanics of a pay-to-win game, the value of this item may not be as straightforward as it seems. Perhaps it serves additional purposes, such as an upgraded version? Ding. The host is quite astute. The system is pleased, indeed. The current limit for the host's innate abilities is 10 points. Ordinary ability points can elevate the host's talents to this cap, should the host desire further enhancement. Advanced ability points are required. Advanced ability points necessitate the amalgamation of 100 ordinary ability points. Elvin's lips twitched slightly. Ah, so this is how it operates. Truly, the essence of pay-to-win games is inescapable. Elvin inquired, how about providing me with a reference? I wish to ascertain the true limit of these talents, at least to have some understanding. Taking the host's highest dark magic talent as an example, Grindelwald, with a dark magic talent of 14 points, classified as legendary. Elvin comprehended the implication. It turns out he had fancied himself a genius, when in fact, he was quite the underachiever. Elvin was left speechless. He resumed examining his gains. Exhausted, he expressed a wish for obliteration, as he felt unfulfilled. Purple reward, ever-changing attire. Gazing upon this reward, Elvin had long forgotten the earlier lackluster prizes. What a splendid item. A treasure indeed. This piece would diminish even Dumbledore's prowess by 30% in its presence. It was nothing short of a divine artifact. Elvin's eyes sparkled with excitement. If a purple reward was this precious, what might a golden reward entail? He eagerly turned his attention to the golden reward. Golden reward, unknown egg, contains an enigmatic life form. The host may personally hatch it to acquire a pet. Hatching method, nourish with various magical creature blood. Current hatching progress, 0-100. Elvin stroked his chin in contemplation. This appeared to be a gamble of sorts. Yet, if the system classified it as golden, it must harbor something extraordinary within. Elvin proceeded to the next reward. Golden reward, special passive skill, talent-based. Mana reserve. The host can store excess mana that surpasses their maximum capacity for future use, allowing for replenishment when necessary. Elvin instantly beamed with joy. This was quite remarkable. Theoretically, if he amassed sufficient reserves, he would essentially transform into a perpetual motion machine. Elvin swiftly claimed his rewards. Chapter 6, Ollivander's Wand Shop. Check-in. As for the 2 ability points, Elvin contemplated for a moment before allocating both to his ordinary spellcasting talent. After all, he needed to rapidly accumulate strength, and the speed and proficiency in mastering spells were pivotal to his capabilities. Subsequently, Elvin called upon the system in his mind and opened the system panel. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age, 11 years old. Identity, current head of the Cavendish family, a new student at Hogwarts. Talents, Transfiguration talent, 310. Ordinary spell talent, 610. Dark arts talent, 910. Potion mastery talent, 610. Ancient magic talent, 10. Locked, requires special means for unlocking. Pets, none. Special skill card, mana reserve, golden. Spell mastery card, none. Items, large meat knife 3. Inferior potion 2. Grindelwald's puppet 1. Ever-changing garment 1. Mysterious egg 1. Current reputation, 50. Elvin nodded in satisfaction. Overall, this system is quite commendable. Those miscellaneous items can be stored in the system's reward pouch. As long as he does not claim them, they will remain unexposed. Unfortunately, items beyond system rewards cannot be included, otherwise Elvin would have had a personal space, which would have been delightful. Elvin closed the lottery interface, finding the novice draw rather enjoyable. Alas, only 10 draws are permitted. This beginner's gift pack lacks generosity. A bit stingy indeed. However, he reasoned it out, understanding that it is a modest system, and one cannot demand too much from it. After finishing the red tea on the table, Dumbledore returned. Mr. Elvin, I apologize for the wait. Elvin promptly stood up. Professor, you have returned. You are too kind. Dumbledore smiled and inquired. So, how did it go? Have you redeemed everything? Elvin nodded. Of course, your esteemed reputation is quite advantageous. Dumbledore remarked. In that case, let us depart. Elvin nodded and followed Dumbledore out of Gringotts. Standing at the entrance, Dumbledore stated, for a young wizard, the most crucial item is his wand. It is something that may accompany a wizard throughout his life. Now, let us proceed to assist you in selecting a wand. Elvin felt a surge of excitement. A wand, the weapon of a wizard, holds significance comparable to the gun in the hands of a dark family descendant like himself. Dumbledore led Elvin directly to the most renowned shop in Diagon Alley. The starting point for every wizard, Ollivander's Wand Shop. A professional in wizardry for many years. Wait, he seems to have misused a word. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. Standing at the entrance of Ollivander's, gazing at this iconic location in Diagon Alley, it would be false to say he was not thrilled. Dumbledore also expressed some nostalgia. I still remember my first visit here. I was just your age then. It was here that I acquired my first wand, and in the blink of an eye. So many years have passed. Those days still feel as if they happened yesterday, often resurfacing in my mind. As he spoke, Dumbledore even wiped his eyes. Elvin found himself at a loss for words. He had forgotten a rather significant truth, that as one ages, the fondness for reminiscing about the past only deepens. After a brief pause, Dumbledore spoke. I apologize, Mr. Elvin, but you know how it is. With age comes a tendency to reflect on bygone days. Though Elvin silently grappled with his thoughts, he replied, It's quite all right, Professor. Time is a double-edged sword. While it inflicts wounds, it also leaves indelible marks upon us. Memory, at times, is the most precious of treasures. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes gleaming with agreement. Mr. Elvin, your insights and unique metaphors truly leave me in awe. Elvin chuckled. You flatter me, Professor. Shall we proceed inside now? Dumbledore responded, of course. You are certain to find the wand that best suits you here. With that, Dumbledore pushed the door open, and the tinkling of bells echoed through the air. Soon after, the sound of sliding stairs scraping against the floor followed. Ollivander emerged from behind the towering cabinets, momentarily startled upon seeing Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore? It has been quite some time. Dumbledore nodded, indeed. Would you mind descending to assist our young wizard in selecting a wand? Ollivander descended the ladder and approached the counter, his gaze settling on Elvin. Elvin offered a slight nod. Good day, sir. Ollivander exclaimed in surprise, what impeccable aristocratic manners. Young man, from which family do you hail? Elvin replied, Cavendish. Ollivander, puzzled, inquired. Cavendish. I have not heard of that family. Is it a foreign pureblood lineage? Elvin shook his head, not at all. However, I believe you shall soon hear of the Cavendish name, for I have arrived in the magical realm. Upon hearing Elvin's words, a spark of interest flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Ollivander paused for a moment, then smiled, an intriguing newcomer. I look forward to that day. Now may I have your name? Elvin Cavendish. Came the reply. Ollivander nodded. Very well, Mr. Elvin. May I inquire which hand you favor? Elvin raised his right hand. In the next instant, a tape measure floated into the air, measuring Elvin's height and arm length. To Elvin's astonishment, the tape measure also took note of his chest and waist measurements. Confounded, he pondered, what connection could there possibly be between wand selection and those measurements? While he understood the relevance of height and arm length, were the chest and waist truly necessary? Afterward, the tape measure retracted, landing neatly on the table. Ollivander remarked, what a perfectly proportioned physique you possess, Mr. Elvin. Elvin's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that the process of selecting a wand was akin to a beauty pageant. Ollivander scribbled for a moment on the parchment, then retrieved a box from beneath the counter and opened it. From within, he extracted a wand. Try this one, he said. Crafted from ash wood and infused with the heartstring of a Hungarian horntail. Only those who are tenacious, resolute, and courageous can wield it effectively. He extended the wand towards Elvin. Elvin took it in hand and waved it casually. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from the wand, striking the floor beside him with a violent force that shattered the surface. Elvin furrowed his brow, sensing an odd resistance emanating from the wand, a peculiar sensation that left him uneasy. He handed the wand back to Ollivander, saying, Sir, I believe this wand may not be suitable for me. Chapter 7. The essential tool for the traveler, truly a discerning patron. Ollivander replied, Mr. Elvin, remember this. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. However, you are correct. This wand does not seem to suit you. He then retrieved another box from the counter and produced a different wand. Try this one. Cedar wood combined with the hair of a leopard cat. In truth, I am not fond of using leopard cat hair, for it is quite unstable and comes with many limitations, yet it pairs exceptionally well with cedar. This wand is best suited for individuals of strong character and keen observation. Elvin accepted the wand, following the familiar ritual. With a flick, a burst of flame erupted from the wand, shooting towards the ceiling. Dumbledore, standing nearby, snapped his fingers, extinguishing the blaze. Once more, Elvin felt that strange sense of resistance. Ollivander snatched the wand from him and returned it to its box. No, not this one either. Elvin continued to try several more wands, yet the feeling of resistance persisted. Ollivander frowned, declaring, what a discerning customer we have. If that is the case, I believe you have but one choice left. Before Elvin could respond, Ollivander dashed towards the back. Elvin was momentarily bewildered. Was the old man always this energetic? After a few minutes, Ollivander returned, dust clinging to his shoulders and hair, holding a wooden box that was also covered in a layer of dust. He blew gently, scattering the dust away. Elvin frowned and discreetly stepped back a couple of paces. Ollivander opened the box and produced a uniquely shaped wand. This wand appeared slightly thinner than the usual ones, gleaming silver and resembling the color of Elvin's own hair. Additionally, the handle was adorned with 2 strands of golden material. It appears quite exquisite, Ollivander remarked. This wand is crafted from willow wood, though the core remains a mystery to me, for it was fashioned by my grandfather. Willow wood is an extraordinary material. It recognizes only one true master throughout its lifetime. Anyone other than its chosen master will find it impossible to wield spells with it. Moreover, willow wood selects only those of exceptional talent. Thus, if one gains its acceptance, it will unleash formidable power. This wand was created effortlessly. With my grandfather leaving no mark of embellishment, the shape materialized as the core fused with the wand's body. Do give this a try? Upon laying eyes on the wand, Elvin was instantly captivated. Its beauty was undeniable, and he felt a profound stirring within his heart, as if the wand were beckoning him. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and to his astonishment, the wand soared into his grasp. Ollivander looked on in amazement. The moment the wand connected with Elvin's hand, he experienced a sensation of unity, as if his arm and the wand had melded into one, moving with effortless grace. As he instinctively waved it, beams of silver light erupted from the wand, scattering in every direction, enveloping each shelf in Ollivander's shop. In the midst of Ollivander's astonished gaze, every wand on the wooden racks burst forth from their boxes. Floating in the air, the shop was filled with a veritable dance of wands, all quivering gently towards the wand in Elvin's possession, as though in reverence or congratulations. Ollivander was left speechless, exclaiming, "This is simply astounding, truly remarkable." Passers-by in Diagon Alley took notice of the commotion within Ollivander's shop, drawn to witness this rare spectacle. Dumbledore, too, was taken aback, observing that even his own elder wand trembled slightly. With formidable strength, he suppressed its movement, his gaze fixed on the wand Elvin held. He recognized Willow Wood, yet it was evident that such a commotion could not arise solely from it. The only variable must be the unknown core within the wand. As the crowd outside grew larger, Dumbledore cautioned, "Mr. Elvin, you must stow your wand, or we may find ourselves unable to leave." Elvin turned to see a throng of wizards gathered at the door and windows, realizing why he had just received a notification of increased reputation. He quickly retracted his arm, and as he did so, the silver radiance from the wand began to fade. The wands, one by one, returned to their boxes as though everything that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Dumbledore then remarked, "Congratulations, Mr. Elvin. You have selected an extraordinary wand." Elvin nodded, his gaze fixed on the wand in his hand, a smile of uncontainable joy illuminating his face. This wand had truly taken him by surprise. He could sense an extraordinary affinity between himself and this wand. Most importantly, it possessed a unique password. No one else could wield it, rendering it even more effective than a fingerprint lock. Ollivander exclaimed, "How marvelous! In all my years, I have never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. I never expected this wand to find its master today." Elvin replied, "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. I apologize for any inconvenience. How much is the wand?" Ollivander responded, "Not at all. It is a delight to witness such a wondrous sight. As for the wand, 10 galleons will suffice." Elvin nodded, and Old Tom promptly settled the payment. Ollivander continued, "Mr. Elvin, please make proper use of this wand. Its power is palpable. I eagerly await the day when you elevate your family name, the Cavendish clan." Elvin smiled, "I will." Ollivander retrieved a larger box from behind the counter. "This is a gift for you. It contains wand care tools and a small device for wand usage. You can attach it to your arm. When you need to use your wand, simply press this point, and the wand will slide down to you." Elvin accepted it gratefully. "Thank you so much. I must say, this truly resolves my immediate concern." Ollivander chuckled. "No need for thanks. It is my honor to assist such a remarkable young wizard." At that moment, Dumbledore interjected, "All right, the time is drawing near, and we still have other items to procure. Otherwise, we shall run out of time." Elvin nodded, bidding farewell to Ollivander before following Dumbledore out. Contemplating their next destination, Dumbledore remarked, "Next, we should acquire the necessary study materials for the first semester. Flourish and Blots is our unequivocal choice." Chapter 8. Doubts and the Truth Behind His Parents' Deaths. Elvin secretly rolled his eyes. It was hardly an unequivocal choice, considering there was no other bookstore in Diagon Alley. It was no wonder that the shops here were thriving. They were all engaged in monopolistic practices. Unlike the excitement of purchasing a wand, the subsequent visits to the bookstore for books and cauldrons were uneventful. After paying, Elvin also acquired his first pet, an owl. Interestingly, it seemed to be a tradition at Hogwarts to gift a pet to new students during their shopping spree. Elvin's owl was also a present from Dumbledore. Ignoring Dumbledore's suggestion to name the owl Cockroach Heap, Elvin welcomed a new member to his household, an owl named Poppy. Their final stop led Elvin and Dumbledore to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Though Elvin had acquired the versatile attire, he certainly could not divulge this to Dumbledore. Thus, it remained essential to procure the necessary garments. After securing his robes, it signified the official conclusion of Elvin's journey to Diagon Alley. Upon returning Elvin and Tom to the old residence, Dumbledore declared, "Well, today's itinerary has come to an end. I must take my leave, Mr. Elvin. Until we meet again at Hogwarts." Elvin nodded in response. "Professor, will you not stay for dinner?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Elvin acknowledged. "Then I shall not keep you any longer, Professor. Thank you for your efforts today." Dumbledore smiled. "It's quite all right. Farewell." Subsequently, Dumbledore vanished with a flicker of apparition. Elvin watched the direction in which Dumbledore had departed, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. Was he off to address the Philosopher's Stone? Such matters felt rather distant from his current pursuits. Moreover, Elvin harbored little interest in the stone itself, merely a fade of immortality. After partaking in a meal, he retreated to his room. As for Old Tom, he was whisked away by Rivers, eager to glean information about the magical realm. Rivers dared not inquire of Elvin directly, and Elvin was unbothered by this. Having recognized the world as a realm of magic, he understood that his focus would gradually shift towards the wizarding community. However, the timing was not yet opportune. He needed to meticulously strategize. His subordinates were ordinary individuals, and for most wizards, firearms remained a lethal threat. Even Dumbledore, caught unaware, could find his life at risk from a well-aimed sniper rifle. Wizards often possessed frail physiques, overly reliant on magic, perhaps even inferior to ordinary folk in physical prowess. Therefore, Elvin's ambition to penetrate the wizarding world was not beyond reach. Yet, before that, he required a foundation within the magical society. Slytherin undoubtedly presented an excellent option. Students who gained entry were typically of so-called pure blood. Such influence was not to be easily forsaken. The sole concern lingered. Would he be sorted into Slytherin? After all, he hailed from a true Muggle family. Nevertheless, it seemed the original text mentioned that the Sorting Hat would consider a student's own wishes. That would be a matter for another day, as the school year was still some time away. Such uncontrollable circumstances were what Elvin loathed to ponder. Elvin retrieved the ever-changing attire from his system reward pouch. Initially resembling a robe, he donned it, and before the mirror, with a mere thought, the outfit transformed into a sleek black suit. Elvin nodded in satisfaction. Beyond its immunity to 30% of curse damage, what pleased him most was the garment's dust-repellent quality. In other words, this garment remained spotless. For Elvin, who suffers from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, it is nothing short of a blessing. He straightened his attire and, with a mere thought, transformed his clothing into pajamas. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he intended to peruse some of the books from Hogwarts. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Elvin's mind. He hastily rose and rushed to his desk, opening the drawer to retrieve a file folder. From within, he extracted several black and white photographs, laying them out upon the table. These were the records pertaining to the incident involving his parents. A question suddenly struck him. Previously, when investigating the cause of his parents' demise, he had approached the matter from an ordinary person's perspective. However, this was a world steeped in magic. The circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths were bizarre, and there was no trace to be found at the scene. An aura of strangeness permeated the entire affair. This had become an obsession for Elvin. Having been reborn, he was an orphan in his past life. In this new existence, the affection showered upon him by his parents could only be described as indulgent. Thus, he held them in high regard within his heart. Upon receiving the news of their passing, Elvin felt utterly shattered. After a year of basking in familial love, he was faced with the harsh reality of their loss. For years, he had been searching for any clue regarding the circumstances of their deaths, yet he had found nothing. However, now that he understood this world was magical, the previously inexplicable aspects surrounding his parents' deaths began to acquire a semblance of explanation. The multitude of inconsistencies and absurdities were clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. But what if the perpetrators were wizards? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Only a wizard could wield such power. Yet, Elvin could not fathom why a wizard would target his parents, who were mere mortals. To strike against ordinary people, the assailant must surely be a dark wizard, unafraid of the Ministry of Magic's scrutiny. However, according to the timeline, Voldemort should have fallen from power in the very year of his birth, for he was of the same age as Harry Potter. This afternoon, at the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, he had overheard wizards discussing that Harry Potter was set to commence his studies this year. Thus, Voldemort could not be implicated. Was it a rogue dark wizard instead? But what could be the motive behind such an attack on his parents? Had an opposing family orchestrated this? If an adversarial family possessed such power, he would never have had the opportunity to elevate the Cavendish family to its current status. They would have perished long ago. The local families in London were either seeking his destruction or had driven him out of the city. He had not encountered anyone with such connections. Most importantly, Elvin had already conducted thorough investigations into these families over the years. In a time of turmoil, familial conflicts were scarce, let alone the notion of assassinating the head of another family. Elvin gently massaged his temples, feeling a slight headache. It seemed he had stumbled upon a clue, yet it only served to deepen the mystery. Shaking his head, Elvin dismissed the troubling thoughts. Pondering would yield no clarity. He recognized that once he immersed himself in the magical realm, he would possess greater means to uncover the truth of that bygone era. It was now almost certain that the perpetrators were, without a doubt, individuals from the magical world. Following this lead, Elvin was resolute. One day, he would unearth all the truths hidden in shadows. Chapter 9. The Special Prize Pool of Spells. Gold emerges again. Elvin contemplated the tasks that lay ahead. He realized there was much to be done, be it concerning his parents or securing a better future for himself. After all, having grown accustomed to a life of unchallenged power, entering the magical realm felt akin to embarking on a new gaming adventure, requiring a careful approach. Thus, regardless of the motivations at play, it was imperative for Elvin to enhance his influence within the magical domain. This aspiration aligned perfectly with his unique advantage. Though he harbored confidence in ascending to the pinnacle of the magical world, he understood that such a journey would demand considerable time. Elvin could not afford to wait. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, mentally organizing his forthcoming endeavors. With a plan forming in his mind, He finally recalled his initial objective for the day, to study spells. He reached for the beginner's compendium of spells nearby and casually flipped it open. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Initial contact with spells detected. Special spell card pool activated for a lottery draw. Would you like to replace this pool with the special lottery card pool? Elvin was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. Replace. Ding. Replacement successful. The special spell card pool is now activated. This pool exclusively draws spell-related items. This round grants you 50 consecutive draws. Shall we proceed with the lottery now? Elvin was elated. Fortune truly smiled upon him. 50 draws. How could he not revel in such an opportunity? Without hesitation, he communicated with the system to initiate the lottery. The familiar array of cards reappeared before him. Elvin swiftly opted for a 10-draw selection. The count of remaining draws diminished by 10. 4,050. Then, the cards soared into the air, cascading with a flurry of sounds. One by one, they emerged. Elvin's eyes widened in astonishment as he chanted, "Gold, gold, gold." Ding. The lottery has concluded. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards obtained. Spell proficiency, 700. Rewards obtained. Spell, Levitation spell. 2. Spell, Levitation spell. Ding. Spell level unlocked. Would you like to check it now? Elvin had not yet had the chance to lament his gains before being drawn in by the system's notification. Spell levels? Elvin clicked the view button. Spell level 1. Preliminary mastery, with a chance of failure upon release. Spell level 2. Requires 100 proficiency to upgrade, basic mastery. Can be released perfectly. Spell level 3. Requires 1000 proficiency to upgrade. Perfect mastery. You can cast spells with greater ease, using minimal magic to achieve stronger effects. Spell level 4. Requires 10,000 proficiency to upgrade. You can cast spells without incantations. Spell level 5. Requires 100,000 proficiency to upgrade. You can cast spells without a wand. Each identical spell card can be exchanged for 100 proficiency. Elvin was pleasantly surprised by the user-friendly nature of the system. The spell levels were straightforward and easy to comprehend. Indeed, he found the mechanics rather enjoyable. Now understanding the system's design, Elvin continued to draw cards. The thrill of drawing cards was exhilarating. One draw led to another without end. In no time, he had completed a total of 40 draws, but Elvin's expression grew increasingly grim. After 40 draws, he had yet to encounter a single gold card. He assessed his current acquisitions: 13 levitation spells, 10 levitation charms, 6 mind closure spells, for weapon exclusions, and a spell proficiency of 700. While he could not claim to have profited significantly, he felt he had not suffered any losses either. Although his luck was somewhat lacking, these spells proved to be quite practical, especially for Elvin at this moment. Among them, the mind closure spell stood out the most. The system's protection lasted only 3 days, implying that after this period, Elvin's mind would be left unguarded. At that point, anyone could potentially employ the legilimency spell on him. Elvin had inquired with the system, discovering that Dumbledore's legilimency, if performed without a wand and simply activated, would only require a level 3 mind closure spell to counter. Similarly, a level 3 mind closure spell could safeguard against over 90% of standard legilimency attempts. Consider the fact that Dumbledore had converted his upper limits into a passive ability. It was indeed remarkable. However, if Dumbledore were to unleash his full legilimency prowess, employing both the spell and wand simultaneously, it would necessitate a level 5 mind closure spell. Dumbledore had already used legilimency on him, so it was unlikely he would attempt to target Elvin again in the near future. What truly caused Elvin to be on guard were others. There were quite a few in the wizarding world who delighted in such things. Gazing at the mere 10 chances remaining for the lottery, Elvin let out a sigh. He had relinquished all hope. Whatever will be, will be. He had resigned himself to the futility of it all. It had become abundantly clear to him that this lottery was undoubtedly a product of the Goose Factory. The odds were exceedingly absurd and utterly disheartening. The only saving grace was the absence of any thank you options among the prizes. Otherwise, Elvin felt certain he might have drawn 30 thank you notes. How ludicrous. He had never perceived himself to be so unlucky before. With a casual click on the lottery button, the next moment saw the cards being shuffled with a whoosh. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. Elvin sprang from his seat. He had struck gold. He had finally hit the jackpot. Oh heavens, oh earth. He too had his moment of triumph. However, following the golden glow, a purple light surged forth. Elvin's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, it seemed all the good fortune had been waiting in the wings. Although the preceding lottery had been rather unfruitful, after the storm, a rainbow indeed awaited. Elvin began to examine his rewards. Ding. Lottery concluded. Rewards dispatched. Spell, Disarmament 3. Spell, Iron Armor 2. Spell, Summon Guardian 1. Spell Proficiency, 200. Special Prize Pool, 50 consecutive draws with a guaranteed purple reward. Unforgivable Curse Grand Package, which includes the Death Curse, Heart-Piercing Curse, and Soul-Snatching Curse. A 3-in-1 grand package, truly deserving of your possession. Golden reward. Magical creature affinity. All magical creatures will be irresistibly drawn to you. From this moment on, you shall become the one and only druid. Elvin surveyed the spoils of his 10 consecutive draws, feeling an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. This golden reward, while seemingly lacking in direct enhancement to his combat prowess, was misleading. The magical realm was teeming with formidable creatures, many of which were exceptionally powerful, such as thunderbirds and dragons. Thus, the potential strength inherent in this skill far exceeded Elvin's imagination. He eagerly clicked to learn all the spell cards, breaking down any excess into proficiency points. As streams of light flowed into Elvin's mind, he effortlessly mastered these spells. It was truly remarkable. Chapter 10. The Unforgivable Curse Grand Package. Let the feast begin. Subsequently, Elvin opened his personal panel. Name: Erwin Cavendish. Age: 11 years. Identity: current head of the Cavendish family, incoming freshman at Hogwarts. Talents: Transfiguration talent, 310. Ordinary spell talent, 610. Dark magic talent, 910. Alchemy talent, 610. Ancient magic talent, 10. Locked. Requires special means for unlocking. Pet: none. Special skill cards: Mana Reserve, golden. Magical creature affinity, golden. Spell mastery: Levitation charm, level 1. Floating charm, level 1. Iron armor charm, level 1. Disarm, level 1. Mind blockade, level 1. Summon guardian, level 1. Death curse, level 1. Soul snatch, level 1. Heart piercing charm, level 1. Magic proficiency, 5100. Items: large meat cleaver x3. Enhanced potion, substandard, x2. Grindelwald's puppet x1. Shape-shifting garment x1. Mysterious egg x1. Acacia wood wand. Current reputation, 600. Glancing at his panel, Elvin nodded in satisfaction. This recent draw had indeed afforded him a foothold in the realm of magic. Elvin pondered, system: can I acquire this magic proficiency through my own training? Beep. Yes, the host can indeed enhance skill proficiency through personal practice. The system merely assists. It cannot replace the host. Elvin nodded in acknowledgement. If that were the case, he need not rush to utilize the system's proficiency. He could first practice on his own. With that thought, Elvin cast aside the book in his hands. How absurd it was to rely on reading while wielding a cheat. With a flick of his wrist, the wand slid into Elvin's grasp. Clearing his throat, he felt a surge of excitement at his first attempt at casting a spell. Recollecting the method for the levitation charm, he waved and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. Yet, to his dismay, nothing transpired. Elvin's expression darkened. Was his inaugural casting to end in such failure? He was the protagonist, after all. Unyielding, Elvin resolved to try once more. This time, he aimed for a more formal approach, believing perhaps his earlier lack of seriousness had led to this outcome. Clearing his throat again, he prepared for another attempt. Moments turned into half an hour, and Elvin's countenance resembled that of charcoal. An almost palpable aura of resentment surrounded him, born from the frustrations of the past 30 minutes. In total, he had attempted over 50 incantations, depleting his magical energy, yet his success rate lingered below 50%. Elvin could not help but admit a disheartening truth. His innate talent appeared rather mediocre. As he grappled with annoyance, a bird outside chirped incessantly, further aggravating his already foul mood. Elvin, already in a state of discontent, found the cacophony of the bird's cries unbearable. The wand instinctively waved. Avada Kedavra. Then, Elvin was taken aback. A beam of green light shot forth from Elvin's wand, striking the bird, which fell into a deep slumber. This slumber would be everlasting. It seemed that Elvin had begun to grasp a certain truth. The system's talent rating appeared to be alarmingly accurate. He seemed to possess an innate affinity for dark magic. However, Elvin soon realized a pressing question. System: does my wand have a tracking thread supervision? Ding. Initially, there was, but as the system's host, it is the system's responsibility to assist the host in eliminating any potential risks. Hence, the tracking thread has been removed. This was rather considerate, allowing him to experiment without worry. Elvin called out Tom. A knock echoed at the door. The old butler, Tom, pushed the door open. What is it, young master? Whenever Elvin was awake, the ever-watchful Tom would stand guard at the door, ready to attend to any of Elvin's needs. For instance, as it was now, Elvin inquired, where are the 2 intruders we captured last time? Though Tom was unsure why his young master suddenly posed this question, he promptly replied, Rivers has imprisoned them. You mentioned last time that they might be useful, so you instructed not to kill them yet. Elvin nodded. Have Rivers bring them here. The time to utilize them has come. Tom nodded. Understood, young master. I shall go at once. With that, Tom turned and departed. Elvin contemplated testing whether his dark magic talent was truly as remarkable as it seemed. Was it mere luck, or something else entirely? Half an hour later, in the forest not far from the old mansion, 2 individuals knelt on the ground, their faces etched with terror. Rivers, akin to a caretaker with chicks, lined them up. Elvin and old Tom entered the woods. Rivers hurriedly approached. "Young master," he exclaimed, nodding. Upon seeing Elvin, the two captives hastily pleaded, "Master Elvin, please don't kill us. We beg you, spare us." Elvin ignored their cries and instructed everyone except Rivers and Old Tom to wait outside the forest. Subsequently, Elvin drew his wand. Rivers and Old Tom watched Elvin with curiosity, Rivers' face alight with excitement. Having heard of the wonders of the magical realm from Old Tom, he whispered, "Is the young master about to cast a spell?" Old Tom placed a finger to his lips. "Silence, Rivers. Unless you wish for the young master's magic to befall you." At these words, Rivers fell instantly quiet. Elvin aimed his wand at one of the captives. Crucio. A beam of dark green light shot forth from the tip of the wand, striking a person kneeling on the ground. In the next moment, anguished cries echoed through the air. Elvin retracted his wand, observing the individual sprawled on the ground, their face a mask of terror and pallor, beads of sweat glistening on their forehead. Elvin furrowed his brow, pondering a peculiar matter. According to the original text, the incantation of the Unforgivable Curse necessitated a profound surge of negative emotion to succeed. For instance, when one casts the killing curse, an intense desire to eradicate the target must reside in one's heart. The Cruciatus Curse similarly demands a fervent longing to inflict torment. Yet, when he unleashed it, he had entirely forgotten this prerequisite, executing the spell with a mere flick of his wrist. Was this the enhancement bestowed by his 9th-level dark magic aptitude? Elvin felt a twinge of helplessness. He truly considered himself a good person. Gazing down at the individual, whose face was contorted with fear, he couldn't help but acknowledge the practicality of the Unforgivable Curse. Chapter 11. A New Lottery, the Castrated Space Ring. Elvin glanced at his status panel, discovering that both the Cruciatus and Killing Curses had ascended to level 2 after just a single casting. In contrast, he had utilized the Levitation charm numerous times, and it had only just reached level 2. This discrepancy left Elvin perplexed. System, explain this anomaly. Beep. The proficiency gained from spellcasting is directly proportional to the host's innate talent. The higher the host's talent, the greater the proficiency gained per use. Elvin's lips twitched slightly. No further clarification was needed. He comprehended the implication. This was compelling him down the path of a dark wizard, who would remember that he was genuinely a man of virtue. With a sigh, Elvin waved his wand again, casting 2 Cruciatus curses toward the two individuals. Once more, the forest was filled with their wails of despair. Such excellent practice targets must be utilized thoroughly. Half an hour later, through Elvin's relentless efforts, his Cruciatus and Killing curses had both reached level 3. Undoubtedly, this was a significant advancement. Reaching level 4 would allow him to cast silently. However, Elvin chose not to continue his practice. As for the reason, the two individuals had already succumbed to madness. Rivas and Old Tom stood nearby, visibly shaken. They had witnessed firsthand the horrifying torment inflicted upon the two. Rivas quietly inquired of Old Tom, "Tom, does the master have a new hobby? How terrifying it is." Old Tom shot a glare at Rivas. Truly, he sometimes felt utterly exhausted. Why was he always surrounded by such inept allies? Such inquiries could be made discreetly. As expected, in the next moment, Elvin's deathly glare fell upon the two. Old Tom quickly straightened his posture, his ears oblivious to the happenings outside. Rivers, receiving no response from Old Tom, tugged at his sleeve in confusion. "I'm speaking to you, Old Tom." Yet, Old Tom dared not acknowledge Rivers. Just then, Elvin's voice resonated. "Rivers, make sure to train diligently during this time. I wonder if your robust physique can endure a few more Cruciatus curses than those two. Don't let me down." Rivers immediately tensed, fear overtaking him as he turned to face Elvin. With a flick of his wrist, Elvin uttered, "Avada Kedavra." In quick succession, 2 green beams shot towards the two individuals who had already been driven to madness. Instantly, their countenance turned ashen, and life ebbed away in an instant. Rivers was utterly terrified. Master, I was wrong." Elvin snorted coldly. "Leave. Go back." He was, of course, merely trying to intimidate Rivers. Rivers was utterly devoted to Elvin, often referred to as Elvin's foremost hound. His only flaw was his lack of wit and his overly loose tongue. As for the corpses in the forest, Elvin did not concern himself. His subordinates would handle the matter, leaving no trace behind. In the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed, bringing the date to August 30th. Throughout this fortnight, he had not a single day of idleness, practicing various spells each day, resulting in a remarkable surge in his magical prowess. Elvin opened his system panel to review the spell section. Spells mastered: Accio, level 3, Wingardium Leviosa, level 3, Protego, level 3, Expelliarmus, level 3, Mind Block, level 1, Summon Guardian, level 1, Avada Kedavra, level 3, Soul Snatch, level 4, Cruciatus Curse, level 4. Magic proficiency, 5,100. Indeed, this was the fruit of Elvin's relentless efforts over the past half-month. Among these, the Summon Guardian and Mind Block spells were ones for which Elvin struggled to find a means of practice. The remaining spells had all reached level 3. As for the Soul Snatch and Cruciatus curses, their rapid advancement was something Elvin owed to the chaotic world around him, teeming with nefarious individuals. These villains had all been captured by Rivers, turning into Elvin's experience fodder. Given another month, Elvin was confident he could elevate all his spells to level 4, achieving a state of casting without incantation. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. Although Hogwarts commenced on September 1st, the young wizards would arrive as early as the 31st. Classes officially began on September 1st. Today, Elvin resolved to grant himself a day of respite, for the daily practice of spells had indeed left him quite fatigued. Moreover, his journey to school required several months of travel, and family matters needed to be addressed. At the very least, he had to ensure that no issues arose within the family during Elvin's absence. Gazing at his remaining proficiency in spells, which stood at 5001, Elvin pondered for a moment. He spent 2002 to elevate both his mental barrier and summoning guardian spells to level 3. Elvin had to concede that allocating points was far more comfortable than rigorous training. Upon reviewing the remaining spells, he found none were eligible for upgrades. Just as he intended to close the system panel, Elvin was astonished to discover that his reputation score had unexpectedly risen to 2,700. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that the commotion caused by his wand purchase had spread within a small circle of wizards, thus accumulating such a substantial reputation score. With a reputation score of 2007, Elvin had just enough for a basic 30 consecutive draws. Without hesitation, he commenced the lottery. Swish, 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 swish. Ding. 10 consecutive draws completed, rewards obtained. Spicy Dragon Sticks 4. Coca-Cola 3. Socks that pass through an unknown entity 2. Blue guaranteed reward, talent point 1. Elvin's expression darkened instantly. Indeed, he should not have harbored any expectations for this basic lottery. While the lottery may be down to earth, it should not delve into the realm of the grotesque. What on earth were those foul socks? Elvin promptly discarded the assorted junk from his system backpack into the trash bin. Oh wait, he decided to keep the meat slices and spicy dragon sticks. It had been a while since he had enjoyed those, and they were rather appetizing. Elvin initiated another round of 10 consecutive draws. Suddenly, a flash of purple light caught his eye. Ding. Congratulations, host, your luck is through the roof. You have drawn a purple reward. Rapid note-taking quill 3. Anti-hair loss shampoo 2. Curry-scented body wash 3. Blue guaranteed reward, talent point 1. Purple reward, space ring, limited edition, with a capacity of 12 cubic meters. Elvin's mouth twitched slightly. While he could comprehend the other items, he was baffled by the curry-scented body wash. He couldn't be bothered to ponder it further. At least there was a purple reward, which was delightful, and it was a space ring. Although this world possessed the No Trace expansion spell, Elvin was not versed in it. He had intended to visit Diagon Alley to see if he could purchase a box that had been enhanced with that spell. Now, however, it was much simpler. Chapter 12, Custom Phantom Apparition. Progressing further on the path of the Dark Lord, Elvin immediately extracted the space ring. Subsequently, a ring materialized before him. Elvin gazed at the ring in his hand. The ring bore a symbol resembling a purple lotus, perfectly mirroring the emblem of the Cavendish family. Elvin was instantly captivated. Upon placing the ring upon his finger, it contracted automatically, snugly fastening itself around him. Gazing at the ring adorning his index finger, Elvin mused to himself that this was indeed a remarkable artifact. Subsequently, he initiated the final 10 draws. To his astonishment, another flash of purple light surged forth. Elvin was momentarily taken aback. What extraordinary fortune he possessed today. He had completely forgotten the frustration he had felt during his first 10 consecutive draws. Now, only 2 words resonated within him: exhilaration. Ding. The draw has concluded. Rewards are being dispensed. Blue guaranteed reward, 1 talent point. Purple reward, 1 Phantom Transfiguration set. This includes 1 Phantom Transfiguration spell card, 1 custom Phantom Transfiguration opportunity, and 1 exclusive mark. Elvin stared at the final purple reward, utterly perplexed. What could this possibly be? Without hesitation, he opted to extract the reward. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded into Elvin's mind. He comprehended the nature of the spell card. The so-called custom Phantom Transfiguration resembled the Death Eaters transforming into dark mist and the members of the Order of the Phoenix vanishing in a flash of white light. It was a refined version of the Phantom Transfiguration specifically crafted for the organization's master. It allowed for instantaneous travel as well as flight. Furthermore, the exclusive mark represented Elvin himself, akin to Voldemort's Dark Mark and the Phoenix's blessing from the Order, both serving the same purpose, to enable the use of a specialized version of the Phantom Transfiguration. Elvin scratched his head, pondering why he felt increasingly reminiscent of the Dark Lord. It seemed he was merely in need of some loyal followers. Remarkably, the ceremonial marks were already prepared. Elvin promptly elevated his Phantom Transfiguration skill to level 3 using his magical proficiency. He then pointed his finger at the custom phantom transfiguration opportunity. Ding. Customization in progress. Please hold. Ding. Customization successful. Would you like to view the effect video? Elvin nodded in delight, thrilled at the prospect of a preview. Before him, a luminous screen materialized. In the next moment, Elvin's figure appeared within the frame. He watched as his form flickered, and in an instant, a purple light enveloped him. Elvin's body vanished from its original position, and where he had just stood, a purple lotus began to bloom gracefully. Elvin was astonished. Magnificent, utterly magnificent. He was enamored. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to confirm. Subsequently, a new wave of knowledge entered his consciousness detailing the usage of the new phantom transfiguration. Compared to the original disillusionment charm, this version consumes significantly less magical energy. Yet it offers the ability to fly and teleport. Is it not far superior to any flying broomstick? Subsequently, Elvin prepared to test his marking ability. He summoned Tom into the room. Tom, extend your arm. Without the slightest hesitation, Tom raised his arm. Elvin then pointed his wand at Tom's arm. There was no panic on Tom's face, only curiosity. A purple lotus symbol slowly emerged upon his arm. Elvin then retracted his wand. Tom, this is a mark that belongs solely to me. When you feel the imprint on your arm grow warm, it signifies that I am summoning you. You may also call my name towards the mark when you wish to contact me. I will sense it. Tom nodded in understanding. Elvin's mark differed from the dark mark and the phoenix mark, as it was a creation of the system. It possessed an additional function. Tom could summon Elvin through the mark, and Elvin would be able to detect it immediately. Elvin withdrew his wand. All right. Go and contact the other leaders. Instruct them to convene at the manor. I have some matters to discuss. Tom nodded and turned to leave. After Tom departed, Elvin attempted to activate his mark. Remarkably, he could even sense old Tom's location. It must be said, this ability was indeed quite useful. Unfortunately, old Tom lacked magical power. Elvin planned to explore the magical realm further, seeking ways for individuals devoid of magic to acquire it, or perhaps to extract something wondrous from the system. Should that be possible, his subordinates could truly transform into a prestigious family within the wizarding world, rather than rebuilding his ranks. Elvin preferred to retain those originally from the Cavendish family, for their loyalty to him was unwavering. The meeting was straightforward. Elvin conveyed the essential details. During his absence, old Tom would oversee management, and if old Tom encountered any difficulties, he would reach out to Elvin. For convenience's sake, Elvin had recently visited Diagon Alley to procure an owl, designated specifically for old Tom to contact him. The following day, August 31st, marked Elvin's departure for Hogwarts. Early in the morning, old Tom had already assisted Elvin in preparing his belongings and was waiting at the door. Elvin emerged from his room, yawning. Good morning, sir. Elvin nodded. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Old Tom affirmed. All is ready, sir. In the basement. However, do you truly need to bring all these items? Elvin replied, better safe than sorry. Come, let us take a look. Old Tom nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two individuals made their way to the basement. At the entrance of the basement, Rivers was already waiting. Upon seeing Elvin, he hurriedly jogged over. Young master, you've awakened. Elvin nodded yes. Let us go inside. Rivers promptly opened the basement door. As the door creaked open, a plethora of items came into view within the dimly lit space. Scattered across the floor were an array of firearms, handguns, and even grenades. A pile of golden bullets lay neatly arranged nearby. Rivers remarked, Young master, are you planning to expand your business to a new territory? Such an abundance of weaponry. With this much firepower, one could easily orchestrate a medium-scale assault. Elvin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how foolish this was. Tom interjected, Young master, I believe you need not carry so much. Moreover, you cannot possibly transport all of this. With a swift wave of his hand, Elvin caused the weapons and ammunition to levitate and converge into the ring he wore. Old Tom and Rivers stared in awe, astonished by the magical display. After the basement was cleared, Elvin touched the ring on his finger, and instantly, a profound sense of security washed over him. It was no wonder every child of the Great Xia, despite living in peace, was influenced by their captivating ancestors, often suffering from a syndrome of inadequate firepower. Chapter 13. Banging one's head against the wall? There must be a pioneer. On the way to the station, Elvin allocated his remaining 3 talent points into dark magic and transfiguration. His dark magic talent soared to 10 points, with the next upgrade requiring 100 points. For the time being, Elvin lacked the requisite strength. He invested points into transfiguration as well, for his initial talent in that area was woefully inadequate, standing at a mere 3 points. After the allocation, it increased to 5 points, which Elvin deemed sufficient for managing typical coursework. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, he anticipated further opportunities to enhance his skills, particularly with the multitude of young wizards there, prime sources of inspiration. At the entrance of the train station, a grand vehicle came to a slow halt, capturing the attention of passers-by who cast envious glances in its direction. A young man, observing his girlfriend's admiring gaze, could not help but declare, One day, I too shall own a car like that. No need to admire others. The woman rolled her eyes. You? Don't be ridiculous. Just as the young man was about to retort, he suddenly felt a shadow loom behind him. Turning around, he was so startled that he collapsed to the ground. Standing before him was a giant, accompanied by a young child. This peculiar duo was none other than Hagrid and the destined hero of this world, Harry Potter. Realizing he had frightened someone, Hagrid quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" However, the young man hurriedly stepped back. "You, don't come any closer." Hagrid grimaced, as a half-giant. He had endured such gazes countless times before, yet he still felt a twinge of discomfort within. Harry Potter glanced at the grand automobile, his eyes reflecting envy, but he quickly suppressed it. He was destined to enter the Wizarding World, a realm that was now vastly different from his previous existence. No amount of Muggle wealth could affect him. He had no reason to envy anyone. Having encountered the bizarre wonders of the magical realm, his horizons had broadened considerably. At that moment, Hagrid slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I've forgotten something. Harry, you must take the Hogwarts Express on your own. I have matters to attend to." Harry nodded. "All right, Hagrid," Hagrid replied. "Then, I'll see you at Hogwarts." A smile of longing graced Harry's face as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'll see you at Hogwarts." Subsequently, Hagrid hurriedly turned and departed. On the carriage, Elvin also noticed this peculiar duo and wore a knowing smile. "Harry Potter and Hagrid, how intriguing, Tom." The butler in the front seat quickly turned around. "What is it, young master?" Elvin instructed, "Have the staff keep an eye on that giant. Should he encounter trouble in the Muggle world, remember to lend him a hand. No need to be overly conspicuous, just let him know who is assisting him." Elvin had not forgotten about the pet egg he possessed, which required the blood of magical creatures to hatch. With Hagrid, the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, by his side, collecting the blood of these extraordinary creatures would become a far simpler task. Tom nodded and then exited the vehicle, opening the door for Elvin. As Elvin stepped out, numerous onlookers awaited to see who would alight from the carriage, and among them was Harry Potter. Upon spotting Elvin, the crowd gasped in admiration. Harry gazed at Elvin's impeccably tailored suit and then glanced down at his own attire, feeling a pang of inadequacy. He lowered his head and turned towards the station. Elvin straightened his clothes and said, "All right, you all can head back now. I can manage on my own." Old Tom bowed slightly. "Yes, young master. Please take care of yourself. If you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Elvin waved his hand and proceeded towards the station. On the platform, Harry Potter held his ticket, his mind swirling with questions. He had already inquired of several individuals about the location of platform 9 3/4, but the station staff regarded him as if he were mad, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Anxiety began to swell within him. Was it possible that he would be thwarted even before embarking on the train for his schooling? That would indeed be a most unfortunate predicament. Just as Harry Potter grappled with his dilemma, a voice emerged from behind Harry Potter. "You seem to be searching for platform 9 3/4. Harry turned to see the speaker, recognizing him as the individual who had descended from that luxurious vehicle. Erwin gazed at Harry Potter before him. In truth, he had not intentionally approached Harry. He had merely found platform 9 3/4. However, he felt somewhat absurd about the idea of running headlong into a wall. Although this was the account presented in both films and novels, Erwin believed in the necessity of first-hand experience. He required a test subject. At that moment, Harry Potter, the protagonist, appeared, a most suitable test subject indeed. "Are you also a student at Hogwarts?" Harry inquired. Erwin nodded. "Indeed. I too am a first year." "You seem to be a first year as well. I happen to know the way to platform 9 3/4. Would you like me to guide you?" Harry exclaimed with delight. "Thank you so much. I am Harry Potter." Erwin nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Erwin Cavendish." Harry paused. "Cavendish?" Erwin chuckled. Indeed, the Cavendish family was exceedingly renowned in London. Even Harry Potter, who resided in a cupboard, was aware of their reputation. "Yes, that is precisely the Cavendish you were thinking of," Erwin affirmed. Harry swallowed hard, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. After all, the notoriety of the Cavendish family was quite formidable. Erwin, however, was unfazed and continued walking ahead. "If you do not wish to miss the train, I suggest you keep up." Upon hearing this, Harry hurriedly jogged to catch up with Erwin. Soon, Erwin, guided by his memory, located the pillar described in the original text. He pointed to the pillar before them, saying, "Simply push your cart and crash into it. You will arrive at your destination." Harry was taken aback. "Crash? Into it?" Erwin nodded. "Yes. Just crash right in. You have no other choice. You must trust me. I have no penchant for deception. So, will you attempt it, Mr. Potter?" Harry gritted his teeth, recognizing the truth in Erwin's words. After expressing his gratitude, he resolutely pushed his cart forward, charging at the wall without hesitation. Those unaware might have thought he was bravely embracing his demise. Erwin, witnessing Harry vanish into the wall, was momentarily astonished. Good heavens, this truly defies science. Following Harry's trial, Erwin felt emboldened. Just as he was about to collide with the wall, he heard a cacophony of voices. Turning, he observed a group of red-haired individuals, the impoverished Weasley family, approaching. Chapter 14. Hitting you is merely to prevent your cursing me. Erwin had no intention of greeting them. Making his way to the space between the two pillars, Elwin felt a surge of magic enveloping him. It dawned on him why wizards could collide with walls without being detected by passing muggles. It seemed that the columns had been bewitched. Those who entered the space between the two columns would be concealed from the muggle eye. Understanding this principle, Elwin approached the stone column, moving with measured grace as his form was engulfed by the wall. In the next moment, he perceived a dramatic shift in his surroundings. A steam locomotive stood on the tracks, billowing clouds of steam, while wizards accompanied their children to school. Elwin glanced back at the wall. Just a spell away, two worlds coexisted. Indeed, the magical realm defied the laws of science. Elwin made his way toward the steam train, experiencing no ticket-checking process. Boarding was utterly uneventful. He casually selected an empty compartment and settled comfortably into his seat. Before long, the train began to move gently. Shortly after its departure, the compartment door swung open, and a head poked in. All the other compartments are full. May I? Elwin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at the sound. A red-haired boy stood there. No, get lost. Ron was taken aback by Elwin's response, having already stepped halfway into the compartment. A moment of awkwardness ensued. Elwin furrowed his brow, closed the door. Though Ron felt a surge of indignation, he dared not express it. From Elwin's attire, it was clear he was not someone Ron could afford to offend. He was inherently cowardly and dim-witted. His audacity to confront Malfoy in the original story stemmed from the presence of Harry Potter. Now, facing Elwin alone, he felt utterly intimidated. He could only retreat in defeat. Elwin harbored a dislike for Ron. He had found him insufferable while reading the original work. Not to mention, if circumstances allowed, Elwin would have delighted in giving him a good shot. There was no particular reason for this sentiment. He simply relished the idea. As a time traveler, why not indulge in a bit of caprice? After all, he possessed the means to be whimsical. Elwin closed his eyes again, intending to resume his moment of tranquility. At that moment, the compartment door swung open once more. Elwin genuinely felt a flare of irritation. What on earth? Is this never-ending? He traced his fingers over his ring, forcefully suppressing the urge to draw it. Opening his eyes, he found a furry head peering in. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Elwin regarded the creature at the door, tempering his rising frustration. Considering it was Hermione Granger's acquaintance, he felt a semblance of tolerance. Among the trio, Elwin held a particular fondness for Hermione, and the reason was rather simple. She was exceedingly beautiful, although he had become somewhat disheveled over time. Elwin surveyed Hermione and found her appearance to be just as enchanting as in the films. Elwin remarked, I have not encountered it before, but I can certainly locate it. Would you like my assistance? Hermione, taken aback, responded, You can find it? That would be splendid. I've already searched half a train. The pudgy boy behind Hermione also wore an expression of eager anticipation. With a flick of his wrist, a subtle gleam danced across the ring on Elwin's finger. He had already concealed his wand within the confines of the spatial ring. Was this not far more convenient than other methods? As for the quick-draw wand tool gifted by Ollivander, Elwin could only let it gather dust. He turned to Hermione and inquired, What is the name of the toad? Hermione glanced back at the pudgy boy. Neville, what is your toad called? Mr. Longbottom was still concealing his courage, thus he hesitated to respond to Elwin's question. After Hermione asked, Neville timidly replied, Trevor. Its name is Trevor. Elwin rolled his eyes in response. How cowardly. What was he afraid of? With a gentle wave of his wand, Elwin declared, Trevor, come here. The summoning charm, now at a third-year proficiency, was virtually foolproof. Thus, Elwin was eager to demonstrate his prowess. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Or perhaps he had been misled by the novels. After all, every protagonist in a story encounters such moments, followed by a display of the summoning charm. Naturally, Elwin wished to honor the narrative, for he too was a protagonist. Yet, he neglected one significant aspect. The summoning charm directs objects to fly to him, thus creating a trajectory. This led to a rather unexpected outcome. When Trevor the Toad leaped before Elwin, he was not alone. Several others accompanied him. At the forefront stood a figure with platinum blonde hair, reminiscent of Elwin's own silvery locks. Just from the hair color, Elwin recognized him. Draco Malfoy, the quintessential rival of Harry Potter. A paragon of platinum privilege. A master of nepotism. Yet, at this moment, Malfoy's face was contorted with rage, and a distinct red mark marred his right cheek, vaguely resembling a toad's leg. Elwin surmised that the encounter had been rather severe, especially considering Trevor limped pitifully after being tossed to the ground. Malfoy surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on Elwin. Or more precisely, on the wand in Elwin's hand. After appraising Elwin for a moment, he inquired, Who are you? Elwin was taken aback. Goodness, had Malfoy actually learned to probe his adversary? Was he not supposed to charge in with reckless abandon? This was troubling. It seemed Malfoy had gained some wit. Elwin replied, A new student at Hogwarts. Malfoy endeavored to ponder the identity of Elwin. Judging by Elvin's attire and demeanor, he surmised that Elvin was likely from a pureblood family. Malfoy turned to his two companions, Goyle and Crabbe, who both shook their heads in silent indication that they, too, were unfamiliar with Elvin. Amused by the trio's expressions, Elvin remarked, "Enough. You needn't speculate, my dear children. I am not from the pureblood families of your wizarding world." Malfoy, taken aback by this revelation, momentarily struggled to process the information. The limited capacity of his intellect was overwhelmed by Elvin's singular statement. Elvin, feeling exasperated, wondered why he was not engaging in the customary banter before showcasing his prowess to garner admiration. He sensed he had been overly influenced by the narratives of fiction. Thus, he resolved to dispense with the formalities entirely. With a flick of his wand, Elvin commanded, "Disarm." Instantly, Malfoy was launched into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Within the carriage, numerous students, including Harry Potter and Ron, were present, having arrived early to witness Malfoy flaunting his bravado just as he had been struck by the toad. As Malfoy struggled to rise, confusion clouded his features, and he queried, "Why did you hit me?" Elvin twirled his wand and responded, "Because I sensed you intended to insult me." Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the carriage. Malfoy stared blankly at Elvin, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and incomprehension. His walnut-sized brain struggled to decipher the meaning behind Elvin's declaration. Indeed, upon learning that Elvin was not from a pureblood family, Malfoy had contemplated retaliating. Yet, he had never intended to hurl insults outright. His upbringing had taught him to tailor his words to different individuals. For instance, he could freely insult someone like Weasley, as he deemed himself superior. However, Elvin's remarkable presence rendered Malfoy incapable of harboring such feelings. Before Malfoy could articulate his thoughts, he had been unceremoniously cast aside. Nearby, Ron and Harry, who had been observing, were equally taken aback by Elvin's words. Ron, having been scolded by Elvin and humiliated by Malfoy, perceived both as unworthy. In contrast, Harry's thoughts diverged sharply from this perspective, perhaps influenced by his preconceived notions. Elwin had offered assistance to him, and he held a strong disdain for Malfoy. Elwin's reprimand of Malfoy inadvertently sparked a sense of affinity within him. At that moment, Elwin remained oblivious to this fact. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have expressed his exasperation. A savior, one might say? That would merely label him a harbinger of calamity, wouldn't he? Goyle and Crabbe, the two loyal followers, hurried to Malfoy's side, helping him to his feet. Malfoy's gaze towards Elwin was a complex blend of rage and trepidation. After all, he had never endured such a blow in his youth. Naturally, he had never encountered someone like Elwin, who struck without apparent cause. Indeed, from Malfoy's perspective, Elwin epitomized the unreasonable aggressor. Noticing the indignant look in Malfoy's eyes, Elwin raised an eyebrow. "It seems you wish to berate me." As he spoke, he casually flicked his wand. Witnessing this, Malfoy was immediately struck with fear. And no, I didn't mean that. Malfoy was genuinely terrified. The disarming charm, if directed at someone unarmed, would send them flying. One only needs to recall the unfortunate Death Eater who was hurled across the room by Hermione in the original narrative. While not lethal, falling to the ground could be quite painful. Elwin remarked, "Oh, why aren't you leaving yet?" Malfoy hesitated for a moment before turning on his heel and dashing away, accompanied by his two cohorts. Their speed was remarkable, as if hounds were nipping at their heels. After their departure, several onlookers began to disperse as well. Elwin yawned, calculating that it would still be 2 or 3 hours before reaching Hogwarts. Just as he intended to rest, an Asian girl approached him. Such exquisite spells, both the levitation and disarming charms. "Surely, you cannot be from a pureblood family? Your magical prowess is astounding." Elwin shook his head. "Not at all. I merely practiced a bit before the term began." The girl extended her hand. "What an impressive talent. My name is Zhang Qiu, though in the West they refer to me as Qiu Zhang." A smile graced Elwin's lips. Indeed, it was her, the sole Asian character from the original story, and not from the film adaptation. Judging by her appearance, she resembled the version from the novel. Elwin surmised that this world amalgamated elements from both the book and the film, perhaps due to some unexplainable, extraordinary circumstances. He gently took Zhang Qiu's hand. "Hello, I am Elwin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Qiu Zhang." He uttered this phrase in Mandarin. Zhang Qiu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in delight, "You can speak the language of the Daxia." Elwin nodded. "Daxia is a mysterious and ancient land, in my view. It is the most beautiful and the greatest country in the world, without exception." Zhang Qiu nodded, expressing her agreement. "I share the same sentiment as you. I truly hope you will be placed in Ravenclaw. We shall certainly enjoy each other's company." Erwin chuckled, "Perhaps." Just then, a classmate of Zhang Qiu called out to her. She replied, "There's a chance. I welcome you to visit Daxia. I must take my leave now." Erwin nodded. "All right. Thank you for your invitation. I shall certainly come. At that time, I will rely on you to be my guide." Zhang Qiu laughed. "With your proficiency in Daxia's language, a guide is unnecessary." With that, She hurried away. Erwin observed her departing figure, unable to help but marvel at the vitality of youth. Did you just speak Dashia's language? Erwin turned to find Hermione still standing nearby, along with the timid Neville Longbottom. Erwin nodded. Indeed, Dashia's language. Now that the toad has been located, I shall return to rest. Hermione remarked, I noticed your compartment has only one occupant. I'm too lazy to run back. Would you mind if I joined you? Erwin replied, as long as you can maintain silence, you are welcome. With that, Erwin stepped into the compartment. Hermione had no objections. She glanced at Neville. Neville, will you join us, or return to your compartment? Neville stammered, I think I'll head back. I'm a bit frightened of that gentleman. Hermione paid him no heed. Nodding, very well. Do take care of your toad. If it happens to get lost again, there won't be another Erwin to help you find it with the summoning charm. Neville nodded frantically. Little did Hermione know that her words had opened a Pandora's box. The adventure of Toad Life's disappearance was merely beginning. The quest for the lost toad throughout Hogwarts was officially underway. After Neville departed, Hermione entered the compartment where Erwin was resting. Did you just use the summoning charm? Hermione inquired. I've seen it in books. Isn't that a spell meant for third years? And the disarming charm, isn't that taught in second year? How could you cast them so proficiently? Erwin felt his head buzzing, regretting allowing Hermione to share his compartment. He had forgotten that Miss Granger, aside from being a know-it-all, was also an insatiably curious individual, the embodiment of relentless inquiry. Noticing Erwin's silence, Hermione asked, have you fallen asleep? Why aren't you speaking? Did I disturb you? Erwin's expression darkened further. All right, Miss Hermione Granger, you truly live up to your title. Reluctantly, Erwin opened his eyes and said, firstly, I learned the spells from someone. Secondly, my dear miss, I hope you can recall what I said before entering the compartment. Chapter 16, The Renowned Cavendish. Hermione let out a soft exclamation regarding the conversation prior to entering the compartment. What had been said before they entered? She could not recall, though it did not particularly bother her. Hermione continued, did you grow up in the wizarding world? Are your parents also wizards? Elvin sighed in resignation. He had no desire to sleep now, especially with the chatter around him. It seemed they were approaching their destination. He replied, I am not. My name is Elvin. Elvin Cavendish. If you reside in London, you should be familiar with my name. Hermione pondered for a moment, her expression shifting abruptly. Cavendish. Is it that Cavendish? Elvin's eyes sparkled with a hint of unexpected delight. If he could startle Hermione away, perhaps he could steal a few moments of rest. He nodded, indeed. It is the very Cavendish you are aware of. However, what transpired next was beyond Elvin's wildest imagination. Hermione stated, I have heard from my father that your family ended the era of dark forces in London and established a new order of darkness. Since your emergence, the public safety in London has significantly improved. Elvin was momentarily taken aback. So, the Cavendish reputation had flourished to such an extent? Growing up in an era of peace, he had never engaged in certain enterprises, and after assuming control of the Cavendish name, he had prohibited several ventures. Some gray industries had adopted gentler, more humane methods. Consequently, many individuals within those gray industries expressed their gratitude towards the Cavendish family. Hermione, not receiving a response from Elvin, remained undeterred and continued. My father mentioned that you are the youngest godfather in history. A legend, an irreplaceable legend. How did you achieve all this at such a young age? Elvin, puzzled, inquired. Your father mentioned me? It seems he often speaks of my affairs. Hermione nodded, indeed. My father holds you in high regard. Before the Cavendish family emerged, London was quite chaotic. My father is a dentist and frequently faced harassment from those seeking protection money, sometimes enduring 4 or 5 disturbances in a single day. However, after the rise of the Cavendish family, a management fee was instituted, collected monthly, and we are no longer troubled. My father is immensely grateful to you. Elvin realized the situation. Perhaps he could even run for mayor, as it seemed he had garnered public favor. Truly, he was a good man. Hermione continued speaking to herself. By the way, do you have a favorite house? I read that Hogwarts has 4 houses. Why are you silent? Is it because you are unfamiliar with them? I can tell you about them. First, but before she could finish, Elvin raised his hand to halt her. What a warm-hearted Miss Granger, Elvin remarked. I am well aware of the 4 houses. No need for an introduction. Hermione's face bore a hint of disappointment. As if she felt a chance to showcase her knowledge had been abruptly snatched away. She inquired, which house do you aspire to join? I am eager to be part of Gryffindor. The books say that mighty wizards, including the current headmaster of Hogwarts, hail from Gryffindor. Oh, and Professor McGonagall, who took me to Diagon Alley for shopping, is the head of Gryffindor. I truly admire such a strong woman, cultured and dignified. I wish to become like her. Elvin gave a thumbs up. Well done, Miss Granger. You certainly have ambition. Transforming into an older cat lady is not a feat for the faint-hearted. However, in the original story, Hermione eventually became the Minister of Magic, which must have fulfilled her dreams. Elvin continued, do not place excessive faith in books. Is Gryffindor truly the strongest? Are there no formidable wizards in other houses? Each of the 4 houses at Hogwarts possesses its unique characteristics. What matters most is finding the one that suits you best. In my opinion, you are most suited for Ravenclaw. It is the realm of scholars. Gryffindor may be brave little lions, but they are often reckless and not particularly studious. You must understand that learning requires a conducive atmosphere. Hermione furrowed her brow, clearly contemplating Elvin's words with seriousness. Elvin was also curious to see if the steadfast trio could indeed be separated. Primarily, it was just for amusement. As for the notion that Gryffindor produces powerful wizards, Elvin did not dispute that. However, does that imply that other houses do not produce potent sorcerers? Take Voldemort, for instance. He was from Slytherin. It is merely that his story cannot be inscribed in the books. Furthermore, the emergence of talent from Gryffindor is, in fact, quite simple. The sorting at Hogwarts is determined by the sorting hat. Although Elvin was unaware of the hat's underlying principles, he speculated that, given the hat's origins in Gryffindor, it is conceivable that the founders infused it with a bit of bias. Thus, it is plausible that gifted young witches and wizards are predominantly funneled into Gryffindor, resulting in the phenomenon of Gryffindor producing talent. Of course, this is merely Elvin's conjecture. The specific circumstances remain unknown to him. Hermione replied, "You make a valid point. However, I still do not comprehend what the sorting at Hogwarts entails. The books do not elucidate this. I also wonder if I could even belong to Ravenclaw. Thinking about it makes me anxious." Elvin observed the conflicted expression on Hermione's face and found it amusing. Perhaps only a scholar like Hermione would burden herself with such thoughts at such a young age. Elvin stated, "The sorting at Hogwarts is quite simple. It involves a hat. Placed upon your head, the hat will reveal which house you should join." Hermione exclaimed, "A hat? Is it truly reliable? This is a matter of great significance." "Isn't it rather hasty?" Elvin replied, "A hat with thoughts. If you don't mind, you might as well refer to it as great-great-grandfather. This hat has existed far longer than the earliest members of your family tree." Hermione responded, "A thinking hat? My goodness, I have never encountered such an object." Elvin continued, "You will see many such wonders. The magical realm is an entirely new world that has now opened its doors to you. The sorting hat takes into account the young wizard's own aspirations during the sorting process. If you wish to join Ravenclaw, give it a try. Perhaps the sorting hat will place you there directly." Chapter 17. Hogwarts Arrives, the sequel to the tale of Rufus. Hermione marveled, "Is it truly possible?" Elvin encouraged, "Why not give it a shot? What do you have to lose?" Hermione nodded, "You have a point. However, according to your words, Ravenclaw is composed of top scholars. What if I cannot keep up? I am quite concerned." Elvin rolled his eyes. It was amusing that the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger feared falling behind. A person who utilized the time turner for studying was worried about her pace. What a ridiculous notion. Elvin reassured, "You need not fret. Wizarding schools are not fundamentally different from regular schools. The subjects merely vary. In fact, many young wizards may not be as studious as Muggle children. Those who lack a love for learning will be the same anywhere. Waving a wand does not transform a slacker into a scholar." Hermione replied, "But I come from a Muggle family. Shouldn't the children from wizarding families have received superior magical education from a young age? I fear I will fall behind." Elvin mused that Hermione must have been a remarkable individual in her past life. In a place like Eagle's Nest, one would hardly encounter such extreme scholars. Elvin stated, "Trust me, once you enroll, you will discover that many little wizards from magical families may not even know the simplest spells. Not everyone is as exceptional as I am." Hermione chuckled, "Are you praising yourself?" Elvin replied, "I merely speak the truth. My surname is Cavendish. Regardless of the world, a Cavendish is always distinguished." Hermione regarded Elvin, and while she would scoff at such statements from others, finding them presumptuous and arrogant, she felt oddly at ease with his words. Elvin glanced at the time and said, "All right, the train is about to arrive. Miss Granger, you need to change into your robes." "Should I look away?" Hermione remarked, "Mr. Elvin, I believe this question does not require my response." Elvin shrugged. This was a matter of certainty. What was there to see? Was there not a shred of trust between individuals? Moreover, it was merely donning a long robe, not a change into swimwear. Nevertheless, Elvin turned and exited the compartment, standing at the doorway with his back to it, patiently awaiting. Hermione cast a glance at Elvin, a smile gracing her lips, before she began to change into her robe. Before long, Hermione opened the compartment door, exclaiming, "All done. You should change as well. I'll wait for you at the door." Elvin shook his head, replying, "No need." Hermione, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you going to change into a robe?" Elvin snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, his suit transformed into an elegant wizard's robe, adorned with lotus motifs stitched in purple thread at the cuffs. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that also a spell? What incantation is it? How incredibly convenient. Can I learn it?" Elvin shook his head. "Regrettably, this is not magic. You may regard it as a magical item, and that is all." Hermione expressed her disappointment. "All right then." At that moment, she noticed the exquisite purple lotus emblem on Elvin's cuffs. "What is this? It's so beautiful," Elvin explained. It's the crest of the Cavendish family. Hermione replied, truly lovely. Is it a lotus? A purple lotus? Elvin nodded, indeed. It is a lotus. In truth, Elvin himself did not comprehend why the Cavendish family crest was a purple lotus. If it were merely a lotus, he could grasp that. However, within the culture of the Eagles, purple held no particular significance, nor did the lotus. Thus, upon first encountering this crest, Elvin had momentarily believed he had traversed back to the Great Sia. Yet, this was not a pressing concern, and he had never sought to explore it further. Soon, the Hogwarts Express began to decelerate gradually until it finally came to a halt. Elvin gazed through the window, catching sight of the castle faintly in the distance. A smile spreading across his face. Hogwarts, we have finally arrived. Elvin and Hermione disembarked from the train. On the platform, Hagrid awaited them, his towering figure imposing. Hermione stared at Hagrid, her eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, he is so tall, Elvin remarked. In the Wizarding World, you will encounter many extraordinary sights. This is merely the beginning. Miss Granger, temper your astonishment and prepare for the sorting that lies ahead. Hermione nodded in agreement. At that moment, Draco Malfoy emerged from another carriage and caught sight of Elvin. A fleeting expression of fear, mingled with anger, crossed his features. While on the train, he had been momentarily dazed. It was only upon returning to the compartment that he began to regain his composure. Who was he? Draco Malfoy. His father was a Hogwarts governor. How could he have been bested? Malfoy resolved to write a letter to his father, the esteemed governor, upon returning home that night. He was determined to make Malfoy pay the price. It seemed that Erwin had caught Malfoy's gaze. Turning his head, Malfoy was startled and quickly lowered his eyes. A smile crept onto Erwin's lips. Clearly, Mr. Malfoy had yet to truly comprehend his mistakes. Erwin felt it necessary to take another opportunity to admonish him. After all, the Malfoy family was one of Erwin's targets. Confronting old Malfoy would be far more challenging than dealing with young Malfoy. Erwin would not let this naive and foolish heir slip away unscathed. Hagrid clapped his hands. All right. First-year students, form groups of 4 and follow me. I'll take you by boat to the castle. Everything aboard the boat was harmonious. Soon, Hagrid brought the young wizards to the entrance of the Great Hall. After handing them over to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid turned to leave. Before Neville could find his toad, Erwin had once thought that the atmosphere before the sorting would remain this amiable. However, witnessing Neville pick up his toad and seeing Professor McGonagall's face, which was as dark as coal, revealed to Erwin that the plot was unfolding with a terrifying inevitability. The only change was that Malfoy surprisingly refrained from provoking the impoverished Weasley and our savior, Mr. Harry Potter. Perhaps the beating Erwin had given him on the train had left a lingering shadow in his heart. The young wizards, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, entered the Great Hall. Inside, the older students were already seated at the long tables, eagerly watching the newcomers. Erwin could easily surmise what they were anticipating. After all, wizards shared a wicked sense of humor, one that involved withholding the details of the sorting process from their juniors. Even if they had suffered in the rain, they would tear apart others' umbrellas. Thus, the anxious expressions on the faces of the new students as they walked into the Great Hall were a delightful spectacle. Chapter 18. The Sorting Ceremony. Dumbledore's resolve hardens. On the steps, behind the long tables, the professors had already taken their seats. Just by observing their appearances, Erwin could already form rough impressions of them. The brooding, greasy-haired half-blood prince, Snape, and Professor Quirrell, who wore a scarf to conceal the shameful mark left by the previous Dark Lord, were particularly notable. All the young wizards curiously surveyed everything in the hall. This place was utterly fascinating to them. Even those from pureblood families felt the same sense of wonder. Hogwarts was steeped in legend and had birthed countless tales of heroism. Soon, they too would embark on their journey of learning here, and perhaps they would emerge as legends, or, conversely, fade into obscurity. Yet within each heart, there resided a glimmer of hope, even in our know-it-all Miss Granger. Elvin's gaze settled upon the ethereal spirits that hovered in applause for the young wizard. He had pondered during his reading of the original work whether these phantoms could be considered a form of alternative immortality. The primary question remained, how exactly are such apparitions formed? If a wizard's death were to result in the creation of a ghost, one would expect a plethora of spirits to emerge throughout the narrative. Yet, astonishingly, only one ghost from that era was described in the original text, the one known as Myrtle. As Elvin contemplated the feasibility of capturing a ghost for study, he suddenly sensed a gaze directed towards him. Curiously, he turned his head to the professor's table and located the source of the scrutiny. To his surprise, it was Severus Snape. Elvin's heart raced. What was happening? According to the original text, should not Snape be fixated on Harry Potter? Why was he now focused on himself? Had he mistaken him for someone else? Before Elvin could unravel his thoughts, Professor McGonagall approached the chairs at the front of the hall, holding a parchment scroll in her hand. On one of the seats lay a rather tattered wizard's hat. Hermione whispered, "Is that the conscious hat you mentioned?" Elvin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed it was," Hermione remarked. "It doesn't seem to be any different. However, Scarcely had her words left her lips when the hat suddenly opened its mouth. You may think I lack beauty, but please do not judge by appearances. If you can find another hat that is wiser than I shall consume myself. A raspy song ensued, and the first-year students gazed in astonishment at the noisy hat, their eyes wide with wonder. Elvin, however, furrowed his brow, his discomfort growing. He harbored a severe aversion to uncleanliness, and this hat was truly difficult for him to accept. Its glossy sheen was marred by the thought of how many untidy young wizards had placed it upon their heads, possibly accumulating years of grime. Elvin felt queasy. Once the Sorting Hat concluded its song, Professor McGonagall shook the parchment in her hand, unfurling it. Next is the sorting ceremony. When I call your name, step forward and don the sorting hat. It will reveal to us which house you are best suited for. Hannah Abbott. Elvin nearly erupted in applause. Indeed, it was the ever-reliable Hannah, a true fixture amidst the ever-changing time travelers. The trajectory of the plot unfolded precisely as Elvin had anticipated. The sorting hat had barely settled upon Hannah Abbott's head. Eagerly, they shouted, Hufflepuff. The sorting hat's voice heralded the birth of yet another badger. The long table of Hufflepuff erupted in enthusiastic applause. As the uncontentious badger, even the other houses offered some applause, including the perpetually proud Slytherin. Professor McGonagall continued to call out names. Draco Malfoy. As Malfoy stepped forward, he instinctively took a couple of steps away from Elvin when passing by. Elvin couldn't help but chuckle. The moment the sorting hat touched Malfoy's head, it promptly declared, Slytherin. A smile spread across Malfoy's face. The Malfoy lineage was destined for Slytherin, with no room for surprise. Indeed, nearly all pureblood families were fated for Slytherin, save for a certain anomaly that could transform into a dog. Just as the impoverished redhead that followed Malfoy was destined for Gryffindor. Harry Potter. When those 4 words escaped Professor McGonagall's lips, a sudden hush fell over the hall. The professors straightened slightly in their seats. Elvin noticed that even Dumbledore, who had been reclining, sat up with newfound attention. Students began to murmur amongst themselves. The name Harry Potter carried immense weight in the wizarding world. This time, the sorting hat took longer to deliberate, weighing where to place Harry Potter. However, Elvin sensed that the hat might be wrestling with whether it should place Harry in Gryffindor. Dumbledore had likely spoken to the hat beforehand, yet it remained conflicted. Elvin entertained a rather dubious conjecture. If the hat possessed the will of Gryffindor, perhaps it would favorably place the most talented students there. Did that imply Harry's merits were insufficient, causing the hat to hesitate in assigning him to Gryffindor? Elvin speculated with a hint of malice, recalling how in the original story, Harry often appeared rather foolish. Were it not for Dumbledore's meticulous guidance, he would have met his demise countless times, lacking intelligence and prowess. After finally escaping the torment of his aunt's household, instead of diligently studying to alter his fate, he squandered his days. Such a character, if not the protagonist, would indeed have little prospect. The sorting hat continued its deliberation. Elvin distinctly observed Dumbledore's fists clench in frustration. He surmised that upon returning, the sorting hat might receive a stern reprimand from Dumbledore. Ultimately, as in the original tale, Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students erupted in ecstatic cheers. Wonderful. We have Potter. We have Potter. A smile crept across Elvin's lips. Indeed, you have Potter. I hope that when you see your college scores plummeting in the days to come, you will still remember the cheers and exhilaration you felt when you received your Hogwarts letter today. Harry Potter was equally elated when he was sorted into Gryffindor. After all, with the influence of Ron, Dumbledore, and Hagrid, it was only natural for him to perceive Gryffindor as the best house in the realm. In Chapter 19, the career limitation of the sorting hat, Professor McGonagall continued to call out names. Soon, several minor characters were sorted, and then she announced, Hermione Granger. Elvin could clearly sense the tension radiating from the know-it-all beside him. If he weren't in the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, he might have believed they were at some sort of special ceremony. This girl was incredibly anxious. Hermione turned to Elvin, who reassured her, It's all right. It's quite simple. Haven't you seen it before? There's no need to be nervous. Elvin's words seemed to provide a comforting effect, as Hermione appeared to relax somewhat. Stepping onto the stage, Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Hermione's head. Ah, impressive knowledge. A thirst for learning. How fitting for Ravenclaw. Yet, you also possess extraordinary courage. Gryffindor seems quite suitable for you as well. Hermione heard the hat's voice and felt a bit out of sorts, her eyes darting around nervously. Tentatively, she inquired, Could I possibly be sorted into Ravenclaw? The sorting hat responded with surprise, Ravenclaw? Do you not wish to join Gryffindor? You would find like-minded friends there. Hermione was taken aback by Elvin's assertion that the hat could indeed be negotiated with. She cast a glance towards the Gryffindor table, where the students did not appear particularly bright. In contrast, the Ravenclaw table radiated intelligence and culture. Students from the Muggle world understood the significance of a conducive learning environment. No, I insist. I wish to be sorted into Ravenclaw. The sorting hat fell silent for a moment. Very well, as you wish. It proclaimed loudly, Ravenclaw. A thunderous applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table as Hermione removed the hat, her face alight with joy. She glanced at Elvin, who nodded gently in encouragement. Hermione bounced over to the Ravenclaw table, where she was met with a warm welcome from her senior peers. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Elvin's eyes. His experiment had concluded, leading him to a significant revelation. While the plot may possess inertia, it is not immutable. This discovery filled Elvin with excitement. What do time travelers fear the most? It is the disheartening realization that despite their knowledge of the narrative and their earnest efforts to alter it, they ultimately discover that all events are preordained. The inertia of the plot compels the storyline to revert to its original course, rendering all endeavors futile. No matter how meticulously one strategizes, it all culminates in naught. Elvin harbored similar concerns. Thus, regarding Hermione's situation, he conducted an experiment. The inertia of the narrative exists, as exemplified by the whereabouts of Rufus. Yet, it is also subject to change, as demonstrated by Hermione's transition from Gryffindor to Ravenclaw. While Elvin pondered this, several students were called to the front, one by one, for sorting. Soon, only Elvin remained. Is it customary for protagonists to be the last to be called? Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Elvin. Elvin Cavendish. As McGonagall pronounced Elvin's name, a ripple of commotion swept through the long tables of the four houses. Some students from the Wizarding World were unfamiliar with Elvin, but those young wizards from the Muggle world were exceedingly familiar with the name. Cavendish. Is he the Cavendish? There could be no other. In London, some might dare impersonate Elizabeth, yet none would ever presume to impersonate Cavendish. My goodness. I am in the presence of the living Cavendish. He is to be our classmate. Cavendish. Is he renowned? Of course he is. There is a saying in London, when night falls, London belongs to the Cavendish family. And what is his significance? He is a legend of the Muggle world. At this moment, the young wizards from the Muggle realm eagerly shared tales of the Cavendish family's exploits with their peers, leaving many in awe. After all, Elvin's story is indeed quite extraordinary. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Quiet down. With the professor's intervention, the young wizards finally settled into silence. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy overheard the discussions among students from other houses. Piecing together fragments of conversation, he gleaned that Elvin held considerable power in the Muggle world, even to the point of being formidable. However, Malfoy dismissed it. After all, that was merely the Muggle realm. Wizards inherently looked down upon Muggles, as they possessed overwhelming strength. Yet, it is precisely this disdain that blinds them to the terrifying advancements of Muggles in today's technological age. The fate of those who remained narrow-minded and insular was already sealed. Elvin ascended the steps, gazing at the sorting hat placed before him, unable to suppress a frown. The hat spoke. Hey, little wizard, what are you waiting for? Sit down, and let me see what your mind holds. I shall assist you in choosing the most suitable house. Professor McGonagall gazed quizzically at Elvin, who had come to an abrupt halt. What is the matter, Mr. Cavendish? You should have seen that. There is no danger. This should not be difficult for you. Elvin shook his head, responding, No. Professor, this is far too challenging for me. This hat is simply too filthy. Upon hearing this, a palpable silence enveloped the room, and the sorting hat appeared momentarily taken aback. Then, its mouth opened wide, exclaiming, What are you saying? You are being exceedingly rude. To claim that I am dirty. I, the greatest magical artifact of several centuries. How dare you? Elvin chose to disregard the sorting hat's outburst and instead drew forth his wand. This action startled Professor McGonagall. Mr. Cavendish, what are you intending to do? Elvin replied. I merely believe it deserves a wash. As soon as he spoke, he waved his wand, and a stream of water appeared abruptly, enveloping the sorting hat. Dumbledore straightened slightly in his seat. The sorting hat let out a cacophony of protests as it was doused with water. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with delight. A marvelous silent spell? A cleansing charm. Mr. Cavendish, you have truly impressed me. Elvin bowed slightly. Thank you for your kind words, Professor. Of course, Elvin did not possess the sophisticated cleansing charm known as Crystal Clear. He was able to perform this feat primarily because he had drawn a winning ticket on the train, granting him a Crystal Clear experience card. He felt this card was intended for the sorting hat. After being washed, the sorting hat appeared noticeably deflated, its face twitching. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and gave it a shake, relieved to see it had not short-circuited. After all, it had never endured such treatment since its inception. Chapter 20. Dumbledore, I require an explanation. Professor McGonagall flicked her wrist, summoning her wand to her hand. With a gentle tap, a breeze swept through, instantly drying the sorting hat. Elvin found himself enamored with this spell. It was far more convenient than using a drying barrel. Professor McGonagall then inquired, Now, Mr. Cavendish, may we proceed with the sorting? Elvin bowed slightly, responding, Of course, as you wish, Professor. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Professor McGonagall nodded graciously, then, Please take your seat here. Elvin nodded and sat down. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall lifted the sorting hat and placed it upon Elvin's head. The sorting hat began to chatter incessantly. How utterly discourteous. Most disrespectful. You are the most impolite little wizard I have ever encountered. I must take a good look at what is in your mind. However, the moment the Sorting Hat settled atop Elvin's head, it fell silent. Elvin, too, was filled with curiosity. He had long been eager to understand the true nature of the Sorting Hat's magic. Some claimed it was an exceptional form of legilimency. However, if it solely relies on the art of divination, how does it discern the lineage of pure bloods? Is it based on memory? But what if one is unaware of their own identity within their memories? Take Voldemort, for instance. He only later discovered that he belonged to one of the 28 pure blood families. Yet, he was sorted directly into Slytherin. This indicates that the Sorting Hat can indeed ascertain Voldemort's bloodline. So, how does the Sorting Hat truly function? At that moment, the Sorting Hat lowered its voice and said, "Young one, how do you possess such an advanced mental shielding technique? Even I can only perceive fragmented thoughts, unable to see the whole picture." Elvin replied, "So? This is how you sort students? It seems you can't assist me in selecting the appropriate house." The Sorting Hat responded, "You little wizard. You are the most intriguing one I have encountered in years. However, do not underestimate me." Suddenly, Elvin felt a surge of magic emanating from the Sorting Hat, penetrating his being. As Elvin was about to channel his own magic to expel it, he was surprised to find his own power bizarrely merging with this new magic. Just as he was about to inquire, the Sorting Hat exclaimed, "I see now. No wonder. I thought so. In that case, Slytherin." Upon the Sorting Hat's declaration, Elvin was astonished. Could it truly be Slytherin? Was he really a pure blood? Were his parents wizards? Or perhaps there had been wizards in the Cavendish family. However, before Elvin could delve deeper into the meaning of the Sorting Hat's words, Professor McGonagall had already taken the hat away. "All right, Mr. Cavendish. Return to your rightful place at the Slytherin table. The feast is about to commence." Elvin could only suppress his confusion as he walked toward the Slytherin long table. The students of Slytherin welcomed him with applause. Once seated, the sorting ceremony was definitively concluded. As Elvin settled beside the Slytherin table, many curious glances were cast in his direction. Among them was a blonde girl who leaned towards him, asking, "You come from a prestigious Muggle family. Yet how are you a pureblood?" Elvin shook his head, replying, "Perhaps the Sorting Hat made an error." The blonde girl covered her mouth and laughed. "You are the first person in many years to suggest that the Sorting Hat could be wrong. It never makes mistakes." Elvin countered, "Really? Why is that?" "Everyone can make mistakes, let alone a magical object." The girl paused, suddenly realizing that Elvin's point seemed quite valid. In truth, Elvin himself was just as bewildered by the situation. Indeed, the academy he held in highest regard was undeniably Slytherin. However, he had never envisioned himself gaining admission to its ranks. The foremost requirement for Slytherin was the acceptance of purebloods. But what precisely constitutes a pureblood? It extends beyond merely the illustrious 28 families. Such a number is trivial. In the contemporary wizarding world, the term pureblood refers to those whose parents are both wizards. Naturally, Elvin scoffed at this notion. It was nothing short of a farce. Consider the example of a certain individual, let us call him A. A is a pureblood, born of parents who fell in love at Hogwarts. Yet, if A's parents were themselves of mixed blood, can one truly assert that A possesses no Muggle ancestry? The same logic applies to Hermione, who is of mixed blood. However, upon her union with Ron, their progeny would be classified as pure blood. Such an imprecise and ludicrous classification of purebloods is beyond Elvin's comprehension. The feast at Hogwarts was indeed sumptuous. This was the sole merit Elvin perceived in the house elves who served them. Their culinary skills were remarkable. Moreover, they toiled tirelessly and without complaint. Yet, one could only ponder how such beings could falter in battle, especially considering the portrayal of house elves in the original narrative, casting spells effortlessly with a mere snap of their fingers. Was this not far more astonishing than the antics of wizards? Unlike the other three houses, where young wizards chattered incessantly during meals, often leaving a mess, the Slytherin table exhibited a degree of decorum. Though there were whispers, the overall atmosphere was far more refined. This aspect greatly pleased Elvin and contributed to his fondness for Slytherin. Although the self-proclaimed aristocratic pureblood families had their share of shortcomings, they placed great importance on maintaining an elevated image in the eyes of others, which fostered a culture of etiquette. The difference between them and the younger wizards was akin to that between a kindergarten senior and junior classes. Both belonged to the same institution. Yet Elvin found himself spared considerable trouble. Following the lavish banquet, the heads of houses began ushering the young wizards back to their common rooms. The Slytherin common room was situated at the very depths of Hogwarts. According to the original text, it was once a prison for dark wizards and humanoid dark creatures, later repurposed as a common room. It bore two predominant characteristics, foreboding and dimness. Outside the glass lay the Black Lake, and one could gaze upon its dark expanse. Admittedly, little could be discerned in the inky blackness, though the occasional shadow drifting by was enough to evoke trepidation. Upon entering the common room, a gathering of young wizards congregated in the hall. Grothia, the head of Slytherin, clapped her hands to gain their attention. "All right, first years. We shall now commence the selection ceremony for the Slytherin prefects. It is likely that many have already become acquainted with the customs unique to Slytherin, as well as its distinct set of rules, including the role of the head of house. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Professor Dumbledore's office, a black bat flitted inside. Dumbledore, I require an explanation. Chapter 21. The Sealed Portrait, First-Year Head of House. Dumbledore set aside his confectionery and turned to Severus Snape. Please, have a seat. Do not rush. I am aware of what you wish to convey. However, you must understand that the admissions at Hogwarts are beyond our control. The school itself identifies suitable young witches and wizards and issues the acceptance letters. Our role is merely to provide a signature. Snape interjected. Let us not dwell on that. We both know that if you do not sign, he will have no chance of arriving at Hogwarts. He will not receive an acceptance letter. Dumbledore replied. Indeed. That is true. But do you truly believe he can remain concealed indefinitely? He possesses magic within him. If not properly channeled, it will manifest as a latent force. You are well aware of what that implies. This is never something we can dictate. Snape frowned. Yet, we promised them that we would keep this child away from the magical world. Dumbledore shook his head. This is not within our power. His bloodline has already predetermined his fate. His destiny is set, much like that of his parents. They chose to distance themselves from the magical realm, to escape their own fate. But in the end, what was the outcome? We all know. Do you genuinely believe he can evade it? Even if he does not attend Hogwarts, he will inevitably be discovered. He is far too remarkable. By the time they find him, he will be defenseless. If that is the case, why not allow him to come to Hogwarts? At least then, should those individuals truly seek him out one day, he might possess the means to defend himself. He may even accomplish what no one has ever achieved. A flicker of sorrow crossed Snape's eyes. But he is their only child, their last hope. They simply wish for this child to live in peace. They sacrifice their lives for this. And I lack the ability to protect their child and fulfill their dying wish. Dumbledore sighed. Severus, this is not your fault, is it? This is a journey he must undertake. It is his fate, burdened with that bloodline. It is destined to lead him down this path. I will forever remember the assistance his parents rendered us. I promise. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that this child suffers no harm. Snape looked at Dumbledore. Even from them? Dumbledore's expression grew resolute. Yes, even from them. No one shall lay a hand on a student of Hogwarts. No one shall harm Elvin. That is my vow. Like you, I am filled with remorse for this child. Snape exhaled a heavy breath. I hope you will remember the words you spoke today. That child must not come to harm. If such a day were ever to arrive, I shall perish before this child. It is my debt to him. Dumbledore stated. I trust that such a day will never come to pass. All of you will survive. Everyone. Now, you should head to the Slytherin common room. The selection of the head of house is about to commence. Without your presence, there may be disturbances. That child, like his parents, has never been one to remain calm. Snape offered no response. With a flourish of his robes, he departed gracefully. After Snape left, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, the portraits on the wall falling into a hushed silence. After a moment, one portrait spoke up. Is it him? Dumbledore? Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. Cavendish. The portrait sighed. Dumbledore, you are taking a risk. You cannot be unaware of what Cavendish signifies. Or perhaps you do not comprehend the ramifications if those individuals learn about Cavendish's entry into the magical realm. You are inviting calamity upon Hogwarts. Compared to those individuals, the so-called Dark Lord is merely a jest. Dumbledore remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of uncertainty passing through his spectacles. He was fully aware of everything. Yet, he felt powerless, bound by his own designs. From the moment he encountered Elvin, he had an inkling. Elvin would succeed. Cavendish would fulfill their destiny in this generation. This was also the sole means by which he could safeguard Elvin's life. Dumbledore turned to the corner of his office, where a portrait lay shrouded in gray fabric. He approached the portrait, raised his hand, hesitated, then lowered it again, sighing deeply. Dumbledore then turned and left. Within the Slytherin common room, Grotius declared, Let me elucidate the rules for the head of house. Slytherin differs from other houses. Only pure-blood descendants may enter Slytherin. We value strength and profit. Likewise, we are proud. Thus, even I cannot guarantee the management of Slytherin without the assistance of the head of house. Each year, there will be a head of house. The strongest of the current year. At the beginning of each academic year, there will be an opportunity to challenge the head of house. The head will enjoy the same privileges as the prefect. Now, allow me to introduce Slytherin's heads of house. Second-year head, Marjorie Helen. Third-year head, Barton Drew. Fourth-year head, Charlotte Teresa. Elvin glanced at the latter, noting she was a female head. Fifth-year head, Marcus Flint. Notably, he is also the captain of our Slytherin Quidditch team. Sixth-year head, George Greengrass. And finally, I am Grotius Selwyn, the head of the seventh year. Simultaneously, I am also the head of house for the seventh year. Elvin regarded Grotius with intrigue. This prefect possessed a remarkable presence. Elvin could sense an extraordinary amount of magical power within him, far surpassing that of his contemporaries. Selwyn, One of the 28 pureblood families? Quite a talent indeed. Grotius declared, all right. It is time to appoint the head of the first year. The selection will be based solely on strength, hence the duel system, one-on-one. And the last one standing on the stage will be the head of the first year. So, new students, who will step forward first? Although Grotius posed the question, his gaze was fixated on Elvin. The tales of Elvin's exploits on the train had spread far and wide, bringing him considerable renown and revealing to many students that among the newcomers was a formidable talent who had skillfully disarmed his opponents during the incident. Naturally, the position of head of the first year would not elude Elvin. What an opportune moment to garner prestige. Elvin stepped forth from the crowd, positioning himself at the center. With a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared in his hand. He held the wand before his chest and gently tapped it, slightly bowing. Greetings, everyone. I am Erwin Cavendish. Since no one else has stepped up, I shall take on the role of the first challenger. Chapter 22. The True Head, a Rigid Challenge. The first-year students exchanged glances, contemplating participation, yet hesitating. After all, they were but fledgling wizards, and even though they had learned a few spells, they paled in comparison to the disarming charm. A few upperclassmen observed the scene with a knowing gaze. They had all been through this rite of passage. The selection of the head of the first year was traditionally quite peaceful, as the young wizards possessed limited spells. Thus, typically, the emergence of a particularly exceptional individual would lead to their selection as head of the first year. This had become a custom among Slytherin. After waiting a few minutes with no one stepping forward, Draco contemplated challenging for the position but hesitated, feeling the lingering ache from his recent encounter. He may have been brash, but he was not foolish enough to invite further trouble. Noticing the lack of challengers, Grotius then proclaimed, since no one has stepped forward, Erwin Cavendish shall become the head of the first year. You will have the opportunity to challenge the head again next year upon your return. Should you succeed, you will become the new head. Now let us commence the challenges for the upper years. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge their head? Erwin retreated to the side, observing quietly. Among the upperclassmen, there was always a sense of rivalry, leading to several spirited duels. Ultimately, the existing heads defended their positions without any significant upheaval. Erwin found the display quite exhilarating. The combat between spells was indeed captivating. Once the battles concluded, Grotius inquired, is there no one else wishing to challenge? His gaze swept across the assembly. Very well. The challenge for the heads is now concluded. The head of the first year is Erwin Cavendish. Others may return to their dormitories. Erwin, please stay. I will escort you to your head's dormitory. By the way, allow me to mention the matter of the head boy. Erwin nodded. One by one, the Slytherin snakes departed. Grotius said, let us go. I shall escort you there. The head boy's dormitory is an independent residence, a small privilege of being the head boy. Erwin nodded in appreciation. Thank you. Grotius shook his head. No need for thanks. I have never encountered a freshman quite like you, not even among the pure-blooded 28, to have mastered the disarming charm so soon after enrollment, as well as the silencing spell. Goodness, you cannot fathom my astonishment at that moment. Erwin chuckled, you flatter me. Grotius, who held the dual titles of head boy and prefect, replied, you shall have to rely on me for guidance in Slytherin from now on. Grotius smiled. Ah, but you have mistaken your confidant. While I am indeed a 7th-year prefect and the head boy of Slytherin, I can only be considered a pseudo-head boy. Erwin looked puzzled. Pseudo-head boy? What do you mean? Grotius explained, it is quite literal. As I mentioned, Slytherin values strength above all, hence the head boy is determined solely by ability. Erwin countered, but is not your strength the greatest? Grotius replied, yet I am in my 7th year. My age is a defining factor here. Thus, while I may be the strongest, it is solely due to my age. Therefore, although my prowess is unparalleled, I can only claim the title of pseudo-head boy. Erwin found himself somewhat bewildered. If that is the case, then Slytherin would have no true head boy. Grotius laughed. Slytherin is rather unique. Thus, the title is merely nominal. However, since we are on the subject, allow me to share an intriguing aspect of Slytherin, the head boy challenge. It is the genuine method of selecting the head boy, as acknowledged by all Slytherin students. Erwin's interest was piqued. Oh, what is it? Grotius continued. This would be considered a legend of Slytherin. Whether anyone has ever succeeded is uncertain. The so-called head boy challenge can only be initiated by a first-year prefect. One must defeat each head boy in succession. In other words, the first-year prefect must triumph over all head boys before advancing to the second year, thereby earning the title of the undisputed head boy. Only then would one be recognized as the true head boy of Slytherin. However, as I mention this, you can surely grasp the difficulty involved. Hence, in theory, the title of head boy does not truly exist. Erwin responded, I quite like this rule. Can this challenge commence at any time? Grotius paused for a moment. Are you truly considering attempting it? Erwin smiled. Isn't it a privilege of the first year? Why not give it a try? Grotius declared, well done, Junior. You are the second person, aside from that individual, to contemplate this endeavor. That individual? Grotius replied, the one whose name cannot be spoken. Erwin immediately understood, Voldemort. It is said that he cast a spell upon his own name, such that anyone uttering it would be aware of his presence. Voldemort could trace that individual through the incantation, or so the rumors suggest. Elvin scoffed at the notion. Magic is indeed wondrous, but not to such an absurd extent. To put it plainly, it was merely Voldemort's deliberate dissemination of fear. Otherwise, would he not be overwhelmed with work each day? Elvin inquired. Did he succeed? Glodia shook his head. No? Elvin chuckled. Then I must certainly give it a try. Glodia led Elvin to the entrance of a dormitory. Pushing the door open, he declared, "Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall announce this news. Over the course of a year, you may challenge the hidden leaders of each grade at your leisure. I am genuinely eager to witness the birth of a legend. I look forward to your arrival before me." Elvin nodded. That day shall not be far off. Good night. Senior. Glodia observed Elvin, feeling an inexplicable sense that the true leader of Slytherin was on the verge of emerging. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion as fanciful thinking. Such feats, surely, are beyond the capabilities of any individual. Defeating the elite among the older students as a first year was inherently implausible. Upon returning to his dormitory, Elvin surveyed his surroundings. The furnishings were quite simple, a desk and a bed. The space was relatively ample and notably clean. After tidying up and changing the sheets, Elvin reclined on his bed. The true leader of Slytherin? He found himself genuinely intrigued. Gazing at the Slytherin emblem adorning the wall, a silver serpent coiled across the surface. The serpent gradually morphed in Elvin's vision, ultimately taking the form of a lotus flower. A smile crept upon Elvin's lips. Indeed, the lotus appeared even more exquisite. Slytherin, are you prepared to welcome your true leader? Chapter 23, Dumbledore. Hee, not hee. However, achieving this goal is no simple endeavor. The competition among students is fierce. One cannot simply charge in recklessly. Otherwise, Elvin would find himself confined to Azkaban the very next day. Moreover, without resorting to dark magic, Elvin's current repertoire of spells left much to be desired. Having observed the hidden leaders earlier, Elvin had formed a rough estimation of their abilities. He surmised that, at best, he could contend with a fifth-year hidden leader, provided that dark magic was excluded from the equation. If unforgivable curses were considered, Elvin could easily dispatch these inexperienced students. After a moment of contemplation, Elvin realized that he was not entirely at a disadvantage in terms of spellcasting. Mastery of spells indeed enhances one's combat prowess. Yet, it is equally true that relying solely on a single technique is a common folly. In the final installment of the Deathly Hallows, did we not witness our savior employing the disarming charm against Voldemort? Thus, although Elvin currently wields only the shield charm and the disarming charm in combat, one for defense and the other for offense, mastering these two spells would indeed suffice. However, the issue of magical reserves remains. He is somewhat lacking compared to the higher-year students of the hidden class. At that moment, Elvin recalled something he had overlooked. He summoned the system and opened the inventory, retrieving 2 pitch-black vials. These were the inferior-grade magic enhancement potions he had drawn during his last lottery. Elvin had completely forgotten to utilize them. Gazing at the dark vials, an inexplicable scene began to swirl in his mind. An elderly witch, her face lined with wrinkles, stirring a bubbling cauldron of black concoction with a spoon nearly as tall as she was, occasionally revealing a sinister grin. A shiver ran down Elvin's spine. Could this truly be consumable? It seemed rather unwholesome. System, are you certain this won't kill me? Rest assured, host. The System's products are always reliable. No issues whatsoever. Just drink it. Upon uncorking one of the vials, Elvin tentatively inhaled its aroma. To his surprise, the expected acrid scent was absent. Instead, a faint fragrance wafted forth. His eyes lit up in realization. I get it. They VE added MSG. Elvin was momentarily speechless. Was this truly a legitimate potion? It resembled a bowl of chicken soup. Pangolin, did you brew this? Taking a deep breath to steady himself after much internal debate, Elvin tilted his head back and downed the inferior-grade magic enhancement potion in one go. He smacked his lips. Surprisingly, it was quite palatable. This MSG was undoubtedly of the finest quality. After savoring the potion for a moment, Elvin felt no discernible change. Puzzled, he scratched his head. Could it be that he had consumed too little? The potion seemed excessively diluted. Without further hesitation, Elvin seized the second vial, uncorked it, and took a swig. As the second potion coursed through him, he felt an exhilarating surge of magical energy, akin to water suddenly boiling. The magic within him began to flow vigorously, and Elvin's complexion gradually turned rosy. Elvin was taken aback. What a surprise, this phenomenon possessed an unexpected potency. Ding. Magic power enhanced. Your magical level has reached the system's minimum threshold for magical manifestation. Magic level now activated. Current magical level, level 2. Continuously increasing. Current highest magical level in the world, level 9. Suppressing the tumult of magic surging within him, Elvin mustered the strength to inquire. The highest magical level? Is it Dumbledore? Ding. Dumbledore's magical level, level 7. Elvin was momentarily stunned. Stronger than Dumbledore? Yet, before he could voice his lingering doubts, the magic within him erupted uncontrollably. Magic surged forth from Elvin's body, engulfing everything in its wake. The entire Slytherin common room was swept away by this magical torrent. The young wizards, who had just drifted into slumber, had no time to react before being hurled out by the force of the magic. In an instant, the Slytherin common room was filled with cries of distress. Moments later, several figures hurriedly approached the entrance of the Slytherin common room. It was a group of professors from Hogwarts. A slight ripple coursed through the air, and soon, Dumbledore himself appeared at the doorway. Snape's expression darkened as he was the first to rush into the common room. The young wizards were in disarray, scrambling towards the exit. They were unaware of what had transpired, but instinctively sought safety outside the common room. Observing the chaos, Snape raised his wand to his throat and commanded, "Silence. Where's the head of house? Get the students out of the common room." Following his orders, the respective heads of year began to organize the young wizards' orderly evacuation. Except for the first-year students. Snape furrowed his brow and asked, "Where's Elvin?" Glodia scanned the surroundings and replied, "Professor Snape." The surge of magic seems to be emanating from Elvin's room. Snape's expression shifted slightly. "Take the first-year students and leave." Glodia nodded, and the group of professors ascended to the upper floor, arriving at the door of Elvin's room. Dumbledore frowned. A magic surge. How could this sudden eruption occur? Moreover, this magic is not inferior to that of a graduating wizard. A magic surge is a phase every wizard must undergo. It occurs when a young wizard cannot control their magic, causing it to roam freely and result in destruction. However, each wizard experiences this surge only once, as their magic typically grows naturally, with the first surge usually occurring around the ages of 5 or 6. At this point, after the magic surges, it is channeled effectively. Years later, these young wizards will be sent to a magical institution for their education. Upon enrollment, they will learn to harness their own magical powers. Gradually, their magical abilities will grow, remaining within their control, thus preventing any further occurrences of magical upheaval. However, Elvin's situation is quite distinct. His magical powers surged dramatically due to a potion of enhancement, leaving him unable to control it momentarily, which resulted in yet another magical disturbance. Snape inquired, "Will there be any consequences?" Dumbledore shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. It will merely cause some destruction, and it will be over shortly. Nothing will go amiss." Chapter 24. The first day of enrollment, shocking Hogwarts. Barely had Dumbledore's words faded when another surge of magic erupted within the room. Dumbledore had not even registered the event before the magic had already swept through, instantly engulfing the entire castle of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's expression shifted dramatically. "That is the power of an auror. Heads of houses, return to your respective departments immediately and escort all students out of the castle. Maintain order." Professor McGonagall and the others nodded, hastily departing. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he gazed at Elvin's chamber. How could a newly enrolled young wizard possess aura-level magical power? Snape's brow also knitted in confusion. What could be the reason for this? Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Is it the power of his bloodline? Snape replied. His parents did not exhibit such a phenomenon. Dumbledore, equally perplexed, continued to contemplate. At that moment, within the room, Elvin heard the system's notification sound once more. Ding. Magical power level has reached level 3. As the system's prompt concluded, Elvin's magical energy gradually began to stabilize. He was drenched and gasping for air. Goodness. Is this what the enhancement potion does? Or perhaps it was a diluted version. Just imagine how terrifying the complete potion would be. Elvin opened his eyes, stunned by the scene before him. The room was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a tornado. Communicating with the system, he accessed the system panel. Indeed, beneath his personal information, a new line had appeared. Magical power level 3. Elvin inquired, "System, how is the magical power level categorized?" Ding. The magical power levels are set by the system for the convenience of the host's review and are for reference only. Level 1 is categorized as an underage wizard. Level 2 is for adult wizards, with a few exceptional 7th-year students able to reach this level. Level 3 corresponds to the magical power of an ordinary auror. Level 4 represents the magical power of an elite auror. Level 5 denotes the magical power of a professor, such as those at Hogwarts. The 6th level of magical power is classified as legendary, represented by figures such as Voldemort. The 7th level corresponds to epic magic, exemplified by Dumbledore and the fully realized Grindelwald. The 8th level signifies mythical magic, represented by the founders of the 4 great houses. The 9th level denotes divine magic, epitomized by the Grim Reaper. Elvin understood the situation clearly and intended to inquire further. However, at that moment, the door swung open abruptly. Dumbledore and Snape entered without hesitation. Elvin was momentarily taken aback and quickly rose to his feet. "Professor Dumbledore? Professor Snape? What brings you here?" Snape remained silent, resembling a dark bat as he swiftly approached Elvin, placing a hand upon his shoulder. A sense of tension surged within Elvin. Snape then commanded, Do not move. I need to assess the magic within you. Upon hearing this, Elvin regained his composure. Although uncertain of the reasons, it seemed that Snape genuinely cared for him. After a brief moment, Snape withdrew his hand. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Snape, who shook his head slightly. Dumbledore exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief, then smiled. Mr. Elvin, you are the first to create such a stir at Hogwarts. Elvin, puzzled, replied, I do not understand what you mean, Professor. Dumbledore chuckled. Because of you. All the new students at Hogwarts are likely waiting outside the castle. Elvin was taken aback and quickly glanced at the system panel. Indeed, his reputation was soaring rapidly at that moment. Within a short span, his reputation had surpassed 1,000, now reaching 1,100. Although the increase was slowing, it continued to rise steadily. This was an unexpected delight. Elvin said, I apologize, Professor. I had no idea. Dumbledore reassured him, no need to worry, my child. This is not your fault. However, would you like me to assist you in tidying your dormitory? Elvin hesitated. Would that be too much trouble for you? Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Magic is wondrous. Far more remarkable than you can imagine. For instance, it can restore things to their original state. In the next moment, the furnishings in the room began to transform, reverting to their initial appearance. Elvin couldn't help but marvel at how convenient spells were. He bowed slightly. Thank you very much. Professor, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused today. Dumbledore replied, no worries, my child. Now do rest well. Your first class tomorrow is Transfiguration, and do remember, Professor McGonagall is quite strict. If you are late, I doubt she will make any exceptions due to your excellence. Thank you for the reminder. After Dumbledore and Snape departed, Elvin furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. 199 things, to be precise. The peculiar treatment he received from both Dumbledore and Snape was decidedly unusual. Moreover, how could Dumbledore not possess any curiosity regarding the reasons behind his burgeoning magical prowess? Such a lack of inquiry was most uncharacteristic of the venerable old wizard. Elvin could not help but ponder if perhaps he harbored some concealed identity. The demeanor of the Sorting Hat, coupled with the attitudes of Dumbledore and Snape, led him to believe that his lineage might not align with his previous assumptions. Could he be an orphan of a pureblood family? Yet, that could not be. The pureblood 28 did not include the Kavanaughs. Suddenly, Elvin felt compelled to delve into the history of the Kavanaugh family, believing it might yield unexpected revelations. After a lengthy day of travel by train, Elvin felt fatigued. He refreshed himself briefly and then lay down in bed, drifting into a blissful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, his presence had stirred a tempest among the other students at Hogwarts, who were now laboriously tidying their dormitories. The older students were faring somewhat better, able to utilize spells, but the younger ones faced considerable hardship. Consequently, on his very first day at school, Elvin had unwittingly incited a wave of resentment among the younger witches and wizards. Although the professors had not explicitly stated it, whispers from Slytherin had conveyed enough for the students to piece together the truth of the situation. The upheaval that swept through Hogwarts Castle was indeed a result of Elvin's actions, of which he remained blissfully unaware, already lost in the realm of sweet dreams. The following morning, Elvin awoke early, roused by hunger. Accustomed to a life where everything was readily provided, he found the prospect of having to make his way to the Great Hall for breakfast rather bothersome. After a quick wash, he stepped out of his room, only to be taken aback by the absence of anyone in the common room. Elvin was surprised. These young wizards seemed oddly industrious, rising so early. Chapter 25. A person can be absurd enough to threaten the stairs. Elvin adjusted his attire and made his way to the Great Hall. Upon entering, he was astonished to find an unprecedented number of students gathered inside. These young witches and wizards were remarkably diligent, truly a surprising sight. However, as he stepped further into the hall, he realized he had misjudged the situation. Every student, regardless of their year, wore deep dark circles under their eyes, resembling a fashion trend of smoky makeup that had somehow made its way to Hogwarts. After yesterday's commotion, Elvin was likely the only one who had managed to sleep soundly. Upon noticing Elvin's arrival, all the young wizards cast resentful glances at Elvin, their discontent seemingly soaring to the heavens. Elvin was taken aback. The intensity of their resentment was heavier than a malevolent spirit. Even Miss Granger, who had always held Elvin in high regard, wore an expression of deep melancholy. To be fair, Elvin had encountered myriad gazes and undergone countless experiences throughout the years. Yet, he had never before faced such a multitude of sorrowful eyes. As Elvin made his way toward the Slytherin long table, Glodia, upon noticing his approach, remarked with a smile, "Junior, you've certainly stirred quite the tempest. Just look at everyone's expressions. You've incurred the wrath of the masses." Elvin shrugged his shoulders in response. In truth, I never intended to create such a significant uproar. However, as you well know, some matters are beyond one's control. Enough, Glodia interjected. Now that the protagonist is here, I shall announce an important matter. Rising from her seat, she tapped the table for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as the head of Slytherin, I hereby declare that our first-year prefect, Erwin Cavendish, shall initiate the prefect challenge. From this day forth, he is permitted to challenge the prefects of other years at any occasion. To the remaining prefects, prepare yourselves for battle. Upon hearing this, the young wizards at the Slytherin table were taken aback. A prefect challenge? Could it truly be happening? What a surprise it was that this year's Slytherin was so lively. Anticipation began to brew among them. However, some first-year students, including those from Slytherin and other houses, were left puzzled by the concept of the prefect challenge. Among them was our savior, Mr. Harry Potter, who leaned in to whisper to Ron, "Ron, what exactly is this prefect challenge?" Ron shook his head in confusion. "I have no idea. The Weasleys certainly lived up to the reputation of being the shame of purebloods. If it weren't for the other talented members of the Weasley family, Ron alone could have spelled disaster for their lineage." Nearby, an upperclassman took the opportunity to explain to Harry Potter. After all, before classes officially began, the troublemaker Harry had yet to emerge, and his reputation was still quite favorable. Upon hearing the upperclassman's explanation, Harry expressed astonishment. "So, it involves defeating each one individually? How could that even be possible?" The upperclassman chuckled. "Indeed, although the prefect challenge has existed for ages, there have been but a handful of individuals who have dared to undertake it, and none have succeeded. If someone were to truly accomplish this, they would become the uncrowned king of Slytherin." Gloria turned to Elvin. "Elvin, would you like to say a few words?" Elvin nodded. To all the upperclassmen, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Gloria glanced at the time. "Very well, it's nearly time for class. Heads of each year, please escort your respective students to the classroom." "Elvin, your first lesson is Transfiguration. You should be able to find the Transfiguration classroom. Do be cautious of those shifting staircases. They often bring trouble." Elvin nodded. Several prefects stood up. From this perspective, Slytherin is indeed more orderly than the other houses. Under the leadership of the prefects, tardiness is seldom an issue. This is also what Elvin appreciates most about Slytherin: the rules. One by one, students from other years began to depart. A few prefects also came to greet Elvin. Charlotte, the fourth-year prefect, the only female prefect, approached Elvin. "Junior, I have high hopes for you. I await the day you challenge me." Elvin nodded. "Sister, rest assured, that day will come swiftly." Charlotte smiled and led her fourth-year students away. Elvin was also preparing to leave with the first-year students. However, at that moment, a figure obstructed his path. Elvin frowned. Blocking his way was none other than Marcus Flint, the fifth-year prefect. A grin spread across Marcus's face, revealing his braces, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. "What an arrogant first-year prefect challenge. I hope you come before me. I will show you that arrogance is worthless in the face of strength." Elvin had never been one to tolerate such provocations. "Is that so? It's a pity your strength seems insufficient. Get out of my way. I have class to attend." Anger flashed across Marcus's face. "You little brat. Stand before me. I am eager to deal with you myself." Elvin could hardly be bothered to respond. If it weren't for the fear of landing in Azkaban on the very first day of school, he would have gladly dealt with Marcus. Elvin led the group of first-year students towards the Transfiguration classroom. Before long, they reached the staircases. Observing the stairs that seemed to dance as they constantly shifted positions, Elvin frowned. Wasn't it said that these staircases change according to certain rules? What on earth is going on here? The other young wizards appeared equally perplexed. What is up with these stairs? Who can find the way to the classroom? I've never heard of these stairs being so chaotic. What should we do now? A multitude of young wizards turned their attention to Elvin. After pondering for a moment, a thought struck Elvin. The stairs suddenly went haywire. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in Elvin's mind. Subsequently, he drew his wand. The other young wizards watched curiously. Elvin declared, "I will say this only once. Now, provide me a path to the Transfiguration classroom. Otherwise, I would very much like to see if Hogwarts' staircases are truly indestructible." The other young wizards were bewildered, unsure of what Elvin was attempting. Malfoy scoffed, viewing Elvin as merely seeking attention. However, in the next moment, to the astonishment of all the young wizards, the staircase began to rearrange itself, and soon a direct path to the Transfiguration classroom emerged. Elvin felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, Hogwarts was an intelligent castle, and all its furnishings were similarly endowed, including the staircases, which possessed their own thoughts. As for the erratic movements, one might interpret them as a form of teasing towards newcomers. Elvin declared, "All right, let us proceed. Time is of the essence." With that, he stepped onto the staircase, prompting the other young wizards to follow swiftly. Chapter 26. The Matryoshka begins. Is Transfiguration a counterspell? The Transfiguration class was attended by Slytherin alongside Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students had yet to arrive. Upon entering the classroom, Elvin's gaze was immediately drawn to the gray and black striped tabby cat sprawled upon the podium. Around its eyes were markings reminiscent of square spectacles. Elvin forcibly suppressed his desire to pet the cat, unwilling to admit his own apprehension. He approached the podium and gave a slight bow to Professor McGonagall before returning to his seat. As time passed, the Gryffindor students gradually trickled into the classroom. The narrative's capacity for correction was indeed formidable, as evidenced by the current situation. Elvin found it perplexing that he had already seen Harry Potter and Ron in the Great Hall that morning. Why were they now tardy? He observed the two, relieved that Professor McGonagall had not yet arrived, attempting to stealthily navigate to their seats, and could not help but shake his head. It seemed that whenever Professor McGonagall attempted to play the part, she always succeeded. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the young wizards, Professor McGonagall leapt down from the podium. At the moment of her descent, she transformed into her human form. Ron could not help but exclaim, "That was spectacular." Professor McGonagall replied coolly, "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should turn you both into clocks so that you might develop a better sense of time." Harry Potter quickly interjected, "We got lost. The staircases." But before he could finish, Professor McGonagall retorted, "Then I ought to transform one of you into a map or a compass, so that you can find your way." She was indifferent to who the offenders were. Even Harry Potter would not receive any leniency. When one erred, she would speak her mind, unflinchingly. In Elvin's view, Professor McGonagall was the most formidable of all Hogwarts professors, devoid of any personal sentiments. Harry Potter and Ron dared not argue further and promptly returned to their seats. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Elvin. "So, Mr. Cavendish, how did you recognize me just now?" Elvin rose to his feet and proclaimed, "As a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall's reputation is indeed esteemed. Therefore, your registered Animagus form is included in your records, which I, as your student, have naturally perused. Moreover, the stripes beside your Animagus eyes mirror the wisdom of your spectacles." Professor McGonagall chuckled, "Excellent. Slytherin gains 5 points, both for your erudition and your flattering words." Elvin bowed slightly. "Thank you, Professor." Just as Elvin settled back into his seat, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 5 points for Slytherin, which has now been proportionately converted into a balance of 50 prestige points. Elvin was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with realization. Could points awarded at Hogwarts be exchanged for prestige? And at a rate of 1 to 10? If that were the case. Elvin's lips curled into a smile. Wizards of Hogwarts, prepare to witness the prowess of a scholar molded under the rigors of Chinese education. Professor McGonagall ascended the podium. Speaking as she walked, "Before we commence today's lesson, I have a few words to impart. Transfiguration is the most perilous and intricate subject you will encounter at Hogwarts. The intricacies of this art are such that some may spend their entire lives seeking to grasp them. Therefore, should anyone dare to disrupt my class, I believe you understand the consequences." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall reached the front of the podium, tapping her wand upon it. In an instant, the podium transformed into a large-eared pig fanning itself. The sight left all the young wizards utterly astonished. Elvin's eyes widened with interest as he observed the pig sniffing around on the ground. He had always been curious about the principles of transfiguration, how it could animate inanimate objects, endowing them with the traits of living beings. The last person he had seen achieve such feats was one named Sun Wukong. Professor McGonagall surveyed the awestruck faces of her students with satisfaction. After all, isn't showcasing one's talents the very essence of such moments? With a gentle flick of her wand, she declared, "Return to its original form." In the next instant, the pig reverted back to the desk. "Very well, I have demonstrated for you. Now, remember the incantation for transfiguration. As for the counterspell, you need not concern yourselves with it for the time being. Now, focus on the matchstick before you. The objective of this lesson is singular. Transform it into a silver needle. If there are no objections, we may begin." The young wizards rubbed their hands in anticipation, eager to commence their experiments. However, Elvin raised his hand. Professor McGonagall turned to him and inquired, "What is it, Mr. Cavendish? Do you have a question?" Elvin began, "Indeed. Professor McGonagall, I have a question that has been troubling me since before the start of the school year. Could you assist me in unraveling it?" Professor McGonagall nodded and said, "Do share." The group of young wizards paused their activities, curiously gazing at Elvin. He gathered his thoughts and spoke, "Professor McGonagall, I have long been intrigued by a particular dilemma. For instance, when you transformed the table into a pig just now, it was truly remarkable and exquisite. However, what if I were to cast a transfiguration spell on that pig, reverting it back into a table? Would it then be under the influence of a double transfiguration? Or has a counterspell been enacted?" Upon concluding his inquiry, Elvin looked expectantly at Professor McGonagall, eager to delve into this seemingly convoluted issue. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat perplexed. She had not anticipated such an outlandish question from Elvin. Though it seemed to be a matter of logic, it was, in fact, a question of transfiguration. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "According to the rules of transfiguration, one cannot cast a transfiguration spell on the same object twice." Elvin shook his head. "That cannot be correct, Professor. If that were the case." As he spoke, he drew his wand and pointed it at a matchstick. In the next moment, the match transformed, its wooden form shifting into that of metal. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with appreciation, a splendid transfiguration, though still somewhat inexperienced. You have earned 5 points for your house. Elvin bowed slightly. Thank you, Professor. However, what I wish to convey is that while I have performed a transfiguration, the silver needle has not yielded the desired result. Therefore, I should be allowed to cast the transfiguration spell again, should I not? After all, lacking mastery of the counterspell necessitates repeated incantations to shape the silver needle as we wish. Chapter 27. Rebirth in Pursuit of Knowledge at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall wore a contemplative expression. Elvin felt as though he had stumbled upon a rather intriguing conundrum. He relished such nested inquiries, though he could not quite fathom why. Nonetheless, these seemingly cyclical questions captivated him immensely. Elvin continued, "Thus, if we follow this line of reasoning, should I cast the transfiguration spell 5 times upon a matchstick, ultimately achieving my desired form?" As he spoke, he waved his wand once more, watching as the matchstick gradually morphed. Eventually, it transformed into a gleaming silver needle adorned with elegant patterns. Elvin remarked, "Now, have I utilized multiple instances of transfiguration to enhance its capabilities? Or has my proficiency in transfiguration merely improved, evolving from a partial transformation to a flawless alteration of the matchstick's appearance?" Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment. "Mr. Cavendish, this is indeed a question I had not considered. However, I find it to be a rather fascinating notion." With that, Professor McGonagall flicked her wand, casting a transfiguration spell upon the silver needle. In the next instant, the silver needle had been transformed into the shape of a matchstick. Elvin exclaimed, "Yes, that's precisely the point, Professor McGonagall. I performed transfiguration 5 times on a single matchstick. Then, you performed transfiguration again. That makes it 6 times. Yet, it appears unchanged, indicating that transfiguration can be applied multiple times. Similarly, your transfiguration reverted it back to the shape of a matchstick. So now, has it truly returned to its original form? Or is it merely a product of transfiguration? If it has reverted to its original state, does that imply that transfiguration itself embodies a self-sustaining spell and counterspell?" Elvin's eyes sparkled with realization. He had finally discovered the joy of magic. This was nothing short of a paradox. How delightful! Professor McGonagall, intrigued, noted that Elvin's unconventional thought process was unprecedented at Hogwarts, or indeed, throughout the entire magical community. Thus, this question had never been contemplated before, and today, Elvin had brought it to light. Professor McGonagall crossed her arms, having momentarily forgotten that they were in class. She was now deeply engaged in pondering Elvin's inquiry. Meanwhile, the first-year students were utterly astonished. "This is a first year? Is this what you call a first year? I feel as though I've stumbled into the wrong place. How can he, as a first year, engage in such profound discussions with a professor? And the question itself seems rather intricate. So, did you all understand what Elvin was saying?" What did he say? I didn't understand a word. I now fully acknowledge that he is indeed a perfect Slytherin. How can anyone believe he comes from a Muggle family? Not a single word of that is credible. How could someone of such caliber possibly be from a Muggle background? Indeed, I suspect he is the kind of heir secretly nurtured by a prominent family. That's an intriguing notion. Haven't you read any novels? What is that? The young witches and wizards found themselves sidetracked. At that moment, Harry Potter was also astonished. He gazed at Elvin, murmuring, "Is this what a true wizard is like? I can't comprehend a single word he says." Subsequently, Harry turned to his friend Ron, intending to inquire whether he understood, given that Ron hailed from a wizarding family. However, upon looking, he found Ron staring blankly, mouth agape and eyes wide, clearly having comprehended nothing. Harry shook his head in resignation, contemplating whether he had truly chosen the right friend. "Professor McGonagall, could we perhaps try a restoration spell?" Elvin suggested. Professor McGonagall, roused from her reverie, replied, "Indeed, you are correct." She then lightly tapped her wand. However, the matchstick showed no signs of change. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. It appears that Elvin has discovered something akin to a new world. Professor McGonagall, a master of transfiguration, naturally wields her counterspells with remarkable proficiency, rendering the possibility of failure in their release non-existent. The matchstick remains unchanged, which can only imply one thing. Elvin's assertions may indeed hold truth. Transfiguration, it seems, is a spell that encompasses both charms and countercharms. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "Mr. Cavendish, I believe you have uncovered something extraordinary. If your validation proves true, trust me, you shall reap rewards beyond your imagination." Elvin replied, "Professor, you are mistaken." Professor McGonagall looked at Elvin, puzzled. Elvin continued, "I discovered this under your guidance." A smile graced Professor McGonagall's face. Just then, the class bell rang, and she suddenly realized she was still in session. Observing the other young wizards engaged in animated chatter, Professor McGonagall sighed in resignation. The disparity was evident. Without comparison, one cannot perceive the damage. In comparison to Elvin, these young wizards seemed somewhat lacking. All right, class dismissed. For those wishing to practice, remember to enlist the help of your older classmates for guidance. Private practice is strictly prohibited. The young wizards nodded eagerly. Private practice? Not a chance. Forcing them to practice elicited enough grumbling. The notion of private practice was utterly implausible. Professor McGonagall recognized that these young wizards would not engage in clandestine practice. Perhaps it was for the best. At least there was no danger involved. Such easygoing students were indeed a blessing. One by one, the young wizards dispersed. Professor McGonagall turned to Elvin. Now, Elvin, I must pay a visit to Professor Dumbledore. I sense you possess a keen interest in transfiguration, and you exhibit considerable talent. If you are willing, after your class concludes today, you are welcome to come to my office. We can further discuss the question you posed earlier. Elvin's eyes lit up. This was an incredible opportunity. A private session with the professor was an experience not afforded to many. He quickly replied, I would be delighted. If it wouldn't trouble you, I will certainly come. Professor McGonagall smiled. Rest assured, my dear child, it will not disturb me. I eagerly anticipate your arrival. Elvin nodded vigorously. Oh, by the way, it seems you have a potions class next. Hurry along. Time is of the essence. Elvin suddenly realized his oversight. Oh no, he had forgotten. If he was late to Professor Snape's class. The thought of Snape's expression made Elvin swallow hard. Chapter 28. Potions class. The classic trio of questions, though delayed. Here I am. He felt that today might be his last. For the first time since his birth, Elvin lost his composure. After briefly addressing Professor McGonagall, he turned and dashed out of the classroom. The potions classroom was on the first floor, while the transfiguration classroom was located on the 7th. Elvin was anxious as he gazed at the long staircase and glanced at the time. He felt the urge to act like a mischievous child. Drawing his wand, Elvin pointed at the staircase and declared, create a path to the potions classroom, swiftly. In the next moment, the staircase began to transform, revealing a straight passage. Without hesitation, Elvin leapt and sat down on the banister, sliding down at an exhilarating speed. The portraits on the walls were taken aback. My goodness, what are you doing? By Merlin S. Beard. This little wizard has audacity. Yet, there was an underlying sense of amusement. Could someone find an artist to paint me a staircase like that? I want to try it too. Elvin rolled his eyes. Try it, indeed. As his speed intensified, the ground loomed closer. Some timid portraits covered their eyes. Too frightened to look. Elvin realized that at this angle, he would definitely land face first. Of course, he would not allow such a mishap to occur. With a snap of his fingers, Elvin's body soared into the air, leaving behind a purple lotus. As he transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, he gracefully descended to the ground. A smile spread across his face. Although Hogwarts forbade the use of apparition, or rather, only those registered with Hogwarts could utilize it, such as Dumbledore, extended flying through apparition was permissible. Upon landing, Elvin sprinted towards the potions classroom. Unbeknownst to him, on the second floor, several Ravenclaw upperclassmen had just exited their classroom, including Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu gazed at the slowly dissipating purple lotus, her eyes filled with astonishment. A classmate beside her exclaimed, What is that? Is it magic? So beautiful. Is that Elvin? What kind of magic is this? Why haven't we learned it? Zhang Qiu remained silent, etching the image of the purple lotus in her memory. Meanwhile, Elvin hurried into the potions classroom, yet he was still late. As he pushed open the door, a multitude of young wizards turned to look. Snape furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the entrance. Elvin quickly interjected, I apologize, Professor. I'm late. His heart raced with trepidation. The old bat was truly terrifying. However, what perplexed Elvin was that Snape's furrowed brow quickly relaxed. Come in. Be more careful next time. Elvin was a bit bewildered. Was it truly that easy to pass? He began to doubt whether he was even a Calvin. Perhaps he was a Snape. Elvin Snape? That does have a rather pleasant ring to it. The other young wizards were equally confused. Just from Elvin's brief tardiness, they had already witnessed the terror of Snape. His shadowy visage resembled ancient, unyielding ice, sending chills down their spines. In the corner, Ron expressed his discontent. Why is Snape so partial to Elvin? Nearby, Harry Potter scribbled casually on a piece of parchment, remarking, perhaps it's because Snape is the head of Slytherin, and Elvin is the hidden prefect of Slytherin. Ron replied, but Professor McGonagall treats him well too. Harry set down his quill and blew gently on the still damp ink before him. Maybe it's because Elvin is exceptionally talented. Just as Ron was about to speak again, a sharp voice interrupted, and in the next moment, a shadow glided before the two of them. Indeed, it appeared to glide. Elvin was stunned, even lowering his gaze to check if Snape had somehow discovered a time-traveling hoverboard. How on earth was this levitation accomplished? Snape looked down upon the two, his cold voice cutting through the air. Ron Weasley and our savior, Harry Potter, what are you discussing? The chilling tone made both boys shudder, and they quickly stood up. Ron stammered, I swear we weren't talking about anything. Snape sneered, oh, are you suggesting that I misheard? Tell me, is that the case? Ron was on the verge of tears, unable to utter a single word, his body trembling uncontrollably. Harry, mustering his courage, said, Professor, we were discussing Elvin. Elvin, who was merely an observer, was taken aback. How did this conversation turn towards him? Discussing him? Intriguing, but perhaps a trap? Snape abruptly turned his gaze, locking onto Harry. As their eyes met, Snape's expression softened somewhat, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his gaze. However, as the focus shifted, Harry's face came into view, and an unmistakable look of disdain settled on Snape's features. Oh, it seems you have mastered the knowledge you require. Thus, you have time to converse about other matters. Now, our celebrity, Harry Potter. Tell me, what would happen if I were to add daffodil bulb powder to wormwood stem liquid? Harry was utterly bewildered. What powder? What liquid? What are those? Why would one add powder to liquid? Harry Potter could only shake his head in resignation. A mocking smile crept across Snape's face. Oh, unaware, are we? Then allow me to pose another question. Mr. Potter, where would I procure a piece of bezoar? Harry shook his head once more. Snape's mockery deepened. Very well then. The final inquiry. What is the distinction between aconite and burdock? Harry continued to shake his head. I don't know, Professor. Snape replied coldly. It appears that reputation does not equate to knowledge, especially when one's acclaim is ill-deserved. So, what emboldens you to disregard my lectures? Nearby, Malfoy was nearly doubled over with laughter. Elvin shook his head, recognizing that their tumultuous relationship was merely beginning. Poor Harry Potter indeed. Ron, witnessing his friend's predicament, finally summoned the courage to speak. Professor, I believe you are being unfair to Potter. We have not covered this material. How can Potter possibly know? Snape abruptly turned his gaze. Due to your reckless remarks, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Elvin, provide them with the answers. Reluctantly, Elvin stood. Daffodil bulb powder mixed with wormwood juice yields the draught of living death. Bezoar must be sought within the stomach of a cow. As for aconite and burdock, they are merely different names for the same plant. After speaking, Elvin sat down. Snape remarked, excellent. It seems there are still students willing to prepare in advance. Fools are, after all, a rarity. Slytherin gains 10 points. Why have you not noted this down? Chapter 29. After dinner, let us engage in a vigorous challenge of prefects. Snape's acerbic tongue persisted. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry Potter. Some individuals, puffed up with their fleeting fame, believe they are above attending class. What a ludicrous notion. Elvin marveled at Snape's sharpness, lamenting the legacy of James Potter. Debts, after all, must be repaid. Just like now. Harry's face darkened, yet he dared not retort, particularly under the weight of the mocking gazes surrounding him. His inherent insecurities only deepened as he lowered his head further. Fortunately, perhaps due to the absence of a response from Harry, Snape found the situation less amusing. He finally relented, drifting back to the lectern to commence the lesson. Elvin also retrieved his textbook, keenly interested in the subject of potions. In the wizarding world, potions equate to wealth. In Elvin's view, there are 2 affluent figures at Hogwarts. The first is Snape, a master of potions. Not to mention the considerable fees paid by many for Snape's expertise in brewing potions, a significant fortune indeed. The second is Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, for within the Forbidden Forest lies an unquantifiable number of magical creatures. Every day, Hage strolls about, collecting items that are truly rare and precious. Unlike Transfiguration, the first lesson of potions is predominantly theoretical. After all, successfully brewing a potion requires far more than merely tossing ingredients into a cauldron and stirring haphazardly. It demands extensive theoretical knowledge. Factors such as temperature must be meticulously considered. It can be asserted that every master of potions is indeed a true scholar, with Severus Snape being the most exceptional among them. Naturally, Snape seized this opportunity with fervor. Throughout the lesson, his acerbic wit was on full display. Harry Potter became the teacher's favored pupil in class, frequently summoned by Snape for questions. It is no wonder that Harry struggled. He failed to grasp the material discussed, as he had not been paying attention, thus affording Snape ample opportunity to critique him. In stark contrast stood Elvin. When Harry faltered, Snape redirected his inquiries to Elvin. By the end of the lesson, the young wizard's minds were nearly in a frenzy. Gryffindor lost 5 points while Slytherin gained 5. This delighted Elvin immensely. In just one lesson, the old bat had astonishingly deducted 30 points. Such blatant favoritism was glaringly apparent. But it bore no relevance to Elvin. He was quite content with the rhythm of the proceedings. After all, he had profited from it. Finally, amidst the lamentations of the Gryffindor students and the exuberance of their Slytherin counterparts, the potions class came to a close. As Snape announced the end of the lesson, the Gryffindors fled the classroom as if pursued by hounds. The Slytherins, on the other hand, left with uncontainable joy. Once the classroom was devoid of students, Elvin approached the podium where Snape was gathering his belongings. Noticing Elvin's approach, Snape inquired, "Elvin, do you require anything else?" Elvin replied, "Indeed. I feel it is necessary to explain the reason for my tardiness." Snape responded, "Professor McGonagall has already informed me. You possess remarkable talent in transfiguration and have discovered something extraordinary." Elvin was taken aback. McGonagall had told him? When? Goodness, had they been conversing privately? Had they formed a group? Elvin responded, "Thank you for your praise, Professor." Snape waved his hand dismissively. If there is nothing else, you may head to the Great Hall. You have another class this afternoon. Elvin hesitated momentarily, contemplating Snape's attitude towards him. Tentatively, he ventured, Professor, I have a keen interest in potions. And if I encounter any confusion, may I disturb you? Snape's movements paused for a brief moment, leaving Elvin's heart fluttering with apprehension. The study of potions pertains to Elvin's plans for the future. If he could receive guidance from Snape, it would be an extraordinary opportunity for Elvin, regardless of Snape's character. When it comes to potions, he is undoubtedly a true master. At that moment, Snape gathered his belongings and stated, Dragon's blood. Elvin paused in confusion. What? I beg your pardon, Professor. I did not comprehend. Snape replied, the password to my office is Dragon's blood. After dinner, come by. You can assist me with some simple potions. With that, Snape turned and walked away. Elvin's expression brightened. A tutor was indeed on the way. He tidied up his things, whistling as he planned to have lunch. In just one morning, Elvin had acquired 2 tutors, which was truly splendid news. Upon entering the hall, Elvin sat next to the Slytherin long table and began to enjoy his meal. He found himself missing home, as he was unaccustomed to English cuisine. Thus, he had specially invited 2 Chinese chefs. Elvin thought it would be wise to spend some time communicating with the house elves to see if they could learn to prepare Chinese dishes. He longed to savor a spicy hot pot. After satisfying his appetite, Elvin rubbed his belly. Having eaten well, he decided it was time to engage in some activities. Perhaps he would initiate the house challenge today. Elvin turned his gaze towards the second-year section of the long table. The second-year prefect, Barton Drew, was chatting with his classmates when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, he met Elvin's eyes, causing his heart to race. Was this fellow about to issue a direct challenge? Elvin stood up and approached Barton. Greetings, senior. I am Erwin Cavendish, the prefect of the first year. I hereby challenge you. A wry smile appeared on Barton's face. Indeed, news of Elvin's exploits had spread rapidly. From his impeccable disarming spell on the train to the silent cleaning charm he cast on the sorting hat yesterday, and even to the mysterious surge of magical energy he exhibited last night. Each event added to the legend surrounding Elvin. Although Barton was merely a second year, he felt somewhat uncertain facing Elvin. However, the rules were clear, and he could not back down. Rising to his feet, he bowed and declared, I accept your challenge. The commotion at the Slytherin long table drew the attention of students from other houses. For young wizards and witches, such occurrences were nothing short of exhilarating, as they rarely had any special entertainment activities. On the high platform, the gazes of several professors were also captivated. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and remarked, I have long advocated for the abolition of this rule in Slytherin. It is far too perilous. Snape remained silent. Dumbledore chuckled. Isn't this the very vitality that young wizards should embody? Slytherin is indeed unique. Let us join in on the excitement. Chapter 30. The feuds of affluent families and the drama of illegitimacy. Even without Dumbledore's prompting, Snape felt compelled to attend. After all, this was a dual challenge. And the stakes among young wizards were significant. As the headmaster, he needed to supervise. By the Black Lake, a considerable number of young wizards had already gathered. Snape, along with several professors, stood to the side observing. Grodia glanced back at her housemaster, who nodded in affirmation. She stepped into the center, announcing, Slytherin, House Captain Challenge. Challenger, Erwin Cavendish. Elvin emerged from the crowd, positioning himself to Grodia's left. She nodded once more before continuing. Challenged, second-year House Captain, Barton Drew. Barton took his place to Grodia's right. A chorus of second-year students erupted in cheers. Go, Barton. Don't let Cavendish defeat you effortlessly. Laughter echoed around them. Barton's already dark complexion deepened further. Even before the duel commenced, everyone had seemingly written him off. This realization dampened his spirits considerably. He felt the urgent need to validate himself, at the very least enduring a couple of exchanges. Truth be told, he harbored little hope of victory. Grodia beckoned to the 2 combatants, who stepped into the designated area, wands drawn. She took 2 steps back. Elvin and Barton raised their wands to their chests, bowing to one another. Then, they turned and retreated to a safe distance. As Elvin turned to return, a particular scene lingered in his mind, a duel between Tom and Jerry in a classic Western cowboy style. Yet, in this imagined match, Tom, lacking any sense of honor, pursued Jerry with a gun in hand. The absurdity of the image brought a smile to Elvin's face, though he could not fathom why it had come to him in this moment. Once both had reached their respective positions, they turned to face one another. In the next instant, Barton shouted, Armor. However, before his incantation could fully escape his lips, a swifter incantation rang out. Disarm. A spell shot toward Barton, who, in an instant, found his wand flying from his grasp, embedding itself into the soft earth by the Black Lake. The rapidity of the events left the younger wizards momentarily stunned, while only those in their 5th year and above, along with the professors, were able to discern the swiftness of Elvin's actions. Dumbledore marveled, what a masterful disarming spell. The swiftness of the incantation and the precision of the charm are utterly impeccable. Elvin's basic spells had already reached level 3. Under the influence of silent, wandless magic, it could be said that Elvin had pushed it to its utmost limit. Naturally, it was beyond reproach. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's gaze. Grodia scrutinized Elvin. The disarming spell he had just witnessed was one he could also perform. And in comparison to Elvin's execution, it was certainly on par. Yet therein lay the dilemma. While it was commendable, it lacked the potency to truly impress. Just yesterday, Grodia had thought of Elvin merely as someone experimenting. He had never anticipated the possibility of facing him directly, for that seemed a daunting challenge. However, at this moment, he genuinely believed Elvin might achieve an unprecedented feat. Barton glanced at his empty hands, momentarily stunned. Had he truly lost so swiftly? Was it really over in a single move? Shaking his head with a wry smile, he admitted, "I lost." Elvin replied with a grin, "Thank you for the match, senior." Barton shook his head, insisting, "I did not let you win. I genuinely cannot compete with you." Elvin offered no explanation. For once outside the Great Hall, no one could comprehend the deep-seated humility ingrained in those from the East. It was a form of refinement, clearly beyond the grasp of Westerners. The surrounding young wizards, initially eager for a balanced duel, were now disheartened, having expected a fierce contest, only to witness a swift defeat. They were acutely aware of Elvin's formidable prowess. He hardly resembled a first-year wizard. Grodia approached Elvin and inquired, "What do you think? Shall we continue?" Elvin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Perhaps not. With only this brief respite at noon, I wish to take a moment to rest." Grodia nodded, "Indeed. It is your prerogative. You may commence whenever you like. I shall await your return." Elvin smiled. As the surrounding students began to disperse, Elvin noticed with puzzlement that Barton remained. He asked, "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" After a brief hesitation, Barton replied, "May I accompany you in your studies?" Elvin regarded Barton, surprised to perceive a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Intrigued, Elvin remarked, "You seem eager to grow stronger. Why the urgency, being only a second year?" Barton hesitated, and Elvin continued with a smile, "It appears you have a story to tell. If you wish to learn from me, you must be willing to offer something in return. Yet presently, you cannot even share the truth with me." Barton quickly protested, "That is not the case." "Well, actually, my full name is Barton Axley." Elvin paused, taken aback. "Axley? The pure-blooded Axley family? The one that specializes in potions and materials for magical creatures?" Barton nodded. "Indeed." Elvin inquired, "But why do you bear the surname Delu?" Barton sighed, "I am a bastard. My surname is derived from my mother." Elvin comprehended. Goodness, the entangled affairs of noble families. How intriguing. Elvin asked, "Oh, then, what motivates your ascent to power? Is it the pursuit of authority or the position of heir?" Barton appeared astonished. "How did you know?" Elvin rolled his eyes. "Isn't this the typical narrative in novels, films, and even television dramas? Such a time-worn trope." Barton replied, "I do not covet anything from the Axley family. However, I yearn for recognition. I refuse to bear the stigma of being a bastard. Therefore, I shall grow strong enough that my brothers must acknowledge me." Elvin understood. An ambitious, illegitimate child, not driven by power or wealth, but merely seeking a title of validation. This narrative is rather niche. Elvin stated, "How do you wish for me to assist you?" Barton replied, "You are sufficiently powerful. I aspire to be as strong as you." Elvin chuckled. "Herein lies the dilemma. Why should I assist you? Or rather, what can you offer me in return?" Barton pondered for a moment. "I do not know. I possess no wealth, and I am distanced from the family business." Elvin smiled. "Those matters do not concern me. What I desire is your loyalty. Your loyalty will procure everything you seek, perhaps even more than mere recognition. I could help you ascend to the position of the Axley Patriarch." Chapter 31. The Initial Encounter with the Supplier. Barton was momentarily taken aback. "I do not harbor such grand ambitions." Elvin's lips curled upwards, resembling a small demon with horns. "Do you lack ambition, or do you merely fear to dream?" Barton felt as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. After a hesitant pause, he admitted, "I dare not dream. I simply wish for their acknowledgement." Elvin chuckled. "Ambition is a commendable trait. Since you possess ambition, why not allow it to expand? Trust me, you will attain everything you desire. For these words are spoken by me." Barton gazed at Elvin. "The Axley family is a pure-blood lineage, steeped in tradition. You cannot achieve this." Elvin replied, "What? Do you lack the courage to take a gamble? If you cannot muster the bravery to bet, then your limits shall remain just so." Elvin's gaze pierced deeply into Barton's fragile heart. He clenched his fists. "No, I do not lack courage." Elvin's smile widened, witnessing the youthful wizardess fervor. "How touching." Elvin declared, "The Cavendish family never speaks empty words. Stand with me, and I shall ensure you achieve everything you desire. This is far from mere idle talk. When the dust settles, you shall attain all that your heart desires." Barton gazed at Elvin. His fist clenched tightly only to release, and then clench once more. Elvin did not urge him with impatience. This young sorcerer, despite his fervent spirit, also harbored a measure of trepidation, particularly someone like Barton, a bastard child. The weight of his family's legacy loomed heavily in his heart. After a considerable pause, Barton knelt on one knee, grasping the hem of Elvin's robe. "I pledge my loyalty to you." Elvin smiled, genuinely pleased. To be honest, Barton was indeed a delightful surprise. Not merely for his prowess, but for his lineage. Having a member of a pure-blood family, even a bastard, provided Elvin with a plausible justification to act against pure-blood families. Elvin placed his hand upon Barton's head. "Excellent. I accept your allegiance. Now extend your arm." Confusion flickered in Barton's mind, yet he hesitated not for an instant, presenting his arm before Elvin. With a swift motion, Elvin's wand touched Barton's arm, and in the blink of an eye, a lotus mark began to unfurl. Barton's face was a canvas of astonishment. Elvin elucidated the mark's purpose, and Barton was taken aback. This phenomenon reminded him of something, a dark mark. He felt as though he had unwittingly boarded a treacherous vessel, yet it was too late to turn back. Elvin gently lifted his hand, prompting Barton to rise from the ground. "Very well. You may go now. I shall seek you out later." Barton nodded and turned to leave. Elvin stood by the Black Lake, contemplating that Slytherin was indeed the most suitable house for him. The Axley family, renowned for their expertise in potions, would undoubtedly amass considerable wealth. However, strategizing how to engage with this family required careful consideration. After all, they were a pure-blood family, not to be trifled with lightly. A meticulous approach was imperative. Elvin sheathed his wand and proceeded towards Hogwarts Castle. As he entered the corridor, he was met with a cacophony of noise. He furrowed his brow, recognizing the unmistakable voice of Malfoy. Moving forward, he turned a corner to find Malfoy and his companions huddled together, pointing and sneering at a solitary figure, Hagrid. Hagrid was busy tending to the vegetation surrounding a circular area, seemingly oblivious to Malfoy's taunts, having grown accustomed to their derision. "Is your upbringing solely to mock others in this manner?" Malfoy's expression darkened as he turned to see who dared to meddle in their affairs. However, upon catching sight of Elvin's face, a wave of unease washed over him. The events on the train were still vividly etched in his memory, particularly the recent confrontation between Elvin and Barton, where Barton had been utterly defenseless. Malfoy did not even dare to utter a harsh word and hurriedly left with his companions. Elvin approached Hagrid and said, "I sincerely apologize for the rudeness displayed by some of our young wizards from my house." Hagrid quickly set down the shears he had been holding, appearing somewhat flustered. He had never encountered such a situation before. Due to his size, he had been ridiculed on more than one occasion and had grown accustomed to it. Hogwarts students were a source of amusement for him, alongside the mute caretaker, Filch. Hagrid waved his hands dismissively. No, it's quite all right." Elvin replied with a smile, "They are still quite young. I hope you won't hold it against them. By the way, I am Erwin Cavendish. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hagrid paused for a moment. "Cavendish?" Elvin nodded, "Yes. What's the matter? You seem quite surprised." Hagrid explained, "I was once helped by a Muggle family in London. Without their assistance, I would have faced numerous difficulties. They mentioned they hailed from Cavendish, and their young master studies at Hogwarts." "Is that you?" Elvin chuckled. "It seems we are rather fated. There is only one Cavendish in London, and that is my Cavendish." Hagrid remarked, "Then I should express my gratitude." Elvin waved his hand dismissively. "That's quite unnecessary. It is already generous of you not to hold my classmates' behavior against me." Hagrid insisted, "That's not the same. Gratitude is warranted. Would you like to visit my hut? I can treat you to rock cakes. Trust me, you will love the taste." As Hagrid said this, he felt somewhat anxious, for he could tell that Elvin held a high status, and being a Slytherin added to his apprehension. Elvin replied, "I would be delighted to, Hagrid. However, I must attend class now, but I will certainly drop by when I have the time. I am looking forward to the rock cakes." Hagrid's face lit up with a smile. Right. You should indeed head to class. I eagerly await your visit. My hut is just outside the Forbidden Forest. You will see it as you walk towards the forest." Elvin nodded. "All right then, I shall take my leave." Hagrid nodded in return. A smile crept onto Elvin's lips. He had already formed a connection with Hagrid, securing a supplier. As for the rock cakes, Elvin was not particularly interested, considering they were notoriously difficult for most to bite into. Nevertheless, Elvin felt that his experience at Hogwarts was exceptionally splendid, as each step aligned perfectly with his plans. Progressing remarkably smoothly, he made his way toward the location of the flying class. Indeed, his next lesson is a flying class. In truth, Elvin could not comprehend why wizards ride broomsticks. Did it not seem absurd to him? Chapter 32, Lacking Flying Talent? Violent Taming. It could be asserted that among all the subjects at Hogwarts, flying class held the least interest for Elvin. He found divination to be far more appealing than this endeavor. Elvin simply could not grasp the joy of sitting upon a broomstick. Arriving at the open area outside the greenhouse, he noticed that the class had yet to commence. However, a considerable number of students from Slytherin and Gryffindor had already gathered. Each young wizard wore an expression of excitement. Flying is, after all, a lifelong dream for humanity. The mere mention of soaring through the skies seemed to elate everyone, regardless of their stature. Upon seeing Elvin approach, the actively discussing young wizards descended into an eerie silence. Elvin paid them no heed and instead stepped before Malfoy, frowning as he regarded him. Malfoy swallowed nervously, a hint of trepidation surfacing within him. What do you want? My father is a governor. Don't do anything reckless. Elvin chuckled. Seriously, does this fellow become mute without his father around? Elvin stated, Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, I feel compelled to impart a message to you. I do not care what you are like at home, nor do I concern myself with your father's status as a governor. As a member of Slytherin, your every word and action reflects upon the house. I implore you to contemplate your identity. Being of pure blood is never merely a matter of lineage, but rather a legacy passed down through generations. Your current standing is not due to your platinum hair, but rather the accomplishments of your ancestors. Therefore, for the sake of Slytherin and your family, pay heed to your demeanor. Nobility is never simply spoken. It is embodied in your every action. Malfoy bowed his head, rendered speechless. He wished to retort, yet found Elvin's words to be rather accurate. Ultimately, he was too intimidated to respond. Elvin turned his gaze to the other Slytherin students. Today, my words are not directed solely at Malfoy. They apply to all of you. Do not bring shame upon Slytherin, nor upon your families. Refrain from behaving like reckless lions. Remember, you are Slytherin. The gathered Slytherin students may have found it difficult to absorb other messages, but when compared to Gryffindor, they became notably attentive and compliant. A chorus of young wizards slightly inclined their heads. Yes, Prefect. Elvin nodded in satisfaction. Turning, he beheld a group of young lions glaring back at him. He then looked toward Ron. What are you staring at? Ron was taken aback. What happened to elegance? What happened to dignity? How can you insult? Ron wished to retort, but found that Elvin had, unbeknownst to him, acquired a wand in his hand. Ron could only lower his head in resignation, feeling a sense of indignation within. Everyone exchanged furious glances, questioning why he alone was being reprimanded. Elvin shot Ron a disdainful look, unable to comprehend why he felt such annoyance towards him. Ron had even resorted to foul language, a true transgression that marred the decorum of his house, and indeed, Ron deserved the scorn. In the distance, Madame Hooch was approaching, her tattered brooms floating around her. Elvin clapped his hands, signaling, all right, it's time for class. Everyone, please find your positions. The Slytherin students swiftly complied, forming an orderly line. In stark contrast, the Gryffindor students appeared as unruly as a flock of sheep. Madame Hooch observed this scene, unable to suppress her admiration for Slytherin-esque discipline. With a flick of her wand, Madame Hooch scattered the brooms, each landing at the feet of the young witches and wizards. All right, children, we are ready for your first flying lesson at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, both Slytherin and Gryffindor students were brimming with excitement. A smile graced Madame Hooch's lips. She had witnessed this enthusiasm countless times before among first-time flyers. But before we begin, I must assess your innate talent for flying, she announced. Do you see the brooms at your feet? Place your right hand above the broom, and then call out. As soon as she finished speaking, one eager young wizard could no longer contain himself. With a loud shout, Elvin noticed that only the broom beside Harry Potter soared into the air. Madame Hooch's eyes sparkled with surprise at Harry's display. Meanwhile, the broom beside Malfoy took flight for a brief moment before gently descending. The other students, including Elvin, found their brooms utterly unresponsive, remaining as still as if they were lifeless. Malfoy watched Harry's success with a glare of defiance and shouted again. This time, the broom flew directly into Malfoy's hand. He cast a triumphant glance at Harry, who merely rolled his eyes in response. Most of the other young witches and wizards managed to get their brooms airborne after a few attempts. Yet, Elvin's broom remained obstinately still, and his expression darkened. Was it true that the absence of a displayed talent on the system panel meant a total lack of ability? He stared at the broom on the ground, feeling the weight of frustration. I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, I shall make you one of today's firewood. Madame Hooch exclaimed. Mr. Elvin, you shouldn't act this way. You need to be gentle and infuse some emotion into it. However, before Madame Hooch could finish her sentence, the broom on the ground suddenly soared into Elvin's hand. Madame Hooch appeared momentarily bewildered. Elvin remarked, it seems these magical objects sometimes require a unique approach. The corners of Madame Hooch's mouth twitched slightly. She found herself at a loss for words, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Following Elvin's success, there was but one individual left who had yet to achieve the same, Ron Weasley. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, Ron's face flushed with embarrassment. He had desired attention, yet not in such an overt manner. Recalling the method Elvin had employed, Ron believed he could replicate it. Thus, he mimicked Elvin's actions precisely. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected for Ron. His broom, evidently stubborn, reacted defiantly. In a sudden display of rebellion, the broom struck Ron's face with a forceful blow, leaving a crimson mark across his nose. Ron clutched his nose, wailing in agony, while the surrounding young wizards erupted in laughter. Madam Hooch, concerned, inquired. Do you need to visit the infirmary? Ron shook his head. He was unwilling to miss the flying lesson. Madam Hooch refrained from further comment. Now, straddle your brooms tightly, grasp them firmly, and upon hearing my whistle, push off the ground with vigor. Maintain your balance and descend slowly. Is that clear? The young wizards nodded in unison, mounting their brooms. Meanwhile, Elvin discreetly drew his wand. If all went as per the usual narrative, our dear Neville Longbottom would soon find himself in a predicament. Neville never failed to astonish, as was evident at that moment. The instant he mounted his broom, it began to wobble and lift off the ground. Madam Hooch had just retrieved her whistle and had not yet blown it when Neville's action startled her. Longbottom, what are you doing? Get down at once. The other young wizards echoed their grievances, eager to experience flight, only to be delayed by Neville's antics. The urgency of Madam Hooch's admonitions and the complaints from the young wizards caused Neville to panic. Instead of descending, he inadvertently soared higher due to a miscalculation. Elvin sighed. Indeed, Neville would never fail to impress. At times, Elvin wondered if Neville was genuinely less astute than other children. With a flick of his wand, Elvin summoned Neville back to Earth. At this juncture, the most effective solution Elvin could conceive was the levitation charm. As the incantation was uttered, the scene unfolded. Neville seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand and charged towards Erwin. As previously mentioned, the summoning charm does not directly manipulate space to pull someone, but rather requires a defined trajectory. Thus, technically, the summoning charm can even serve as an offensive spell. For instance, at this moment, Neville hurtled towards Erwin like a cannonball. The students of Slytherin were quite astute. Having witnessed Malfoy being slapped by a toad, they instinctively parted to the sides when Erwin made his move. Some clever Gryffindor students followed suit. However, there are always fools in this world, such as Ron, who was too engrossed in the commotion among his fellow classmates. Harry Potter did not even have time to warn Ron. In the next instant, Neville's plump body collided directly with Ron. Ron gasped in shock and was sent flying. Erwin hastily severed the spell and quickly retreated 2 steps. With a thunderous crash, Neville landed heavily in the spot where Erwin had just stood, stirring up a cloud of dust. Erwin waved his hand to disperse the dust before the gathered young wizards turned their attention to the center. Neville, looking utterly bewildered, surveyed his surroundings as if he had yet to grasp what had transpired. Madam Hooch let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Erwin, thanks to you, Mr. Longbottom has been spared from disaster. Slytherin earns 10 points. Erwin slightly bowed. Thank you for your generosity. However, Madam Hooch, while Neville is unharmed, the individual beneath him may not fare as well. Madam Hooch gasped, finally noticing that there was indeed someone beneath Neville. Ron, Harry Potter exclaimed. At this moment, our impoverished friend Ron Weasley was already rolling his eyes. Neville's weight was no laughing matter, and combined with the force of his descent, Erwin thought that Ron's survival was a testament to his poverty, which somehow endowed him with a robust physique. It seemed that being excessively wealthy might not always be a blessing. Neville, realizing the softness beneath him, understood why the fall had not hurt at all. He even shifted slightly to feel it. Ron's eyes rolled back even further, nearly obscuring his pupils. Erwin was astonished. Did these two harbor a grudge against one another? Or was Neville not as simple-minded as he appeared? Was he secretly cunning, seizing this opportunity for revenge? Erwin exclaimed, Neville, if you do not get off, that cushion beneath you will perish. Only then did Neville realize, gasping in alarm as he hastily stood up. As Neville departed, Ron could finally breathe in fresh air, his chest heaving violently. Professor McGonagall sighed in relief. He was still alive, albeit with 2 broken bones. He lay in the pit, unable to attend flying lessons, a matter of little concern to him, as he had never possessed much interest in them. With Neville now replaced by Ron in the infirmary, the narrative had undergone notable alterations due to Elvin's involvement. Once Professor McGonagall had exited, a throng of young wizards eagerly contemplated sneaking a flight. After all, several had boasted of riding flying brooms, and they yearned to showcase their prowess. Among them was Malfoy, yet upon encountering Elvin's perilous gaze, he relinquished this notion. Unlike Slytherin, Gryffindor had no shortage of reckless young lions. Elvin, however, had no authority over Gryffindor, and with Hermione absent to provide guidance, the young lions could no longer suppress their temptation. With the ascent of the first young lion, the rest of Gryffindor ignited like a fuse. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 young lions took to the skies. Elvin paid them no heed, confident that someone would soon impart a lesson upon them. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Professor McGonagall appeared in the open space, fury radiating from her. How dare you? She exclaimed, her wand waving with fervor. One by one, the young lions were suspended in the air, akin to cats grasped by the scruff of their necks, hovering beside her. In a frosty tone, Professor McGonagall declared, each of you will lose 20 points for Gryffindor. With 6 individuals involved, Gryffindor's score plummeted by 120 points, resulting in a significant deficit on the very first day. This was despite several upperclassmen aiding the house in accumulating points. Otherwise, they would have faced an even more dire loss. In stark contrast, the Slytherins reveled in the situation, their expressions rife with mockery. The rivalry between the young lions and serpents was a long-standing affair, and witnessing the lions falter was a source of immense delight for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall, weary of the predicament, lamented the absence of students like Elvin, who could manage their peers and alleviate her burdens. If only she could transfer Elvin to Gryffindor. While the young lions wore expressions of dejection, the Slytherin wizards basked in amusement. The first flying lesson concluded amidst a myriad of mishaps. In the afternoon, there was a history of magic class, which was the only one out of the 4 classes that did not involve both Slytherin and Gryffindor together. Chapter 34, Professor McGonagall's Notebook. In this session, the Slytherin students were joined by their Ravenclaw counterparts. The entire class seemed to transform into a stage for Hermione and Elvin. Through a single history of magic lesson, the two managed to earn 50 points for their respective houses. Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor, wore a beaming smile. After all, high-achieving students are universally adored. After class, on their way to the Great Hall, Hermione walked alongside Elvin, her enthusiasm palpable. Elvin, I cannot express how grateful I am. Ravenclaw suits me perfectly. The upperclassmen have shown me the joy of learning. I absolutely adore this atmosphere. Elvin responded with a smile. Indeed. What suits you best is undoubtedly the finest choice. Congratulations, Hermione, on discovering the house that truly fits you. Hermione nodded. Oh, I borrowed a book from an upper-class woman that contains a wealth of information about the magical world. Would you like to take a look? It's far too heavy for me to carry. So, if you need it, you can grab it from my common room after I finish reading. Elvin immediately thought of the tome Hermione typically perused, which was thicker than a dictionary. He quickly waved his hand. No need. Just read it yourself. Hermione let out a slight "oh," feeling somewhat disappointed. It was indeed a pity not to share knowledge with someone. Elvin's lips twitched slightly. Truly, a high achiever remains a high achiever. No matter the circumstances. It was particularly daunting when such an individual sought to assimilate you into their world. After a meal in the Great Hall, Elvin did not return to the common room with the Slytherin students, but instead made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall, are you there? It's Elvin. The office door creaked open, revealing Professor McGonagall at her desk, her round glasses perched on her nose as she diligently wrote something down. She gestured for Elvin to take a seat. Elvin, please sit. I'm just preparing the lesson for tomorrow. We shall converse shortly. Elvin nodded, taking in the decor of McGonagall's office. The warm orange light illuminated the room, which housed a circle of bookshelves brimming with volumes. The wear on the books suggested they were frequently consulted. It was evident why Hermione held such admiration for Professor McGonagall. They were remarkably alike in their dedication and meticulousness. McGonagall's desk was also cluttered with an array of books, making it difficult for Elvin to catch a glimpse of her. After approximately half an hour, Professor McGonagall straightened her posture. Erwin gently massaged his shoulders, exclaiming, Indeed, I am growing old. Professor McGonagall replied, Do you need assistance with a massage? Muggle massages are quite beneficial for relieving fatigue. Surprised, Professor McGonagall responded, Is that so? Erwin chuckled softly as he positioned himself behind her, applying gentle pressure to her shoulders. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes in comfort, remarking, How remarkable. I truly feel less weary now. Erwin noted, You often work at your desk, which has undoubtedly caused some strain in your shoulders and neck, something that magic cannot mend. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. That is indeed fascinating. Erwin continued, The Muggle world is advancing swiftly. Although they lack magic, they have ingeniously created many substitutes for it. Professor McGonagall mused. It seems I should familiarize myself with the Muggle world. Well, I feel much improved. Please, have a seat so we can discuss your discoveries. Erwin returned to his chair. Professor McGonagall stated, I have delved into the matter of transfiguration spells and their counterspells. Your hypothesis appears to hold merit, but to confirm this, I will need to conduct further experiments for rigor. Nevertheless, you may prepare a draft in advance. I can assist you in publishing it under your name in various journals. And subsequently, the Transfiguration Society will validate your theory. Once confirmed, trust me, the rewards will be substantial. Erwin replied, Very well, Professor. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Professor McGonagall nodded. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. I will gladly assist you in refining your work. Erwin smiled. I am truly grateful, Professor McGonagall. In truth, my grasp of transfiguration is limited. It is merely a fleeting thought. If you truly expect me to complete this independently, I must admit I feel rather anxious. Professor McGonagall reassured him, You possess considerable talent. I can see it within you. If you are genuinely interested in transfiguration, I would be willing to teach you, if you are agreeable to it. Erwin rose with enthusiasm. Of course, I would be delighted. Professor McGonagall opened her drawer and retrieved a notebook. These are my notes from my school days, which I have expanded upon over the years. You may peruse them. They contain my insights on transfiguration. Erwin accepted the notebook with both hands, feeling as though he had received a treasured gift. After all, these were Professor McGonagall's notes. In the original text, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are undoubtedly masters of transfiguration. At least, Erwin had never witnessed anyone else transform a table into a pig. Professor McGonagall declared, "You are the most gifted young wizard I have encountered. You are exceptional. Therefore, if you are truly interested in transfiguration, I believe you have the potential to achieve great things in this field." Erwin bowed slightly. "Thank you, Professor. I shall not disappoint you." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Very well. Now, you should return home early. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. However, do remember not to attempt anything beyond your capabilities. If you truly wish to experiment, come to me." Erwin nodded. "Understood, Professor. Please take care of yourself." After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Erwin flipped through the notebook in his hand, his eyes sparkling with increasing delight. It could truly be regarded as a compendium of transfiguration. It contained Professor McGonagall's insights on the art of transfiguration, progressing from the rudimentary to the profound. In other words, this notebook was a veritable ladder to mastery in transfiguration. Cherishing it dearly, Erwin made his way directly to Snape's chamber. Standing at the threshold of Snape's office, Erwin took a deep breath. The prospect of confronting Snape filled him with trepidation. After all, it was Snape, the infamous Hogwarts bat. Who could remain unfazed in his presence? Certainly not Erwin. Dragon blood. Erwin softly uttered the incantation. The office door swung open. Inside, an unsettling silence enveloped the room, creating an eerie atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the warmth of Professor McGonagall's space. It even felt as though a chilling breeze had swept through him. Chapter 35. The Diary of the Half-Blood Prince obtained. Erwin shuddered involuntarily. When would Snape ever escape this macabre fascination? It was utterly ridiculous. No wonder everyone deemed Snape a villain. On one hand, he was indeed serpentine in nature. On the other, he exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness. Erwin could not fathom why Professor Snape could not live a bit more like a human being, instead of isolating himself day after day, while lost in contemplation. A voice called from within, "Aren't you coming in?" Erwin promptly replied, "Coming, coming." Upon entering the office, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to that of Professor McGonagall's. If McGonagall's office resembled a cozy bedroom, Snape's was akin to a mad scientist's laboratory. Shelves on either side were adorned with an array of materials, alongside transparent glass jars containing potion ingredients. The air was permeated with the scent of potions, indescribable, not necessarily foul, but certainly far from pleasant. Snape stood before a cauldron, bubbles rising and popping within. Erwin stood obediently to the side, careful not to disturb him. Before long, the bubbling subsided, and Snape retrieved a glass vial. He opened a small aperture at the side of the cauldron, allowing a drop of pink liquid to trickle into the bottle. Snape exhaled in relief and sealed the vial. He carefully placed the bottle aside, piquing Elvin's interest. Observing Snape's demeanor, it appeared that this potion held significant value. Snape commanded, "What are you still doing there? Come over and assist me with the potion." Elvin promptly nodded and approached Snape, ready to lend a hand. After watching for a brief moment, Snape's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction, though he quickly concealed it. Elvin meticulously handled the ingredients before him, wary of giving Snape any reason to unleash his sharp tongue. Fortunately, it seemed that Snape was inclined to evaluate him, as the potion assigned was not overly complex. Elvin had also familiarized himself with the preparation methods from his studies. Noticing Elvin's adeptness, Snape ceased his scrutiny and busied himself with other tasks. Elvin hesitated momentarily, then spoke up. Professor." Snape halted his actions, inquiring, "What is it?" Elvin continued, "I wish to know if there exists any potion that could grant magical abilities to a non-magical person." Snape furrowed his brow, replying sternly, "No. If such a potion existed, it would undoubtedly be classified as forbidden." "Why do you ask?" Elvin shook his head. "It's nothing. Just a curiosity." Snape asserted, "The ability to bestow magic upon a non-magical individual transcends the capabilities of potions. However, legend has it that during the time of Merlin, wizards employed entirely different forms of magic, primarily relying on prayers or exchanges with deities. There were instances where individuals gained magical prowess through such exchanges." Elvin remarked, "The time of Merlin? It seems that is merely a legend." Snape conceded, "Perhaps so. However, it has been said that during Grindelwald's era, he once enabled a childhood companion, a muggle, to acquire magical abilities. Yet, the truth of this rumor remains uncertain." Elvin's pupils narrowed slightly. Grindelwald? His inquiry was undoubtedly motivated by thoughts of the Cavendish family. The loyalty of the Cavendish family had already been cultivated. If Elvin sought to navigate the magical realm, it would be far more prudent to enlist their aid rather than starting anew. Snape cautioned, "Do not entertain thoughts of pursuing such matters. These are not for you to delve into. Even if such a thing exists, it would be strictly forbidden. If you wish to avoid Azkaban, I suggest you dismiss those thoughts." Elvin nodded fervently, focusing intently on the potion ingredients before him. Snape glanced at Elvin, and a fleeting moment of nostalgia crossed his eyes. Once upon a time, The previous head of the Cavendish family had stood in a similar position, both of them concocting potions at the same workbench. Those days had been among the rare instances of joy for Snape. Alas, everything had changed. The enemies of the Cavendish family, particularly Snape, are formidable. Even when Dumbledore intervened, it was merely to deter the adversary without taking action against Elvin. The most crucial aspect is that no one can govern these matters. It is the fate of the Cavendish family. Neither Dumbledore nor Snape can alter this reality. Each time Snape contemplates this, a pang of sorrow grips his heart. Yet now, their child has once again entered the magical realm, reopening the destiny of the Cavendish family, a fate that Snape is equally powerless to change. Clenching his fist, Snape resolves that this time, regardless of the circumstances, Elvin must not come to harm. Even if it costs him his life, he is determined to protect Elvin. Undeterred by the inevitability of the Cavendish family's fate, even if it ultimately leads to a futile struggle against the flames. For the sake of a promise, and in honor of his rare friendship, Snape is resolute. Meanwhile, Elvin, engrossed in potion-making, senses a series of penetrating gazes. Turning around, he queries, "What is it, Professor Snape? Is there an issue with my work?" Snape turns away, asserting, "No. Your performance is satisfactory. You should return. It is getting late." Nodding, Elvin removes his gloves and asks, "Professor Snape, may I come back tomorrow?" Snape replies affirmatively, "Yes. However, your technique is rather ordinary. Take this with you and review it. I hope to see some improvement by tomorrow. I do not wish for my potions to be squandered by you." Elvin promptly accepts the task, bids Snape farewell, and hastily departs. Upon exiting the office, Elvin glances around and indeed spots the Half-Blood Prince's diary. Excellent. In one evening, he has absorbed the knowledge of 2 tutors. If he doesn't excel, who will? Upon returning to the common room, he finds that the young wizards have already retired for the night. Elvin retreats to his chamber, sits at his desk, and begins to study diligently. He cannot bear to waste the fruits of the professor's labor, for he possesses an intrinsic love for learning. As time passes, a series of sharp knocks resonate against the glass. Turning to investigate, he sees an owl tapping at his window. Elvin opens the window, offers the owl a morsel, and then retrieves the letter it carries. The letter is from Old Tom, stating that he has followed Elvin's instructions and purchased a shop in Diagon Alley, inquiring what steps Elvin wishes to take next. Chapter 36, Supplier Hagrid. Since Old Tom has been marked by Elvin, although Old Tom possesses no magic, the standard Muggle-repelling charm has become ineffective against him. In truth, one might liken Old Tom to a mere firecracker. Therefore, he could assist Elvin in the activities at Diagon Alley. Closing the letter, Elvin pondered for a moment. He had not yet decided what purpose this shop would serve. Perhaps it was the legacy of the Dursleys' genes. Wherever he went, Elvin felt compelled to establish a venture, for only then would he find peace of mind. Standing by the window, he contemplated. He was currently situated in Hogwarts. If there was one thing Hogwarts had in abundance, easily obtainable for profit, it would certainly be materials from magical creatures or potions found within the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid must possess a considerable stock. Peering through the darkness, Elvin could faintly discern Hagrid's hut. After a moment's reflection, he realized he could not sleep. Perhaps a visit to Hagrid would be in order to discuss potential business opportunities. With this thought, Elvin's form flickered and transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, soaring towards the Forbidden Forest. Unbeknownst to Elvin, at that very moment, on the top floor of Hogwarts, by a window, Dumbledore watched the purple smoke dissipate into the night sky, a smile gracing his lips. What a little wizard brimming with secrets. Or is it that all members of the Cavendish family are alike? Apparition is not a skill one of his age should yet possess. I wonder if Snape's words might inspire him to seek out that old friend. Surely, upon meeting you, he would be quite astonished. Lost in thought, Dumbledore became somewhat distracted, for that was a memory of a love he once lost. Elvin descended before Hagrid's small hut, outside the darkened Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's abode stood as the sole beacon of light, ensuring Elvin could not lose his way. Arriving at the door, he rapped gently upon the wooden surface. A cacophony of clinking sounds emerged from within. Who is it? The voice sounded somewhat alarmed. Elvin scratched his head, wondering if Hagrid was engaged in some craft work. Given his evident fluster, "It's me, Hagrid, it's Erwin Cavendish." The door swung open swiftly, revealing Hagrid, his expression one of astonishment and barely concealed excitement. "Oh, Elvin, what brings you here at this hour?" Elvin replied with a smile. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would come see you. Did you not invite me over? Is it inconvenient? Should I return another time?" Hagrid shook his head. "No, I'm just a bit surprised, you know. Rarely does anyone come here, let alone at such a late hour." Elvin chuckled. "Then might you invite me inside for a moment?" Hagrid quickly replied, "Of course. Do come in." Elwin stepped into the wooden cabin. Despite Hagrid's disheveled appearance, the room, though somewhat chaotic, was not dirty and bore no unpleasant odors. Elwin found a place to sit, and Hagrid poured a drink for him. Gazing at the dark green liquid, Elwin felt no inclination to taste it. "Hagrid, you shouldn't be here at this hour. You ought to be asleep, Hagrid admonished. Elwin chuckled. Hogwarts has never been short of night wanderers, has it? Hagrid scratched his head. It does seem that way. Elwin continued. I've come to discuss some serious matters. I require materials from magical creatures, or perhaps potions. Do you have any? Of course. I have plenty of those. Every time I patrol the Forbidden Forest, I collect some. What do you need? Hagrid replied. You misunderstand me, Hagrid. I don't want you to give them to me. I need a substantial amount. I own a shop in Diagon Alley, and I intend to sell these materials. Thus, I am looking to purchase them from you. Oh, I see. However, I'm not sure if I have enough for you. Follow me, Hagrid said, leading Elwin out of the cabin. They arrived at a smaller wooden structure nearby. Everything you need is inside. Take a look and see if it suffices. Hagrid opened the door. Elwin took the oil lamp from Hagrid and illuminated the interior. Instantly, he was taken aback. Goodness gracious. The place was brimming with supplies. Several potions had dried up and were haphazardly bundled together. Elwin even spotted a bundle of white fur. Although it had been a while, it still emanated a pure aura and a faint glow. This was undoubtedly unicorn hair. How on earth did he possess such a stash? I'm not sure if this is enough for you. If it's not, I can take another stroll through the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid offered. It's more than enough. However, many of these items have lost their potency and are poorly stored. Why haven't you sold them? Elwin inquired. Most shops are run by pureblood families who undercut my prices. You understand what I mean, right? Hagrid replied. Elwin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the presence of capitalists transcends worlds. I will take all of this. I can purchase it at market price. Do you think that is acceptable, Hagrid? Hagrid quickly waved his hands. No need for that. The market price is far too high. You and T make a profit. Elwin smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, if I'm purchasing, I will definitely make a profit. In the future, I will acquire all your materials. I'll come by once a week, so just stock up. Hagrid nodded. That is perfectly fine. I can gather plenty from a trip to the Forbidden Forest. Elwin chuckled. Indeed, Hagrid was quite wealthy. The only difference was that his wealth had yet to be realized. Now it's settled, he has benefited from it. Such an abundance of materials is indeed worth a considerable sum. Elwin remarked, if I require some materials from the Forbidden Forest, would you be able to assist me in procuring them? Hagrid replied, most of them should be obtainable. What do you wish for? Elwin responded, not at the moment. I merely inquired. After Elwin and Hagrid returned to the cottage and assessed the prices of these items, Elwin promptly handed the money over to Hagrid. However, the logistics of transporting such a quantity posed a dilemma. Hagrid, perceiving Elwin's predicament, queried, what troubles you, Elwin? Elwin expressed, I am contemplating how to deliver these items to Diagon Alley. Hagrid scratched his head. Well, if you need assistance, I can help you. Elwin's eyes lit up. Is that possible? If so, you would be doing me a tremendous favor. Hagrid nodded yes. Just provide me with an address, and I shall deliver it. Elwin hastily provided the address. You can deliver the goods directly every week. I will arrange for someone to coordinate with you then. Chapter 37. Ambushed in the Corridor. After departing from Hagrid's cottage, Elwin abandoned the notion of sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night. Truth be told, if it were not absolutely necessary, he would prefer to avoid venturing into the Forbidden Forest at such an hour. Did one truly consider this place to be so easily navigated? It was, after all, the Forbidden Forest, the most perilous location in Hogwarts, without exception. Particularly now, with a faceless man roaming the grounds of Hogwarts. Although, according to the original narrative, the faceless man had not yet harbored intentions of entering the Forbidden Forest in search of unicorns, who could predict any unforeseen occurrences. After all, Elwin had previously conducted experiments. The plot could indeed be altered. Elwin made his way towards the castle of Hogwarts, passing by the Black Lake and the courtyard. The nocturnal Hogwarts presented a wholly different visage. If the daytime Hogwarts was a vibrant academy of wizardry, then the nighttime Hogwarts resembled a beast that preyed upon the unwary. In the darkness, it opened its blood-red maw, awaiting a hapless, lost lamb to feed upon, especially knowing that Hogwarts itself was an enormous magical artifact. He arrived in the corridor. Observing the statues that flanked either side, Elwin felt a surge of curiosity. These figures could be considered the core defensive force of Hogwarts. In the original tale, under Professor McGonagall's wand, these entities could come to life and engage in combat, exhibiting considerable strength. As Elwin scrutinized these statues, a sudden jolt coursed through him. With a flick of his wrist, his wand materialized in his hand. Armored protection. A faintly shimmering purple armor enveloped Elwin, appearing somewhat insubstantial. Yet, the outline of the armor was discernible. In the next moment, a vibrant beam of magic struck Elwin, only to be deflected by the protective armor. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Elwin directed his wand into the darkness with his right hand, while his left hand produced a grenade. Who goes there? In the obscurity, the sound of footsteps echoed. Mr. Cavendish, should you not be asleep at this hour? Why are you wandering the corridors? Elwin furrowed his brow as the figure emerged. A graceful bat hovered nearby. Professor Snape? Elwin pondered, somewhat perplexed. What was Snape doing here at such an hour, and why did he take immediate action? Was this reasonable? However, Upon assessing the depletion of his armor's protective energy, it seemed Snape had not exerted much force. Such a spell, at most, would cause a fleeting discomfort without any lasting consequences. Snape commanded, "Put away that object. You ought to know it cannot harm me." Elvin remained non-committal as he stowed the grenade, yet he maintained a firm grip on his wand, tightening his hold rather than relaxing. Snape, naturally, noticed Elvin's actions, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, he remarked, "When facing an adversary you cannot overpower, while it is wise to remain vigilant. You must also understand the art of feigned weakness." Elvin slightly bowed, replying, "I comprehend your guidance, Professor." Snape glanced toward Elvin, inquiring, "Did you venture into the Forbidden Forest?" Elvin shook his head. "No, I merely sought Hagrid." A smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Snape's mouth, a clear indication of his habitual demeanor towards anyone. "I hardly believe you are the type inclined to forge friendships, especially with a half-giant." Elvin chuckled. "Professor, your words carry a hint of prejudice. In truth, I relish making friends. As the saying goes in the East, the more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse." Snape scoffed. "I never would have guessed that the sensational Mr. Cavendish, who made quite an impression upon arriving at Hogwarts, harbors an interest in Eastern culture." Elvin responded, "Professor, your sudden intervention and reproach must extend beyond mere mockery. My nocturnal escapade was indeed a misstep, and I am willing to admit my fault." Snape replied, "Nocturnal escapades? What is wrong with that? Hogwarts students have never been lacking in such adventures. However, as a Slytherin, if your nocturnal pursuits are merely for frivolous enjoyment and reckless exploration akin to those foolish Gryffindors, your position as head boy will disappoint me greatly. So, tell me the truth. Mr. Cavendish, what is the purpose of your nocturnal wanderings?" Elvin replied, "Of course, Professor, I am a Slytherin. Everything is for the greater good. I have acquired a shop in Diagon Alley. Thus, I need to sell some magical creature materials or potions. And as the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid possesses an abundance of such items." Elvin felt no compulsion to conceal his intentions. After all, there was nothing shameful about his endeavors. Most importantly, he was eager to ascertain whether he could secure Severus Snape's alliance. If successful, it would be a tremendous victory. However, this was not a matter to be rushed. Snape exhaled subtly, relieved. "Very well. It is good that you acknowledge your Slytherin nature. Roaming at night is permissible, but with your brazen demeanor, I advise you to refrain from such excursions. Otherwise, should you be caught, and Slytherin loses points due to your actions, I trust you understand the consequences." Elvin nodded. "I understand, Professor." Snape waved his hand. "Now, return to your slumber." Elvin inclined his head and turned to leave, but Snape interjected. "Do not venture into the Forbidden Forest for the time being." Elvin paused momentarily, refrained from further inquiries, nodded, and departed. Snape observed Elvin's retreating figure, sighing with a mixture of disappointment and admiration. The disappointment stemmed from Elvin's guardedness towards him, which stung a bit, even as he turned away. Elvin did not lower his wand. Yet, the admiration arose from the same source. Snape lingered in the corridor, contemplating Elvin's departure. "You have a remarkable child. He will surpass any of us." Upon reaching the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Elvin finally felt at ease, sheathing his wand. Despite Snape's consistently amiable demeanor, Elvin remained vigilant. This was his nature, surviving in London until now, at such a tender age. And elevating the Cavendish family to its current stature was never a matter of mere luck. He understood the necessity of maintaining a watchful eye on everyone, regardless of their apparent friendliness. After all, Elvin had suffered the consequences of misplaced trust, nearly paying with his life. Though harsh, such caution ensured longevity. Chapter 38. Harry Potter Reimagined as Jean Huan's Tale. Upon entering the common room, Elvin did not hasten to his chamber. Instead, he settled onto the sofa by the fireplace, reflecting on Snape's words. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, many matters had become exceedingly enigmatic. The attitudes of Snape and Dumbledore were particularly puzzling. If one were to consider only Dumbledore's perspective, Elvin, based on his understanding of the man, could speculate that Dumbledore might wish for him to act as a guardian for Harry Potter. However, with Snape's words, Elvin found himself somewhat bewildered. The only possibility that Elvin could conceive was that his parents were not ordinary. In fact, it was quite plausible that they had once been wizards themselves. Otherwise, it was difficult to comprehend why he had been sorted into Slytherin or why Snape treated him with such kindness. Yet, if his parents were indeed wizards, why had they departed from the magical realm? From Elvin's understanding, the current wizarding world was rather intriguing. Not all graduates from Hogwarts choose to remain within the magical community. Upon graduating, wizards face the pressing issue of employment. Those with exceptional grades might secure positions in the Ministry of Magic, becoming aurors or working in offices. Such individuals remain in the wizarding world, but the opportunities are limited. Many wizards find themselves unable to secure jobs, leading to a significant number of impoverished wizards. Some, unable to part with their wands, roam the back alleys, struggling daily for survival. Others may choose to snap their wands, registering with the ministry to never again cast spells, and subsequently being cast into the Muggle world, living a life of servitude. Thus, one should never underestimate anyone around them. A seemingly inconspicuous employee might have once been a wizard. Elvin's parents likely fell into this category, having left the magical community, not due to an inability to thrive within it. Given the heritage of the Cavendish family, even without employment, they could live comfortably by exchanging gold for galleons. Surely, no one would assume that Elvin's current status was achieved without foundation. It was the legacy of the Cavendish family that laid the groundwork. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Elvin to elevate the family to such heights in just a few years. However, this raises a question. Elvin was nearly certain that the death of his parents had been orchestrated by someone from the wizarding world. According to the hidden rules of the wizarding community, wizards who have broken their wands, regardless of grievances, would not seek revenge. After all, wizards hold a disdain for muggles, a contempt rooted in a perceived hierarchy of existence. Thus, it was perplexing why a wizard would target his parents. Elvin found himself at a loss, and, crucially, there was no one he could consult. Dumbledore and Snape undoubtedly possessed the knowledge, yet Elvin did not believe they would divulge it. If they were inclined to speak, they would have done so long ago. The quest for truth was one of the reasons Elvin had established his shop in Diagon Alley. He needed to uncover everything. Leaning back on the sofa, Elvin felt a throbbing headache begin to set in, having found myself inexplicably transported into a whimsical tale meant for children. I cannot help but feel as if the narrative is veering towards the dramatic intricacies reminiscent of the legend of Jean Juan. This is truly vexing, as I detest circumstances that lie beyond my control. Ah, Elvin, what brings you here? At the sound of the voice, Elvin turned to see Gloridia. With a smile, Elvin remarked, "Why are you still awake at this hour, senior?" Gloridia, seated on the opposite sofa, replied, "And you are not asleep either. I just finished patrolling the dormitory. I was about to return to bed, yet I noticed your absence." Elvin explained, "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to come out for a moment." Gloridia nodded in understanding. "I see. Would you like to converse? I believe I could be a rather good listener." Elvin shook his head. "That is unnecessary. After all, I am merely restless. Not like the other young sorcerers who are troubled by matters of the heart." Gloridia chuckled. "You speak the truth. I have witnessed such dilemmas far too often." Elvin continued, "By the way, I haven't inquired yet. Are you from the Selwyn family?" Gloridia affirmed with a nod. "Indeed. You are aware of the Selwyn family?" Elvin smiled. "The illustrious name of the pure-blooded 28 families is certainly known to me." Gloridia waved dismissively. "Enough of that. The pure-blooded 28 families are now merely a remnant of their former glory. There are hardly any left who actively partake in society. Take my family, for instance. In this generation, I am the sole remaining Selwyn, and we barely manage to keep 2 shops afloat." A hint of derision crossed Gloridia's face, leaving Elvin somewhat astonished. It appeared that the last scion of the Selwyn lineage harbored a certain disdain for the notion of pure-blood families. This was rather intriguing. Upon reflection, it made sense. The pure-blooded 28 families have largely faded into obscurity, with only a handful maintaining any semblance of their former status. For instance, the current heir of the Aberforth line, Hannah Aberforth, is already a half-blood wizard. The Black family, following the demise of Sirius, has seen its lineage extinguished. Today, the only families of note remaining are the Malfoys and the Yaxleys, along with a select few others. It seems that among the so-called pure-blooded 28, fewer than 8 retain any of their former splendor. The Board of Governors at Hogwarts comprises only the Malfoy family as the sole pure-blood representative. Yet, despite this reality, these pure-blood families remain astonishingly proud, seemingly oblivious to the futility of their arrogance. Gloridia interjected, "Enough about me. I am far more curious about your surname, Junior." Elvin replied, "Cavendish. My surname is Cavendish." Gloridia responded, "There is no Cavendish in the wizarding world. In fact, I have researched this, and before you, there has been no record of the name Cavendish, including the distinguished graduates of Hogwarts." Elvin chuckled. "Perhaps the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Who knows?" Gloridia replied, "You've said that before. The Sorting Hat does not err. Since the Junior does not wish to speak, let it be. It is getting late, and I must retire for the night. You should rest early as well. If I recall correctly, you have a defense against the Dark Arts class tomorrow. I believe it will be an unforgettable experience for you." After Gloridia departed, Elvin stretched languidly. "Defense against the Dark Arts? The Faceless Man, TSK. To be honest." Elvin was quite curious. Chapter 39, Another Lottery, Fully Automatic Potion Production Line. Upon returning to his dormitory, Elvin first pinned a letter to old Tom, informing him about Hagrid's circumstances, and sent it off with an owl. Subsequently, Elvin retrieved an unknown pet egg from his backpack, along with several porcelain vials. These were all acquired from Hagrid, containing the blood of magical creatures. Among them was even a small vial of unicorn blood. Of course, this was not obtained through the slaughter of unicorns. Rather, Hagrid had once encountered an injured unicorn and collected a small amount. When Elvin expressed his need for magical creature blood, Hagrid willingly provided it, without a thought of whether Elvin might use the unicorn blood for nefarious purposes. His fondness for Elvin had soared tremendously. Shaking the porcelain vial in his hand, the silvery blood swirled within, clinging slightly to the sides. If it were wine, it would surely be of exquisite quality. Elvin suddenly recalled that, according to the original text, unicorns are sacred emissaries, ethereal beings of the universe. Therefore, their blood is cursed. Anyone who attempts to harm a unicorn will be afflicted by its curse. Thus, despite the myriad uses of unicorn blood, few dare to covet it, save for formidable individuals like Voldemort. However, what if, Elvin mused, what if he could stealthily administer a drop of unicorn blood to someone when they least expected it? Would he then also incur the unicorn's curse? If so, could this substance not serve as a weapon? Elvin suddenly found this to be a fascinating subject for research. If it were truly feasible, could this not be utilized as a poison? Shaking his head, Elvin dispelled these chaotic thoughts from his mind. He must not indulge in such musings. He felt an increasing propensity towards villainy. Uncorking the vial, the starlight of the cosmos seemed to be drawn to the unicorn's blood, swirling enchantingly around the porcelain vessel. It appeared quite splendid. Elvin dripped the unicorn's blood upon the mysterious egg before him. The silvery liquid, upon contact with the enigmatic egg, was instantly absorbed. Elvin promptly examined the information regarding the egg. Mysterious egg requires the blood of magical creatures for hatching. Current hatching progress, 2,100. Thus, could a single drop of unicorn blood equate to 2 points of progress? Elvin glanced at the porcelain vial in his hand. The unicorn's blood was indeed a rare commodity. Consequently, acquiring it proved to be exceedingly challenging. The vial contained merely 7 or 8 drops. Elvin continued to drip the precious unicorn blood into the vial. As the progress increased, after 5 drops, the 6th drop failed to be absorbed by the egg and instead began to slide down its exterior. Quick-witted, Elvin swiftly captured it back into the vial. What was happening? Were there limitations? Staring at the egg, which remained at 10% progress, Elvin pondered for a moment, wondering if the blood of each magical creature had a cap on its efficacy. He proceeded with further experimentation, substituting with the blood of 2 other magical creatures. Ultimately, Elvin arrived at a conclusion. The blood of a unicorn contributed 2% to the progress at most, while other magical creatures' blood yielded only 1% per drop, with a maximum of 5%. This indicated that the potency of magical creatures varied, directly influencing the progress made. The saturation limit stood at 5 drops. Now, the egg's progress had reached 20%. This meant that for ordinary magical creatures, Elvin would require 16 types, whereas with creatures akin to unicorns, only 8 would suffice. It didn't seem too daunting after all. Elvin stored the egg away, his curiosity piqued about what lay within. The system produced only the finest quality, filled with anticipation. Elvin lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. The more thoughts raced through his mind, the harder it became to drift off. Reluctantly, he opened the system panel. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age, 11 years. Magical power level, level 3. Identity, current head of the Cavendish family, first-year student at Hogwarts. Slytherin first-year prefect. Talents, Transfiguration talent, 510. Basic spell talent, 610. Dark arts talent, 1010. Potion mastery talent, 610. Ancient magic talent, 10. Locked, requires special means to unlock. Pets, none. Special skill cards, mana reserve, gold. Magical creature affinity, gold. Spell mastery, levitation charm, level 3. Floating charm, level 3. Iron armor charm, level 3. Disarm charm, level 3. Mind cloaking spell, level 3. Summon spirit guardian, level 3. Phantom shift customized version, level 3. Death curse, level 3. Soul snatch curse, level 4. Heart piercing curse, level 4. Magic proficiency, 1,800. Items, Grindelwald's puppet 1. Shape-shifting garment 1. Mysterious egg 1, 20,100. Acacia wood wand. Space ring, castrated version, 1. Current prestige value, 2,700. Elvin gazed at his prestige value, his eyes sparkling with delight. I have accumulated quite a bit. It appears I can draw the lottery again. This is all thanks to the opportunities he amassed since arriving at Hogwarts. Indeed, Hogwarts is a treasure trove. These little wizards are simply ripe for the picking. Elvin felt thoroughly satisfied with this notion. Hogwarts truly lives up to its reputation as a blessed ground. Elvin accessed the lottery interface. With prestige points in hand, he was determined to try his luck. His current methods were still somewhat limited. Without hesitation, Elvin initiated a 10 draw. Ding. 10 draws concluded, rewards acquired. Blue guaranteed reward, talent point 1. The corners of Elvin's mouth twitched slightly. As expected, lottery draws never fail to disappoint. This is utterly pathetic. Merely a single guaranteed reward. Isn't that a bit outrageous? However, Elvin had participated in numerous draws by now, so he had grown accustomed to the lottery system's quirks. Better than nothing. At least he had 2 bags of spicy strips to snack on. With a fierce bite, he savored the treat as if he were gnawing on the bones of the system itself. Soon, 1 bag of spicy strips was devoured. Erwin discarded the empty packaging without a moment's hesitation and initiated another draw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cards soared into the air. In the next moment, Erwin's eyes widened in excitement. Purple cards, and 2 of them? Erwin was thrilled. Indeed, when does a gambler always lose, or a child always cry? The lottery is truly the best means to alter one's fate. Ding. 10 draws concluded, rewards acquired. Blue guaranteed reward, talent point 1. Purple reward, spell of the Phantom Blade. 100 draws purple guaranteed reward, fully automatic potion production, line 1. Erwin understood now. This is how it works. He had thought his luck had finally turned. It was merely a guaranteed outcome, but that was acceptable. At least there were 2 purple rewards. However, what exactly was this fully automatic potion production line? Erwin opened the detailed description of the item. The fully automatic potion production line. This production line is a magical creation that can record 5 types of potion recipes and brewing techniques. It requires a person to brew the potion above the production line, which will automatically record the brewing method. Afterwards, one merely needs to add the potion ingredients, and the production will proceed automatically. Free your hands. Mass-produce potions, starting from this moment. Current production efficiency, 1 vial every 3 hours. Erwin's eyes lit up. This is indeed a remarkable invention. No wonder it is called a production line. With this device, one could effortlessly establish an automatic potion manufacturing factory. However, it does require someone to brew a potion at least once. The image of a certain individual sprang to mind, Severus Snape. If Snape were to brew a Felix Felicis on this line, Erwin could obtain a vial of the potion every 3 hours, provided he had the necessary ingredients. This potion fetches an exorbitant price. Erwin felt as though countless galleons were raining down upon him. He hastily stored the potion production line in his spatial ring, ensuring its safekeeping and contemplating how to persuade Snape to assist him. As for the other purple reward, the Shadowless Curse, it was a delightful surprise. Snape had documented this spell in the diary he gifted to Erwin. This was a curse of Snape's own invention, emblematic of his prowess. And it was precisely the offensive spell Erwin required at this moment. Without access to the unforgivable curses, his means of attack were rather limited. However, with the Shadowless Curse, everything would change. Erwin promptly extracted the reward and glanced at his remaining 1,800 proficiency points in spells. He immediately advanced the Shadowless Curse to level 3. Finally, he allocated the 2 guaranteed talent points he had received. One was added to his Transfiguration talent, raising it from 510 to 610, while the other was allocated to his potion-making talent. Chapter 40, Dreams and Lightning. Observing his new panel, Erwin nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as someone who possesses unique advantages, only through investment can one ascend to the pinnacle of life. Just look at this luxurious panel. Not only does it surpass that of a 5th-year student, but it also stands formidable against many ordinary aurors. Although his mastery of spells may be limited, there are numerous wizards who specialize in a single spell. Take Harry Potter, for instance, who has spent a lifetime wielding the disarming charm, and Voldemort, who has similarly honed his skills. Wait, hold on. What gives Harry Potter the right to be compared to Voldemort? Such a grave error. It is truly an insult to our beloved Dark Lord. After closing his personal panel, Erwin felt a surge of confidence. Erwin began to ponder the feasibility of seeking out Snape for a potion of Felix Felicis. After much contemplation, he concluded that this endeavor was utterly unattainable. Firstly, he grappled with the challenge of articulating why Snape should brew a potion using this peculiar concoction that bore little resemblance to a traditional cauldron. To put it vividly, the automated production chain of this potion resembled a clay pot, perhaps, given Snape's temperament. Anyone daring enough to present him with an oddly shaped vessel for potion making would soon learn the true meaning of cruelty. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Thus, this initial hurdle left Erwin in a state of perplexity. He tugged at his silvery hair, feeling a twinge of frustration. Snape, oh Snape, truly a formidable challenge. As for attempting to brew the potion himself, although his innate talent seemed commendable, he recognized that he could not possibly compare to Snape's expertise. It is essential to understand that the efficacy of potions varies dramatically depending on the brewer's technique. Snape earned his reputation as a master potion maker precisely because his potions were consistently acknowledged for their superior effects and exceptional quality. Furthermore, Erwin lacked the necessary ingredients. The Forbidden Forest, despite its abundance, was not without its limitations, harboring many items that were simply unavailable. Some ingredients were not even sold in the market. Only potion masters possessed stocks, often sourced from adventurous individuals who had discovered them. The prices were reasonable, and the reputation impeccable. Clearly, Erwin's current standing lacked such credibility. Most critically, Erwin was uncertain whether he would even part with his coin if an intrepid adventurer, one without kin, who danced daily with death, and whose demise would go unnoticed, were to present him with a precious material. After all, Elvin was, in essence, operating on the fringes of legality. The ingredients required for the Felix Felicis comprised the egg of a fire ash snake, the bulb of a sea onion, the antennae of a matra rat, tincture of thyme, powdered rue, and the shell of a bird snake. This potion was highly coveted and commanded a steep price. If he could persuade Snape to brew it just once, Elvin would have no worries regarding sales. He would only need to secure the materials and allow for fully automated production thereafter. The more he contemplated, the more he envisioned countless galleons beckoning him. This potion was not something one could readily find in shops. Even if it were available, it would be regarded as a prized possession. The difficulty in brewing it was matched only by the rarity of its ingredients. Thus, if the Cavendish family could offer Felix Felicis for sale, they would undoubtedly carve a prosperous path in Diagon Alley. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of the potion production line extended far beyond mere sales. The production efficiency was truly astonishing, 1 bottle every 3 hours, regardless of the potion type, all in a mere fraction of time. Take the compound decoction, for instance. Its preparation requires a month of meticulous crafting. Yet, on the potion production line, a single vial can be completed in merely 3 hours. What does this signify? The mass production of the fulling agent is no longer a distant dream. Although it is merely a purple reward, in Elvin's eyes, it is truly comparable to a golden one. Lost in his musings, Elvin succumbed to a deep slumber. Within his dreams, he seemed to find himself in a dungeon. The corridor of the dungeon was illuminated by 2 rows of torches, extending into the depths beyond. At this moment, Elvin felt as if he were being drawn forward, unable to control his own body, moving towards the innermost recesses of the dungeon. Before long, he arrived at the depths, hiding in the shadows while gazing outward. There were several cages, most of which stood empty. Only 3 adjacent cells contained prisoners, who huddled in the shadows, their faces obscured. However, the bloodstains on their bodies revealed that they had endured considerable torment. At the entrance of the cells stood a few figures shrouded in black robes. One of them spoke. "Have we not extracted it yet?" Another shook his head, replying, "Not yet. This is merely a hypothesis. None can ascertain its success. Time is running short. That child has already gone to Hogwarts. I have received word that he is exceptional, more so than his parents, indeed, superior to them. At least at his age, he surpasses them. Consequently, they sense the looming threat. The extraction must succeed. Once it does, we shall take action against that child. I understand. These individuals cannot withstand much longer. I require more test subjects. Go capture more." "Very well. You need not concern yourself with that. I shall handle it. Just ensure I see results. I demand to witness your success." Elvin remained hidden in the shadows, utterly baffled. These individuals appeared to be engaged in some sinister plot. That child. Elvin suddenly froze. Could they be referring to him? Wizards are an exceedingly superstitious group, and rightly so. For although divination may seem nonsensical, it possesses a modicum of credibility. Additionally, some wizards do not dream without purpose. Their dreams serve as prophecies or warnings for the future. Now, having dreamt of this, Elvin found it difficult not to contemplate its implications. Had someone already set their sights upon him? What could he possess that would capture their attention? Was there any distinction between him and others? Did it relate to his parents' demise? What were these individuals truly after? As Elvin pondered these questions, he became somewhat lost in thought, shifting his foot slightly. A faint sound echoed, prompting him to wonder, who goes there? Elvin's expression changed dramatically as he turned and fled. He stole a glance back, and to his astonishment, he saw that the 2 cloaked figures had somehow produced a long staff. Atop the staff sat a crystal orb, which was now crackling with arcs of electricity. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning shot directly towards Elvin with alarming speed. He found himself unable to evade it, helplessly watching as the electrical surge barreled toward him. Chapter 41. A step away from the truth. In a sudden jolt, Elvin awoke, springing up from his bed, gasping for breath, his face ashen and his hair matted with perspiration. He glanced around, realizing he was still in the Slytherin common room. His heart began to settle. What had just transpired? Was it magic? Commanding lightning? Yang Yongji. Ugh, that's off track. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he didn't even notice the blanket slipping to the floor. Had it merely been a dream? It felt so vivid. Elvin could still recall the tingling sensation on his skin as the lightning approached. After splashing some water on his face, Elvin felt somewhat revived. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was facing death. How terrifying it had been. He stepped out of the common room into the corridor. It was still early. The little wizards remained ensconced in their sweet dreams. Elvin decided to take a stroll to gather his thoughts, needing time to adjust after confronting such a harrowing experience. As he walked through the corridor, he breathed in the fresh morning air, crisp and invigorating, having just rained. The coolness filled his lungs, easing his troubled mind. Just then, a voice rang out. "Elvin, you should be asleep. Why are you here?" He didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. That ominous voice could only belong to Snape. Perplexed, Elvin wondered if Snape had taken a particular interest in him, always appearing unexpectedly. He turned around and greeted, "Professor." "Good morning." Snape replied, "You should not yet be at the age of sleepless nights." Elvin chuckled. "I woke up and decided to take a walk." Snape scrutinized Elvin, his brow slightly furrowing. "I sense that your emotions are somewhat unstable. Has something occurred?" Elvin responded, "Professor, if a wizard dreams an exceptionally vivid dream that feels remarkably real, what does that signify?" Snape frowned. "A dream, you say?" "Typically, those gifted with prophetic abilities among wizards perceive glimpses of reality through dreams, though such visions often remain obscure. If they are indeed genuine dreams, it is likely due to the utilization of certain extraordinary methods or being influenced by external forces, allowing them to witness events that are transpiring. However, with your adeptness in mental shielding, such a scenario should not be applicable to you." Elvin nodded, inquiring, "Is that so? Are there individuals with prophetic talents who have dreamt of authentic visions?" Snape intended to refute this notion, but suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting. "What did you dream?" he asked. Elvin recounted his dream to Snape, who grew visibly troubled. "Are you certain that the individual you saw wielded a wand resembling a scepter, topped with a crystal orb?" Elvin affirmed, "Yes. I remember quite clearly." "What is it, Professor? Is there something significant about that wand?" Snape cautioned. "Do not dwell on such matters any longer. Find solace in your studies at Hogwarts and strive to better yourself." Elvin turned to Snape. "Professor, do you know something? For instance, about my parents? Were they wizards?" Snape hesitated momentarily. "Yes, they were exceptional wizards." Elvin continued. "Then why did they return to the Muggle world? And who would dare to harm them? Who exactly killed them?" Snape sighed, gazing at Elvin's face, particularly his silvery hair. He longed to divulge everything to Elvin. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Are you two up so early?" Elvin frowned and turned to see Dumbledore approaching. Upon hearing Dumbledore's voice, Snape seemed to regain his composure. Dumbledore joined them. Addressing Snape, "The time has come. You should prepare yourself. The bell will soon ring to awaken the young wizards." Snape nodded, casting a lingering glance at Elvin before departing. Elvin's expression soured. "Professor Dumbledore, it seems you are deliberately obstructing Professor Snape from revealing the truth to me." Dumbledore smiled. "Am I? I was unaware. I just arrived and know not what you were discussing." For the first time, Elvin did not respond with a smile, his demeanor icy. "Professor Dumbledore, I respect you, but you must understand that this matter is of utmost importance to me. I need to uncover the truth about my parents." Dumbledore's smile vanished entirely. "What good would knowing do? With your current abilities, you struggle to ensure your own safety, let alone seek vengeance. The more you know, the greater the peril you face. Your parents were both my students. I would never harm them, just as I would never harm you." Elvin retorted, "Peril? Am I not safe within the walls of Hogwarts?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, you are not. Safety does not reside in Hogwarts, but rather in the Hogwarts that I inhabit. Yet, when confronted with them, I still feel inadequate." Elvin was taken aback. "Are you also incapable?" Dumbledore chuckled. "This world is far more intricate than you can fathom. You see, your parents did not wish for you to enter the magical realm. Thus, they employed special means to seal your powers. This is why you have never experienced a surge of magic. Of course, this seal is harmless, yet somehow it has faltered. Your seal has been lifted. Hogwarts has sent you an acceptance letter. Perhaps this is fate. All you can do now is to grow stronger, to strive to become formidable. Only then will you uncover the entire truth. Or rather, only then will you continue to survive." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he yawned. "Age is catching up with me. I must return to catch up on my rest. Elvin, if sleep eludes you, then perhaps you should venture to the Great Hall. Trust me, as the first to arrive. The house elf shall bestow upon you an unexpected delight." With that, Dumbledore turned and departed. Elvin watched Dumbledore's retreating figure, brow furrowed. He was uncertain whether to trust Dumbledore. Dumbledore exuded the aura of a genial elder. Yet, having read the original texts, Elvin was acutely aware that Dumbledore was far more cunning than he appeared. Take Lily, Harry Potter's mother, for instance. Like Hermione, Lily hailed from a family of Muggles and was utterly oblivious to the magical world prior to receiving her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. This raises a pertinent question. From whence did the spell Lily use to protect Harry originate? Such a powerful incantation, one capable of repelling Voldemort, had never been heard of before Lily. Therefore, is it not evident where this spell derived? Chapter 42, The House Elf, McGonagall. It is truly unjust to blame Elvin for his often cynical musings. He has been profoundly influenced by contemporary short video creators and novelists. Dumbledore cannot be denied his greatness. However, one cannot overlook a critical issue. Dumbledore's machinations run exceedingly deep. Regarding Lily, Elvin finds it implausible that she could have acquired such a spell through other means. Some might suggest that Lily discovered the incantation in the restricted section. Yet, if anyone has conducted extensive research in the restricted section throughout Hogwarts history, it would undoubtedly be Voldemort. After all, one can only imagine how many tomes he perused in his quest for knowledge on Horcruxes. If such a spell truly existed, Voldemort would not have remarked during the Goblet of Fire chapter that Lily had unknowingly cast a spell that allowed Harry Potter to emerge as the fortunate survivor. Thus, even if Lily did stumble upon this incantation in the restricted section, it is evident that Dumbledore was orchestrating events from the shadows. The most outrageous revelation has emerged, one that Elvin has long struggled to comprehend. If we merely consider the surface-level power, Dumbledore could undoubtedly overpower Voldemort. Otherwise, during Voldemort's peak, he would not have dared to step into Hogwarts. In other words, Dumbledore possesses the capability to vanquish Voldemort. Yet, curiously, Dumbledore refrains from taking action. This leads to only one conclusion. Dumbledore understands that even should he eliminate Voldemort, it would not lead to Voldemort's complete eradication. In essence, old Dumbledore is aware of the Horcruxes. This brings to light the intricate connection between Lily and Harry Potter. It is highly plausible that Dumbledore has been orchestrating events since that time, including making Harry one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, an elaborate scheme devised by Dumbledore. One cannot help but shudder at such revelations. How could Elvin ever place his trust in someone like him? Over the course of 2 lifetimes, Elvin has not lived for even 40 years. Furthermore, in his previous life of 30 years, he resided in the safest of countries, far removed from such treachery. The most malevolent schemes he has encountered were merely office politics, a realm that pales in comparison to Dumbledore's machinations. Can one expect a lamb to trust a wolf? Elvin certainly cannot. In contrast, Snape, though perpetually shrouded in shadows, is a character Elvin understands well. Having read the original text, Elvin is acutely aware of Snape's true nature. Although he did not glean the truth he sought from Snape today, he has inferred from snippets of conversation that his parents' relationship with Snape may not be as straightforward as it appears. Thus, Elvin feels that, comparatively, Snape is more trustworthy. As Elvin walks towards the Great Hall, he continues to ponder the words spoken by Dumbledore and Snape. It is established that his parents were once wizards who, for reasons unknown, returned to the Muggle world. Subsequently, they met their demise at the hands of a powerful wizard, or perhaps a formidable force lurking in the shadows. Even Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard, harbors a sense of trepidation regarding this entity. Yet, such revelations were never explored in the original text, rendering this an exceedingly perplexing enigma. In the interest of their safety, his parents sealed their magical abilities, employing certain methods to ensure that Elvin would not become a squib nor experience a surge of uncontrolled magic. He was destined to be an ordinary person, but for reasons undisclosed, that seal has shattered. Consequently, he was detected by Hogwarts and admitted into its hallowed halls. While it may seem that clarity has been achieved, the critical questions remain unanswered, such as the identity of his enemies and how the seal on his powers was broken. Upon entering the hall, Elvin remained perplexed, or rather, the more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. He had arrived rather early, and the hall was desolate. Taking a seat at the long table, he reasoned that since the truth lay before him, there would inevitably come a day when all would be revealed. Dumbledore had once articulated a profound truth. If the enemy is so formidable and terrifying, knowing their strength would not alter his predicament in the slightest. Therefore, there was truly no need to exacerbate his worries. It would be far more gratifying to indulge in a delightful breakfast instead. However, after a brief wait, the table remained starkly empty. The usual occurrence of food miraculously appearing upon his arrival was conspicuously absent. Elvin was left in a state of confusion. Was the surprise Dumbledore spoke of merely the consequence of arriving too early for breakfast? As Elvin was lost in thought, an unexpected figure suddenly materialized beside him, startling him. His wand instinctively appeared in his hand. What on earth? As the starlight dissipated, a smaller figure emerged, wearing an expression of sheer terror. "I'm so sorry, esteemed wizard," the house elf exclaimed. "I did not mean to frighten you. I am a bad little elf. I must punish myself." With that, the little house elf, with its oversized head, proceeded to bang its head against the table. Elvin was taken aback. Having read the original works and familiarized himself with the novels, he was aware of the inherent servitude of these house elves, yet he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Most astonishingly, how could such a collision not render the elf unconscious? "Enough," Elvin commanded. "Stop this at once." The elf, seemingly oblivious, continued its self-inflicted punishment, muttering apologies. Elvin furrowed his brow. "I, as the head of Slytherin's first-year class, command you to cease this behavior." Upon hearing this, the elf froze. As if a pause button had been pressed, it halted its actions and stood trembling in place, afraid to meet Elvin's gaze. Elvin sighed. "All right, calm down. This is not your fault. I overreacted. You have already punished yourself. I witnessed it. That suffices. Now, tell me, why did you suddenly appear?" The elf replied. "It is as follows, esteemed head of house. I am the house elf responsible for breakfast at Hogwarts. However, your arrival was a tad premature. The unified breakfast is not yet prepared and requires a bit more time. I came to inquire what you would like to eat. I can prepare a special dish for you in the meantime." Elvin understood now. This was the very privilege that Dumbledore had mentioned, a private meal prepared by the house elf. But soon, Elvin shook his head. Even if they were house elves, they were still foreign beings, and they would not be able to prepare what he truly desired. Never mind, he said. Just arrange something suitable. A simple bite will suffice. What I desire, you surely would not. Chapter 43, with sheer willpower. Transforming the grand hall into a study room. Upon hearing these words, a look of despair instantly crossed McGee's face. McGee felt utterly useless, truly. She was the most ineffectual of fairies. The esteemed wizard even refused to disclose his needs to McGee. She ought to punish herself. As she spoke, she prepared to dash into the table once more. Elvin was taken aback. Goodness, how could this wizard instill such servility in a fairy? Was this not more effective than mere kindness? Could it be that among wizards, there were those well-versed in psychology? Elvin suddenly found himself intrigued by this segment of history. Witnessing McGee on the verge of colliding with the table, he exclaimed, "Enough. McGee, I did not ask you to punish yourself. You should not take such initiatives." Elvin understood that these fairies inherently possessed a servile nature. Thus, he could not converse with them in a gentle manner. Just like a certain despicable, loathsome, and utterly detestable island race, whose very essence was that of servility, with lineage deemed inferior. Only under duress would they find pleasure in both body and spirit. McGee, upon hearing this, promptly ceased her actions, lowering her head even further. I am sorry, esteemed senior," she pleaded. Elvin waved his hand dismissively. "All right. Since you wish to know, I would like to have fried dough sticks and soy milk. Can you prepare them?" McGee paused momentarily, then lifted her head. This was the first time she faced Elvin directly since her arrival. "Esteemed sir, McGee can indeed prepare them." This revelation took Elvin by surprise. "You can? Then go and make some. I shall taste them." McGee nodded, then snapped her fingers and vanished. It was not long before 2 golden fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk appeared before Elvin. He gazed at the golden brown dough sticks, their fluffy texture captivating his attention. Alums. She actually added alum. Elvin was astounded. Who could explain why a foreign house elf would prepare fried dough sticks, and most importantly, include the soul alum? Beside the plate was a pair of chopsticks. Elvin picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Yes, this is the flavor." McGee looked on eagerly at Elvin. He inquired, "You can make fried dough sticks? Do all fairies possess this skill?" McGee shook her head. "No. McGee once served a wizarding family from the Great Xia, and it was during that time that I learned. They were truly the best masters to me. They were polite and taught me many things. They were cultured and refined." However, after speaking, McGee's expression suddenly changed. She was a naughty little fairy, and here she was gossiping about her masters. Sensing that McGee was about to spiral again, Elvin quickly intervened. "Stop. I do not wish for anyone to accompany my meals with music. A simple question and answer will suffice." McGonagall nodded. Elvin inquired, "Since you serve the wizarding family of the Great Summer, why did you not depart with them?" McGonagall replied, "That is not possible. My master has returned to the Great Summer. The Great Summer does not permit house elves in servitude. Their households are filled with free beings such as the snail maiden and flower fairies. According to my master, the Great Summer does not impose restrictions on any sentient beings. Thus, taking McGonagall along would be an unlawful act." Elvin, hearing about the Great Summer for the first time, pondered if the snail maiden truly existed. Is it true that they do not restrict any sentient beings? Such is the essence of the Great Summer, humane and noble. Soon, Elvin consumed 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth. "McGonagall, do you have knowledge of other dishes from the Great Summer?" McGonagall responded, "Indeed. Are you not full, my lord? I can also make buns. Would you like some?" Elvin shook his head. "I am full. However, in the future, I hope to savor dishes from the Great Summer. If you have the time, could you prepare them for me?" McGonagall eagerly replied, "As long as you desire. I can certainly do that." Elvin smiled. "Very well. You may attend to your duties. From now on, I entrust my meals to you." McGonagall bowed respectfully, then vanished with the dishes. A smile graced Elvin's lips. What a delightful surprise it was to discover a chef. After satisfying his hunger, Elvin did not rush to leave the hall. He still had to wait until class began to escort the Slytherin students to their classroom. With time to spare, Elvin took out Professor McGonagall's notebook and began to read attentively. He had a topic to work on, after all, and needed to compose a paper to submit to Professor McGonagall. He intended to have her disseminate it, as he would not let such an opportunity for prestige slip away. Gradually, more young wizards entered the hall. Slytherin students, upon passing Elvin, would tread lightly, fearing to disturb him. Having bested the second-year prefect the previous day, Elvin now unofficially held the position of prefect for both first and second-year Slytherin students, while the original second-year prefect, Barton, seemed more like Elvin's assistant. Out of respect, the young wizards maintained a hushed demeanor. Older students would also refrain from provoking Elvin unnecessarily. This led to a peculiar situation where the Slytherin table was remarkably quiet. When students from other houses entered, they too were subconsciously influenced by the serene atmosphere, remaining silent in confusion. Human nature, it seems, is prone to conformity. After a multitude of professors arrived at the hall, they were taken aback. Goodness, what has transpired at Hogwarts today? The hall was astonishingly quieter than the classroom. How utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Elvin, engrossed in Professor McGonagall's notes, remained oblivious to the commotion around him. He was entirely absorbed in her writings, and it must be said, Professor McGonagall truly deserved her reputation as a master of transfiguration. Just by perusing these notes, Elvin felt he was gaining immense knowledge. The professors on the platform were also quite subdued, as they relished the rare opportunity to enjoy a peaceful meal. Through his own efforts, Elvin had transformed the Hogwarts Hall into a study room. Professor McGonagall noticed Elvin engrossed in her notes and couldn't help but admire him. Such a student, intelligent, gifted, and diligent, was indeed a source of great fondness for her. A student like him rightly belonged in Gryffindor and should become her prized apprentice. With that thought, Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Snape, letting out a huff to express her discontent. Snape was bewildered. What was the situation? Had he unwittingly offended this formidable feline professor? Chapter 44. The initial experience of defense against the dark arts. Snape felt quite perplexed. After pondering for a long while, he could not discern how he had incurred the displeasure of this stern professor. However, he had no intention of inquiring. On one hand, he did not place importance on such matters. On the other hand, to be frank, he seldom engaged with the formidable professor unless absolutely necessary. The truth was, she was far too principled, to the extent that most would not dare to provoke her, let alone someone like Snape, who was somewhat socially withdrawn. As time trickled by, the young witches and wizards from other houses had nearly all departed. Aside from the first-year Slytherins, the rest had left as well. The young wizards exchanged glances, realizing that class time was approaching and wishing to remind Elvin, yet they hesitated to speak up. The professors, too, had come to understand the situation. Thus, the peculiar behavior of the young wizards and the unusual tranquility of the hall stemmed from this. Snape glanced at the clock. Elvin. The sound of Snape's voice pulled Elvin from the world of his book. Turning to face him, he asked, "What is it, Professor?" Snape replied, "Mind the time. You need to take your first-year classmates to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom." Only then did Elvin realize that the hall was nearly empty. "I apologize, Professor. I was rather absorbed. I will head over now." Elvin found it odd that the other young wizards hadn't reminded him. "This is rather awkward," Erwin remarked. "All right, everyone. Let us proceed to class." With that, Erwin rose from his seat. The young Slytherin wizards hastily followed suit. Although Malfoy felt a surge of resentment, he too stood up. He had already consulted his father, yet old Malfoy showed no inclination to confront Erwin. In fact, he was unaware of the circumstances and had instructed young Malfoy not to target Erwin. Thus, young Malfoy dared not provoke him. The first-year Slytherin students formed 2 rows as Erwin navigated through them, leading the way. The little wizards promptly trailed behind him. On the platform above, several professors observed this scene with a mix of surprise. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Has Erwin's standing in Slytherin already grown so formidable? Snape mused internally, though he soon deemed it a natural development. The respect these Slytherin students held for Erwin stemmed not merely from his position as head of house, but rather from the respect he had earned through his own prowess. In Slytherin, where interests and strength reign supreme, one must possess considerable power to command the allegiance of these young serpents. This was one of the underlying reasons for the establishment of the head of house rule. Erwin, accompanied by the young wizards, made his way to the classroom for defense against the dark arts. The floating staircases, having been threatened by Erwin the previous day, had recognized that he was not to be trifled with, and thus behaved exceptionally well today. How enchanting Hogwarts is! Erwin relished such entities that instinctively sought to avert danger. It is worth noting that Erwin had always been a civilized individual, reluctant to resort to any intimidating tactics. Upon entering the classroom, Erwin and his cohort found that half of the seats were already occupied. Today's defense against the dark arts lesson was to be held alongside Ravenclaw. The scheduling at Hogwarts is quite fascinating. It strives to mix the 4 houses together for classes to foster familiarity among young wizards from different houses. It must be said that Hogwarts excels in this aspect of education. Erwin gestured for the young Slytherins to find their seats. Once the Slytherin students were settled, Erwin began to look for his own spot. Scanning the room, he discovered that the only optimal seat remaining was next to Miss Know-It-All. Sitting too close to the front would expose him to the overwhelming scent of garlic emanating from Quirrell, the host of the Dark Lord. Conversely, sitting too far back would hinder his ability to earn points. It must be acknowledged that Erwin's predicament was indeed challenging. After taking his seat, he settled in. Hermione inquired discreetly, "What were you so engrossed in during the feast?" Elvin replied, "Oh, just some fascinating knowledge about transfiguration." Hermione responded, "I see. By the way, I've heard from an upperclassman that the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is the most intriguing course at Hogwarts. Once we reach the upper years, there will even be opportunities for practical experience." Elvin remarked, "It cannot be denied that Defense Against the Dark Arts is indeed quite captivating. However, I advise you not to have overly high expectations. The professor for that class changes every year, and while the one before our enrollment might have been exceptional, you shall soon see what Professor Quirrell is like. Hermione said, I think I've heard something about that from an upperclassman. Elvin chose not to elaborate further. To put it succinctly, the defense against the dark arts course at Hogwarts has indeed been fraught with challenges. First year with Quirrell, second year with Lockhart, fourth year with the imposter Moody, and fifth year with Umbridge. All professors who were unable to impart any substantial knowledge. It is truly disheartening for the students of Hogwarts. No wonder it is said that the years following Harry Potter's enrollment were the most dismal in terms of student performance in defense against the dark arts. With such professors, how could anyone expect good results? Ding, ding, ding. The chimes rang out, signaling the commencement of another Hogwarts class. As the echoes faded, our instructor, Professor Quirrell, entered through a side door of the classroom. With his arrival, a pungent odor of garlic began to permeate the room. Elvin couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. This was still a mild reaction compared to some of the younger wizards who had already begun to murmur. Hermione pinched her nose and whispered, although we shouldn't criticize the professor, I truly cannot fathom why he smells so overwhelmingly of garlic. Elvin shrugged. In truth, that odor might not have originated from garlic at all. It could very well be the scent emanating from Voldemort himself. For some unfathomable reason, Voldemort had managed to make himself so foul-smelling. This odor, while reminiscent of garlic, coincidentally aligned with Professor Quirrell's character, allowing Voldemort to remain better concealed. In fact, Professor Quirrell is a tragic figure. Compared to the subsequent incompetent instructors, he could be considered relatively competent. Firstly, let's discuss his background. Professor Quirrell held a notable reputation in the wizarding world, primarily due to his considerable talent. The original text suggests that Professor Quirrell was indeed quite capable. His theoretical knowledge was particularly robust, and in the realm of defense against the dark arts. He was regarded as an excellent professor. This is a sentiment echoed in the original narrative. Chapter 45. Once again, Miss Know-It-All finds herself in a quandary. Furthermore, Quirrell was quite ambitious. However, it was precisely this ambition that ultimately led to his downfall. Before arriving at Hogwarts, Professor Quirrell had already begun preparing for his teaching position. He aspired to be a successful educator. Thus, he ventured into the dark forest of Albania, a place notorious for its multitude of dark creatures and malevolent wizards. Within this ominous forest, Professor Quirrell found himself in peril, encountering several vampires and witches. It is unclear what torments he endured, but he ultimately fell under the sway of Voldemort, becoming his puppet. Upon his arrival at Hogwarts, he began to fear everything, becoming increasingly stuttered. The brilliance he once possessed dissipated, leaving behind a timid and helpless individual. According to Hagrid's assessment, Professor Quirrell was an intelligent man, excelling in his studies and achieving remarkable grades. However, he was also an unfortunate soul, ensnared in trouble and crisis, leading to a profound change in his demeanor. Nevertheless, despite his current frailty, Professor Quirrell was still capable of teaching the young wizards. Although the students occasionally mocked him, he approached the lectern, stammering, "GG greetings, everyone. PP please turn to page 2. His stuttering voice, coupled with a slight accent, inevitably provoked laughter among the assembled young wizards. Elvin frowned as he glanced at the Slytherin students. Upon noticing Elvin's gaze, the students fell silent, too intimidated to continue laughing, while the Ravenclaw students gradually quieted down as well. Professor Quirrell cast a grateful look toward Elvin. Though accustomed to ridicule, it was the first time someone had come to his aid. He was well aware that the absence of laughter in the classroom was due to Elvin's intervention. The first defense against the dark arts class proceeded smoothly. Aided by Elvin's solid foundation, Professor Quirrell held Elvin in high regard. During the lesson, Elvin once again garnered 30 points. After class, Professor Quirrell hurriedly departed, while our know-it-all Miss Granger pouted, exclaiming, "I find this exceedingly unfair." Elvin, tidying his books, chuckled, "Oh, what does Miss Granger find unfair?" Hermione replied, "I clearly know the answers to many questions." I raised my hand too. Yet Professor Quirrell only called your name, even when you hadn't raised your hand. Elvin laughed. "Is that truly the reason?" Hermione continued, "I can't help but feel a sense of defeat when I'm with you. The professors adore you. You are simply too remarkable." Elvin reassured her, "Don't dwell on it. It's merely a coincidence. Perhaps Professor Quirrell is too bashful to call on you. You know how shy he is." Hermione sighed. "Perhaps that is indeed the case." Elvin remarked, "All right. You must head to the History of Magic classroom. Our next lesson is herbology. We have only a mere 20 minutes of respite. Are you not inclined to quench your thirst or attend to any personal matters?" Hermione, gathering the books from the table, exclaimed, "I almost forgot. I shall take my leave now." With that, she hurriedly departed. Elvin observed Hermione's swift exit, shaking his head. Such a sensitive and fragile young witch. Leaning back on his chair, he awaited the return of the Slytherin students who had gone to the restroom. He still needed to escort them to the greenhouse for herbology class, a responsibility of a prefect. Soon, The Slytherin students returned one after another. Elvin announced, "Let us proceed to the greenhouse. Ensure you have your books. Herbology requires practical application. Some plants can be perilous, so I expect you to heed the professor's instructions. Do not act recklessly. Is that understood?" The Slytherin students nodded eagerly. Elvin cast a glance at Malfoy. Indeed, his words were particularly directed at Malfoy. After all, Malfoy's intellect. Well, never mind. Upon reaching the greenhouse, a number of students were already waiting outside. It was a chaotic scene. One glance at their disordered formation was enough for Elvin to deduce their partners for the lesson, Gryffindor. Only Gryffindor would be so unruly, perpetually disorganized. It was most vexing. The instructor for the herbology class was Professor Pomona Sprout, who appeared quite amiable and plump. Simultaneously, she was the head of Hufflepuff House. Do not be deceived by her gentle demeanor. Holding the position of headmaster requires more than mere kindness. This professor, resembling a kindly neighbor, possessed formidable combat skills. Prior to the climactic battle in the original narrative, she, alongside Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw and Professor McGonagall, had driven Snape away. Of course, one could not discount the possibility of Snape's leniency. Nevertheless, her performance was equally terrifying, casting spells with utter silence. During the climactic battle, she single-handedly shielded all Hufflepuff students. Her combat prowess reminiscent of a valiant warrior. Her wand shimmered with light. Yet, in comparison to her combat skills, her expertise in herbology was even more astounding. In the entire magical realm, it would be audacious for anyone to claim superiority in herbology over her, for she was capable of nurturing the infamous venomous tentacula. Professor Sprout stood before the greenhouse, clapping her hands. "All right, young witches and wizards. Before we commence, I must inform you all. Today, we shall learn to transplant the Slytherin snakeweed, which is renowned as the most cunning of plants. Therefore, shortly, you must observe my movements closely and execute them precisely. Do not act recklessly, otherwise. If those adorable little creatures happen to bite you, do not blame me for not having warned you." The group of young wizards was taken aback. Bite? Were they not here for herbology? Had they inadvertently wandered into a class on fantastic beasts? No, that couldn't be right. First years did not have a class on fantastic beasts. Amidst the murmurs of confusion among the young wizards, Professor Sprout led them directly into the greenhouse. Inside, 3 long tables were already adorned with an array of flower pots. Within the pots, several writhing Slytherin snakestraw plants were visibly restless. From a distance, they resembled snakes with their heads buried in the soil, which is how the name snakestraw originated. Elvin did not conceal his disdain. This plant was truly quite hideous. Professor Sprout clapped her hands and explained the transplantation method of the snakestraw. She then inquired, "Who can tell me what the purpose of snakestraw is?" Elvin raised his hand. Professor Sprout, with a bright smile, said, "Elvin, please enlighten us." Chapter 46, The Great Gryffindor Never Disappoints. Elvin responded, "Snakestraw is primarily used in the preparation of antidotes. Although it cannot completely eradicate toxicity, it can delay over 70% of its effects, granting individuals time to await rescue." Professor Sprout applauded, "Excellent. Very well articulated, Mr. Elvin. Congratulations, your erudition has earned Slytherin 5 points." Elvin slightly bowed. "Thank you for your generosity, Professor." Professor Sprout waved her hand. "All right, Mr. Elvin has already clarified the uses of snakestraw for everyone. Many wizards venturing into the wild carry snakestraw potions to combat unknown toxins. One must understand. The wilderness harbors numerous dangers, and there are countless toxic magical creatures. Even the most cautious of wizards cannot prepare all antidotes in advance. At such times, the presence of snakestraw potions becomes essential. Historical texts have documented how snakestraw potions have provided many wizards with opportunities for rescue, saving numerous lives. After elucidating the uses of snakestraw, Professor Sprout personally demonstrated the transplantation of the plant. As she pulled the snakestraw from the soil, its roots became exposed to the air. The reason it is called snakestraw is due to its root structure, which serves its medicinal purpose. The snakestraw has only one primary root, resembling a snake's head, and it is known to bite. While it is neither lethal nor particularly dangerous, an improper technique could result in a painful bite. Thus, when extracting the snakestraw, it is crucial to control its roots immediately. Otherwise, one will never forget the sharp sting of its bite. Everything appeared to unfold in an orderly manner, just as Elvin believed that this class would pass with ease. Yet, someone was about to impart a lesson to Elvin. One could always rely on the mischief-making prowess of Gryffindor, or perhaps, one could always trust that there exist individuals in this world whose cognitive development is less than adequate. Take, for instance, the clumsy Neville and the inept, disobedient Ron. With the first shriek piercing the air, it was Ron who uttered the cry. Perhaps these serpent weeds had experience dealing with young wizards, for they deftly evaded Ron's gloved hand and sank their fangs directly into his arm. Ron yelped in pain, his voice startling Neville, who had been cautiously observing nearby. Soon, another scream echoed through the air, drawing the attention of the other young wizards. In an instant, a cacophony of cries erupted. Elvin furrowed his brow, noticing that some Slytherin students were also drawn to the commotion. Focus. Do not let external distractions divert your attention. Tend to the serpent weeds at hand. Only then did the Slytherin students regain their composure, promptly redirecting their focus to the plants before them. Professor Sprout surveyed the chaotic Gryffindor students, then glanced at the Slytherins, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The disparity was truly immense. Previously, Slytherin students had not been so much easier for professors to manage. After all, they were all young wizards, at an age ripe for mischief. However, this current cohort of Slytherins was markedly different. During their breaks in the staff room, several professors would engage in discussions about these students. They were all aware of the reasons behind the transformation of the Slytherin students. Consequently, the professors were lavish in their praise for Elvin. This led to Severus Snape, who had never before graced the staff room, now spending his breaks there whenever he had no classes. He claimed to be reading, although little did they know. He possessed the peculiar talent of reading upside down. The heads of the houses had expressed their envy more than once at Snape for having a student like Elvin. Yet, it was merely envy. Although Hogwarts allows for house transfers, Snape would never entertain such a notion. It would be absurd for him to relinquish the most outstanding new student in Slytherin history to another house. Even someone with the wits of a troll could not conceive of such an act. Despite the course being fraught with challenges, it ultimately concluded successfully. After class, clusters of Slytherin young wizards gathered together, mocking the unfortunate antics of Gryffindor. Elvin made no effort to intervene. After all, the discord between Slytherin and Gryffindor can be traced back to the time of their founders. The two houses have long been embroiled in conflict, with neither willing to yield to the other. Elvin harbored no particular fondness for Gryffindor. Thus he naturally refrained from acting as an antagonist to the young wizards of Slytherin. In the Great Hall at noon, the young wizards concluded their morning studies and prepared for their meal. It must be said that for these young wizards, dining in the hall each day was the moment they cherished most. As Dumbledore struck his goblet upon the table, an array of dishes materialized along the long table. However, today, the situation was somewhat unusual. After the food appeared unexpectedly, Elvin found himself with an empty plate. The Slytherin students were momentarily taken aback and turned to glance at Elvin, while students from other houses also took notice of the occurrence. At the Gryffindor table, Ron gleefully remarked, "See, the wicked Slytherins won't even let us eat." Indeed, Hogwarts was a place of justice. Harry Potter rolled his eyes. In recent days, he had begun to feel that some of Malfoy's words might not have been entirely unfounded. The friend he had chosen seemed to possess a rather questionable intellect. James and Lily Potter had both been exceptionally gifted. Although Harry did not inherit their talents, he was still considered average among young wizards. However, due to Ron's antics, he had endured far too much in these past few days. School was exceedingly arduous. He had to guard against Snape's sharp tongue and also contend with Ron's occasional antics, which could potentially lead to perilous situations. He found himself increasingly uncertain whether Ron's disdain for Slytherin stemmed from genuine animosity or mere jealousy towards Elvin. Indeed, in Harry's eyes, it was jealousy. He too felt envious of Elvin's popularity and excellence. The professors on the dais had also noticed the commotion. Snape's expression darkened instantly. How dare the Hogwarts House elves show favoritism? How could they neglect to prepare food for Elvin? Were they courting disaster? Although Snape was a double agent among the Death Eaters, one must not forget that he had originally been one of them before pledging allegiance to Dumbledore. Thus, Snape was never one to exhibit mercy. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. Yet, Elvin showed no sign of concern. Rather, he felt a sense of anticipation. He was well aware of the reason for the absence of food before him. He was on the brink of enjoying the delectable summer cuisine he had longed for. Indeed, in the next moment, upon the table, the dishes transformed once more. A splendid array of 4 delicacies and a soup appeared. Adhering to the standard of the Great Sia, a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks accompanied the feast. The young wizards were left in awe, and even Snape's eyes widened in astonishment. To be fair, after all his years at Hogwarts, he had never realized that the house elves could possess such culinary prowess. Indeed, it seemed they were treated differently, yet they themselves were the distinction. Dumbledore gazed at the meal before Elvin and chuckled. "It appears, our Mr. Elvin is quite favored even by the house elves." The other professors shared in the mirth. Hogwarts has never shunned privilege. Only those of exceptional merit could enjoy such benefits. This is the essence of Hogwarts. If one possesses the ability, one may attain whatever one desires. The Great Sia cuisine is renowned for its exquisite presentation and aroma. Though the surrounding young wizards had yet to savor the dishes, the mere sight and the faint, tantalizing fragrance had already whetted their appetites. At the Gryffindor table, Ron's eyes glimmered with envy. The nefarious Slytherins, it seemed, were beginning to influence Hogwarts house elves with their privileges. This, he thought, was simply unfair. Harry Potter chimed in, "Indeed, it is unfair. I wish to experience such unfairness too." Harry felt a twinge of envy as well. Although many hailed him as the savior upon entering the magical realm and revered him, he had once envisioned making a grand name for himself within the wizarding world. Even during the sorting, he had believed himself to be exceptional. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. In just a couple of days at Hogwarts, he had already seen his house's points plummet. In comparison, Elvin seemed to embody the true savior. Harry looked down at the food before him. Honestly, compared to Elvin's feast, the meals he once deemed lavish now appeared utterly insignificant. Elvin inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. Remarkably, the house elves had even managed to prepare authentic guabao roe. Elvin took a piece and tasted it. Alas, the great Xia culinary secrets were out in the open, and this guabao roe was surprisingly genuine. The Slytherin students were now practically drooling with anticipation. Finally, a bold young wizard approached. Elvin, what is this? Elvin replied with a smile, great Xia cuisine. Care to try? The Slytherin student's eyes lit up. Really? May I? I won't hold back. With that, he seized a piece of guabao roe with his fork. Elvin was taken aback. Wait, you asked if it was all right, yet your hands were already in motion. Why ask me at all? Is this how you show respect to the head of house? The sweet and sour flavor is something these unfortunate foreigners have never experienced. The perfect amount of thickening, the tangy sauce, and the inherent sweetness of the meat create a taste they have never savored before, leaving one utterly captivated. The young wizard's eyes instantly narrowed in delight. How delicious! Elvin now truly believes that the culinary delights depicted in the animated series are not mere fabrications. It appears that some individuals can indeed weep over exquisite food. How pitiable are these foreigners? The other young Slytherins gazed intently at the plate of sweet and sour pork before Elvin, their eyes brimming with desire. Elvin sighed. Very well. He gestured, inviting those who wished to try to come and taste. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of young wizards rushed over. Elvin frowned. Posture. Mind your decorum. Do you think you are Gryffindors? The faces of the Gryffindors darkened once more. Elvin relished the opportunity to poke fun, especially at these little lions. At the podium, Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. While Elvin's words were indeed harsh, considering her own students, she reluctantly realized that perhaps Elvin had a point. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Certainly, had anyone else uttered such words, Professor McGonagall would have felt compelled to respond. However, since it was Elvin speaking, it was of little concern. Elvin, after all, was her beloved pupil. What? You call this double standards? Yes, it is indeed double standards. And what of it? If you disagree, face off against the age-old cat lady. Just ask the statue wielding a 3-meter-long sword. The number of Slytherin students was vast. Yet only a few pieces of sweet and sour pork remained. Before long, Elvin's plate was entirely depleted. Indeed, these young Slytherin nobles maintained their decorum. They did not snatch. But neither did they show any humility. Even Draco Malfoy stealthily pilfered a piece. His two gluttonous companions were even more outrageous. Managing to spear 2 pieces of pork with a single fork. Was that fork fashioned by the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? With the pork gone, these young wizards turned their attention to the other dishes before Elvin. Before he could react, every dish on the table had been completely consumed. Even the soup had been entirely divided among them. Elvin's expression darkened. There were still many young wizards who had not tasted anything, lined up with hopeful faces looking at him. Elvin sighed. Very well, very well. He drew his wand and tapped it twice on the long table. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Greetings, esteemed head of house. Your servant, Mick G, is at your service at all times. Elvin remarked. Maggie, could you prepare some Xia dishes and set the table? As you can see, my lunch has been taken away. I haven't had a bite. Maggie nodded. Of course. Esteemed wizards, please hold on for a moment. Subsequently, Maggie vanished from sight. The other students at the long table observed Elvin's actions with newfound interest. It dawned on them that this long table might function as a summoning device, one that could allow them to place orders. At the Gryffindor table, Ron was the first to experiment. He desired a chicken leg, a substantial one at that. He then drew his wand and tapped it on the table. 1 second. 2 seconds. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Nothing transpired. Ron's face flushed crimson. He struck the table with increased fervor. Come out. Why aren't you appearing? The surrounding students from other houses were entertained by his predicament. The faces of the Weasley family also turned red with embarrassment. Even the mischievous twins found it hard to watch. At that moment, a voice interjected. Your wand is about to poke someone's eye out. You're no Elvin. Ron, already feeling humiliated, glared at the speaker, who was none other than Hermione. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs, you self-righteous know-it-all. Chapter 48. The Xia Cuisine Conquers Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Hermione's ire was ignited. She had always held a disdain for Ron, having overheard him speak ill of Elvin on several occasions. Thus, she seized the opportunity to confront Ron. Standing up, she declared, Did I say something incorrect? Seeking attention? That's precisely what you're doing. How laughable. Thinking you can compare yourself to Elvin. You think you're worthy? Ron's face reddened even further. He felt awkward enough as it was, and Hermione's words only intensified his discomfort. Young wizards often spoke without consideration, their words striking like daggers, revealing painful truths. Ron inherently fell short of Elvin, yet he continued to fantasize about being the center of attention, aware of his own abilities. He had clung to Harry Potter upon arriving at Hogwarts, hoping to bask in Harry's fame. Little did he expect that Elvin would become a rival, overshadowing even Harry Potter. Thus, his resentment towards Elvin had long been brewing, yet he dared not voice it in Elvin's presence, resorting instead to whispering behind his back. Ron, lacking wealth, skill, and intellect, was no match for Hermione in a battle of wits. Among all the students, the academic overachievers, particularly our know-it-all, are not particularly well-liked outside of examination periods. Naturally proud, she has garnered her share of detractors. During her time at Muggle school, she faced ostracism. Her sharp tongue had long been honed. Before Ron could utter a word, Hermione had already launched into a tirade, striking at the heart of the matter. Ron's face grew increasingly flushed. And were this a comic strip? One might imagine steam billowing from his head, a fitting illustration of his indignation, especially upon hearing the derisive murmurs and laughter from the surrounding young wizards. In that moment, the thread of reason that held Ron's temper in check snapped. Seething with rage, he brandished his wand, declaring, "I'll teach you a lesson." Hermione momentarily froze, lacking experience in dueling, thus failing to respond swiftly. However, Elvin reacted immediately, exclaiming, "Disarm." The next instant, Ron was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the hall's wall. Elvin's expression turned icy. The other three members of the Weasley family, Prefect Percy Weasley and the twin stars, Fred and George, rushed towards their younger brother. Percy inquired, "Are you all right, Ron?" Ron's face had paled as he shook his head. Fred and George, with mischievous grins, teased, "Dear brother, why did you draw your wand? What spells do you currently possess? And to think you brandished your wand in the Great Hall. How amusing." Ignoring his brother's jests, Ron remained focused. On the elevated platform, the unforeseen turmoil prompted the professors to rise. Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, usually benevolent, now wore an uncommon expression of anger. He was well aware of Hermione's exceptional abilities, having observed her contribute significantly to Ravenclaw's standing in recent days. Although most points accrued in class were generally earned by Ravenclaw students, few could exhibit such knowledge at such an early stage. Thus, Flitwick held Hermione in high regard. Now, however, a Gryffindor student dared to point a wand at a fellow student. Flitwick exclaimed, "How dare he? How dare he aim a wand at his classmate?" Severus Snape added, "This matter is grave. To wield a wand against a fellow student, especially in the Great Hall, merely over a verbal dispute. Such a reprehensible act has not occurred since Hogwarts' inception. Though I doubt Ron Weasley possesses the intellect to master any spell, this incident is undoubtedly severe." Professor McGonagall's expression was equally grim. "Ron Weasley, how dare you act in such a manner? You actually pointed your wand at your fellow student. Gryffindor loses 50 points. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's voice, Ron's face turned ashen. 50 points. He had yet to earn a single point and had already lost quite a few. Wouldn't the other Gryffindor students tear him apart? Ron glanced around, and indeed, the faces of his fellow Gryffindors were filled with dismay. Each one glared at him with barely concealed anger. Ron couldn't help but shiver. Even Percy looked rather displeased. After dealing with Ron, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Elvin. "As for you, Mr. Elvin, your decisiveness has spared the school from a crisis. Therefore, Slytherin is awarded 30 points. Elvin slightly bowed in gratitude. This was indeed an unexpected delight. In truth, after taking action, Elvin had considered that a dimwit like Ron would hardly grasp any spell at such a moment. He knew next to nothing. Other first-year wizards might self-study some spells out of sheer curiosity, but Ron was unlikely to do so. It was not due to a lack of interest, but rather his sheer ineptitude. After expressing his thanks to McGonagall, Elvin turned to face Ron and coldly remarked, "Percy, I suggest you keep a close watch on your brother. Otherwise, I shall intervene. However, should I take action, I cannot guarantee that he will remain unscathed next time. My patience is limited. I am addressing you as the head of Slytherin. Or rather, consider it a warning." Percy's expression was far from pleasant. After all, no one enjoys being threatened. Yet, he knew that today, his brother was in the wrong. Percy replied, "I will." Elvin cast a disdainful glance at Ron. "A worthless one." He then pressed his palm down and declared, "Sit down. Continue eating." The Slytherin students showed no hesitation, promptly returning to their seats. Their synchronized movements made it seem as though they were students from a grand academy. Soon, the house elf, McGonagall, brought forth a selection of exquisite dishes from the summer feast for the Slytherin table. The Slytherin students eagerly began to sample the fare. As for Ron, who cared? Just as Elvin had stated, he was merely a useless fool who would concern themselves with his fate. The Slytherin students savored the delightful summer cuisine, with McGonagall preparing several additional dishes for these little serpents, who indulged joyously. "Elvin, head of Slytherin, in the future, could we have these dishes on our table? They are simply delicious." Elvin replied with a smile. "That, you should not be asking me. Chapter 49. A bold challenge from the head. Elvin rapped the table once more. McGonagall appeared. She bowed. Esteemed sir. How may I serve you? Elvin remarked. Your Dasha cuisine. Everyone seems to love it. Perhaps you could teach the other house elves, so that our tables may be adorned with Dasha dishes in the future. After all, good things deserve to be shared. Maggie paused for a moment. Of course. But should we share it with the other houses? The other young wizards were taken aback. Are you seriously discussing such discrimination without considering the feelings of those involved? To speak so openly? Are they not human? Is their life not valuable? Elvin smiled. Certainly. We are all classmates. It is only right to share delicious food together. Maggie agreed. All right, no problem. I am delighted to assist you. Elvin waved his hand. Enough. You may return to your duties. Maggie nodded, and with a snap of her fingers, vanished. The young wizards from the other houses looked at Elvin with gratitude. They could already smell the enticing aroma of Dasha cuisine, which they had long craved, and now Elvin was offering them a chance to taste it. They had yet to realize that these house elves belonged to Hogwarts, not merely to Elvin's home. Yet, they had already begun to feel grateful towards him. And no one sensed anything amiss. This was rather absurd. After Maggie returned, she arranged for Dasha dishes to be served at the tables of the other houses. The young wizards feasted with great delight. The culinary delights from Dasha captivated everyone's palates. Even the professors could not resist calling upon the house elves to prepare Dasha cuisine for them to sample. Elvin had not anticipated that his momentary craving would lead to the peculiar inclusion of Dasha dishes in Hogwarts' menu. He could not foresee how astonished certain special guests would later be by these Dasha delicacies. Nonetheless, it would become a delightful anecdote, though that was a tale for another time. After indulging thoroughly, Elvin let out a couple of hearty burps. It had been a while since he had enjoyed Dasha cuisine, and he had unwittingly overindulged. While Dasha dishes were delightful, their only drawback was the propensity for overindulgence. Now that he was rather full, Elvin decided to engage in some post-meal entertainment. Rising to his feet, he instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Anticipation sparkled in their eyes. Elvin's lips curled into a smile. He was well aware of what they were expecting. Yet, among all those present, one individual felt entirely different. His mood was heavy. This was Marjorie Helen, the third-year head of Slytherin. Elvin approached the long table until he stood before her. Hello, Senior Helen. I, Erwin Cavendish, the first-year head, challenge you. Marjorie Helen let out a sigh. The day had finally arrived. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Elvin. Elvin's disarming spell was beyond his capability to counter. Yet, to concede without a fight would indeed be a profound humiliation. Rising to his feet, Marjorie declared, I accept your challenge. The surrounding young wizards erupted in cheers, for such spectacles were their greatest delight. Gloridia stood up with a smile and said, Very well. As per tradition, we shall meet by the Black Lake. The group of Slytherin young wizards hurried towards the lake, and the other houses followed suit, eager to partake in the event. On the platform, Snape furrowed his brow. I shall go and observe, he announced, rising abruptly, resembling a great bat as he departed the hall. Professor McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, inquiring, Shall we not go as well? Dumbledore had just popped the last piece of sweet and sour dish into his mouth, savoring the taste. This delightful flavor was far superior to that of a heap of cockroaches. He found himself somewhat entranced, contemplating whether to summon the house elf for another serving when he heard McGonagall's voice. Dumbledore replied, No need. Snape's presence will suffice. However, if you're interested, you may go and witness it. After all, Elvin is the most likely candidate to become the true head of Slytherin. With Dumbledore's words, the professors departed, eager to partake in the lively atmosphere. Hogwarts, after all, was splendid, but often too monotonous. Once the professors had exited, the great hall fell silent. A glint of opportunity flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. What a perfect moment, he thought, snapping his fingers to summon a house elf. In no time, a steaming plate of sweet and sour meat appeared before him. Dumbledore began to relish the dish, proving that despite his age, his appetite remained quite robust. By the Black Lake, a throng of young wizards had encircled the shore, leaving no space unoccupied. Fortunately, the professor's authority still prevailed, allowing the young wizards to clear the best viewing spots. In the center of the crowd, Elvin and Marjorie stood facing each other. Marjorie clutched his wand, his palms beginning to sweat, and a look of tension etched across his face. In stark contrast, Elvin appeared entirely at ease, his wand elegantly positioned between his middle and ring fingers, adopting a pose reminiscent of Voldemort. Marjorie spoke, Elvin, I am aware of my own limitations. I may not be your equal, but I wish to see just how far I fall short. Elvin chuckled. Oh, Senior, you are too modest. After all, you hail from a pure-blood lineage. I look forward to your guidance. Marjorie, perplexed, asked, You are aware of my background? Elwin remarked, Of course. I am well aware that you, Senior, are quite renowned. Marjorie, to be precise, hails from the illustrious pure-blood house of Burst, albeit his mother is a descendant of that lineage. However, the Burst family has significantly dwindled, with Marjorie's mother being its sole heir. Consequently, the rigid traditions, such as prohibitions against marrying outside of pure-blood families, have become obsolete, as there is no one to enforce them. Thus, it may be regarded as a once prominent pure-blood family that has nearly vanished. As a result, Marjorie's father does not even qualify as a true heir by marriage. And naturally, Marjorie carries no birth surname. Marjorie nodded and bowed respectfully to Elwin, who reciprocated the gesture. Subsequently, the two turned away from one another. Once they had taken their positions, Glodia issued the command to commence. Elwin was the first to strike, casting a disarmament spell. Marjorie, not one to yield easily, countered with a similar incantation. Compared to Barton, Marjorie certainly exhibited greater prowess in both speed and strength of spellcasting. The two magical spells collided midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion, though it was evident that Elwin's spell was more potent, as the explosion appeared to favor Marjorie. Elwin responded with remarkable quickness. Having missed his first attack, he swiftly unleashed another disarmament spell. Marjorie's eyes widened in surprise, unable to react in time. Armored protection, he shouted. But his ironclad spell was executed with insufficient skill and could not withstand Elwin's disarmament spell. In the blink of an eye, Marjorie was sent sprawling to the ground. Chapter 50. The Remarkably Singular Female Prefect. Elwin exhaled deeply. How shall I put it? There is some skill evident, though it is rather limited. Nonetheless, he is certainly stronger than the average novice wizard. After all, he is the hidden prefect of Slytherin. Elwin bowed slightly. Thank you for the match. I am victorious. Marjorie declined the assistance offered by a nearby friend and stood up on his own, a hint of disappointment crossing his face, though not overly so. He had anticipated this outcome, and thus, losing did not come as a surprise. I concede. Congratulations, Prefect Elwin, he declared. Elwin responded, You are too kind, Senior. In the future, I will require your assistance in many matters. I only hope you do not harbor any resentment and do not shy away from helping when needed. With his polite demeanor and unassuming nature, Elwin easily garnered the admiration of those around him, including the onlookers. Although he had only recently arrived at Hogwarts, he had already accomplished much in just a couple of days. Coupled with his amiable disposition towards everyone, save for Gryffindor, it was difficult for his fellow students not to take a liking to him. Glodia approached Elwin with a smile. Congratulations, Junior. Once again, you have triumphed. I believe the day when you stand before me is not far off. There is still some time left. You should take a moment to rest. There are classes in the afternoon. Elwin remarked. Thank you, Glodia Prefect, but I feel that today is still quite early. I intend to challenge a hidden prefect. Elwin turned his gaze towards the crowd of Slytherin, his eyes settling on a young witch. Charlotte Trissa, the sole female hidden prefect of Slytherin, and the only one not of pure-blooded lineage among the 28 families. Charlotte smiled, stepping out from the throng. I thought I would have to wait until tomorrow. I didn't expect a junior to challenge me today. Elwin chuckled, since I'm well fed today. If I find myself outmatched by the senior, at least I'll be able to withstand a few blows. Charlotte giggled, covering her mouth. You are far too modest, Junior. Just like those humble individuals from the Great Sia, I lack the prowess to defeat you. Your proficiency with disarming spells is truly formidable. Elwin replied, You're too kind, Senior. However, Charlotte's smile gradually faded. Nonetheless, as a fourth-year hidden prefect, I cannot concede without a fight. Thus, I, Charlotte Trissa, the fourth-year hidden prefect of Slytherin, accept your challenge. A rare seriousness crossed Elwin's face. Among the 7 hidden prefects of Slytherin, excluding himself, only 2 truly posed a threat. Glodia, whose very age and status as the legitimate heir of the Selwyn family rendered him formidable. The Selwyn lineage, reputed to have risen through darker means, bore resemblance to the assassin families depicted in films. Although they have since reformed, the legacy of their traditions remains. Glodia, a character absent from the original narrative, had undergone rigorous training from a young age, far beyond the capabilities of mere schoolboys. He truly possessed combat prowess. Nevertheless, Elwin was confident he could contend with him, for he had an advantage. The indigenous cannot surpass those who are extraordinary. This is an immutable truth. Aside from Glodia, the other enigma for Elwin was Charlotte Trissa. This female prefect, not of pure-blood descent, was amiable within Slytherin, treating everyone with courtesy. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that instilled an indescribable sense of unease in Elwin upon their first encounter. This instinct had been honed through years of hardship and struggle. It is akin to a beast that, upon encountering an adversary that poses a threat, experiences a profound sense of crisis. Such was the sensation evoked in Elwin by Charlotte. This intrigue surrounding the female head of the year, who hails not from a pure-blood lineage, compelled Elwin to ponder her. Logically, she should possess only the knowledge imparted by the school. Yet, Charlotte has managed to secure her position amidst the dominance of pure-blood families in Slytherin. A fact that seems inherently illogical. Even those from pure-blood backgrounds, despite lacking formal education before enrollment, benefit from an environment rich in magical influences and deliberate guidance from their families, rendering them inherently stronger than the average young wizard. How can mere effort compete with a lineage steeped in generations of tradition? Thus, for this singular female head of the year, Elvin has always held a sense of reverence. Today, he finally had the opportunity to witness her prowess. The two exchanged formalities before stepping back to assume their positions. Once settled, Gloria raised her hand. Begin. No sooner had the words left her lips than Charlotte's voice rang out. Bind swiftly. Shatter. 2 rapid incantations followed in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, 2 spells hurtled toward Elvin. His pupils constricted slightly, marveling at her astonishing speed of casting. With a flick of his wand, he invoked a protective charm, Armorous. However, he could only manage a hasty iron armor charm before he felt an immobilizing force seize him. The next moment, the spell collided with the already solidified purple silhouette of armor surrounding him, producing a soft sound as Elvin staggered back 2 paces. Without a moment's hesitation, Elvin darted to the side the instant his paralysis lifted. Disarm. Indeed, just as he moved from his original position, a crimson beam shot toward him, striking the ground with force. The onlooking students were left in a state of shock. Was this the true nature of a duel between wizards? The speed of the incantations. Was her tongue rented for such swiftness? A few professors observing the scene shared their astonishment. Snape furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Charlotte. Was it a concealment of her true abilities, or had no one ever compelled her to fully unleash her power? Her prowess was already on par with that of an average Auror. Gloria, standing nearby, cast a sidelong glance at Charlotte, her heart filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that Charlotte possessed such formidable strength. Elvin, with a flick of his wand, proclaimed, Disarm. A flash of purple light surged forth, aimed directly at Charlotte. Armorous. Charlotte reacted with remarkable speed, casting her iron armor charm, yet she did not confront it head-on. Instead, she swiftly maneuvered to the side. Elvin's disarming charm struck Charlotte on the shoulder, halting her movements. She cast a surprised glance at Elvin. Chapter 51. Elvin's Shadowless Curse. Although she had already discerned from Elvin's earlier actions that his strength was formidable, she had not anticipated the sheer intensity of his magical prowess, nor the tremendous power of the spell he unleashed. Her own iron armor charm, honed through rigorous practice, could not entirely negate the force of Elvin's disarming charm. Without hesitation, Elvin continued his assault, his wand trembling in his grasp as another disarming charm shot forth. Charlotte swiftly darted to the side, prompting Elvin to mirror her evasive maneuver. Obstacles loomed ahead. Suddenly, 2 vines sprouted abruptly before Elvin, obstructing his path. Frowning, Elvin recognized the disadvantage of having a limited repertoire of spells. He was left with 2 options, to eliminate the vines or to pivot and choose a different direction. However, Charlotte had no intention of granting Elvin the luxury of choice. Petrify them all. The spell erupted from her wand, aimed directly at Elvin's rear. Should Elvin decide to turn now, he would collide directly with the petrifying curse. Elvin marveled at Charlotte's combat experience, feeling compelled to act without further concealment. Shadowless Curse. He targeted the vines directly. In the next moment, transparent blades materialized upon the vines, severing them effortlessly. Elvin dashed through the gap created. The surrounding young wizards were left in awe. What spell is that? Shadowless Curse? I believe I've read about it. One exclaimed, recalling that it was a creation of Professor Snape. They had heard whispers of its reputation, aware of its perilous nature. To their astonishment, Elvin had mastered it. The Slytherin students felt a twinge of envy. They were well acquainted with the illustrious name of the Shadowless Curse, a signature spell of purebloods. Even Charlotte was taken aback by Elvin's display, momentarily halting her offensive rhythm. Several professors exchanged surprised glances, turning to Snape. Professor McGonagall's expression turned stern as she addressed him. Snape, while Elvin is indeed exceptional, such a high-risk spell should not be taught at this juncture. Snape remained silent, somewhat bewildered. Although he had meticulously recorded the incantation and casting techniques for the Shadowless Curse in his notebook, it was intended for later study. Elvin should not have been able to access it so swiftly. Could it be that he had been skimming through the pages? Professor McGonagall asserted. I believe we must intervene in this duel. The Shadowless Curse is far too dangerous. Snape declared no. This is Slytherin's rule. The battle cannot be halted. Moreover, the disarming charm has a counter curse. Nothing will go awry. Elvin is well aware. He would not employ this spell against Charlotte. Otherwise, he would have acted just now. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall relented. Although she cared for her students, this was indeed Slytherin's decree, and no one could intervene. Furthermore, she had faith in Elvin. After dodging Charlotte's assault, Elvin's movements did not cease. Another disarming charm was launched. However, Charlotte had anticipated this and evaded in advance. At that moment, Elvin acutely sensed a threat approaching from behind. Instinctively, he cast the disarming charm. In an instant, a segment of the severed vine was split in 2 before him, hurtling towards either side of his body. Startled, Elvin wondered what was happening. He glanced at Charlotte, whose expression bore a hint of disappointment. After pondering for a moment, enlightenment struck him, the levitation charm. Charlotte had indeed mastered the silent levitation spell, directing the severed vine to strike him. What formidable combat experience! Nevertheless, since Charlotte had failed, it was now Elvin's turn. With a flick of his wrist, he prepared to launch an attack. Yet, at that moment, Charlotte astonishingly sheathed her wand, clenched her right fist against her chest, and proclaimed, "I concede." Elvin's movements abruptly halted. Charlotte smiled and said, "I have lost. Surely, you won't be petty enough to strike me again, will you? I'm quite afraid of pain." Elvin furrowed his brow. "Why?" Charlotte explained, "I have very little magical energy left. Your counter has neutralized my attacks. Continuing would serve no purpose. I can no longer evade your disarming charm. Furthermore, you have mastered the disarming charm. Had you used it from the outset, that imperceptible strike would have been unavoidable for me. Thus, I have lost from the very beginning. There is no need to continue. I do not wish to perform as an aerial acrobat." Elvin scrutinized Charlotte, feeling a twinge of confusion. Unfazed, Charlotte maintained her smile then. "Congratulations. You shall be our fourth-year prefect. Of course, this requires you to defeat the others first. I have faith in your potential as the future prefect." Elvin bowed slightly. "Thank you, senior." Charlotte smiled and returned to the ranks of Slytherin students. At that moment, the gazes of the surrounding young wizards toward Charlotte had transformed, filled with apprehension, fear, and envy. Charlotte had successfully proven her prowess. At the very least, the seamless connection of that incantation, along with the speed of its execution and the silent levitation spell, are feats beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Elvin turned to glance at the visibly distressed Marcus Flint. "Senior, we shall meet tomorrow at noon." Marcus hesitated momentarily, then snorted coldly and turned away. He had observed the duel and realized the truth. Neither Charlotte nor Elvin were opponents he could hope to defeat. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to secure his position as the head of the hidden levels. Elvin's lips curled into a smirk. He had not forgotten how Marcus had once provocatively challenged him. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, it would be an utter folly for Elvin to let him off the hook. Gloridia approached Elvin, expressing surprise. "I never anticipated you had mastered the shadowless spell. This truly astonishes me. It seems I shall have a hard time being your adversary." Elvin replied, "Senior, you jest. I can still sense some of your prowess. However, I wonder, when I stand before you, will you unleash your full strength? I am genuinely curious about the extent of your true abilities." Gloridia chuckled, "You shall see." Elvin and Gloridia exchanged smiles. To an outside observer, it would be impossible to guess that these two were on the brink of a duel. Rather, they might conclude that they were the closest of friends. As the battle concluded, students gradually dispersed. At that moment, a black bat fluttered gracefully before Elvin. "Come with me." Chapter 52, Slytherin's Method of Cultivating Dark Arts. Elvin shrugged. "Well, our dear bat professor has arrived." Although he had sensed Snape's approach while using the initial iteration of the shadowless spell, the reality of Snape confronting him still sent shivers down his spine. Admittedly, Snape had treated him quite well, but let us not forget, this is Severus Snape we are discussing. Elvin was indeed bold, yet he was not so audacious as to disregard Snape's formidable presence. It is widely acknowledged that there are two individuals at Hogwarts one must never offend. The first is our beloved Madame Pomfrey, for your safety rests in her capable hands. In a place as extraordinary as Hogwarts, danger lurks everywhere. Whether it be playing Quidditch or practicing spells, peril is ever present. Not to mention, there are those who delight in adding to the hazards, such as the Weasley twins. The second individual is Snape. To cross him is to learn the true meaning of overt sabotage. Elvin followed Snape directly to his office. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Snape shut the door to the office with a definitive thud. Elvin's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the automatic sensor door. What a marvelous invention. Snape sat in his chair. "Tell me, when did you master the disarming charm?" Elvin scratched his head and replied, "Last night." Snape retorted, "Last night. You had just acquired my diary. Did you skim through it?" Elvin quickly shook his head. "No, not at all. My memory is quite good. I committed a lot of the content to memory. I will gradually digest it later. That is my way of reading. Hence, when I came across the spells you left, I decided to give it a try." Snape inquired, "How long did you practice?" Elvin hesitated. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Perhaps an hour. Any of those could be true. Snape's expression darkened. Each word dripped with the scent of deceit. Yet, Snape grasped one thing. Elvin had indeed not spent much time learning the spell. Snape snorted. "Do not take pride in your minor accomplishments. Mastering a spell quickly is not an extraordinary feat." Elvin nodded earnestly. The office door was firmly shut. Naturally, Snape's word was law. Even if Snape claimed to be Merlin, Elvin would nod without hesitation. Yes, you are indeed Merlin's father." Snape, pleased with Elvin's perceptiveness, thought to himself how much better this student was compared to Potter. After all, Harry Potter had those striking green eyes. Otherwise, Snape would have truly shown this old acquaintance what true cruelty entailed. Presently, it was already quite cruel, at least in Elvin's view. However, it seemed to him that Snape had not yet fully unleashed his terrifying potential. Snape warned, "In the future, Use the disarming charm sparingly. It is, after all, a form of dark magic. Although it does not fill one's heart with negative emotions like other dark spells, its destructive power is too great. It is unsuitable for use in conflicts with fellow students. Elvin nodded. I understand, Professor. However, my mastery of spells is quite limited. Today, I cannot even demonstrate the disarming charm. Elvin felt his words were quite clear, his attitude unmistakably one of seeking guidance. With such a declaration, one would expect the narrative to unfold with Snape providing Elvin with special lessons, imparting a plethora of spells, thus sparing Elvin the expense of drawing lots. The thought alone filled Elvin with delight. He was a student after all. It was no disgrace to learn from a professor. However, Snape cast a knowing glance at Elvin, signaling, do not attempt to outsmart me. Until you complete your head boy challenge, I shall not privately teach you any spells. The elusive prowess is something you have discovered for yourself. My intention was merely to instruct you in the art of potion making to better assist me in my endeavors. This is the protocol. You must ascend to that position through your own merit. Elvin scratched his head. Why does Slytherin have so many rules? It seems quite absurd. Elvin inquired, Professor, I am curious, who established these regulations? Snape replied, Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House and one of the 4 great founders of Hogwarts. You should be aware of the essence of Slytherin House. You have likely heard of Salazar Slytherin's views on young wizards. In his perspective, wizards must progressively elevate themselves. Only the strong can survive. Thus, during Salazar Slytherin's reign, Slytherin was akin to an arena for combat. Only the strong could command everything. Elvin was somewhat astonished. Goodness, this ancient figure of the wizarding world is rather outrageous. No wonder he was ostracized by the other 3 founders. This is nothing less than pure manipulation. However, the results are undeniably effective. Students emerging from Slytherin possess far superior combat abilities compared to those from the other 3 houses. Although many of these formidable figures are but memories, unrecorded in textbooks, it can only be said that with gain comes loss. The school's method of fostering strength creates powerful individuals, yet outside its walls, they cannot resist adopting such habits, prioritizing self-interest and the dominance of the strong. Chapter 53. The system emerges, the 4th Dark Lord's Reserve. Elvin nodded. Understood, Professor. Snape pondered for a moment before asking, do you have a grievance with Marcus Flint? A 5th year? Elvin replied, it's not really a grievance. It's just that he lacks manners. And he is quite unattractive. Snape took several minutes to comprehend what unattractive could possibly mean as a reason. He began to doubt whether he was becoming antiquated, unable to grasp the mindset of the younger generation of wizards. Snape cautioned, do not go too far. The conflicts with the head of your year, if too severe, will not benefit you. Elvin chuckled, of course. Rest assured, Professor, I am quite easygoing. In truth, I prefer to resolve matters amicably. I would rather persuade them. However, if my reasoning does not resonate with him, I would not mind lending a hand, for after all, is not strength meant to ensure that others heed your words? Snape found this perspective novel. He mulled it over, sensing something amiss yet inexplicably reasonable. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Go rest. Do not be late for the afternoon class. If you are tardy, Slytherin will lose points. You understand the consequences. Elvin shrugged, of course. You've mentioned this before, Professor. He turned to leave, when Snape called out, Elvin, if you have the capability, seize that head position. Trust me, your rewards will far exceed your expectations. The head of Slytherin, such an abundance of rules, such a complex system of challenges. It is far more than mere status. Elvin paused for a moment, a smirk gracing his lips. Rest assured, Professor, if Slytherin requires a hidden head, then his name must undoubtedly be Cavendish. With that, Elvin pushed open the door and exited the office. Snape watched Elvin's departing figure, momentarily lost in contemplation. The resemblance was striking, reminiscent of another Cavendish who had left his office 11 years prior, full of vigor and exuding confidence. Alas, that individual never returned. As Elvin departed from Snape's office, he made his way towards the Slytherin common room. Show mercy? That was out of the question. Not only would he not hold back, but Elvin would also impart a lesson to Marcus, a lesson he would never forget. Elvin had never considered himself a vengeful person. However, he was a man of justice. When others treated him kindly, he reciprocated with equal warmth. Yet, should someone provoke him, Elvin would employ every means at his disposal to ensure they received an unforgettable lesson. This, one might argue, constitutes a form of fairness, perhaps. Moreover, an important point to consider is that, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he acquired a practical little technique known as carrot and stick. A consistently amiable demeanor might lead others to perceive him as gentle, while some may follow a kind-hearted individual. It is equally essential to possess an aura of authority that instills fear. When respect and fear intertwine, one achieves unwavering loyalty. Fortunately, he now had a splendid opportunity to assert his authority, the unfortunate steel-toothed prince, who was destined to face the brunt of the consequences. Upon returning to the common room, Elvin found a gathering of young wizards in the hall, animatedly discussing his recent duel, for this was their sole topic of conversation. How pitiful it was. Lacking even a scintilla of gossip, the door to the common room swung open, and as Elvin walked in, an immediate hush fell over the space. The students, previously seated on the sofas, sprang to their feet upon his arrival, hastily clearing a path. Elvin, unperturbed, took a seat on the couch and raised his hand. Please, sit down. There is no need for such anxiety. I am not a monster. Have you prepared your books? We have an hour before class begins. Have you not taken a moment to rest? The young wizards, who had previously been intimidated by Elvin's prowess, found their courage bolstered by his words. Head boy, we are fully prepared. We shall not bring shame to Slytherin. We are not like those foolish lions. Erwin chuckled, engaging in conversation with the young wizards for a while, exuding an air of approachability. As he walked toward the History of Magic classroom, he mentally applauded himself. Indeed, he was remarkable, not only powerful but also relatable. Without a doubt, he was a paragon of righteousness. However, at that moment, a sudden alert from the system pierced the air. Erwin froze in place. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's current reputation in Slytherin perfectly aligns with the Dark Lord's profile. You are hereby awarded the title of 4th Generation Dark Lord Reserve. Wearing this title will enhance your authority by 20% and amplify the potency of dark magic by 20%. Esteemed Dark Lord, please strive for legitimacy. Hogwarts shall be your domain. Erwin's expression darkened instantly. How dare they slander him? A Dark Lord? Where was the evidence for such an accusation? Wasn't he everything he had done in line with the principles of righteousness? Surely, he could not be condemned for merely acting in accordance with his aspirations. Could it truly be that the amiable demeanor exhibited by righteous figures was devoid of intention? Was there truly anyone so naive in this world? Erwin found it hard to believe that every action taken by an individual was not driven by their inner motives. Regardless, he would never concede to being a Dark Lord. Wearing the title, Erwin would merely experiment with this designation. It did not mean he had accepted the identity of a Dark Lord. Yes, that was it. There was nothing wrong with that. The cluster of first-year wizards, initially curious about why Erwin had suddenly halted, now sensed a change in him. They found themselves unable to meet his gaze. As Erwin surveyed the room, every young wizard whose eyes met his involuntarily lowered their heads. Even the proud Draco, known as the heir of the House of Malfoy, was not exempt from this effect. Erwin nodded in satisfaction. Surprisingly, despite the title being somewhat incongruous with his true nature, its effects were quite favorable. Given that, perhaps he could tolerate the system after all. He had even begun contemplating ways to upgrade the title in his mind. However, the answer he received was simply to explore it himself. Indeed, the system was rather subpar. Other systems could manipulate reality itself, while he had yet to even encounter Voldemort. What a failure! He had lost face as a traveler. Chapter 54. The first Dark Lord was not Grindelwald? After testing the power of his title, although he had yet to experiment with the enhancement of magic, Erwin was intrigued. However, this newfound authority is undeniably quite useful. Suddenly, Elvin sensed something amiss. The 4th Generation Dark Lord? He scrutinized the 3 words preceding his title. Oh no, could this be a counterfeit? System, respond. Host, please speak. The 1st Generation Dark Lord, Grindelwald. The 2nd Generation Dark Lord, Voldemort. So why does this title indicate the 4th generation? Have you added another transmigrator into the mix? Ding. Please investigate on your own, host. The system is infallible. Furthermore, Grindelwald is not the 1st Generation Dark Lord. Elvin's pupils constricted. Grindelwald, surprisingly, was not the 1st Generation Dark Lord. Then who held that title? Slytherin? No, while Slytherin was indeed ruthless, he did not leave behind the mantle of Dark Lord. To Elvin's knowledge, there seemed to be no such figure in the annals of magical history. Elvin was utterly perplexed. Contemplating deeply, he made his way to the classroom. Once seated, Elvin continued pondering the identity of the 1st Generation Dark Lord. He remained in a state of confusion until Professor Carstbert Binns, the ghostly instructor, entered the classroom. It was at that moment, gazing at the professor droning on about tedious knowledge from the lectern, that Elvin's eyes brightened. He may not know, but someone surely does. Professor Carstbert Binns, being the most ancient educator at Hogwarts, had been teaching there since the very establishment of the institution. It could be said that this professor was the only individual in this era who had witnessed the 4 founders. Such experience is not something just anyone possesses. Though the professor's current lectures on magical history are dreadfully monotonous, inducing drowsiness among the young witches and wizards, he was not always so lackluster. Many years ago, the first lesson for new students at Hogwarts was indeed magical history. In the Chronicles of Hogwarts, a history, there exists a passage that describes how, as lunchtime approached, students reluctantly departed from Professor Binns' classroom, each brimming with excitement. His lessons on magical history allowed these children to experience the mysteries of magic for the first time, igniting boundless imaginations. The reason for Professor Binns' current dreariness in teaching is quite simple. Who could maintain enthusiasm after a millennium of labor? Nonetheless, there is no doubt that Professor Binns is the foremost authority on magical history in the present magical realm, without exception, having witnessed it firsthand. Observing Professor Binns reciting knowledge from the textbook, Elvin raised his hand. "Hello, Professor." Elvin's voice stirred the drowsy little wizards, who lifted their heads to gaze at him. Professor Binns also cast a surprised glance in Elvin's direction. He was accustomed to the profound silence of his classroom, where one student was quieter than the next, each slumbering soundly. This was the first instance of a hand being raised. Professor Binns addressed Elvin. "You. Ah yes, you are Erwin Cavendish. Other professors have spoken of you, all praising your excellence. So, Mr. Cavendish, what is it you wish to inquire about?" Elvin replied, "Indeed, Professor. I did not intend to interrupt your lecture. However, I have come across a most intriguing book. It contains some information that piqued my curiosity. As the most erudite individual at Hogwarts, I wish to consult you." Upon hearing Elvin's words, the old professor's somewhat ethereal visage visibly softened. "Oh, what is your question, Mr. Elvin?" The shift in Professor Binns' address indicated his elevated spirits. Elvin continued. "The book I encountered mentioned that, prior to Grindelwald, there existed another Dark Lord. I find this rather peculiar, as my current knowledge does not encompass this matter." After Elvin spoke, the other little wizards also lifted their heads, now far too alert to contemplate sleep. This was significant news, and they were eager to hear more. Professor Binns remarked, "Oh, I presume you were reading an ancient tome. Such matters would not be found in contemporary literature." Elvin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If that were the case, did such a person truly exist? Therefore, Professor Binns, could you enlighten me about this individual? Chapter 55. The creator of the Unforgivable Curses. Professor Binns nodded. "Very well. I shall share with you. In truth, this figure is ancient, or rather, no one can definitively prove his existence. He hails from the era of Merlin." Professor Binns continued. "In that age, Merlin encountered a certain individual. The name of this person has long been lost to time, yet his power was formidable. Even Merlin nearly perished at his hands. Ultimately, Merlin utilized his gift of draconic speech and, with the aid of the last dragon, vanquished this being. He is often referred to as the first Dark Lord. After his defeat by Merlin, he vanished without a trace. Many claim he met his demise. Yet, there is another theory suggesting he journeyed to distant realms to explore new forms of magic, preparing for a return, but his power remains undisputed. However, all of this is mere legend, for no one can ascertain whether this individual truly existed. Perhaps only Merlin knew the truth. Alas, Merlin has disappeared. No one knows his whereabouts, and thus, the truth of the past remains elusive, even to me, who has gleaned only fragments from ancient texts." Elvin nodded thoughtfully. While others could not provide proof, he was certain of the existence of this individual. Otherwise, the system would not have referred to him as the fourth Dark Lord. At that moment, Elvin noticed a glimmer of insight. "Professor Binns, did you just say that Merlin has disappeared? He is not dead?" Professor Binns replied, "I do not know. However, Merlin visited Hogwarts during its early days. At that time, the four founders had met Merlin. What transpired afterward remains a mystery to me. Merlin declined to teach at Hogwarts and left, after which no one has seen him again." Elvin was astonished. Merlin met the four founders? That implies he was, conservatively speaking, several hundred years old at that time. If he has lived until now, my goodness, he could be nearly 2,000 years old. Wouldn't his magical prowess be unparalleled? Most importantly, if Merlin truly had not perished, did that not suggest he had discovered the secret to immortality? Elvin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The notion of immortality had certainly crossed his mind. Who wouldn't desire it? Anyone who did not aspire for eternal life was, in his view, rather foolish. Yet, Elvin merely entertained the thought. As an 11-year-old novice, unable to even best a mere Voldemort, he mused about immortality in jest. Professor Binns observed the eager expressions of the young wizards and seemed to rediscover a long-lost passion for teaching. "It appears you all enjoy this tale," he remarked, prompting an enthusiastic nod from the group. They were enamored with stories of any kind, as long as it meant avoiding the tedium of their history of magic class. "In that case, I shall share more about that enigmatic figure. Some topics may be beyond the comprehension of wizards your age, but discussing them nonetheless is of no consequence. You know of the Unforgivable Curses, correct? Elvin, why don't you enlighten us?" Elvin rose to his feet, declaring, "The Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Killing Curse. All three are the epitome of dark magic, and using them invariably leads to imprisonment in Azkaban." Professor Binns nodded in approval. "Indeed, well articulated and comprehensive. 5 points to Slytherin." At this proclamation, all the young wizards were taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Whether from Slytherin or the Hufflepuff students attending the class that day, they gazed at Professor Binns in astonishment. It was a well-known fact at Hogwarts that one would not receive any points under Professor Binns' tenure. He simply lectured without posing questions. Even yesterday, Their ever-knowledgeable classmate had failed to earn a single point in history of magic. Yet here was Erwin Cavendish, who had astonishingly earned 5 points from Professor Binns. What a rare 5 points. The young wizards of Slytherin felt that they could frame this 5-point award and display it on their wall, proclaiming to the wizards of other houses, "Behold, this is the achievement of our esteemed head of house, who received these points from Professor Binns." Erwin was somewhat astonished. In truth, he had abandoned the notion of accumulating points in history of magic class. Professor Binns chuckled. "What's the matter? I believe I do have the authority to award points." Erwin nodded. "Of course. It is your prerogative, Professor. Thank you for your generosity." Professor Binns replied, "You deserve it, my child." He waved his hand, motioning for Erwin to take his seat, and continued, "Regarding the unforgivable curses, there are numerous theories surrounding their origin. Some claim they were crafted by the masters of the Deathly Hallows, the 3 brothers who bargained with death. Yet, many believe they were devised by other individuals entirely. However, these speculations have all been debunked. Nonetheless, the 4 founders did entertain some hypotheses. It is quite possible that these curses were created by the nameless original Dark Lord, forged to combat Merlin after his defeat." Erwin raised his hand. Professor Binns nodded. "Mr. Erwin, feel free to speak your mind. In my class, you need not raise your hand to ask questions." Erwin said, "Professor Binns, I have heard a theory suggesting that the spells used by ancient wizards differ radically from our own. It was only after the emergence of the 4 founders that the modern spells were derived from ancient magic for improved instruction." Professor Binns affirmed, "Indeed. When Hogwarts was initially established, the 4 founders, along with numerous teachers and wizards, collaboratively developed the contemporary casting methods from ancient magic. After all, while ancient spells possessed tremendous power, they required a significant sacrifice in return, demanding an equivalent exchange." Erwin inquired, "If that is the case, what then is the significance of creating the unforgivable curses? The potency of ancient magic far surpasses that of the unforgivable curses. Surely the Dark Lord would not engage in such an endeavor." Professor Binns replied, "I cannot say. Or rather, no one can. The passage of time is too great. However, such powerful and malevolent dark magic can only be conjured by someone with remarkable achievements in the dark arts. Apart from the original Dark Lord, there would have been no others at that time." Chapter 56. The dissonance of the world finally descended upon Erwin. Erwin nodded. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Professor Binns paused. That class went by rather swiftly. It has been quite some time since I felt this way. Erwin, if you have any further inquiries, I warmly welcome you to visit my office for a discussion. And do remember to knock when you arrive. There is no password for my office. I typically pass through walls. I suspect you would not wish to possess that ability just yet." Erwin's lips twitched slightly. Suddenly, he was astonished to see the ghostly professor making a jest. How utterly absurd. Erwin bowed slightly. "Thank you, Professor." Professor Binns waved his hand and then floated away, effortlessly gliding through the wall of the classroom. Remarkably, being a ghost seemed to have its conveniences. Erwin gathered his textbooks and departed the classroom. The second class of the afternoon was Charms, marking Erwin's inaugural lesson in this subject since arriving at Hogwarts. Typically, during the first Charms class, Professor Flitwick would not teach any spells, focusing instead on theoretical knowledge. After all, spells can be quite perilous. For instance, our dear Neville Longbottom seems to turn any charm into an explosive disaster. It is both ludicrous and terrifying. However, from another perspective, this could be seen as a peculiar talent, one unique to Neville. In this light, he might indeed be considered gifted. Nevertheless, Erwin preferred to maintain a respectful distance from such talents, allowing them to wreak havoc elsewhere rather than upon himself. Fortunately, the first Charms lesson was shared with Ravenclaw. As the bell rang, Erwin led a group of young Slytherins into the classroom. The left side of the room was already filled with Ravenclaw students. The reason for their tardiness could not solely be attributed to Erwin. It was primarily the fault of Draco's 2 foolish companions. He truly could not fathom how, within 2 days of the term, students could still get lost on their way to the restroom. Erwin felt they should be grateful for their lineage. Otherwise, with such dim-witted brains, they would struggle even to navigate the Forbidden Forest without becoming a meal for some magical beast. The Slytherin students took their seats, and by chance, the remaining spot was right next to Hermione. Erwin thought nothing of it, and sat down without hesitation. Professor Flitwick entered through the front door of the classroom and approached the lectern, which was not particularly high. However, this posed no challenge for the Master of Charms. With a gentle flick of his finger, Professor Flitwick levitated into the air and landed gracefully atop the lectern. Erwin's pupils narrowed slightly. What a splendid display. A silent levitation charm, performed on oneself. Such mastery of magic is truly commendable, befitting a Master of Charms. Indeed, one could always place their faith in the rigorous selection process at Hogwarts, with the exception of Gilderoy Lockhart, of course. The young wizards gaped in awe, and it was no wonder they were so mesmerized. Even Erwin was struck by how impressive Professor Flitwick's demonstration was. Standing at the lectern with his hands clasped behind his back, He declared, "All right, dear young wizards, though this may not be our first encounter, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Phileas Flitwick, your charms professor, and I also serve as the head of Ravenclaw House." The young wizards of Ravenclaw immediately erupted into applause, particularly Hermione, whose clapping was the most vigorous. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students turned their attention towards Elvin, who raised his hand in applause, prompting a quick response from his fellow Slytherins. Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, young wizards. Before we commence our lesson, may I inquire if any of you can tell me the spell I just used?" Both Elvin and Hermione raised their hands simultaneously. Elvin, seizing this excellent opportunity to earn points, was determined not to let it slip away. Flitwick glanced at the two with raised hands and pointed his sharp-nailed finger at Hermione. "Miss Granger, please share." Hermione replied, "It's the levitation charm." And it was performed silently and without a wand. Flitwick nodded. "Precisely. Miss Granger, you have earned 5 points for Ravenclaw." Hermione beamed with excitement, not merely for the points, but because it was her first occasion snatching the opportunity to answer from Elvin. Elvin, however, thought little of it, knowing there would be many more chances to earn points. A mere 5 points hardly mattered. Yet, as time progressed, Elvin truly began to sense the disparity within this world. He experienced firsthand Hermione's feelings of frustration. Was Flitwick blatantly showing favoritism? Severus Snape, please emerge from Flitwick's shadow. Elvin even fancied he was hallucinating. This was an entirely different Snape. In half an hour, Flitwick posed 4 questions, and both Elvin and Hermione raised their hands each time. However, Flitwick selected Hermione 3 times, only choosing Elvin once, possibly out of a sense of obligation. Elvin too earned 5 points, merely 5 points. Where was the professed impartiality? "I would rather have Professor McGonagall in place of all the other professors, thank you very much." As for Snape, that would be a jest, as he was favoring Elvin. The Slytherin students were visibly displeased, their expressions clouded with discontent. Elvin, feeling disheartened, ceased raising his hand. It seemed that while attending classes with Ravenclaw, he would find it difficult to accumulate points and charms. Nevertheless, he did not take it to heart. The headmaster's bias towards his own house was hardly a significant issue. Moreover, he had another purpose for attending today's lesson. Before long, the class approached its conclusion, and with only half an hour remaining, Flitwick halted his lecture. "Well then, we have covered today's material. Now, we shall enter the question and answer segment. Is there anyone who has queries?" Elvin promptly raised his hand. Freeliv waved his hand and asked, "Mr. Cavendish, what troubles you?" Elvin replied, "Professor, I wish to inquire if there exists a spell that allows for communication regardless of distance." This was indeed the primary goal of Elvin today, to find a way to enhance his purple lotus mark with a communication feature. Freeliv pondered, "Communication, you say?" Elvin nodded affirmatively. Freeliv furrowed his brow in contemplation. "To my knowledge, the magical realm seems devoid of such a spell." Elvin felt a twinge of disappointment. "Is that so?" "No, wait, there might actually be one. Where have I seen it?" Freeliv paced the podium for a moment. Chapter 57, A Prideful Braggart Seeks Help. "Ah, I recall now. There was an incantation known as the sound transmission spell, but it comes with numerous restrictions and is far less convenient than an owl, which is why wizards have largely abandoned it." Elvin's eyes brightened. He hadn't anticipated that such a spell actually existed. "Professor, could you elaborate on this incantation?" Freeliv responded. "I encountered it in a book, but the specifics elude me. I shall look it up and inform you in our next class." Elvin nodded. "I appreciate your assistance, Professor." A sense of anticipation filled Elvin's heart. If he could indeed add a communication feature to his purple lotus mark, many matters would become significantly more manageable. As for the limitations mentioned by Freeliv, Elvin resolved to overcome those he could, while devising strategies for those he could not. He was determined to master this spell. The notion that it was less convenient than using an owl was laughable. What a lack of creativity among those wizards. If Elvin could fully comprehend this concept, he would monopolize the market by launching a Cavendish communication service. Who would dare challenge him? After class, Elvin gathered his belongings, preparing to head to the hall to indulge in his delightful summer cuisine. At that moment, the illustrious Malfoy, with his platinum glory, approached his table. Elvin frowned, swiftly conjuring his wand into his hand. Malfoy flinched, recalling the bizarre circumstances of their previous encounter on the train. He hastily exclaimed, "Prefect, I mean no harm." Observing Elvin's furrowed brow, Malfoy quickly added, "I do not wish to insult you." Elvin commanded, "Speak your purpose." Malfoy exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, I require some assistance." Elvin was taken aback, nearly dropping his wand. Had he truly lost his mind? Or was he still ensnared in a dream? A dream within a dream? Inception? He heard something that surprised him. Our esteemed peer, Malfoy, actually claimed he needed assistance. And not just any assistance. He sought help for himself? Elvin's immediate reaction was that this fellow must be plotting something. Surely, our platinum-haired glory could not possibly require aid, nor could he find himself in a predicament. Such a revelation would be a disgrace to the Malfoy family. Malfoy noticed the look in Elvin's eyes, and his face visibly flushed with a deep crimson hue. "If you are unwilling to help, so be it. I shall seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Malfoy turned to leave. "Stop right there. Come, let us talk," Elvin exclaimed. His curiosity was piqued. What could compel Malfoy to seek his help? This indicated that Malfoy's desire for assistance outweighed his animosity towards Elvin. Malfoy spoke. "It's the assignment from Professor McGonagall, transforming a matchstick into a needle. I've been struggling for quite some time, yet I cannot seem to get it right." Elvin understood now. Malfoy had come to him for guidance. Malfoy, of all people, sought to study diligently. This was decidedly peculiar, and something felt amiss. Suddenly, Elvin recalled that there was a transfiguration class scheduled for the following day, shared with Gryffindor. Thus, Malfoy's intentions became clear. Elvin gazed at Malfoy, realizing that this fellow intended to outshine Harry Potter. Truly, it was a classic rivalry, one that was utterly delightful to witness. Elvin felt that these two must end up together. Otherwise, he would have to resort to learning the art of potion-making for love potions. Malfoy's gaze made Elvin feel quite uneasy. Just as he was about to turn away, Elvin called out, "Wait for me in the common room tonight. After my return from Professor Snape, I shall come teach you." Malfoy paused, astonished. "You truly wish to teach me?" Elvin smiled. "What else would I do? Now, off to the Great Hall. Dinner awaits." Elvin had one more thought unspoken. He adored this lively spectacle. He could only imagine how insufferably arrogant Malfoy would become if he were to outshine Harry Potter. The monotony of life at Hogwarts was tiresome. Elvin was more than willing to exert effort to find some amusement for himself. Nothing more, just the joy of it. In the Great Hall, as Elvin savored the delectable dishes, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Unlike any other day, there was an abundance of sumptuous fare gracing the long tables of the four houses as well as the professor's table. Elvin's attention was drawn to the dish before Dumbledore, sweet and sour pork. Indeed, the old wizard had treated himself to a little indulgence. Tomorrow, he too would partake in sweet and sour pork. After dinner, Elwin, as customary, visited Snape's office to assist him with potion making. After reviewing Snape's diary, Elwin's techniques became markedly more refined. However, mastery still required further practice. Snape felt a sense of satisfaction internally, though he maintained an impassive demeanor. After all, he could not let his facade crumble. After concluding the day's work, Master Elwin returned to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering, he heard the incantation being cast by Malfoy. Following the sound, Elwin observed Malfoy seated on the sofa, with a peculiar silver needle, half metallic, half wooden, resting on the table. Let us refer to it as a silver needle for convenience. Elwin couldn't help but marvel at the bond represented by this object, a connection stemming from Malfoy's relationship with Harry Potter. It was truly touching. Elwin wiped away the moisture from the corner of his eye, moved to the point of tears. Of course, he would never admit that it was merely a yawn he had just suppressed. Upon noticing Elwin's return, Malfoy promptly stood up. Elwin gestured for him to sit. "Show me your spell." Malfoy nodded, and subsequently recited the incantation. His wand tapped the matchstick, and a small portion of the wooden segment transformed into a metallic texture. Elwin remarked, "The incantation and the wand movements are flawless. The only issue lies with your magical power. You are infusing too little." Malfoy inquired, "If I increase the infusion of magic, will I succeed then?" Elwin replied earnestly, "No." Malfoy's expression darkened instantly. Was he being jested with? Did Malfoy's life hold no value to Elwin? Continuing, Elwin explained, "What you are missing is the most crucial element, proficiency. The reason you are infusing insufficient magic is that you fear overloading the matchstick. You must gradually increase the infusion of magic until you find that threshold. This requires a process of mastery." Elwin, having studied Professor McGonagall's notes, easily discerned Malfoy's dilemma. Simply put, he was too cautious. Just look at Seamus. He went all out. And though it exploded, at least he dared to try, didn't he? Malfoy was simply too timid. Malfoy nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, and prepared to wave his wand to give it another go. Elwin interjected, "Wait a moment." He then stood up and stepped back several paces. "All right, you may begin." Chapter 58. It exploded. Indeed, it exploded, and Malfoy's countenance darkened. Elwin considered himself a person of adventurous spirit, or at least he believed so, yet simultaneously, he was quite cautious about his own life. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Clearly, in Elwin's eyes, the poised Malfoy represented that very wall of danger. Thus, Elwin ensured he kept a safe distance. Elwin was also apprehensive about being splattered with blood. Oh, how inappropriate it was to speak of his toy in such a manner. It was truly disrespectful. Reflecting on this, Elwin felt a pang of guilt and took 2 steps back. Malfoy, observing Elwin's actions, was utterly befuddled. After all, despite our esteemed gentleman's distinguished lineage, he remained oblivious to the fact that excessive magical input could lead to an explosion. This was indeed a rather obscure phenomenon, save for Mr. Simo. With wand in hand, Malfoy cleared his throat, his face brimming with anticipation, appearing quite serious. He waved his wand lightly, reciting an incantation. The next moment, with a resounding bang, the match exploded. Malfoy's face instantly turned a deep shade of black, his platinum hair now tainted with a layer of dark ash. Elvin felt a sense of relief. He had been remarkably astute to retreat to a safe distance. Such a keen sense of spatial awareness was no trivial feat, a rarity among most. Whether it was due to the explosion or the fact that the charming Mr. Malfoy was now in a foul mood, his expression was utterly ludicrous. Malfoy was furious. "Cavendish, how dare you play tricks on me?" he exclaimed, lunging towards Elvin in a fit of rage. In his anger, he momentarily forgot the disparity in their abilities. Elvin swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at Malfoy. "Stay right there. Do not move. If even a speck of black tarnishes my clothing, I assure you, I shall flush you down the toilet and let the water thoroughly wash away that pig's brain of yours." Malfoy stared at the silver wand Elvin held. His rationality instantly restored. One must admit, wielding the truth does indeed lend power to one's words. Elvin continued, "Trick you? I have far better things to do." Exceeding the output threshold of magic leads to uncontrollable surges, resulting in explosions. Have you not studied this? Clearly, you have channeled too much power. Cannot you incrementally increase your magic, gradually experimenting? Malfoy was taken aback. Was it truly so? Should he have learned this? When had he been taught? Could it be that the professor had discreetly tutored others while he was occupied with his meals, leaving him behind? Elvin remarked, "I have already provided you with the solution. Frankly, I did not anticipate your foolishness. To pour in all your magical energy right from the start. Malfoy, you have truly disappointed me." A look of disappointment adorned Elvin's face, akin to that of a stern mentor witnessing the shortcomings of a wayward pupil, filled with a sense of helplessness at their lack of diligence. Malfoy panicked instantly. "No, that is not it. I apologize. Prefect, I did not mean to. I might have spaced out. Please, grant me another chance. I can do this." Elvin waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Give it another try. I sincerely hope you master it soon, for we are Slytherins, and you hold great significance to me." Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable surge of motivation welled up within Malfoy. Unbeknownst to him, this newfound strength was akin to the invigorating essence of encouragement. Malfoy nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, I can definitely do this." With that, he turned around and picked up another matchstick, resuming his practice. Elvin's lips curled into a smile, observing the simplicity of the young wizard. He had truly fallen in love with Hogwarts. It only required a hint of performance coupled with a sprinkle of experience to coax a young wizard into compliance, even one as proud as Malfoy. Of course, this approach was not Elvin's original idea, but rather learned from short videos. Who says one cannot learn from their phone? Look how effective it is. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. With Malfoy's considerable talent and Elvin's guidance, one could hardly deny the rapid progress he was making. By 11 o'clock that night, Malfoy unleashed his remaining magical energy to cast a transfiguration spell. In an instant, the matchstick on the table transformed into a silver needle, adorned with exquisite engravings. It appeared remarkably delicate. Malfoy exclaimed in delight, "I did it. I succeeded." Elvin nodded in approval. "Well done, Malfoy. I knew I had not misjudged you. I am confident that tomorrow in Transfiguration class, you shall astonish everyone." Gratitude shone in Malfoy's eyes as he looked at Elvin. In that moment, all grudges and past grievances faded from his mind. He understood that his success was inextricably linked to Elvin's support. With both arms crossed over his chest, Malfoy made a peculiar gesture and said, "Elvin, head of house, Draco Malfoy expresses his heartfelt gratitude once again." Elvin waved his hand. "As long as you've learned, that is what matters. I'm quite tired now. I shall return to rest." As he reached the staircase, Elvin felt the need to conclude his performance with a flourish. Standing on the stairs, he turned to gaze down at Malfoy. "Draco, I eagerly anticipate your performance in Transfiguration class tomorrow. Slytherin takes pride in you." After saying this, Elvin turned and departed, catching a glimpse of Malfoy's face, which was brimming with hope and excitement. Excellent. The curtain had been drawn, and it was nothing short of perfection. The next little trophy should rightly belong to Elvin. He truly deserves it. Upon returning to his dormitory, Elvin changed his bed linens, as usual, and lay down, preparing for sleep. He intended to rest soundly, avoiding any mischief or distractions. He was still young, in a phase of growth, and in need of rest. In a state of drowsiness, Elvin quickly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory, Malfoy was brimming with excitement. He had mastered it. He had finally succeeded. He eagerly anticipated Professor McGonagall's inspection of assignments the following day, envisioning his triumph. A thought crossed his mind regarding what he might say to Harry Potter. Pondering the tone and demeanor he should adopt, Malfoy began to vividly construct the entire scene in his mind. It must be said that Malfoy harbored a profound affection for Harry Potter, who was undeniably a fortunate individual. Just look at how many were preoccupied with thoughts of him. Admittedly, they were all male, but does that truly matter? In this realm, anything is possible. Elvin, on the other hand, enjoyed a most restful sleep, devoid of bizarre dreams. Most importantly, he was not pursued in his slumber. Such bliss. When the wake-up bell rang, Elvin stretched lazily, refreshed himself, and prepared to attend his classes. He could hardly contain his excitement for the day's anticipated events. His solitary joy at Hogwarts lay in the surprises that Draco Malfoy would bestow upon him. Chapter 59. A new scoring method emerges. Upon entering the Great Hall and indulging in the morning repast, Elvin was suddenly struck by the abundance of surprises that Hogwarts had in store for him. The house elf, McGonagall, had prepared a delightful bowl of spicy noodles adorned with peanuts. The intricacy of the dish was simply remarkable. Elvin savored every bite, feeling completely satisfied. Now, this was what life should be. House elves were truly wonderful. He mused whether it might be possible to negotiate with Hogwarts to bring a house elf home someday. Their culinary skills surpassed those of the chefs Elvin had employed, particularly in this dismal place where finding a competent summer cook was a daunting task. After a hearty meal, Elvin escorted the first-year Slytherin wizards to the Transfiguration class. Malfoy was already brimming with anticipation, maintaining an exuberant state throughout their journey. In fact, since the moment Elvin spotted him in the Great Hall, Malfoy had been in a state of excitement, his face betraying an eagerness that was impossible to conceal. Many onlookers might have thought him quite mad. Seated in the classroom, Elvin unusually chose a position toward the middle and slightly to the back, the optimal vantage point for viewing. In this location, he could observe all of his classmates, including Malfoy, who had opted for a front-row seat, leaving the other young wizards utterly bewildered. In Professor McGonagall's class, aside from the top students like Erwin and Hermione, the rest of the students could languidly drift towards the back. Yet, what compelled Malfoy to inch forward today? Once settled, Malfoy, without surprise, directed his gaze squarely at Harry Potter, his eyes brimming with provocation. Harry, equally perplexed, rolled his eyes and chose to ignore Malfoy, turning instead to continue his conversation with Ron. A flicker of anger crossed Malfoy's face. Erwin was taken aback. Was he experiencing jealousy? Indeed. Malfoy's feelings towards Harry Potter were far from uncomplicated. The underlying emotional thread had finally been confirmed for Erwin. He felt an irresistible urge to ship them. This was truly delightful. Before long, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom, and silence enveloped the room. She announced, "Before we commence the lesson, let us first review your assignments. I wish to see how well you have all practiced. Although I have not enforced completion, I still hope someone will surprise me." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Erwin, for in her eyes, he was the sole student capable of executing Transfiguration flawlessly. However, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left not only Professor McGonagall, but everyone in the room, utterly astounded. Malfoy raised his hand high, his expression akin to that of a triumphant general returning from battle, eager for accolades. His eyes reflected excitement, anticipation, and urgency. Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy with uncertainty. Had Erwin somehow taken over Malfoy's persona? What on earth was happening? She approached Malfoy and inquired, "What is it, Malfoy? Do you need to use the restroom?" Erwin nearly burst into laughter. The absurdity of her question lay in the fact that Professor McGonagall was not teasing. She genuinely believed that such a question was warranted. Such was Malfoy's reputation. Malfoy, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Huh? The restroom? No, I'm not. Aren't you here to check the assignments? I completed mine." Professor McGonagall was astonished. "You completed it?" Malfoy nodded affirmatively. "Then let us see you demonstrate," she commanded. Malfoy retrieved his wand, prepared to perform. However, Professor McGonagall paused. Stepping back 2 paces, Erwin could hardly contain himself. How had Professor McGonagall suddenly adopted the role of a comedian? Malfoy remained oblivious to her movement, his full attention fixated on the matchsticks on the desk. He was determined to make a remarkable impression. Recalling Erwin's words from the previous day, he reminded himself. He was Slytherin. He was Malfoy, and it was his duty to uphold the platinum glory. Within the ranks of Gryffindor, Ron continued his nauseating habit of gossiping behind others' backs. However, the esteemed presence of Professor McGonagall loomed large, and Ron dared only to mutter discreetly. Leaning closer to Harry Potter, Ron whispered, "Just watch. The nefarious Slytherin has devised yet another attention-seeking ploy." In truth, Ron's limited vocabulary hardly encompassed the phrase attention-seeking, but having been scolded by Hermione the previous day, he had made a mental note. It must be said that life is replete with opportunities for growth, even if some growth comes unexpectedly and intrusively. Harry Potter chuckled softly, for he did not believe that Malfoy could succeed. He could accept Elvin's triumph, but Malfoy? Absolutely not. After all, our esteemed Mr. Potter was a proud figure, the savior. No less. How could he possibly be overshadowed by Elvin, let alone by anyone else? Unbeknownst to him, however, among all the first-year students at Hogwarts, his starting point was indeed in the upper echelon, yet his innate talents placed him merely in the middle tier, while his level of effort languished in the lower ranks, with many surpassing him. With a flick of his wand, Malfoy uttered the incantation. Professor McGonagall nodded, genuinely surprised by Malfoy's performance. Both his movements and the spell cast were impeccable. On the table, a match transformed, giving way to the appearance of a silver needle. Malfoy's face lit up with excitement. Professor McGonagall approached to examine the needle closely, her eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Malfoy had truly succeeded. The surrounding young witches and wizards were equally incredulous, as were the Slytherins. It seemed that Malfoy had secretly exerted himself, defying the expectations of a supposed underachiever. His two companions were particularly bewildered, feeling the sting of betrayal. Ron and Harry were equally astonished. Malfoy had actually succeeded? Malfoy wore a triumphant expression, turning to face Ron and Harry with a gaze full of provocation. Harry, sensing Malfoy's stare, lowered his head, further fueling Malfoy's sense of victory. He had won. In high spirits, Malfoy basked in his success as Professor McGonagall set the silver needle down. Well done, Malfoy. 10 points to Slytherin. Malfoy was elated. He could actually contribute points to his house. Elvin found the spectacle entertaining and was quite pleased. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed. Ding. Malfoy has earned 10 house points under the guidance of the host, and the host receives 100 prestige points. Please continue your efforts, host. Chapter 60. Making Tomorrow Brighter for Hogwarts. Elvin's eyes widened in surprise. Is this really a possible approach? System, what does this mean? Is this rule applicable to everyone? Or just to Malfoy? Beep. Applicable to all. As long as the wizard earns house cup points under the host's guidance, the host shall receive achievement points as a reward. Not limited to individuals, nor to a single house. In fact, not confined to the school itself. Elvin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, I see. This adds another layer to the game. If that is the case. I believe I have uncovered an optimal method for scoring points. As for whether this would burden the little wizards, Elvin shrugged. After all, he considered this a benevolent act, helping the young sorcerers to progress while simultaneously nourishing his own growth. Truly a noble endeavor. Elvin felt as though he were a great benefactor. However, he knew he must carefully contemplate how to maximize the benefits of this scheme. Most importantly, he needed to ensure that his involvement was clearly linked to the outcomes. Otherwise, if he toiled incessantly without reaping any achievement points, it would all be in vain. A lesson passed swiftly. As class concluded, Professor McGonagall was about to leave when Elvin hurried to the front of the classroom. Professor McGonagall, just a moment. Professor McGonagall set down her textbook. Ah, Elvin, what is it? I noticed you seemed a bit distracted during class. Did you encounter a problem? Was there an issue with the materials you were organizing? Elvin shook his head. Not at all. I've nearly finished organizing everything. If all goes well, I should be able to submit the paper to you by the weekend at the latest. Professor McGonagall nodded. Then what seems to be the matter? Elvin replied. Well, Professor McGonagall, during my few days at Hogwarts, I've noticed something. I believe we have far too much free time. This is detrimental to our academic performance. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. What had she just heard? Such an unfamiliar sentiment. A young wizard concerned about grades? She regarded Elvin as if he were a rare treasure. What are your thoughts on this matter? She inquired. Elvin responded. I believe that the young wizards, after returning home each evening, waste a significant amount of time on frivolous activities and idle chatter. Furthermore, those who struggle to sleep might venture out at night. This does not bode well for the order at Hogwarts. I trust you wouldn't want to see such chaos, Professor. Therefore, I propose that we implement a rule for morning and evening study sessions. Professor McGonagall's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, morning and evening study sessions sound intriguing. Please elaborate. Elvin continued. I suggest we commence morning study sessions at 6 o'clock, allowing the young wizards to memorize essential subjects like the history of magic. You are aware that studies have shown. In the early hours of the morning, one's memory tends to be at its peak. Professor McGonagall remarked, is that so? An intriguing notion. However, it does seem that my mind is indeed clearer during the morning. Elvin responded, that is certainly true, Professor. Therefore, the morning hours should not be squandered. Engaging in morning reading followed by breakfast, and then commencing the morning classes is the most splendid approach. Moreover, if one rises 2 hours earlier, the issue of being unable to eat right after waking will be alleviated. I often observe that a significant amount of food is left over at breakfast. Such waste is unacceptable. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. She concurred with Elvin's sentiments, but had struggled to find a viable solution for change. Elvin's words undoubtedly provided her with a fresh perspective. Professor McGonagall stated, Elvin, your suggestion is indeed remarkable. However, might it be a tad too early? Rising at 6 o'clock could result in insufficient sleep, potentially impacting the quality of learning. Elvin replied, Professor, I have contemplated this matter. In fact, there has been research conducted in the Muggle world indicating that a daily sleep duration of 8 hours is typically sufficient to dispel the fatigue of the day. If one sleeps too long, it may lead to a sense of lethargy. Professor McGonagall nodded. 8 hours, which suggests that young wizards must retire by 9 or 10 o'clock. They would likely find it challenging to fall asleep. You should be well aware of this. Elvin responded, "Certainly, Professor McGonagall. After all, I am a student of this age. And I understand that self-discipline is often lacking at this stage. Some minor strategies are necessary to assist. Thus, I have devised a plan." A look of anticipation spread across Professor McGonagall's face. What an admirable student. Someone who can assist the professor in resolving issues. Elvin continued, "We could introduce evening study sessions. The period between dinner and bedtime is largely unoccupied. Young wizards often utilize this time for leisure activities or nighttime escapades. This not only violates school regulations, but is also quite perilous. However, if we implement evening study sessions, the scenario would change. They would have no time for frivolity. Additionally, gathering students together would facilitate mutual exchange, undoubtedly benefiting their academic performance. The hours following dinner until 9 o'clock could be entirely devoted to evening studies. Furthermore, after such sessions, students would undoubtedly feel fatigued. At that point, they would be inclined to retire to bed promptly, ensuring ample sleep. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I must say, Elvin, your ideas are simply splendid. You must have devoted considerable thought to this. It is commendable of you to consider the welfare of your fellow young wizards." Professor McGonagall's fondness for Elvin grew increasingly evident. Elvin humbly replied, "Professor, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. We are all classmates. And I only recently arrived at Hogwarts. Thus these thoughts came to me. As you know, I am quite passionate about considering the needs of others. Some may perceive it as meddling. Nevertheless, my intentions are genuinely benevolent." Upon hearing these words, Professor McGonagall's eyes glistened with emotion. "Oh, dear child, no one would consider you to be meddling. What you have shared is genuinely beneficial. I believe all the students at Hogwarts should express their gratitude towards you. You have assisted them in discovering more efficient methods of study." Elvin lowered his head slightly, fearful of being caught by Professor McGonagall with a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Was this endeavor difficult? Was it not merely adopting the teaching methodologies from Durmstrang? A nod towards exam-oriented education, a nod towards the competitive nature of academia. Initially, it was Elvin alone striving to outshine all the first-year students. However, having now uncovered a new mechanism for system score enhancement, what hesitation could remain for Elvin? Naturally, he would rally everyone to join in the challenge. As for whether the other young wizards would express their gratitude towards Elvin, he mused that as long as they refrained from pestering him daily for gossip, that would suffice. Gratitude? Chapter 61. Familiarity with Gryffindor losing 5 points. But what of it? Elvin could stand amidst the world, thumping his chest with pride, asserting that all his actions were for the benefit of the young wizards. Of course, his personal strength was but a minor motivation. Primarily, he sought to contribute to the advancement of Hogwarts' young sorcerers. Indeed, he was that noble, so selfless. Elvin felt his own stature rising. Moved, with tears brimming, Elvin slightly bowed. "Professor, this is simply my duty. I am a student of Hogwarts, and a Slytherin student at that. I have an obligation to assist my peers in becoming more exceptional. I hope that every young wizard who departs from Hogwarts will emerge as the finest." Professor McGonagall's eyes glistened with emotion. Truly, she was deeply touched. Behold, what it means to be a good student. This is what defines a commendable young wizard, one who brings peace of mind. Professor McGonagall remarked, "Elvin, I see your consideration for Hogwarts. Believe me, you are the most outstanding student I have ever encountered. Without exception, if only all young wizards were like you, how much easier my role would be. I shall share your suggestions with the other professors. Then, we will discuss them further." Elvin replied, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Professor McGonagall, I believe the other professors will be quite agreeable." Professor McGonagall responded, "Certainly, I share your sentiments. Now it is nearly time. You should prepare for your next class. Those young wizards are awaiting you. If I recall correctly, your next lesson should be potions, yes?" Elvin turned to observe the classroom, noting the presence of many young wizards, not only Slytherins, but also Gryffindors. However, these young wizards now gazed at Elvin with expressions of sheer terror. They had all heard his previous remarks. Just hearing them was terrifying enough. What an absurdly grueling schedule. In their entire lives, they had never experienced such a daunting routine. At this moment, Elvin, who proposed the suggestion, appeared to the others as if his features were gradually becoming indistinct. His hair seemed to vanish, his nose began to fade, and his skin turned an eerie pallor. Oh, it was as if Voldemort had emerged. Elvin paid little heed to these young wizards. It was merely the beginning. Naturally, there would be some discomfort. This was entirely normal, considering the rigorous schedule and effort required in the Greater Sia. They certainly could not comprehend this. But it was only temporary. Elvin was confident they would soon acclimatize. As a benevolent mentor, he could guide these young wizards. Of course, should they refuse to heed his counsel, he was also adept in physical confrontation. After informing Professor McGonagall, he led the Slytherin students out of the Transfiguration classroom. On their way to the potions classroom, the young wizards remained notably silent, casting glances at Elvin's retreating figure. Their sense of dread intensified. What manner of wicked individual would conceive of evening study sessions? Consequently, the potions class today was unprecedentedly quiet. Although the atmosphere in Professor Snape's class was typically stifling due to his presence, today it was particularly oppressive. The astute Professor Snape quickly sensed the anomaly, furrowing his brow but opting not to elaborate. The Gryffindor students were likely intimidated by Elvin's proposal, resulting in an unusual hush. This spared Snape from considerable hassle. However, silence alone was insufficient in potions class. For instance, Mr. Neville Longbottom still concocted a potion of tremendous potency, inadvertently involving Harry and Ron in his mishap. Elvin refrained from counter curses or any similar incantations. He was not one to seek the limelight. Even if he possessed such abilities, he would likely refrain from intervening. The foolish Gryffindors needed to endure trials to mature. The esteemed Elvin had sacrificed greatly, even at the cost of his reputation for not assisting his peers. A potions class, in and of itself, held little of note. The performance of the Gryffindors was entirely predictable, devoid of any surprises. Meanwhile, Elvin, who had amassed an impressive 30 points, seemed to be becoming a familiar presence to all. If there ever came a day when he did not contribute points to the school, it would indeed be a surprise. Elvin himself felt a pang of embarrassment. Snape's favoritism was glaringly apparent. Even Professor Flitwick's partiality was more balanced, yet Snape awarded points with reckless abandon. The most alarming aspect was that Snape showed no intention of feigning impartiality. For instance, after Elvin brewed a potion and wiped down his desk, Snape immediately granted him a perfect score. Elvin felt a twinge of embarrassment for himself. Yet, one could not deny that the efficiency of accumulating points was indeed remarkable. As he beheld his reputation returning to 2007, Elvin could proudly declare that his accomplishments were the fruits of his own labor. As for the system, it merely served as an auxiliary. After class, as Elvin was gathering his belongings and preparing to depart, a shadow suddenly eclipsed the sunlight before him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This familiar entrance, this substantial obstruction of light, could belong to no one else but Snape. Elvin managed to muster a charming smile. "Dear Professor, what seems to be the matter?" Snape remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards the other young wizards. Their faces were alight with curiosity, eager to glean any gossip. Snape's chilling voice broke the stillness. "Are you all so slow in tidying up? What? Has your giant-like brain rendered you incapable of cleaning your cauldrons? Or do you simply wish to linger in my classroom?" The young wizards shivered in unison, hastening their movements. Snape then turned his attention to Harry Potter. "Mr. Potter, is there some affliction affecting your hands? Were you listening during class? I explicitly stated that the cauldrons must be cleaned thoroughly. You seem to have heard not a single word. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Harry's face turned ashen. This was utterly unwarranted misfortune. The other young wizards had neglected to clean as well. Malfoy wore an expression of malicious glee. However, drawing from past experiences, Harry dared not utter a word of protest. Soon, all the young wizards had completed their tasks. Snape then turned his gaze back to Elvin. "What transpired in your last class?" Elvin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Snape would retain him merely to discuss this matter. He recounted to Snape the events he had shared with Professor McGonagall. Snape regarded Elvin with skepticism. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Elvin quickly replied, "Professor, that is quite unfair. I am only concerned for our learning. What scheme could I possibly have?" Snape cast a meaningful glance at Elvin. "You are the epitome of a true Slytherin. Slytherin has never known selfless individuals, regardless of your intentions. Remember this, Hogwarts belongs to Dumbledore. Do not overstep your bounds." With that, Snape turned and glided away. Indeed, he glided. Elvin was astonished. Was there not a single professor at Hogwarts who made a normal entrance? There were those who drilled through walls, those who floated about, those who transformed into cats, and those who rolled in on wheels. Oh, what a travesty. My apologies, Professor Sprout. I meant no disrespect. After Snape had departed, Elvin found himself reflecting on the peculiarities of Hogwarts. Elvin let out a sigh of relief. In truth, even when confronted by Snape, he felt a palpable drop in the oppressive atmosphere. Whistling softly, Elvin tidied up his belongings, meticulously cleansing the cauldron. After all, it was a purchased item, emblematic of his frugality. Any residual potion could corrode the cauldron, which would be a tremendous waste. Once he had organized everything, Elvin exited the classroom, casually closing the door behind him. Such a responsible student was indeed a rarity. Time slipped by, and nearly half an hour had passed. Elvin surmised that the younger wizards had nearly finished their meals. He wondered if McGonagall had saved him any food. However, as he stepped into the Great Hall, he was taken aback. All the young wizards had their gazes fixed upon him, including those from the upper years. Their expressions ranged from confusion to fear, and some even bore a hint of animosity. Elvin felt momentarily bewildered as he approached the Slytherin table. Charlotte shifted closer to Elvin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He tapped the table lightly, and several dishes appeared before him. Wiping his chopsticks with a nearby napkin, Elvin casually inquired, "Why are you looking at me that way?" "Nothing much. Charlotte replied. I just wanted to see what the devil's son looks like. Elvin was taken aback. Does my father have a hidden identity? Charlotte chuckled. The entire Hogwarts is abuzz with rumors. You are the devil's son. Most people wouldn't dare to mention the evening study sessions. So, how did you conceive such a terrifying notion? Elvin understood now. It seemed the word spread swiftly among these young wizards. Don't you think evening study sessions have their merits? He asked. Charlotte shrugged. Perhaps you are the only one who believes that. However, it appears that the Ravenclaw table is quite pleased about the evening study sessions. You know how much they adore learning. Elvin glanced toward the Ravenclaw table and, indeed, saw Hermione brimming with excitement, with other Ravenclaw students also displaying enthusiastic expressions. Isn't that splendid? Elvin remarked. Charlotte shook her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Elvin picked up a piece of fried meat and casually asked, Did Malfoy and the others finish and leave? Why are so many first-year students missing? Charlotte paused for a moment. They haven't come to the Great Hall. Aren't you in charge of the first-year wizards? Didn't TU assign them to do something else? Elvin was equally bewildered. I didn't. He turned to the Gryffindor table and noticed that several first-year students were also absent. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Just then, Professor McGonagall strode into the Great Hall, her expression a thunderous shade of anger. The fury within him threatened to erupt through the very roof of the hall. Behind him stood 2 rows of newcomers, one comprised of Slytherin students, led by Malfoy, who, at that moment, appeared to be in a rather unfortunate state, his face marred by bruises. The other row consisted of Gryffindor students, at the forefront of whom was our savior, Mr. Potter, his glasses shattered yet appearing less battered than Malfoy. However, Ron Weasley, standing behind Harry, was a different story altogether. His face resembled that of a grotesque figurine, swollen beyond recognition, save for his unmistakable red hair. The other young wizards bore their own injuries, each marked in some manner. Silence abruptly enveloped the hall. Professor McGonagall wore an expression of pure fury, while Dumbledore seized a moment to savor a piece of sweet and sour pork before reluctantly setting down his chopsticks. Minerva, what on earth has transpired? The other professors regarded her with curiosity. Coldly, McGonagall replied, they had the audacity to engage in a brawl, with their fists. Good heavens, I have never encountered such students. Since the establishment of Hogwarts, such an occurrence has been unprecedented. Elvin was taken aback. Goodness, they actually fought, and they didn't even invite me? I missed such an exhilarating event. He couldn't believe he had let such a thrilling moment slip away. With a frustrated bite of rice, he expressed his displeasure. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, this was a situation unlike any other Hogwarts had witnessed before. He found himself at a loss on how to address it, and turned to Snape. Severus, what is your take on this? Snape's demeanor was equally frigid. Elvin. The name seemed to echo as Elvin paused in astonishment. Had someone indeed called for him? Snape's gaze locked onto him. Elvin quickly stood up. Professor, I'm here. Snape replied. This is the first year you are responsible for. Elvin was bewildered. How could he be blamed for this? Wasn't he at Snape who had dismissed them? Wasn't he at Snape who had kept him behind? Why then was the blame falling upon him? However, under the icy scrutiny of Snape's gaze, Elvin dared not utter a word. My apologies, Professor. I will handle it. Snape merely snorted in response, declining to elaborate further. McGonagall, casting a glance at Elvin, then turned to the young wizards. Due to your actions, both Slytherin and Gryffindor will incur a deduction of 100 points each. Upon hearing this, the young wizards were taken aback. Malfoy quickly interjected, No, Professor McGonagall. You cannot act this way. They instigated it first. Elvin exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Silence, Malfoy. Do you not feel a shred of shame? What has become of your noble upbringing? In an instant, Malfoy fell silent, his audacity quelled. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the hourglasses representing the points for Slytherin and Gryffindor swiftly diminished. Slytherin still retained a few points, but Gryffindor's hourglass was utterly emptied, not a single grain remaining. With a flick of her wrist, Professor McGonagall dismissed the young wizards. Harry Potter and his companions returned despondently to the Gryffindor table, while the Slytherin students lingered behind Elvin, standing in silence, too fearful to even lift their heads, let alone take a seat. Elvin paid them no mind, continuing to enjoy his meal. Soon, the dishes before him were completely devoured, and with a satisfied burp, he set down his chopsticks. Chapter 63, The Inspiration Brought by Voldemort, a full-bodied eruption. Turning to the group of young wizards led by Malfoy, he remarked, You have truly surprised me. You actually resorted to fighting, and with your fists no less. My heavens. Do you have any idea how astonished I was when Professor McGonagall mentioned your brawling? Students of Hogwarts engaging in fisticuffs. The Slytherin cohort bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a single word. Elvin continued, So, Master Malfoy, enlighten me. Is this brutish behavior, akin to that of savages, what your esteemed Malfoy lineage represents? Is this the pride of purebloods? Is this the upbringing you espouse? Malfoy was left speechless. Elvin declared, Slytherin, due to your deductions, You have lost 100 points. Before the tally for the House Cup is finalized, I expect to see you earn back 200 points by any means necessary. If you fail to do so, I shall personally teach you what true fighting entails. The Slytherins exchanged anxious glances, each believing this to be an impossible task. However, Elvin had no intention of granting them an opportunity to respond. With a cold tone, he ordered, "Go eat. What are you standing around for, making fools of yourselves?" The Slytherins hastily searched for seats, lowering their heads and remaining silent. Charlotte leaned closer to Elvin, chuckling. "You certainly frightened those little fellows." Elvin scoffed. If they knew the meaning of fear, they wouldn't have gotten themselves into trouble. It's utterly embarrassing. Professor Snape might very well wish to potion them into oblivion. Charlotte stifled a laugh. At the Gryffindor table, Percy gazed at Elvin with envy, admiring the respect he commanded from Slytherin. Coming from humble beginnings, Percy was enamored with authority. Though he had become the prefect of Gryffindor, the reality was far from idyllic. He longed for the same command Elvin wielded, where no one dared to sit and eat before he spoke. "By the way," Charlotte interjected, "are you continuing your challenge for prefect today? Many are waiting for you." Elvin remarked, "Of course. I mentioned it yesterday, and besides, I am in a rather foul mood right now. I require an outlet for my frustrations." Charlotte chuckled. "It seems someone is in for a rough time. Yet, you truly embody the essence of a Slytherin." Little did Charlotte know, Elvin's discontent stemmed not from the disgrace of Slytherin, but from the fact that this group had engaged in a brawl without inviting him, denying him the thrill of the spectacle. This was what truly infuriated Elvin. He rose abruptly, casting a glance towards Marcus Flint, who sat at the end of the long table, shrouded in gloom. "You scoundrel! Wait for me by the Black Lake." Marcus's expression darkened further. He stood, retorting, "Do you genuinely believe your victory is assured? Cavendish, you shall pay for your arrogance." With that, he turned and strode away, followed closely by several fifth-year students. Elvin smirked. Such bravado, yet he dutifully complies. The other young wizards, eager to witness the duel, swiftly gathered, causing the number of spectators in the hall to dwindle significantly. Malfoy and his companions hastened their meal. Elvin adjusted his robe, slightly wrinkled from sitting, and proceeded towards the hall's exit, with Charlotte promptly trailing behind. Elvin regarded her quizzically. "Why do you persist in following me?" Charlotte replied, "I have conceded defeat to you. You are now my superior. Naturally, I must accompany you. Is that not perfectly reasonable?" Elvin furrowed his brow, sensing that this woman was not entirely virtuous. It appeared she might be deliberately drawing closer to him. Could it be that she was enamored by his looks? Indeed, this handsome visage often brought him trouble. He frequently found himself captivated by his own charm. Aside from the tales he had heard of a mysterious group known as the Readers before his journey through realms, Elvin had never encountered anyone more handsome than himself. A pretty face could indeed be a source of peril, Elvin mused as he made his way toward the Black Lake. Intent on confronting someone. By the shores of the lake, the prime viewing spots had already been claimed by young wizards. Upon noticing Elvin's approach, the crowd parted to grant him passage. He advanced into the throng, positioning himself at the center. Marcus and Gloridia awaited him. Marcus's demeanor was frigid, his gaze toward Elvin brimming with malice, while Gloridia offered a smile in Elvin's direction. Elvin took his place to Gloridia's right. She announced, "Well then, the main characters have arrived, so let the fifth-year challenge officially commence." Both parties bow. Marcus coldly interjected, "I shall not bow to him. Let us begin directly." A glint of cold light flashed in Elvin's eyes. This fool was truly courting death. He felt grateful for the harmonious society and the existence of Azkaban. Otherwise, a bolt of green light would have already graced that arrogant face. Grodia furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Marcus, this is the rule." However, Marcus feigned ignorance, showing no intention of bowing. Grodia's expression turned icy. Erwin interjected, "Enough. Let me handle this, headmaster." Grodia nodded at Erwin, then lowered his voice, saying, "Erwin, teach him a lesson." Erwin smiled confidently, "Rest assured, headmaster. He will remember this for a lifetime." Grodia stepped back from the center. Marcus brandished his wand, declaring, "Cavendish, I warned you. You will pay for your arrogance." Erwin nodded, "Yes, I understand. Now bow to me." Marcus retorted coldly, "In your dreams." Erwin sighed, acknowledging that some people were incorrigible. In the next moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and with a flick of his wrist, his wand appeared in hand. Magic surged around him, rising skyward as he directed his formidable power toward Marcus. The sheer intensity of Erwin's magic was nothing short of terrifying. The waves of magical energy were controlled by Erwin, bearing down on Marcus. The latter's expression changed instantaneously. Erwin coldly commanded, "I said, bow to me." Chapter 64, The System Strikes Back? Title upgrade. This move was inspired by a scene he had seen featuring Voldemort in a film. It seemed quite effective. The surrounding young wizards were left in awe. How terrifying. Is this truly Erwin's genuine strength? Could a mere student possess such power? Meanwhile, Charlotte's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Grodia's expression also shifted slightly. The magnitude of this magic was astonishing. Yet, he did not perceive a complete lack of potential for a confrontation with Erwin. After all, a wizard's prowess is not solely determined by their magical might. Fear etched across Marcus's face as he finally grasped the disparity in their strengths. In this dire situation, even the slightest movement felt like a distant luxury. A flicker of surprise crossed Erwin's eyes. Was Marcus's resolve truly so unyielding? Did he refuse to bow? Unbeknownst to Erwin, in his inaugural application of this technique, he had miscalibrated the intensity. Thus, it was not that Marcus lacked the desire to bow. He was simply incapable of doing so. He could not move. Finally, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Marcus's leg was abruptly snapped under the weight of Erwin's pressure. The sound resonated, and nearly everyone heard it. Pain and terror marred Marcus's visage, yet the oppressive aura rendered him mute. Erwin was taken aback. Was Marcus's bone truly so resilient? Such fortitude was not depicted in the original narrative. Indeed, Slytherin was comprised of formidable individuals. Even in this original work, even a supporting character possesses such spirit. Elvin suddenly found himself admiring Marcus, recognizing him as a true man. Quite impressive indeed. Elvin acknowledged Marcus. He withdrew his imposing aura. In the next moment, cries of agony filled the air. My leg, my leg. I concede, I concede. Take me to the school nurse. I beg you. I shall never dare to oppose you again. I concede. The sudden reversal nearly caused Elvin to strain his back. Elvin stood frozen, pondering for 3 or 4 minutes before comprehending the situation. So, this fellow had been rendered speechless by his own pressure? A wave of disappointment washed over Elvin. It seemed he had misjudged Marcus after all. Seeing Elvin silent, Marcus grew increasingly panicked, especially as he detected a certain expression in Elvin's eyes, which suggested he had no intention of letting him off the hook. This frightened Marcus to the core. Please, Elvin, I was wrong. I truly was. Spare me. I am willing to submit. I beg you, let me go? The onlooking young wizards couldn't help but cast fearful glances at Elvin. Several of Marcus's close friends wanted to escort him to the nurse, yet dared not approach, instead anxiously watching Elvin. Elvin sighed. You have disappointed me. I believed you possessed some capability. Yet, you cannot even withstand my magical pressure. What right do you have to pledge loyalty to me? Slytherin requires elites. And so do my subordinates. Marcus, you are too weak. So weak that I have no desire to strike again. I grant you the opportunity to better yourself. If one day you can see my back, then I shall offer you the chance to follow me. With that, Elvin turned away, his demeanor somewhat forlorn, resembling a venerable elder lamenting the shortcomings of a younger generation. In the eyes of the young wizards, Elvin now appeared towering. Marcus stood dazed, contemplating Elvin's retreating figure. He suddenly realized that perhaps he truly was lacking, disappointing Elvin to the extent of forfeiting the chance to become his follower. Elvin had clearly granted him an opportunity to fight, yet his strength was so feeble that he could not even endure Elvin's pressure. What right had he to be called a pureblood? Elvin waved his hand. Take him to the nurse. The friends of the already anxious Marcus hurried over to lift him, intending to carry him to the nurse. However, Marcus called out, wait. Then, looking at Elvin's silhouette, he said, I apologize. My strength is insufficient. However, the words you spoke today linger in my memory. One day, I shall behold your silhouette. I am grateful for your mercy. I extend my sincerest apologies for my arrogance and provocation. Erwin did not turn his head. He casually raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. A faint sigh resonated in the ears of all present. In the Ravenclaw camp, Hermione gazed at Erwin's somewhat desolate figure, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. Has he been so burdened all these years? For his family, for survival. Now, having arrived at Hogwarts, he seeks a worthy adversary. Striving for the advancement of others and the glory of Slytherin. He has borne too much. A thought suddenly blossomed in Hermione's mind. She must become exceptional, remarkably so. Only then could she assist Erwin, not for any other reason, but to offer him support when he feels weary. Even the most trivial assistance would suffice to alleviate his burden. Erwin stood by the Black Lake, his gaze fixed upon its surface, his heart racing with anxiety. Was his performance truly convincing? Why was there no response? Should he turn around? If he did, would his carefully crafted persona crumble? What was transpiring behind him? As Erwin's thoughts spiraled, a flurry of footsteps approached from behind. Stealing a glance from the corner of his eye, he realized it was a throng of Slytherin students, ranging from 1st to 5th years. They gathered behind him, bowing deeply. Charlotte stepped forward and said, Prefect, please, go rest. A smile tugged at the corners of Erwin's mouth. It seemed to be working. Indeed, Voldemort's path was misguided, as was Grindelwald's. An unyielding grip would only incite rebellion. It is through appropriate displays of authority and occasional kindness that one shapes their image and persona. This is the path a Dark Lord should tread. Bah! What Dark Lord? He is not a Dark Lord. He merely desires to bring order to Hogwarts, to ensure a brighter future for the young serpents upon their graduation. What wrong has he committed? He is selfless, he is noble. Ding. Host's actions perfectly align with the traits of a Dark Lord. Host has garnered the affection of over 70% of Slytherin's young wizards. Title upgraded. Current title. The 4th generation Dark Lord debuts. Title bonus increased by 5%. Chapter 65. The Serpent Snape engages in verbal sparring with the cunning old bee. Erwin's heart surged with frustration. Are you serious? Twice now. I have been publicly humiliated. Must this reward be bestowed upon me at this moment? Is this deliberate? How infuriating. Ding. Host has encountered a breach in defenses. The host may choose to forego the reward. The system reserves the right to retract the title. Huh. The title is donned immediately. Ding. Title successfully equipped. Delightful. Elvin slowly turned around. The foremost Charlotte felt a tremor in her heart and hastily lowered her gaze, unable to meet Elvin's eyes. She sensed a heightened aura of authority emanating from him. The other young serpents also bowed their proud heads in submission. Elvin nodded in satisfaction. Splendid. This is precisely the atmosphere I desired. Elvin surveyed the surroundings. Only the 1st to 5th year serpents were present, while those of the 6th and 7th years stood aside. As Elvin had yet to engage them, they had not yet been subdued. In truth, Elvin perceived this scenario as akin to a game, progressing step by step. With each victory, another subordinate would align with him. It was not merely due to his triumph over their elusive leader, but rather because his strength was genuinely acknowledged by them. At this moment, Elvin finally comprehended the unattainable challenge posed by Slytherin's head of house. By sheer power. If one could vanquish all, then one would undoubtedly be the rightful head of Slytherin. In this realm of survival of the fittest, with the strong claiming the throne, Elvin had truly fallen in love with Slytherin. Let us proceed, Elvin declared. The young serpents parted to create a passage. Elvin traversed through the center, followed closely by Charlotte and the former elusive leaders, with the rest of Slytherin's young serpents trailing behind. The other onlooking young wizards quickly moved aside, allowing the serpents to pass. In that moment, Slytherin's cohesion was unprecedented. The 6th and 7th year wizards exchanged glances, uncertain why they felt a reflection of themselves amidst the throng. The fiercely competitive lions, who had long been at odds with the young serpents, now retreated, wary of obstructing their path. They even speculated that standing in their way might result in being crushed by the collective force of the serpents. In the shadows, Snape observed Elvin at the forefront, momentarily lost in thought. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Snape. Truly remarkable. Even I have never witnessed such a Slytherin. Without turning, Snape recognized the speaker and smirked derisively. What is it, Headmaster Dumbledore? Has your ridiculous paranoia resurfaced? Do not forget, he is a Carwindi. Dumbledore replied, I am aware, Severus. You need not be so guarded around me. You know I harbor no ill will towards this child. I shall protect him. We owe him that much. Snape scoffed. Is that so? You once vowed to protect Lily, yet what has transpired? Lily is no more. Her demise was precipitated by your misplaced trust in those unworthy of it. Severus Snape's voice was laced with fury as he confronted Dumbledore, who stood momentarily at a loss for words. I am sorry, Severus. I never intended for this to happen. I did not foresee it. Snape interjected sharply. Enough, Dumbledore. I tire of your excuses. You always claim you did not foresee the outcome. The same applies to the parents of Cadmus. We were all acutely aware of the terrors he faced, an existence far more formidable than Voldemort himself. I warned you they should not be allowed to leave Hogwarts. Yet, how did you respond? You assured me you would safeguard them, that they would come to no harm. Just like Lily, they placed their unwavering trust in you, and yet you have betrayed that trust. Dumbledore fell silent. Snape's voice turned cold and resolute. And now, you wish to exploit their son? Dumbledore, I will not permit you to entertain any such notions. I shall protect him, as a debt owed to his parents. Even you, should you dare to manipulate him, will find my wand drawn against you. Believe me, Dumbledore, do not question my resolve. I have no such intentions, Severus. That thought has never crossed my mind. Dumbledore insisted. Is that so? Then perhaps you could elucidate why you interrupted me that day when I was about to reveal the truth to Erwin? Were you not fearful that Erwin would harbor resentment towards you upon learning the reality? Or perhaps become wary of you? Dumbledore, you cannot deceive me. With a heavy sigh, Dumbledore replied, I understand your distrust, but time will reveal all, Severus. With that, he snapped his fingers and vanished from sight. Snape gazed in the direction of Dumbledore's disappearance, his expression rife with derision. Trusting Dumbledore? When it concerns Erwin, Snape would never extend such trust. A man with a tainted past cannot inspire confidence. With a flick of his garment, Snape departed. Outside the castle, Erwin caught a glimpse of the unfolding drama, witnessing the exchange between Snape and Dumbledore. A spark of realization flickered in his eyes. Matters seemed far more intricate than he had anticipated. His attempt to gauge Dumbledore's intentions appeared to have faltered. Erwin, possessing knowledge of the original tale, was no reckless individual. Had he truly disregarded the consequences, he would not have propelled the Cavendish family to such prominence. He was acutely aware of old Dumbledore's character. From a righteous standpoint, Dumbledore was indeed a figure of greatness, sacrificing his very life to orchestrate the annihilation of Voldemort, striving to restore clarity to the wizarding world. How profoundly moving. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Erwin felt the sting of tears welling up. It was overwhelmingly poignant. However, old Dumbledore was also a man of shadows. He had once nurtured someone as dark as Voldemort and had personally vanquished Grindelwald. Thus, he is particularly sensitive to the Dark Lord. Slytherin, as the cradle of dark wizards, now sees the emergence of someone as outrageous as Elvin, even more so than Voldemort. In Elvin's perspective, this is something that old Bumblebee cannot tolerate. Consequently, Elvin has orchestrated numerous events to probe the boundaries of old Bumblebee's tolerance. However, to Elvin's surprise, old Bumblebee has shown no intention of confronting him, which leaves Elvin puzzled. Does old Bumblebee truly fear his ascension to the Dark Lord, or does he harbor other plans? Elvin has a year to navigate the challenges of being the head of Slytherin, yet within just a few days, he has progressed to the 6th year, eager to discern Dumbledore's true stance. Chapter 66. The Disgraced Art Student of Slytherin. Based on Elvin's experience with novels and films, he anticipated that Dumbledore would summon him. Whether to recruit or to test him, Elvin had already devised strategies to address such an encounter. Yet, unexpectedly, old Bumblebee has disregarded him, prompting Elvin to contemplate further. Human nature is indeed peculiar. After extensive vigilance, encountering nothing but solitude can evoke a profound sense of frustration. This is precisely Elvin's current predicament, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. In the common room, Elvin reclines on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling. The fireplace crackles with vibrant flames. The common room of Slytherin has its merits, as one can never discern whether it is day or night while seated there. To bask in the sunlight, one has only two options: to leave the common room or to ascend to the dormitories above, where only the top floor, perched above the water's surface, allows for sunlight to penetrate. This top tier houses the head student's quarters. At least Slytherin offers a glimpse of light above the water. Otherwise, Elvin would have no place to air out his bedding. Westerners will never comprehend the noble obsession of the summer sun's warmth for airing out quilts. As Elvin prepares to close his eyes and rest before class, a figure stealthily approaches him. Maintaining his position, Elvin refrains from glancing up and remarks, "Malfoy, are you planning to assassinate me, or what?" Malfoy's footsteps falter, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Elvin continues, "If you have something to say, then speak swiftly." Malfoy replies, "I have come to apologize." Elvin's interest peaks as he sits up straight. "Oh, an apology?" Malfoy admits, "I am sorry. I should not have fought with Ron and his friends. It brought shame upon Slytherin." Elvin nods, indeed. A profound reflection. "However, there is one point you have misjudged. Did you think I was upset because of your brawl?" Malfoy pauses, puzzled. "Wasn't that the case?" Elvin surveyed the surroundings of the common room, where numerous young wizards were gathered, including those who had engaged in a scuffle with Malfoy and his companions. "Now that you are here," Elvin declared, "allow me to express my displeasure. Fighting is hardly of great consequence. What truly vexes me is that, despite your superior numbers compared to those foolish Gryffindors, some of you still sustained injuries. Moreover, the most outrageous part is that you were caught by Professor McGonagall." Malfoy scratched his head and attempted to explain. "Those Gryffindors are simply too strong," Elvin retorted. "It is precisely because of their impoverished background that they are compelled to hone their own skills. Unbeknownst to you, their physical prowess has been cultivated through necessity, while you have been coddled since childhood, resulting in your inferior physical condition. Yet, you fail to recognize this fundamental truth, attempting to confront their strengths with your weaknesses. Malfoy, is your mind filled with nothing but weeds?" Malfoy lowered his gaze, realizing that Elvin had pointed out a rather foolish action of his. Elvin continued, "Remember, we are Slytherins. We are noble and elegant. While outsiders may accuse us of unscrupulousness, we are merely seeking our path to success. There is but one goal, yet many roads to traverse. We are not malevolent. We simply refuse to tread the treacherous paths that the fools choose. Our starting point is a broad avenue. Therefore, in times of challenge, engage your intellect. If you neglect your mind, it shall rust. It is the height of folly for pureblood wizards to engage with a group of brawny, simple-minded Gryffindors." The young wizards, chastised, dared not lift their heads. Malfoy interjected, "But we lack spells. Our knowledge of incantations is woefully insufficient." Elvin felt a surge of satisfaction. "Ah, splendid. I did not realize you possessed the ability to prompt such insight. Look at how perceptive you are. You have not wasted my breath." He continued, "Each of you should possess a copy of the Beginner's Compendium of Spells. Do you not have the initiative to study it yourselves? Is it not your own lack of diligence that has led to this predicament? Am I naturally adept at these incantations? I certainly did not attain this proficiency without practice. Our strength, our nobility, arises from our capabilities. If you wish to uphold the honor of Slytherin, you must strive to become stronger. Honor is to be defended. An innate identity without commensurate strength will inevitably be surpassed. Do you not realize how few of the pureblood 28 families remain? Is this not a cautionary tale? A profound silence enveloped the young wizards, including not only the first years, but also some older students who bowed their heads in contemplation. Observing that the moment was ripe, Elvin stood and proclaimed, "I do not say this to belittle you. To me, joining Slytherin is an honor, and I would gladly risk my life to defend its glory. I fervently hope you share my sentiment. With your prowess, demonstrate to all that the glory of Slytherin is a throne forged by strength." A surge of fervor swept through the young wizards, as if an unseen force coursed through their veins. Each one clenched their fists, and it was unclear who among them was the first to shout, "For Slytherin." In the next moment, the entire common room erupted in a chorus of raised fists, all declaring, "For Slytherin." Elvin was taken aback by the overwhelming response. He began to comprehend the artistry behind the words of that rejected art student. This was truly a manifestation of linguistic artistry. Elvin raised his fist to his chest, proclaiming, "My friends, for Slytherin, we must grow stronger. Defending the glory of Slytherin is our sacred duty." The young wizards emphatically pounded their fists against their chests. Even some serpents who were originally resting in the dormitory emerged, captivated by the infectious atmosphere. All placed their fists over their hearts, loudly chanting Slytherin. Thankfully, the Slytherin common room was situated beneath the Black Lake. Otherwise, Elvin feared Dumbledore might come to investigate the commotion. Even he was astonished by the uproar. Elvin raised his hand to quell the noise, which gradually subsided. He continued, "Though my abilities are limited, I welcome anyone with questions to seek me out for Slytherin's sake. If I cannot answer, you may approach the upperclassmen. If they cannot assist, consult a professor. This is my modest contribution to Slytherin. I hope to one day witness every Slytherin student soaring to greatness, and to see our house dominate every point-scoring opportunity in class. I aspire for Slytherin to become the strongest house at Hogwarts. This, indeed, is our honor." Chapter 67. Draco. I swear by the name of Malfoy. The young serpents felt a fire igniting within their hearts, a blaze that instantly flared to life. Excitement surged through each young wizard, their spirits elevated to exhilarating heights. Elvin gazed contentedly at the fervor in their eyes. How pure they were. He found himself enamored with these youthful wizards, who, despite being Slytherins, were easily swayed. Their innocence made them susceptible to being rallied for some intangible cause, a cause for which they might strive throughout their lives. This, indeed, is the allure, the charm emanating from that rejected art student. Elvin had an epiphany. He seemed to have discovered the path most suited to him. He addressed the assembly. "I trust many of you are aware that I have broached the subject of evening study sessions with Professor McGonagall. I understand that many of you may not comprehend or may even feel discontented. You believe I am squandering your leisure time. That is perfectly fine. I harbor no resentment towards you. I do not expect everyone to comprehend my actions. However, I am willing to bear the weight of all scorn. For it is through extensive learning that we can strengthen ourselves, that Slytherin shall grow stronger. One day, the glory of Slytherin will illuminate every inch of the wizarding world." Elvin gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his eyes slightly moistened. His face bore the marks of excitement, yet also the sorrow and frustration of being misunderstood. The young wizards felt their eyes redden. Their head of house had done so much for them, while they had harbored grievances in their hearts. Now they understood that all Elvin did was for their benefit. He willingly shouldered all misunderstanding and scrutiny, solely to make Slytherin more formidable. The corner of Malfoy's eye betrayed a tear. "Elvin, I understand now. I am sorry. I swear by the Malfoy name. I will strive to become stronger. For Slytherin. For you. For all that I wish to protect." The other young wizards quickly echoed their sentiments, with several proud heirs vowing in the name of their families. Each young wizard's eyes sparkled with gratitude and excitement. Elvin nodded and approached Malfoy, placing a hand on his shoulder. Malfoy lowered his head slightly. In the past, their proud peers would never have done such a thing. Yet now, his heart brimmed with admiration and gratitude for Elvin, willing to bow his proud head. Elvin spoke. "I have high hopes for each of you. You are all the pride of Slytherin. Years from now, I will think of you. Even then, I shall still take pride in being your head of house. You are all exceptional. Therefore, I believe, as long as you are here, the glory of Slytherin shall undoubtedly endure." Malfoy felt an immediate surge of strength coursing through his body, and the other young wizards experienced a similar phenomenon. Elvin was so extraordinary, so radiant. The fact that he claimed he would take pride in being their head of house was more invigorating than the finest of wines. Elvin declared, "All right, it is time for class. The great Slytherin shall not be late." The young wizards nodded vigorously and dutifully made way for Elvin to pass. On the staircase, two individuals observed the commotion in the common room, having heard Elvin's words. Charlotte smiled, her lips curling upward as she murmured, "How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Should I say, as expected of a true heir? How delightful. No wonder they say you are a born leader. It seems my 4 years at Hogwarts were not in vain, for I have indeed awaited your arrival." Charlotte watched as Elvin departed the common room, surrounded by the young serpents, before leading her fourth-year students to class. Aside from Charlotte, another individual was observing the happenings in the common room. The seventh-year prefect, Glodia, who was the visible head of Slytherin. Standing beside Glodia was a fellow seventh-year student, who remarked, "Prefect, are you merely going to watch? Elvin's reputation in Slytherin now surpasses yours." Glodia chuckled. "Isn't that quite natural?" He initiated the prefect challenge and has steadily climbed his way up. If anyone could fulfill the Slytherin prefect's rules, it would undoubtedly be Elvin. "You truly are magnanimous. Aren't you afraid Elvin might best you?" Glodia replied. "It is inevitable that he would triumph over me. His magical prowess is formidable. At present, my ability to contend with him stems solely from my greater mastery of spells and my agility in battle. However, should he expand his spell repertoire, defeating me would be a simple matter for him. Prefect, are you truly content with this? If you had been granted an additional year, the second-year version of you might have also been capable of completing the prefect challenge." Glodia shook his head. "As you've pointed out, the second-year me was ineffectual. Elvin is a natural leader. In my 7 years at Hogwarts, I have never witnessed such unity among Slytherins. Though the little snakes possess ambition, they are overly proud, prideful to the point of laziness. Each one defies the other. Thus, despite our inherent strength relative to other houses, our lack of unity has hindered us. Now, with Elvin at the helm, I foresee a future where, at the end of the academic year, our greenhouse banner will be the only one hanging in the Great Hall." "Very well. So according to you, by the time I graduate, I will have yet another junior as a prefect? But thankfully, it will not be for long. I can hardly accept calling a younger student prefect." Glodia smiled. "You might be mistaken. You could very well find yourself referring to him as prefect for a year. Now we ought to head to class." With that, Glodia turned and strode down the staircase. Behind them, the seventh-year student momentarily froze, then quickly realized, his eyes widening in shock. This meant that Elvin would not wait until the end of the term to challenge Glodia. Moreover, judging by Glodia's words, he might not even win. Did this imply that their seventh year would soon have a first-year prefect? "No, prefect. You must stand firm," he shouted as he hurried after Glodia. Meanwhile, Elvin led a troop of young Slytherin wizards towards the charms classroom. He walked at the forefront, with the younger students instinctively forming 2 lines behind him. Not a whisper was exchanged among them. Each individual marched forward with resolute eyes, resembling pilgrims on a sacred quest rather than mere students. This spectacle left the other house's young wizards in awe. Had Hogwarts undergone a transformation? Had it become a military-style academy? When did this happen? No one had informed them. Chapter 68. Has the sorting hat malfunctioned? Elvin should belong to Ravenclaw. On the way, other young wizards hurriedly stepped aside when they saw the group of little snakes, allowing them to pass. Indeed, the little snakes felt a sense of pride. Upon arriving at the charms classroom, Elvin found himself in class with the Hufflepuffs. If not for Ravenclaw, Elvin could still earn some points. Surely, Professor Flitwick wouldn't solely target Slytherin, would he? Upon entering the classroom, Elvin and his fellow snakes took their seats, and soon the badgers began to arrive. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Professor Flitwick entered the room, once again casting spells silently without his wand, with his familiar motions. Elvin pondered whether Flitwick taught the levitation charm first because it was a fundamental spell, or simply because it was his forte. As per usual, during the second lesson, the young wizards were not immediately instructed to cast spells. Mastery of both the incantation and the accompanying wand movements was essential before they could properly perform the spells. Thus, Elvin was called upon as a demonstration for the incantation and the wand movement. Afterward, Professor Flitwick allowed the young wizards to practice on their own while he observed. Watching the young wizards replace their wands with their hands to practice the charm, Flitwick called out, "Elvin, come here." Elvin's eyes brightened as he approached the podium. Flitwick remarked, "Regarding your previous question, I found some books and discovered a spell for you. Rather than a spell, it is more akin to a ritual similar to the Unbreakable Vow. You can examine it yourself." With that, Flitwick pointed sharply at a nearby book, which opened and floated into Elvin's hands. Elvin caught it with haste, marveling at the professor's remarkable magical prowess. A hint of pride graced Flitwick's expression, for indeed, his spellcasting ability was renowned throughout the magical community. Elvin gazed down at the thick book, which felt substantial in his hands. The pages yellowed with age. It was filled with spells, and beside many of them were annotations that were clearly notes made by Flitwick. Elvin felt a pang of envy. This tome was akin to Professor McGonagall's notes or Snape's journal, a treasured artifact in its own right. Flitwick's sharp finger pointed to a particular spell, this one, the Sonorous Charm. It is quite obscure. Very few in the entire magical world are familiar with it. As per your request, it is indeed a means of communication. However, this incantation remains unused by anyone due to its numerous limitations. Firstly, it necessitates a shared lineage of magical essence to establish a connection, a criterion that is nearly impossible to fulfill. Elvin furrowed his brow, inquiring about the original creator of this spell. Frivis replied, I conducted some research. The spell was conceived by a pair of conjoined twins who were subsequently separated through certain means. Yet, their magical energies remained identical, for they were one being prior to their separation, a feat unattainable even by twins. Thus, despite the spell's existence, it remains unutilized. Elvin nodded. Professor, may I borrow this book? Frivis responded, I regret to inform you, Elvin, that this book is off limits, as it contains an abundance of spells, many of which are beyond your current comprehension. Naturally, I do not doubt your abilities. However, some spells are exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, if you wish, you may visit my office during my free hours to peruse it, and feel free to ask me any questions. Elvin understood and was not particularly surprised. The weight of the book indicated the vast number of spells within. Potentially even a significant quantity of dark magic, material too perilous for the restricted section. Yet, being granted access to Frivis's office was a delightful surprise, akin to finding a tutor. Elvin expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Professor. Frivis waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Your proposal for early study sessions is commendable, and it is clear that you possess a genuine passion for knowledge. It is a pity you were sorted into Slytherin. In truth, I suspect the sorting hat may have been slightly dampened, leading to an error. You would be better suited to Ravenclaw. I shall make time to speak with Dumbledore about the possibility of your transfer. Elvin's lips twitched slightly. What an old man. I merely sought a tutor. Yet he intends to recruit me. The fourth unforgivable curse nearly stirred restlessly at Snape's wand. Elvin replied, Thank you for your kind words. Frivis waved his hand again. Have you committed this incantation to memory? I believe it holds little practical use for you, as no one can wield this spell. Elvin nodded. I have noted it down. Professor, once again, I express my gratitude. Frivis said, Not at all. Now, return to your seat and practice. If you can, assist those young wizards. You know how cumbersome it is to manage the desks. Elvin smiled. Of course, it would be my honor. After returning to his seat, some young serpents approached him, eager to seek his guidance in light of Frivis's words. Elvin is always welcoming and attentive in his teachings. After all, he is Elvin, a competent prefect. As for the little wizards who subsequently performed well and earned points, that was merely a pleasant byproduct. He was certainly not motivated solely by scores. Some Hufflepuff students felt a twinge of curiosity and wished to seek Elvin's guidance, yet hesitated due to his reputation and that of Slytherin. Elvin noticed this hesitation and thought it unacceptable. Was this not a pure disruption of unity? Hogwarts is my home, a family where each individual is a valued member. No, that is not right. We are all family. How could Elvin neglect this? He addressed the little badgers, saying, If you have questions, feel free to approach me. We are all classmates, and there is no need to be confined by our houses. In the coming years, we will be together. After Elvin finished speaking, two little badgers mustered the courage to ask him about the angle and force needed for wand movements. Elvin patiently provided them with answers, which emboldened all the little badgers. Chapter 69. Exclusive use of the summoning charm by Elvin. On the podium, Flitwick remained unconcerned about the classroom becoming somewhat noisy as students rushed to seek Elvin's counsel. Instead, he felt a sense of pride as he observed Elvin. What an excellent student he is. Such a considerate student, possessing great abilities while not forgetting to assist his peers. A student like him truly belongs in Ravenclaw. Although Ravenclaw already boasts an outstanding Hermione, who could ever have too many good students? Flitwick once again concluded that the sorting hat must have malfunctioned, as it had placed such a pure-hearted student in Slytherin. Wouldn't he suffer in such an environment? Flitwick contemplated once more the idea of discussing this with Dumbledore. As Elvin continued to instruct the little wizards, he pondered the matter of the summoning charm in his mind. This particular spell was primarily unusable by others due to the inherent differences in magical essence. Even among twins, magical abilities can vary significantly. Even the slightest distinction constitutes a difference. However, this limitation did not seem to apply to Elvin. As previously mentioned, Elvin's purple lotus mark was a product of the system, endowing him with somewhat unique capabilities. Take the dark mark as an example. It possesses three functions. The first allows Death Eaters to transform into a dark, shadowy form and fly about. This is a custom feature for the leader of the faction. The second function enables Voldemort to sense the location of his Death Eaters through the dark mark. The third function allows the Death Eaters to communicate with Voldemort via the dark mark. This connection does not involve voice or video calls. Rather, they activate the dark mark, which Voldemort can sense. To put it simply, it's akin to a notification that your friend has come online. Yes, merely an online status. All three functions are present in Elvin's purple lotus mark. However, compared to the dark mark, Elvin's purple lotus mark possesses a significant additional ability. Elvin can infuse magical energy into the purple lotus mark. This function is an enhancement by the system, designed to enable Elvin to directly control the life and death of those marked with the purple lotus. Should anyone harbor malicious intentions, Elvin can instantly detonate this magical energy. Much like Tom, who could enter Diagon Alley due to the magical energy from Elvin on his arm. allowing him to transcend the realm of muggles and step into the world of magic. Though he cannot wield magic, he is immune to the muggle-repelling charm due to the magical essence left by Elvin. It is precisely this function that leads Elvin to realize that he can indeed utilize the summoning charm. Sharing the same origin, the magical energy flows from him. Thus they are intrinsically linked. Most importantly, this ability cannot be replicated by others. Magical energy dissipates, but Elvin's modified purple lotus mark can securely contain the energy within it. Even if Voldemort comprehends the principle, he would be incapable of achieving it. One could say that this summoning charm is entirely tailored for Elvin. However, while the theory stands established, the question of its practical success remains. Elvin believes it is imperative to find a suitable test subject. He is a prudent individual. As the saying goes, truth emerges from experimentation. The introduction of any new product requires rigorous testing. But who should this test subject be? Elvin finds himself in a quandary. A Slytherin student? He has just established a selfless persona as a prefect, and now he is creating a purple lotus mark. Regardless of the circumstances, it doesn't seem particularly virtuous, especially since the dark mark is notoriously infamous in the wizarding world. This could tarnish Elvin's reputation. The little snakes may be cunning, but they are not foolish. His sole follower, Barton? That also seems somewhat inappropriate. Barton is pivotal to Elvin's future plans concerning purebloods. What if something goes awry? That would be a significant loss. In other words, Barton still holds utilitarian value. He can die, but not yet. Moreover, experimentation carries risks. Thus, Elvin cannot choose a young wizard. If he were to accidentally cause a fatality, he would undoubtedly find himself in Azkaban. So who else could it be? Given that he cannot leave Hogwarts? Hagrid? It is inconceivable. The fool is a supplier and must not perish. At that moment, Erwin's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Was it not stated that the test subjects must be human? A surge of clarity washed over him. It seemed imperative to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Giant spiders and centaurs, were they not the finest specimens for experimentation? Their demise would elicit no sorrow, and they held little intrinsic value. With his experimental objectives firmly established, Erwin resolved to meander through the Forbidden Forest. Surely, the denizens within would be most welcoming to him, especially given his extraordinary affinity for magical creatures. A talent he had yet to fully explore. Following the charms class was herbology, during which no remarkable events transpired. The herbology lesson with Ravenclaw was devoid of any excitement. The afternoon dragged on, bordering on tediousness. Indeed, Erwin found himself yearning for Gryffindor. Life felt considerably less enjoyable without it. That evening in the Great Hall, after dinner, Professor McGonagall summoned Erwin to her office. "Have a seat, Erwin," she beckoned. Nodding in acknowledgement, he seated himself without any pretense. "Professor McGonagall, have you called regarding the evening study sessions?" Professor McGonagall nodded yes. The professors are quite supportive. However, there is a concern. If we hold study sessions, the professors may find themselves overwhelmed with obligations. Erwin chuckled, for he had anticipated this inquiry from Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, here is my perspective. After a full day of teaching, the professors are undoubtedly fatigued. They also need to prepare lessons. Study, in essence, is self-directed learning. I believe it would be entirely feasible for the upperclassmen to guide the younger students, allowing them to consult with their seniors or engage in peer discussions to enhance their learning. In truth, study sessions are intended to consolidate what has been learned that day. The professor's role is minimal, as we cannot expect them to introduce new material, can we? This way, students will not be overwhelmed with information." Professor McGonagall nodded in understanding. "Now I see. Your reasoning is quite sound. I am genuinely intrigued by what occupies your mind. If that is the case, we can implement the study sessions. Today is Thursday. Let us commence this next week." A smile graced Erwin's lips. Success. The path to academic achievement appeared remarkably smooth. Young wizards, will you squander this hour of respite, or perhaps two, or even forfeit rest entirely henceforth? Chapter 70. Into the Forbidden Forest. Upon departing from Professor McGonagall's office, Erwin routinely made his way to Professor Snape's office. Indeed, assisting Snape in recent days had proven immensely beneficial for Erwin. Many of the herbs were simply beyond his current level of exposure. In the presence of Snape, however, one could meticulously handle each task without the fear of waste. Elvin cautiously severed the roots of the herbs in his possession, gently placing them aside, and then exhaled in relief. He could not afford to be careless. After all, what he was dealing with could potentially explode. Elvin had always found it perplexing why the potions in the magical realm were so sinister. They utilized an array of bizarre herbs, some that bite, some that scream, and some that explode. In comparison to these terrifying effects, all toxic herbs seemed rather benign. Snape nodded in satisfaction, observing Elvin's increasingly adept techniques. Over the past few days, despite handling even the most perilous herbs, he had made no mistakes. Though his methods were still somewhat inexperienced, Elvin's capacity for learning genuinely astonished Snape. Once he got the hang of it, it wasn't long before Elvin became proficient. This led Snape to believe that Elvin was inherently destined for potion making. Elvin removed his dragonhide gloves and exclaimed, "All right, Professor Snape, if there's nothing else, I intend to take my leave." Snape furrowed his brow and glanced at Elvin, noting, "You seem rather anxious today." Snape was puzzled. Typically, Elvin would not depart from his office before 11 or 12 o'clock. Even after completing his tasks, he would usually stay to observe Snape's potion brewing process, especially the intricate details that only a master potion maker would possess. Elvin would never let such opportunities slip by. Upon hearing Snape's remark, Elvin hastily replied, "Not at all. I just feel a bit fatigued today." Snape regarded Elvin with skepticism, suspecting he might be concocting some scheme. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you're tired, then go rest. Review the journal I provided you, especially the section on the awakening potion. Come back tomorrow prepared to brew it yourself." Elvin's eyes brightened. Snape intended to guide him in potion making. This was splendid news. Although the awakening potion was merely a foundational concoction, if Snape was willing to teach him this, then the Felix Felicis could not be far behind. Eventually, he would have to extract all of Snape's knowledge. Elvin nodded eagerly. "Of course, Professor, I understand." With that, he turned and exited Snape's office. Snape watched Elvin's retreating figure, contemplated for a moment, and then resumed his work on the potion, albeit with a slightly increased pace. After leaving Snape's office, Elvin did not hasten to the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he returned to the Slytherin common room. Nighttime escapades required the stillness of late hours. It was still just past 10 o'clock, far too early, as the young witches and wizards were yet to retire for the night. After all, youth is often accompanied by vitality. However, they can only relish these few days. Starting next Monday, they will experience the relentless exhaustion that all students of the summer term have endured. Oh, just the thought evokes a twinge of sympathy. This is precisely why Elvin chose to return early. He too requires a moment of respite. The Forbidden Forest is no ordinary place. Even he cannot recklessly venture in without due caution. Within its depths lie countless peculiarities and lurking dangers. Elvin must ensure he is brimming with vitality. After uttering the command, the door to the lounge swung open. Elvin stepped into the communal space, where a few young wizards were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Elvin, they promptly rose and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Head boy." Elvin gestured for them to continue, saying, "Carry on with your discussions. I shall take my leave for a while. Do not stay up too late." The young wizards nodded in agreement. Later that night, Elvin awoke from his slumber, stifling a yawn. He listened intently, but all was silent. Stretching languidly, he realized it was time to attend to his duties. As a leader, Elvin bore significant responsibilities at such a tender age. Approaching the window, he pushed it open and, in an instant, transformed into a wisp of violet smoke. Soaring towards the Forbidden Forest, as he passed by Hagrid's hut, he noted the lights still aglow within. Elvin glided low, careful not to disturb the guardian of the forest. In his haste, he remained unaware of the figure observing him from the window of the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Dumbledore stood, gazing out, a glimmer of moonlight reflecting off his glasses. Just like his father, he chose the Forbidden Forest for his first nocturnal adventure. Such a brave little fellow. A portrait on the wall chimed in. "You see him heading into the Forbidden Forest, yet you remain here? Why not stop him? Is that a place for young wizards?" Dumbledore casually picked up a candied date and popped it into his mouth, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Truly, what marvelous summer treats. Hogwarts is home to such delightful house elves. How had I never known? I feel as though I've missed so much. Elvin's safety is never a cause for concern. Naturally, there will be those unable to remain idle. Dumbledore watched the dark smoke billowing from the castle and shook his head, stifling a yawn. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he donned a rather comical set of pajamas. "Ah, how time has aged me. It's time for rest. I sincerely hope our little Slytherin doesn't stir up too much commotion. This old man truly wishes to be undisturbed in his slumber." The violet smoke settled upon the forest floor, gradually dissipating to reveal Elvin's true form. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. In what location do those large spiders reside? Elvin suddenly became aware of an unsettling truth. The Forbidden Forest is vast. He was uncertain where to seek out these spiders. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that, according to the original texts, these spiders dwelled deep within the forest. After all, such creatures could hardly be found within the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. However, the depths of the forest encompass a considerable expanse. Just as Elvin pondered his next course of action, he was startled by a faint rustling sound emanating from the underbrush. Curiosity piqued, he turned to investigate. Emerging from the foliage was a vibrant green creature, stumbling and bouncing toward him, circling around his feet with lively enthusiasm. Elvin's eyes lit up. He crouched down and extended his hand. The creature promptly leaped onto his palm. "A tree guardian? What brings you to this place, little one?" Elvin gently tapped the leaves of the tree guardian with his finger. The creature nuzzled against his fingertip, its face, nearly devoid of discernible features, radiating sheer delight. Chapter 71. the treasure-seeking mouse, and the tree guardian. Elvin recognized that his affinity for magical creatures was at play. The tree guardian is a gentle and bashful plant, possessing a remarkable ability to transform into the shape of any leaf. Its outward appearance is undeniably endearing. However, underestimating it based on its appearance would be a grave error. As its name suggests, its purpose is to protect. Specifically, it safeguards the trees that yield materials suitable for wand making. Thus, its combat prowess should not be dismissed lightly. Should anyone wish to harvest wand materials, they must first gain the tree guardian's consent. Naturally, as long as one does not intend to uproot the tree entirely, the tree guardian may very well acquiesce. In summary, this little creature has a splendid temperament and is among the few magical beings capable of communicating with wizards. However, enticing them to approach humans is no simple feat, especially since tree guardians are bound to the trees they protect. The fact that this one had scurried to Elvin's side was clearly a testament to his extraordinary affinity for magical creatures. The tree guardian waved its slender branches gently across Elvin's hand, eliciting a smile from him. "Little one, I am searching for the eight-eyed spider. Have you seen them?" Upon hearing this, the tree guardian began to wave its branches fervently, its small face reflecting urgency, while emitting a series of soft whimpers. To Elvin's astonishment, he found that he could comprehend the creature's utterances. "I am aware of their perilous nature, yet I am not without strength. Will you guide me to find them?" The guardian tree creature hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. It then leapt from Elvin's palm, landing on the ground with a stumble. However, it quickly regained its footing, shaking off the dirt clinging to its body. With its root-like legs, it began to scamper forward. Elvin couldn't help but chuckle at the endearing little creature. He followed the guardian tree deeper into the forbidden forest, where the little fellow hopped and skipped ahead, occasionally stopping to point at various herbs on the ground, clearly indicating that Elvin should gather them. Without hesitation, Elvin collected them all, even discovering a vast patch of moonlight grass. It must be said, the forbidden forest was indeed a treasure trove, and this small guardian was a gem in itself, resembling a treasure-hunting mouse in its demeanor. As the guardian tree led Elvin deeper into the woods, the surrounding light began to fade, with towering trees blocking the moonlight, allowing only scattered beams to filter through. According to the conventions of typical novels and the original story, Elvin should now employ a lighting spell. With a flick of his wrist, a flashlight appeared in his grasp. Wasn't the lighting spell supposed to require magic? Moreover, Elvin had never actually learned it. Ever since gaining his extraordinary abilities, he had grown lazy, neglecting his studies for quite some time. It must be said, such powers could indeed corrode one's ambition. The curious guardian tree hopped onto Elvin's hand, inspecting the flashlight with lively curiosity. After a moment, it emitted a few soft sounds of inquiry. "Oh, this is a flashlight. Do you like it? Though it's rather large. I have a smaller one to give you," Elvin said, retrieving a petite, decorative item from his spatial ring. Though it was labeled a flashlight, it resembled a small toy that emitted light. Elvin attached it to the guardian tree's body, saying, "There's a button here. Press it, and it will light up." The guardian tree lifted its tiny appendage and pressed the button. A soft glow illuminated the surroundings, and the little creature bounced twice on Elvin's hand, brimming with excitement. Elvin surveyed the area, noticing strands of spider silk beginning to appear. It was safe to assume that the lair of the eight-eyed giant spiders was not far off. "Little one, you should head back now. I will come to see you when I have the time. Be careful while playing. Next time I come, I'll bring you some replacement batteries." The guardian tree seemed reluctant, nuzzling Elvin's finger. Elvin smiled reassuringly. "Good. I will visit you soon. You can sense my presence. So when I return, just come find me." Upon hearing this, the guardian tree nodded in understanding. With reluctance, Elvin took a final glance back as he departed, leaving the tree guardian behind. He stood still, watching the creature retreat, before continuing deeper into the woods. After all, the diminutive guardian would surely not thrive in the experimental setting he was about to create. He certainly did not wish to frighten the little being. Elvin, a man of integrity, made his way forward, flashlight in hand. Something felt amiss. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't these eight-eyed giant spiders have ambushed him by now? The surroundings were increasingly adorned with webs, indicating he had indeed entered their territory. Suddenly, as Elvin swept his flashlight ahead, he nearly suffered a heart attack. Lo and behold, behind a massive tree, a large head emerged, stealthily peeking out. 2 rows of eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, and several furry spider legs were firmly planted on the ground, curiously observing Elvin. How peculiar. Why did this creature move without a sound? Where had it appeared from? Strangely enough, the eight-eyed giant spider did not attack him immediately. It seemed that the affinity for magical creatures was at play here. Elvin suddenly realized that this enchanting ability was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. He waved his hand at the spider, beckoning it closer. "Come here, my friend." The spider hesitated for a moment, but then cautiously approached Elvin, its furry legs advancing with wariness. To Elvin's astonishment, it actually came closer, Could it be that his ability allowed magical creatures to comprehend his words? This was intriguing, almost like a supercharged version of Parseltongue. Can you understand me? Elvin inquired. The eight-eyed spider nodded in response. I need to test a spell. This spell won't harm you. Will you assist me? Harmless? Perhaps. Elvin mused, feeling a sense of assurance that no significant issues would arise. It was merely a sound transmission spell. However, upon hearing this, the spider appeared startled, retreating on its legs. Clearly, it was resistant to the proposition. Do not be afraid. Help me, and I shall reward you with meat. Elvin exclaimed, producing a large ham from his spatial ring. This was something he had prepared prior to arriving at Hogwarts, though he had no specific purpose for it at the time. He simply took it on a whim when passing through the kitchen. Now, it proved to be quite useful. The eight-eyed spider, enticed by the aroma of the ham, became restless, its appetite peaked. Seizing the moment, Elvin pressed on. You want some, don't you? Come a bit closer. Let me conduct my experiment. This ham is yours. Trust me, this is a delicacy you will never taste in your lifetime. Exquisite ham. Quite costly. The eight-eyed giant spider, its numerous legs restlessly tapping on the ground, is clearly overwhelmed with desire. At last, it can no longer contain itself. It slowly approaches the ham, drawing nearer to Elvin. Elvin's eyes sparkle with anticipation. With a flick of his wrist, in the next instant, the ham vanishes without a trace. The eight-eyed giant spider, caught off guard, is bewildered by the sudden disappearance. In the following moment, a powerful surge of magic strikes the spider, pinning it down. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Such an expensive ham. And you think you can indulge. The little head of the eight-eyed giant spider is filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why the human before it suddenly changed demeanor. Yet, the spider refuses to succumb quietly. It opens its mouth and sprays a mass of webbing toward Elvin. Elvin leaps aside, deftly evading the oncoming silk. Oh ho! You dare to retaliate, little creature. He swiftly draws his wand, invoking an invisible blade of magic. In the next moment, several unseen strikes target the spider's legs. With a series of hisses, the eight-eyed giant spider lets out a pained cry as its limbs are severed. Elvin casually clears his ears, pointing his wand at the spider. Silence. You are disturbing me. If you utter another sound, the next spell will be aimed at your head. The eight-eyed giant spider is terrified, its eyes wide with fear. A true demon, this human is indeed formidable. Who truly is the fifth-level magical being? This human is merciless. The spider regrets its curiosity, having ventured out lured by an irresistible aura. Indeed, humans are the most cunning of creatures, ensnaring fifth-level magical beings. Elvin retrieves 2 aluminum buckets from his magical ring, placing them before the spider. Now, I will conduct an experiment. You, too, shall not be idle. Spit out your venom. As much as you can. Do not slack off, or I will slay you. The eight-eyed giant spider is on the verge of tears, lamenting its decision to venture out today. This human is utterly terrifying. However, it dares not disobey. Reluctantly, it begins to expel venom into the buckets. While Elvin nods in satisfaction, the spider's venom is quite valuable, indeed. Subsequently, Elvin moves behind the eight-eyed giant spider, pointing his wand at it. In the next moment, a purple lotus mark begins to form slowly. Before long, it is fully realized. Elvin takes a moment to sense its power. Ah, it truly works. This remarkable ability can indeed be inscribed upon the creatures of the magical realm. I wonder if it is a unique power of my purple lotus mark, or if the dark mark can achieve the same feat regardless. That is of little consequence at the moment. It is time to attend to more pressing matters. Elvin recalled the communication spell documented in the Book of Forlevi. While termed a communication spell, it bore a striking resemblance to the magical circles featured in animated shows from Elvin's previous life. Its purpose is to connect similar magical energies, facilitating communication. With a deliberate motion, Elvin waved his wand slowly. Streams of magic flowed forth from the wand, tracing intricate patterns upon the purple lotus mark. After a brief moment, he ceased his movements. Shining a flashlight upon the marked symbol, the etched designs rendered the purple lotus mark more three-dimensional, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Elvin was eager to test its efficacy. He then closed his eyes, channeling his magical energy. In an instant, he sensed a peculiar connection with the eight-eyed giant spider. A raspy voice echoed in his ears. It hurts. It hurts. I am so tired. Evil human. Elvin's expression was one of astonishment. Was that the voice of the eight-eyed giant spider? Delight surged through him. It indeed functioned. However, this enchantment seemed to fall short of Elvin's aspirations. He did not intend to merely establish communication. He envisioned creating a network within the magical community. Pondering thoughtfully, Elvin recognized that he had validated the spell's usability. To monetize this venture, 2 essential conditions were required: a means of communication and a phone number. Regarding the communication aspect, Elvin, as a shrewd entrepreneur, a wise individual, had already devised a plan. The purple lotus mark could indeed harness Elvin's magical energy. Yet, during the casting of the communication spell, he noticed a slight depletion of magical energy from the mark on the eight-eyed giant spider. Fortunately, the mark quickly replenished itself by absorbing magic from the spider, which is one of its inherent traits. However, if the mark were imprinted on an inanimate object, this absorption would not occur. As for others contributing energy, that was likewise impossible. Only those branded with the purple lotus mark could transfer their magical energy to recharge it, a distinctive characteristic of this system's creation. Thus, the only remaining requirement was a phone number. This number would serve to differentiate each purple lotus mark, ensuring that when a call was made, the recipient was unmistakably identified. But how to procure such a number? Elvin pondered for a moment. If one wishes to conjure something akin to a mobile number, it is imperative to distinguish each purple lotus mark. What, then, is the simplest method? A spark of inspiration ignited in Elvin's mind: magic. Indeed, each individual's magical essence is unique. Even among twins, there exist subtle differences. Only the pair of conjoined twins who created the communication spell possess identical magical signatures. Thus, documenting these variances in magic is the most effective approach. But how to accomplish this? Elvin harbored a general notion. What if, while sketching the communication spell, he were to integrate the distinct magical energies? Would that yield the desired outcome? Elvin felt it was worth a try. Turning his gaze towards the large spider, he resolved to commence a new series of experiments. However, upon swiveling around, Elvin was astounded to discover that the enormous spider had already succumbed. Anger surged within him. How could you die so easily? You were a level 5 magical creature. Utterly pathetic. So fragile. With a swish of his wand, he cast the levitation spell, sending the spider's body flying. Subsequently, Elvin prepared to seek another subject for experimentation. A sweep of his flashlight revealed another potential recruit. Elvin retrieved a ham from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. Hey everyone, fancy some meat? Chapter 73, The Reluctant Actions of Peace-Loving Elvin. Elvin, well acquainted with the process, used the enticing aroma of the ham to lure the 8-eyed giant spider. After all, these creatures are notoriously gluttonous. Elvin was confident that he could easily ensnare a new specimen. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn of events. To his astonishment, the 8-eyed spider suddenly pivoted and dashed away at an incredible speed. Elvin stood frozen for several seconds, unable to comprehend. What? It fled? Realization dawned upon him. The 8-eyed spider must have witnessed the fate of its companion being lured away. Indeed, when one engages in mischief, an audience is decidedly detrimental to one's endeavors. Elvin waved his hand to retract the ham. Too precious to waste. You won't escape me, you little rascal. With that, Elvin's form flickered, and a cloud of purple smoke erupted, propelling him in pursuit of the fleeing 8-eyed spider. In mere moments of dialogue, the spider had already put considerable distance between them. Elvin chased it deeper into the forbidden forest, arriving at a clearing. He landed gracefully, and the purple smoke gradually dissipated. Observing his surroundings, Elvin noted the proliferation of spider webs on the trees, with many large trunks marred by gaping holes. Elvin found the place somewhat familiar. It dawned upon him. This was the lair of the monstrous 8-eyed spider from the original tale. What was its name again? Yes, Aragog. Just then, from a hollow in a tree, a spider emerged, larger than the typical 8-eyed spider. Elvin recognized that this was indeed Aragog, as Aragog made its appearance. Numerous 8-eyed spiders began to crawl out from the surrounding hollows. Soon, Elvin found himself encircled by these arachnids. Young wizard, this is not a place meant for you. Why have you come here? Aragog inquired. Elvin raised his hand, intending to point out the 8-eyed spider he had been pursuing for clarification. However, Elvin was at a loss. Why did all these spiders look so alike? Reluctantly, he lowered his hand. I am testing a new spell. I have reached a crucial point in my experiment. But the spider I was following just fled. Could you possibly provide me with one of your 8-eyed spiders for my trial? Aragog fell silent, though it possessed intelligence. The words it heard sounded utterly bizarre. To utter before a whole clan that one sought an experimental subject? This young wizard truly did not regard them as worthy. They were spiders, 8-eyed ones, level 5 magical creatures. Was such disrespect now commonplace? Had the outside world changed so drastically that 8-eyed spiders were no longer held in esteem? Before Aragog could fully process this, Elvin continued. Oh, and another thing. Could you procure some venom for me? With that, Elvin flipped his palm, and in the next moment, several aluminum barrels clattered to the ground. These had been prepared in advance. For Elvin was aware of the presence of 8-eyed spiders in the forbidden forest and knew their venom was quite lucrative. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? As a successful capitalist, seizing every chance was his prerogative. Aragog's voice dripped with anger. Young wizard, you are exceedingly presumptuous. I have promised Hagrid that I would not harm humans. Leave now, and I shall pretend this encounter never occurred. Otherwise, I assure you, even as a student of Hogwarts, you shall not leave here alive. Elvin waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so irate. I am merely negotiating with you. Allow me to conduct my experiment, and just provide me with some venom. Once I am done, I shall take my leave. In truth, I find this place rather unpleasant. It reeks. Aragog began to pace on its many legs. You are being exceedingly audacious. This is of your own making. My offspring have not feasted on flesh in quite some time. Since you refuse to depart, you shall remain here for my young to dine upon. Though they may not be satiated, they shall at least savor the taste. With that, Aragog concluded. The surrounding 8-eyed giant spiders began to stir restlessly toward Elvin, their massive mandibles glinting ominously. Elvin sighed. I was speaking to you civilly. How can you be so unreasonable? As he spoke, Elvin deftly twisted his wrist. In the next moment, 2 grenades appeared in his hands. With so many spiders around, he certainly could not resort to incantations. The expenditure of magic power would be exorbitant, and moreover, Elvin was not adept at area of effect spells. Aragog observed the grenades in Elvin's hands and scoffed. What? You intend to face them with just these 2 items? Have modern-day wizards forsaken their wands? Elvin shook his head, deeming the spider woefully ignorant and rather unattractive. Compared to the spider spirits from the journey to the west, these creatures were decidedly less appealing. The disparity between Eastern and Western mythology was indeed striking. With a decisive motion, Elvin pulled the pins from the grenades and hurled them into the air. They detonated with a sharp crack, scattering debris across the vicinity. A curious 8-eyed giant spider approached, only to be met with a thunderous explosion. Elvin had already cast an iron armor spell upon himself. Prudence was paramount. A miscalculation could yield disastrous consequences. Steady, indeed very steady. The nearest 8-eyed giant spider was obliterated into fragments. Elvin clicked his tongue, lamenting the loss of a fine venom donor. Aragog, taken aback, instinctively recoiled. The explosion unleashed a fiery blaze, and fire, to all living beings, instilled a profound sense of dread. What is this? A new magical artifact? Elvin mocked. You simpleton. Where's your magic now? Let me give you a couple more. As he spoke, Elvin produced 2 more grenades, resulting in 2 more resounding blasts that sent several more 8-eyed giant spiders flying. Elvin stroked his chin, contemplating the sluggish pace of the proceedings and feeling an insatiable urge for more action. Aragog, thoroughly terrified, sought refuge behind a cluster of spiders. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a peculiar contraption materializing before Elvin. A thick cylindrical barrel, adorned with several smaller tubes and supported by a sturdy stand, was flanked by 2 shields. Elvin stood behind the shields, proclaiming, Dear magical beings, behold the Type 134 mini Gatling gun. Oh, and it has a name. The Great Compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva. Acquiring this device took considerable effort. Without this gun mount, I truly could not wield such an instrument. Chapter 74. The most effective way to validate a lie is through practice. As Elvin's voice faded, the minigun's 6 barrels began to whirl. In the next instant, bullets transformed into streaks of crimson light, soaring toward the 8-eyed giant spiders. The projectiles surged forth, piercing through the bodies of these monstrous creatures, even penetrating the towering trees surrounding them. On the ground, spent casings clattered as they fell. A smile danced upon Elvin's lips, his gaze imbued with a sinister gleam. This was the true toy of a man. This was artistry. Countless 8-eyed giant spiders were perforated by the bullets, each leaving behind a charred, circular wound. Their cries grew increasingly anguished, while Elvin's smile broadened. He felt utterly exhausted, so weary, indeed. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had been constrained, unable to unleash his full potential without fearing the repercussions. He desperately craved a moment of indulgence. These spiders were doing him a tremendous favor. Under Elvin's command, the minigun did not reach its maximum firing rate, managing around 200 rounds per minute. Otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain control. Even for a seasoned Special Forces soldier, sustaining 2,000 rounds per minute for more than 2 minutes was a formidable task. It must be noted that this weapon was designed for targets soaring through the sky. Nevertheless, Elvin reveled in his release for over a minute before reluctantly relinquishing his grip, the recoil causing his hands to ache. Emerging from behind his shield, Elvin surveyed the devastation before him. The ground was littered with the remnants of 8-eyed giant spiders, their bodies shattered and scattered, while the tree trunks bore the scars of his onslaught. Displeased, Elvin furrowed his brow at the sight of the remaining spiders, trembling in fear upon the ground. Is that great spider still alive? Show yourself, he called out. Aragog lifted its head from the ground, its legs quivering. You are truly a devil. Elvin shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps so, but that is irrelevant. Will you cooperate with me now? What exactly do you intend to do? Aragog inquired. I already mentioned it, Elvin replied. I merely wish to test a spell, and perhaps collect some venom while I'm at it. Aragog felt a surge of rage. A third of its offspring had perished at the hands of Elvin's peculiar weapon. Noticing Aragog's silence, Elvin's brow knitted in annoyance. Are you still unwilling? You are truly courting death. With that, he prepared to unleash his merciful Gatling gun once more. Wait, Aragog exclaimed hastily. I am willing. I am willing. What do you wish to do? Anything but that weapon. Elvin nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more like it. I approached you with sincerity, yet you forced my hand. Now, Pick up the aluminum barrel and produce the venom for me. Aragog sighed, feeling powerless to resist. All he desired was to hasten Elvin's departure. This was nothing short of a devil's command. Several eight-eyed spiders scuttled to the aluminum barrel, using their silk to draw it closer, and began to exude venom within. Elvin frowned. Can you truly expel it cleanly like this? Hang yourselves from the tree and do it. Make it cleaner. Aragog was taken aback. Was this truly a human? Elvin's voice turned cold. Did you not hear my words? Aragog flinched, barking, do as he says. Quickly. The eight-eyed giant spiders hurriedly spun silk to suspend themselves from the tree, then inverted themselves to let the venom flow downward. From a distance, it resembled an eerie production line. Elvin was quite pleased. Now that is a proper cleansing. He then fixed his gaze upon Aragog. What are you waiting for? Aragog hesitated. Must I also produce venom? Elvin was astonished. Aren't you an eight-eyed giant spider? Aragog could offer no rebuttal and resigned himself to hanging from the tree as well. Elvin observed the tree adorned with eight-eyed giant spiders commencing venom production, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Next, he selected a fortunate one. You come here. The chosen eight-eyed giant spider trembled as it approached Elvin, lowering its body to the ground and sprawling out. Elvin was pleased with the spider's compliance. See, magical creatures are often easier to communicate with than humans. He drew his wand, embarking on his experiment. The preceding steps were familiar. However, as he inscribed the sound transmission spell, Elvin extracted a strand of magical energy from the eight-eyed giant spider, combining it with his own to create a new pigment. Elvin quickly completed the lines of the spell. He gently patted the spider's head. Hey, big fellow, are you still alive? The unfortunate eight-eyed giant spider raised its head and nodded vigorously. Elvin chuckled, realizing he was indeed a genius. The experiment had succeeded. He caressed the spider's mind. Good child. You've been immensely helpful. The eight-eyed giant spider was somewhat exhilarated, having survived a near-death experience. Yet, in the next moment, Elvin's wand pointed at the spider's head. Piercing strike. In an instant, the eight-eyed giant spider was slain by the spell. Aragog was immediately frantic. Why? Why did you kill it? I have already made them cooperate with you. Why must you slaughter my children? Elvin placed a finger to his lips. Shoo, do not make a noise. You have so many offspring. This is merely a trivial matter. Aragog trembled with rage. Elvin furrowed his brow. Do not shake. If my venom spills onto the ground, believe me, your kind will cease to exist. Aragog gazed at Elvin, harboring no doubts about the veracity of his words. Elvin, satisfied, declared, precisely. Now, time is of the essence. Continue to expel venom and fill my aluminum barrels. I must return to my slumber. Aragog protested. Impossible. These aluminum barrels are far too large. My offspring's venom supply cannot possibly fill them. Elvin, puzzled, inquired, is that so? Aragog responded, I can assist you in filling them. However, they truly cannot manage it alone. Yet, with the numerous offspring I possess, they can collectively aid in filling these barrels. Elvin pondered for a moment. I suspect you are deceiving me. I must verify. How will you verify? Aragog questioned. Elvin smirked. Very simply. With a flick of his wand, he uttered, unseen blade. In the next instant, the thorax of a nearby eight-eyed giant spider was violently torn apart. The creature let out a pained cry, twitched a few times, and fell silent. Elvin approached the lifeless eight-eyed spider, waving his wand. From its chest cavity emerged a green venom sac. Elvin retrieved an aluminum barrel and poured the entire contents of the venom sac into it. Before long, one barrel was filled to the brim. Elvin chuckled. See, you were indeed deceiving me. Chapter 75. The Pitiful Eight-Eyed Spider, A Visit from Snape. Aragog exclaimed. Removing all the venom from the sac will lead to its demise. You cannot do this. Elvin smiled, his expression radiating warmth amidst the dark forest. Yet, your demise bears no consequence for me. However, in light of your cooperation today, I shan't be too excessive. Very well, no matter how it unfolds, assist me in filling these aluminum barrels. After all, I have always considered myself quite magnanimous. Aragog sighed in relief, choosing not to dwell on Elvin's previous act of slaying another of its offspring. After all, it could reproduce. Death was merely a part of existence. Before long, 3 waves of eight-eyed spiders took their turns, and the aluminum barrels were filled. The venom of living eight-eyed spiders is indeed quite valuable. Aragog remarked, now, you may take your leave. Its voice was somewhat faint, as it had expended a significant amount of venom. Elvin, puzzled, responded, leave? But you have yet to fill the barrels. Aragog paused. We have clearly filled them. Elvin waved his hand to collect the barrels. Ah, it is my fault for not clarifying. I have more barrels. With that, Elvin waved his hand once more. In the next moment, a greater number of aluminum barrels appeared upon the ground. Aragog, filled with fury, confronted Elvin. Elvin's smile vanished in an instant. Me? What's wrong? Aragog, suppressing his rage, could only grind his teeth and swallow his words. Nothing. Is this the last wave? Elvin nodded affirmatively. Of course. Rest assured. I have a stellar reputation. Everyone knows that. Aragog found himself too exhausted to retort. Half an hour later, Elvin contentedly gathered the aluminum barrels. On the ground, the 8-eyed giant spiders were visibly weakened, their breath shallow. Elvin remarked, "All right. Thank you for your generosity, Aragog. I shall return next week. I hope you all manage to eat well during this time, and take good care of yourselves." With that, Elvin turned to leave. Aragog watched him depart. His eyes filled with hatred, yet he felt utterly powerless against Elvin. He needed to move, immediately. As Elvin whistled his way out of the 8-eyed spider's habitat, he reveled in his substantial gains from the day. The quantity of venom he had procured would fetch a handsome sum, if he were to sell it all. It might even lead to an inflation of the 8-eyed spider venom market. However, shortly after Elvin's departure, a shadow materialized at the spot where he had just stood. Aragog was startled, looking up in alarm. Snape. Ignoring Aragog, Snape focused instead on the shell casing left behind by Elvin. With a wave of his hand, the casing vanished. Observing the direction in which Elvin had gone, Snape's expression turned complex. After a moment, he sighed and turned to Aragog. "Mind your tongue. Know what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, I shall personally eradicate your kind. Do you understand?" Aragog nodded frantically. In a flash, Snape transformed into a cloud of darkness and disappeared. Aragog was on the verge of tears. What had they, the 8-eyed spiders, done to deserve this? Moving was imperative. Even if the king himself arrived, they would have to flee. Meanwhile, Elvin remained oblivious to Snape's menacing visit to Aragog. He was preoccupied with thoughts on how to effectively operate his communication company. If successful, it would be of monumental significance. At the very least, the owls could be put out of work. To be honest, Elvin reminisced fondly about the soup brewed by the owls, which had an exquisite flavor. If the owls were indeed to lose their jobs, that alone would afford him several more delightful meals. Of course, this was a minor consideration. The profit brought by the communication company was substantial. To secure his family's foothold, he needed a business that could nearly monopolize the market. If the communication company truly came to fruition, this venture shall serve as the foundation for the Cavendish family's establishment within the magical realm. Upon returning to his dormitory, Elvin retrieved the pet egg and subsequently dripped the blood of the 8-eyed spider he had collected, achieving another 5% growth. Elvin felt quite satisfied with this progress. He had already enlisted Hagrid's assistance in gathering the blood of magical creatures, and with the multitude of animals in the Forbidden Forest, Elvin believed he would soon fill the progress bar. His curiosity regarding this pet was piqued. After a night of bustling activity, Elvin found himself quite fatigued. After changing his bed linens, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, Snape had just returned to his office. Discarding the shell casings he had collected from the Forbidden Forest into a drawer, he then sat in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Unable to shake the image of Elvin's nearly frenzied expression in the Forbidden Forest from his mind, he murmured, "Is this truly your authentic self?" Snape closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep while still seated. For all the young wizards, Friday was a joyous day, for the following 2 days would bring them a holiday. Moreover, the most significant event, the first Quidditch match of the semester at Hogwarts, would take place on Saturday. For Elvin, however, today was rather unremarkable. If one were to say otherwise, Elvin was quite busy. He was racing against time to complete a paper to submit to Professor McGonagall before dinner. Furthermore, he had to focus on performing well in class. Throughout Hogwarts, he was undoubtedly the busiest of them all. As the day's classes concluded, just before the final History of Magic lesson ended, Elvin finally managed to complete his paper. Multitasking proved to be quite taxing on the mind. Fortunately, Elvin excelled in his studies. So our dear ghostly professor had no objections to Elvin writing a transfiguration paper during History of Magic class. Had it been Snape, well, Elvin wouldn't he have dared to do such a thing. Before dinner, Elvin visited Professor McGonagall's office to submit his paper. She took the paper, glanced through it, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. However, some sections lack detail, and there are a few issues with the argument. But fear not, I can assist you in revising it. Elvin expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Professor McGonagall. I am fortunate to have a professor like you. Otherwise, I would find this quite daunting. Professor McGonagall appreciated Elvin's words. Very well, off you go to dinner. Friday evening's feast is typically the most sumptuous of the week. I believe it will suit your palate. Elvin nodded in agreement. Certainly, Professor McGonagall. After departing from Professor McGonagall, Elvin felt quite pleased with his recent performance. The flaws within the paper were, of course, deliberately left by him. Otherwise, how could he entice Professor McGonagall to make revisions and add her name to the document? The realm is not merely about conflicts. It is also about the intricacies of human relationships. Even someone as principled as Professor McGonagall harbors a touch of vanity. After all, even dragons compare the treasures they amass, let alone humans. Chapter 76. Elvin, take your medicine. After dining, Elvin made his way directly to Professor Snape's office, effortlessly entering the password. After uttering the incantation, the office door swung open, and Elvin stepped inside. Upon entering, he was met with an acrid odor. Instinctively, He waved his hand in front of him, dispersing the unpleasant scent. Professor Snape, what are you brewing? It's quite pungent. Professor Snape paid Elvin no mind, focused intently on the cauldron before him. Inside, a dark, bubbling concoction simmered ominously. Elvin shivered involuntarily. How sinister, how terrifying. Surely, Professor Snape was not concocting a poison. Observing Snape's concentration, Elvin chose not to disturb him. He moved to the side and began perusing the Half-Blood Prince's diary. Approximately half an hour later, Snape completed the potion, visibly exhaling in relief. A look of profound satisfaction crossing his features. He poured the dark liquid from the cauldron into a vial and handed it to Elvin. Curiously, Elvin accepted it. Is this meant to be placed somewhere, Professor? Snape replied, drink it. Elvin was taken aback, staring at the inky potion within the vial. Drink? This substance is meant for consumption? Surely it wouldn't lead to his demise. Was this truly intended to be ingested? Snape furrowed his brow. Once you drink it, you will understand its effects. Hurry, I still need to brew a wakefulness potion. Elvin's expression darkened. It seemed he had little choice in the matter. He gently shook the vial. Based on Snape's demeanor, it appeared he did not intend to take Elvin's life. Most importantly, if Snape truly wished to harm him, he wouldn't need this potion to do so. With determination, Elvin tilted his head back and resolutely consumed the potion. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, a bitter taste enveloped his palate, causing him to grimace involuntarily. Finish it. Do not leave a drop. Snape commanded. Elvin drained the vial entirely, leaving not a trace of the potion within. With a slight smacking of his lips, Elvin found the concoction truly distasteful. Just as he pondered the effects of the potion, an immense force suddenly erupted within him. In the next moment, he felt an inexplicable tremor deep inside, one that was forcibly subdued. Elvin's expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? A sense of dread enveloped him. In truth, he harbored a secret, a rather unsettling one. He might just be a deviant. Yet, to articulate it thus would be somewhat misleading. Rather, it could be said that Elvin possessed an almost pathological yearning for bloodshed. This secret was known only to old Tom. Though Elvin considered himself a good person, he harbored a peculiar fondness for the act of taking lives. This truth he had cloaked in silence within his heart. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had made a conscious effort to suppress this desire. His ruthless actions against the acromantula of the day prior had stemmed from this very struggle. He could no longer contain it. Elvin had long believed this impulse arose from a mysterious protective mechanism cultivated during his childhood, spent in darkness. After all, in this perilous world, one could hardly survive without a ruthless disposition. Yet now, it appeared that the situation was more complex. Snape's potion had the power to suppress this urge primarily because Snape was aware of its existence. Elvin gazed at Snape in confusion, unable to fathom how Snape was privy to his condition and capable of brewing a potion to temper his impulses. A flicker of wariness crept into his eyes as he discreetly summoned his wand made of acacia wood beneath his robes. Snape caught sight of Elvin's hand concealed beneath his cloak, a fleeting sorrow passing through his gaze, quickly masked. There's no need to be so tense. If I wished you harm, your current magical prowess would render you no match for me, even with all your weaponry. This was a sentiment he had previously conveyed. Regarding your thirst for slaughter, it stems from your lineage. Lineage? Elvin queried, perplexed. Snape nodded. There are certain truths I cannot divulge at this moment. To do so would not serve you well. Just understand that the potion you consumed can mitigate the side effects of your bloodline. You will need to return weekly for a dose. I don't comprehend. Elvin retorted. Professor Snape, if you are aware of my situation, you should recognize that I can manage this on my own. Snape replied, your ability to suppress it is a consequence of your youth. Without the potion's aid, by next year, you will find it insurmountable. Elvin frowned. Did my father experience this? Snape shook his head. No, you are not like your father. His bloodline lacked purity, while yours is a fusion of both your father's and mother's lineage. In due time, you will come to understand. At present, your extensive knowledge serves you no purpose whatsoever. Elvin fell silent for a moment. Professor, why do you assist me? A person like me must be considered quite perilous, right? Why do you help me and allow me to remain at Hogwarts? Snape replied, Dumbledore is aware of your situation. Do you genuinely believe that your venture into the Forbidden Forest went unnoticed? Elvin, at your core, you are arrogant. You wield muggle weapons without erasing any traces, convinced that even if someone were to discover it, they would not trace it back to you. Yet, you have overlooked a critical issue. The only one capable of using muggle weaponry and evading all others to enter the Forbidden Forest is you. You appear cautious, but in reality, you are accustomed to controlling everything, which leads you to disregard many important matters. Restrain your arrogance. Otherwise, you shall pay a painful price for it. Elvin fell silent. Arrogant? Indeed, that seemed true. Especially after gaining power, Elvin developed an overwhelming sense that all beings should grovel at his feet. Nothing seemed to disturb him in the slightest. He would subconsciously overlook details he once deemed significant, much like a berserker in a game. Immense power, yet an empty mind. Elvin slightly bowed. I will remember this, Professor. Snape nodded, hesitating momentarily before saying, "You may trust me. I will never harm you, but you cannot place your trust in Dumbledore. He possesses his ideals and aspirations, and to achieve them, he is willing to sacrifice everything." Elvin looked at Snape in astonishment, not at the words themselves, but at the fact that Snape would share them with him. Oldby certainly was not trustworthy. In Elvin's view, Oldby was akin to Grindelwald. After all, what allowed them to become partners? Their only distinction lay in their methods of handling affairs. Grindelwald favored oppression, while Dumbledore embraced persuasion. Both were idealists, yet ultimately, Dumbledore's philosophy proved more palatable, compounded by his triumph over Grindelwald. Thus, Dumbledore became the White Wizard, while Grindelwald was branded the Dark Wizard. But did Grindelwald truly err? He did not. Was he not also striving for a brighter future for all wizards? Hence, in this world, it remains that the victor writes the narrative. Elvin had long recognized this truth. He was taken aback that Snape would convey such sentiments to him, prompting Elvin to reconsider his significance in Snape's eyes. It seemed that the bond he shared with Snape was deeper than he had previously acknowledged, especially in light of his parents' early demise. "Sasfor, what road is this?" Elvin quickly shook his head. "This is a mix-up." Snape stated, "All right, come forth to concoct the potion. I trust you have committed the method for brewing the awakening potion to memory." Elvin nodded. "I shall do my utmost, Professor." With eager anticipation, Elvin commenced his private lesson in potion making. He settled into his task, diligently performing the steps. Nearby, Snape observed Elvin's movements with keen interest. Both were exceedingly cautious. The awakening potion is not particularly difficult, yet it serves as a rigorous test of one's potion-making skills. This potion demands meticulous precision in the proportions and timing of the herbs involved. One could assert that while the awakening potion is fundamental, it is by no means devoid of complexity, an intriguing contradiction. Typically, the awakening potion is included in the examination for fifth-year students at Hogwarts. A budding wizard who successfully brews the potion is likely to achieve commendable marks. As Elvin proceeded with the brewing, Snape offered guidance from the sidelines. He was quite pleased with Elvin's performance. Although the movements were somewhat inexperienced and the pace leisurely, each step was executed flawlessly. Snape felt a sense of satisfaction, a comforting assurance that the next generation would carry on the legacy. Under Snape's mentorship, Elvin's speed gradually increased. Before long, he successfully completed a batch of the awakening potion. Snape nodded in approval. "Well done. Brew 2 more to familiarize yourself with the techniques I just imparted." Elvin affirmed with a nod. For masters of potion making, their most treasured secrets lie in the subtle techniques acquired through experience. For instance, Elvin could never have deduced on his own that adding mugwort while purifying the essence of awakening herb would enhance its potency. Such nuances are the exclusive tricks of each potion master, knowledge that cannot be gleaned from classroom instruction. Time slipped away, and before long, it was past midnight. Elvin, weary and drained, exited Snape's office. The process of potion making is indeed a taxing endeavor, demanding unwavering focus on the bubbling cauldron and meticulous control of the heat. Too much or too little can spell disaster. It is no wonder that potion masters are often perceived as reclusive. One would inevitably become solitary when fixated on a cauldron day in and day out. Upon finishing the potion, Elvin felt utterly exhausted, not wishing to utter a single word. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he found a gathering of young wizards conversing animatedly by the fireplace. Upon his arrival, they all stood in unison. "Prefect, you have returned." Elvin managed a strained smile. "Why are you still awake? Tomorrow is the weekend. There's a Quidditch match, and we were discussing the game for tomorrow." Elvin nodded. "Which 2 colleges will compete tomorrow?" Draco quickly replied. "It is our Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherin will undoubtedly triumph. That Potter fellow has somehow become Gryffindor's seeker. However, tomorrow he will surely be left searching for his teeth." Elvin rolled his eyes. Indeed, the mere mention of Harry Potter ignited an unprecedented excitement in Draco. After expressing his thoughts, Draco, with a face full of anticipation, inquired, "Head boy, will you be attending the match tomorrow?" Elvin hesitated for a moment. "I suppose I will." Instantly, the young wizards erupted with enthusiasm. Although Elvin had little interest in Quidditch, it was, after all, the opening match of the Hogwarts Quidditch season, featuring the fierce rivals Gryffindor and Slytherin. It would be inappropriate for Elvin to miss it. He yawned. "All right, everyone should get to bed early. It's getting late. Since we're going to watch the match, it's even more essential to rest well. Otherwise, if you can't get up tomorrow, you'll miss the game." The young wizards nodded vigorously. Elvin waved his hand and turned to ascend the stairs back to his room. After changing the sheets, he quickly fell asleep. In a hazy state, Elvin found himself in the same place as in his last dream. He was astonished. Could this dream actually continue? Gazing at the dark passage ahead, he pondered for a moment. As is well known, one does not perish in dreams. Surely it wouldn't happen. Elvin's curiosity was insatiable. What was the nature of this dream? After a while, he clapped his hands. "Let us do this. If one were to die, the birds would fly to the heavens. If one does not die, life lasts for an eternity. Could he really allow a mere dream to frighten him? What a disgrace. Elvin strode boldly into the depths of the passage. The familiar scenery greeted him. As Elvin ventured deeper, torches along the walls ignited automatically. Quite marvelous indeed. Ignoring these wonders, he pressed onward. Soon, he arrived at the corner where he had previously discovered something significant. Elvin cautiously peeked around the corner. It was very quiet. It seemed no one was present. He listened intently for a moment and confirmed that indeed there was no one around. This newfound assurance emboldened Elvin greatly. He stepped out from the shadows and approached the nearby cage. As Elvin drew closer to the cage, the scene within came into view. Each cage housed a person, yet they all huddled in the corners, appearing wild and unkempt. Elvin approached one of the cages. A voice echoed from within. What? Have you devised yet another scheme to confront me today? Spare me the futile attempts. What is not yours will never belong to you. No amount of effort will yield results. It is merely the ravings of a dreamer. Erwin scratched his head and inquired, Who are you? Chapter 78. The Guardians of the Path? The National Road? Upon the utterance of Erwin's words, a sudden hush fell within the confines of the cage. Soon after, he was met with the clinking of chains resonating from various directions. Startled, Erwin turned to see that the inmates of each cell had begun to stir, gravitating towards the bars. A child? No, they lacked that familiar essence. They seemed to be of the same origin. Could it be him? Surely. He is the only one left. In the realm of magic, it must be him. Is it Cavendish? Erwin paused momentarily. Do you know me? The individual within the cage instantly erupted with excitement, dashing to the front of the cell. You are Cavendish? Erwin nodded yes. Do you recognize me? What is your name? Let me think. Erwin, right? Is it Erwin? Erwin's mind was further clouded with confusion. It is I? How do you know me? Who are you? And where is this place? The person in the cage brushed aside their disheveled hair and glanced at Erwin. So you are in a state of wandering. You're dreaming. Which explains your arrival here. Erwin was filled with bewilderment. How could someone imprisoned possess such an air of mystery? Is this world truly like Harry Potter? Surely, he hasn't stumbled into the wrong realm. He recalled a novel he once read, filled with enigmatic settings and magical realms. Could he have been transported to that world? Erwin exclaimed, Could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Tell me, where is this place? Who are you and why do you know me? I cannot say where we are. We have all been captured and brought here. All I know is that it is some location in Germany. What a peculiar dream to have taken him abroad. Is it truly that absurd? Erwin inquired. Then who are you? We are the Guardians of the Path. We are the protectors of the inheritors. Erwin scoffed. Guardians? Do you have some delusion about being guardians? With your current state, how could you possibly protect anything? The National Road? The individual in the cage fell silent. If we were to confront the enemy directly, we would not have been captured. We are your guardians, the Guardians of Cavendish. Erwin was taken aback. Guardians of Cavendish? The truth reveals itself. With such entities as guardians, it is no wonder my parents perished. They were not to blame for their demise. Erwin pressed on. What does it mean to be an inheritor? The person in the cage fell silent for a moment, preparing to respond. Elwin's form began to shimmer with an erratic glow. The figure spoke. Your time is limited. You cannot remain here. To uncover the truth, you must grow stronger. Come seek us. Elwin, agitated, retorted, Why waste your breath? You've already divulged the truth to me. Yet, no sooner had Elwin uttered these words than he felt his consciousness ensnared within a vortex. In the next moment, he awoke from his slumber, his countenance pale. What nonsense! That person must be a fool, he exclaimed. Why the silence? If you have something to say, then say it. He pounded the bed frame in frustration, visibly enraged. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, old Horton remarked, The young master speaks true. You ought to address the matter at hand. What on earth are you rambling about? Old Horton, the one who had just conversed with Elwin, continued, It is my fault. I have grown accustomed to this. Truly, I can never comprehend why the former master appointed you as the guardian of Cavendish. You are far more suited to be a guardian for the Houston family, who share your penchant for rambling. Old Horton fell silent, retreating into his thoughts. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and two figures clad in black robes appeared. One assessed the surroundings and declared, Can you feel it? The heir has returned. We cannot delay. He must be eliminated. At his current age, his soul can wander through dreams. He poses the greatest threat to our master. Old Horton retorted coldly, You vile creatures. Are you truly unafraid of the former master returning to exact vengeance upon you? The black-robed figure sneered, We'll see when he returns. Our master is the only future. Soon, you will witness your young master imprisoned beside you, deprived of what never belonged to him. With that, the black-robed figure turned and departed. Old Horton watched their retreating forms. Sighing deeply, Old Horton, do you think the young master will be in danger? Old Horton shook his head. I do not know. However, the young master's father chose to establish roots in London, likely considering the existence of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's power is formidable. With him present, the young master should be safe. By now, the young master should be attending Hogwarts. As long as he is there, They cannot do anything to him. The few individuals in the cell returned to their corners, and once more, silence enveloped the dungeon. Meanwhile, Elwin ruffled his disheveled hair, growing increasingly irate. Such a fool. Yet he dares to be a guardian. Sent to the highway, they disdain his age and slowness, yet he is still tasked with guarding the way. Which fool conceived the idea of appointing such a person as a guardian? The most critical question is, whom does he actually protect? At this moment, in an unknown location, a figure could not help but sneeze. Are they speaking of me again? And it must be someone with whom I share blood ties. Who could it be? Never mind. Enough of this. You cur, retreat at once. If you dare to spy on my sneeze again, I shall unleash a great calamity upon you. No, that is not right. A trip to the Great Xia has thrown me off track. I shall summon the thunder to strike you down, you wretched creature. As the words fell from his lips, a swirling mass of dark mist nearby writhed momentarily before quietly receding. The figure sighed. Their power is growing ever stronger. Do these new generation wizards not understand restraint? How can they be so unbridled? Elvin was just preparing to freshen up when a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found Charlotte standing there. Is there something you need? Elvin inquired curiously. Today is Quidditch, Charlotte exclaimed. I heard those little wizards say you promised to attend the match. They're all waiting for you in the common room. I came to see if you were awake. You all could just go ahead without me. It's not as if I can't find the place. Elvin replied. Shrugging her shoulders, Charlotte responded. They insist on waiting for you. I truly envy you. You've garnered such esteem in Slytherin in just a week. I suspect by the end of the term, you might unify Slytherin. Chapter 79. On the feasibility of shaving the heads of young serpents. Elvin quickly retorted. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Those unaware might think I am some sort of villain. Charlotte rolled her eyes secretly, amused that he still perceived himself as a paragon of virtue. After Elvin tidied himself up and adjusted his hair, he gazed into the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, he was rather handsome. He was Erwin Cavendish, after all. Let us be off. I cannot miss the first Quidditch match, Elvin declared. Charlotte nodded, following closely behind him as they made their way to the common room. Inside, a number of young wizards had already gathered. Upon seeing Elvin descend the stairs, they quickly rose to their feet. Head boy, good morning. Elvin nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Let us go and cheer for the brave warriors of Slytherin who will bring us glory. The young wizards were filled with excitement. In truth, Elvin could empathize with them. After all, these poor wizards had little entertainment beyond witnessing a Quidditch match. Suddenly, Elvin thought that if televisions were sold in the Wizarding World, they might find a significant market, for their leisure activities were indeed quite meager. Elvin was the first to emerge from the Slytherin common room, followed closely by a group of young wizards who instinctively arranged themselves into two lines. Elvin was unsure why this was happening. Slytherin was increasingly resembling a well-organized military unit. Would they truly transform it into a military academy? The thought excited Elvin. If possible, might they even consider shaving their heads? Only the head of the house was permitted to keep their hair. Apologies, I digress. Meanwhile, at the Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts, the stands were filled with eager young wizards. Even the professors had arrived, for this was Hogwarts' inaugural Quidditch match. All the faculty were present. Even old McGonagall had come to witness the game. Primarily because it was Harry Potter's first match. The students in the stands were buzzing with conversation. Where are the Slytherin students? One asked. Indeed, today is Slytherin's match. Why are they all absent? A few scattered figures appeared, seemingly only 6th and 7th years. In the Ravenclaw section, Hermione craned her neck, searching for a familiar figure. Zhang Xiao, observing Hermione's demeanor, chuckled. Relax, Hermione. Elvin will definitely come. The Slytherin students mentioned their head of house promised to attend today. Hermione's face flushed instantly. I am not waiting for him. I'm just enjoying the scenery. Yes, just admiring the view. Zhang Xiao glanced around the Quidditch pitch, devoid of anything but the stands. Shook her head, and chose not to expose Hermione's secret sentiments. Every girl harbored her own thoughts, and she was no exception. Madame Hooch took her place at the center of the field, signaling for both teams to enter. The two houses had a long-standing rivalry, so their entrance was marked by fierce glares. Harry Potter, amidst the Gryffindor crowd, scanned the audience with a twinge of anxiety. Just then, he spotted Dumbledore, who returned a reassuring smile. Instantly, Harry felt a wave of calm wash over him. Elvin's absence was notable. Had he been there, he would undoubtedly have been deeply moved, perhaps even shedding a tear. Such was the bond they shared. Reflecting on the encouragement from his keeper, Harry's thoughts shifted to his own keeper. Never mind, he thought. Let's not discuss that foolish keeper. He's simply an imbecile. Madame Hooch approached the center between the two teams, seemingly wary of a potential altercation. As she prepared to announce the rules and blow the whistle to commence the match, Marcus interjected. Wait a moment, Professor Hooch. Could we delay the start for a bit? Madame Hooch frowned. Why? Marcus proclaimed. The head of our year promised to attend our match today. We wish to await the headmaster. Mrs. Hooch glanced at the clock, her brow furrowing. Yet the time had indeed arrived. Marcus asserted, I insist, Professor. This resolute demeanor of Marcus is inextricably linked to one individual, Charlotte. During her visit to the school nurse, Charlotte had made a brief appearance, ostensibly to offer her well wishes. She instead delivered two pointed remarks. The first being her congratulations to Marcus for becoming the most unfortunate under Elvin's tutelage. The second, a stark warning that Elvin, relying solely on his magical prowess, could effortlessly shatter Marcus's leg. If he were to act upon it, Marcus should be well aware of the dire consequences. The ambitious Slytherins, while driven by their aspirations, also held strength in the highest regard. Elvin's formidable capabilities had already won Marcus's respect, and coupled with Charlotte's comments, Marcus began to perceive Elvin as an exceptionally magnanimous individual. He pondered that had he been in Elvin's position, he would surely have bestowed upon himself an unparalleled advantage. Unbeknownst to him, had Snape not previously uttered his sentiments, Elvin would indeed have acted accordingly. Elvin was aware of Charlotte's actions, though ignorant of her true intentions. Nevertheless, he adopted the pragmatic mindset that if a tool could be of use, it ought to be utilized, regardless of the underlying motives. Mrs. Hooch found herself in a predicament. Turning her gaze toward the spectators, she noticed Dumbledore giving a slight nod. "Very well, we shall wait for 5 minutes," she declared. Marcus nodded in agreement. Thus, the inaugural Quidditch match of the term was bizarrely placed on hold. The players from both teams stood with their brooms at the center of the pitch, quietly awaiting the proceedings. The young witches and wizards in the stands, having overheard Marcus's remarks, exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Dumbledore observed their reactions, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He understood Elvin's esteemed reputation within Slytherin, but he wondered when Elvin had begun to exert influence over other houses as well. In truth, it was quite simple. Since Elvin's arrival at the school, despite his seemingly subtle approach to garnering goodwill, numerous details had emerged as pivotal factors in determining outcomes. Ravenclaw, with their affinity for knowledge and learning, naturally gravitated towards a scholar like Elvin. As for Hufflepuff, Elvin's assistance to the Badgers during Charms class had long since spread throughout their ranks, and his reputation within Hufflepuff had soared to great heights. Particularly, Professor Sprout, who adeptly tended to the Whomping Willow, held a favorable view of Elvin. As for Gryffindor, they remained reticent, for they had witnessed firsthand the terrifying manner in which Elvin had dealt with Marcus. These young lions symbolize courage, however, apart from the likes of Ron. The others possess bravery without foolishness. They are acutely aware that certain individuals are beyond their capability to confront. Chapter 80. Indeed, Dumbledore is quite the old coin. At that moment, a figure emerged from the viewing corridor. It was Erwin, followed closely by a legion of little snakes. Instantly, the young wizards in the stands sprang to their feet, startling Erwin. What is going on? What are they up to? Several professors were equally taken aback, and the heads of houses exchanged puzzled glances at their own students. In truth, the young wizards themselves were oblivious to the reason behind their sudden rise. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the orderly formation of the little snakes, they instinctively stood. Erwin ascended to the stands, selected a spot, and waved his hand. The young wizards promptly arranged themselves into two neat rows around Erwin. Students from the 6th and 7th grades were unceremoniously pushed to the back. They exchanged glances, and one 6th year remarked, "When is Erwin challenging George? I can hardly wait." The other two 6th years nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, 6th year Slytherin prefect George Glinglas wore a dark expression. Indeed, he was no match for Erwin, yet did they not consider his feelings while speaking? They shared the same sentiment. As for the 7th year students, they wore expressions of wry amusement. Who could have anticipated that, so close to graduation, they would soon be facing a new superior? Grodia had not revealed her full strength. Thus they remained uncertain if she could contend with Erwin. Upon taking his seat, Marcus and the other members of the Slytherin Quidditch team turned to the stands and bowed slightly. "Prefect." Erwin rose, exclaiming, "Let us go, everyone. For the glory of Slytherin. You are true warriors." An invisible force surged within the players, igniting their resolve to defend Slytherin's honor. They rallied, shouting, "For Slytherin." The little snakes, too, were swept up by the fervor, echoing, "For Slytherin." This left the students from other houses bewildered. Is this truly the proper way to cheer for Quidditch? All being students of Hogwarts, why do they possess such a wealth of esoteric knowledge? Ron, unable to bear Erwin's moment in the spotlight, sought to assert his presence by shouting, "For Gryffindor." However, not a single soul acknowledged him. Even the Gryffindor lions regarded him as if he were a fool. Instantly, Ron's face flushed crimson. Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood, wore a grim expression. After all, Gryffindor and Slytherin were of equal standing. However, even before the commencement, the spirits had already begun to wane. What a farce this was. A host of professors turned their gazes towards the Slytherin serpents, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and admiration. Even our beloved our esteemed Professor Snape, could not suppress a fleeting glimmer of pride, though it was swiftly concealed. Elvin returned to his seat, maintaining his facade. It was utterly exhausting. Madame Hooch resumed her position at the center of the field, and with a flourish of her hand, the players ascended into the air. Standing atop a box, Madame Hooch declared, "Both teams are now ready. The match is about to commence." She glanced at the players, stating, "I hope both sides can exhibit their skill and style." With that, she kicked the box, and Lee Jordan announced, "Now, the quaffle is airborne," followed by the golden snitch. Harry Potter focused intently on the golden snitch that fluttered before him, his gaze unwavering. The snitch flitted away, its wings beating furiously. Madame Hooch tossed the bludger into the air, and Lee Jordan exclaimed excitedly, "The bludger has been released. The match is officially underway." The players immediately sprang into action. As in the original narrative, the first ball was seized by Angelina from Gryffindor, earning them 10 points. Elvin crossed his arms, indifferent. He had never come here to watch Quidditch. What significance did it hold? His true interest lay in the unfolding drama. Without Hermione's intervention, would Harry Potter perish in the duel between Professor Quirrell and Snape? Oh, but Dumbledore was present. Harry was undoubtedly safe. Elvin was curious to see if anything else intriguing would transpire. As the match intensified, Elvin observed the players weaving through the stands, feeling a genuine distaste for this activity. It was too barbaric. They were perched high atop the stands, and if some fool were to accidentally breach the supports, it would spell disaster for all. Quite absurd indeed. Clearly, there was reason for the sparse wizarding population. They seemed perpetually engaged in bizarre antics that risked their lives. As Marcus's 2 attempts were thwarted by Wood, and Gryffindor led 20-0 against Slytherin, the serpents began to fidget restlessly. Elvin rolled his eyes. It was only a matter of time before Marcus devised a solution. As the saying goes, if you cannot solve the problem. Thus, the issue with the troublesome individual was resolved. It was akin to the present moment, where Wood's defensive prowess was unparalleled. With Wood in play, Slytherin's offense was effectively thwarted. So, the solution was to simply eliminate Wood from the equation. A matter of ease and delight. Moreover, this action was permitted by the rules, was it not? In this regard, Elvin found himself rather admiring Marcus. The lad displayed a certain cleverness at times. Elvin was quite fond of him. Indeed, in the next instant, Marcus struck the quaffle directly towards Wood. Wood, caught off guard, was knocked down without a moment's notice. With Wood out of the way, Slytherin swiftly secured 20 points, leveling the score. A smile crept upon Elvin's lips. The spectacle was about to commence. He directed his gaze towards Harry Potter, who had evidently spotted the golden snitch. With determination, he mounted the broomstick gifted by Professor McGonagall and dashed toward the elusive snitch. However, in the very next moment, Harry's broom inexplicably spiraled out of control. Wildly swaying through the air, Elvin glanced towards the professor's stand, and indeed, Professors Quirrell and Snape were both chanting spells. Anticipation lit up Elvin's face. This time, without Hermione's assistance, what could Harry Potter possibly do? Elvin's gaze shifted to Dumbledore, who happened to glance in Quirrell's direction as if sensing Elvin's scrutiny. Dumbledore turned his head and offered a smile. Elvin withdrew his gaze, realizing that Dumbledore was undoubtedly aware of the situation. Elvin had long harbored suspicions. Dumbledore's control over Hogwarts was formidable. How could he remain oblivious to Quirrell's circumstances? Regardless of other factors, Quirrell was a professor selected by Dumbledore himself. With the sudden turn of events, he was bound to be concerned for the students' welfare, and thus must have known what was transpiring with Quirrell.